My name is Lin Chen, and I was originally a fan of ancient culture on Blue Planet. After work every day, I would immerse myself in costume dramas and historical novels, fantasizing about the old days with their wars, battles, and bustling world. However, fate played a big joke on me that day. I went to work as usual, but I wasn't paying attention and stepped on the sewer opening that was hanging in the air. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in a strange dynasty called dying. Before I had time to digest this bizarre experience, an armored soldier stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "The king of Jinbei has issued an order. All unmarried men over the age of 16 must marry a woman. What's even more outrageous is if you don't marry me, I'll serve you in a cell. If you resist again, you will be exiled to the frontier." At this time, at the door of Muramesa's house, the elderly Muramesa had just posted a notice, and the onlookers immediately swarmed over and scrambled for it. "I want this! She has a big butt, she must be good at giving birth. I want this! This girl is strong and must be good at work. Then I want this one with a thick waist, it's durable." I stood outside the crowd, watching the girls who looked like human tanks being led away one by one, and I was so happy. In the end, there was only one tall and thin girl left on the stage, and no one was interested in her. With this little look and this figure, why didn't anyone choose her? Isn't this a beauty from heaven? This is a bargain, I won't be polite. Thinking of this, I raised my hand without hesitation. I choose her. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings suddenly became quiet for a few seconds, and then there was an uproar. "Brother Lin, don't be impulsive. Choosing a wife is not a joke, you have to be careful." "Yes. This girl looks pretty, but she has thin arms and legs. Not to mention working in the fields, she can't even use the animals at home. Don't get carried away." "That's right. Life is about being practical. If this girl goes back home, she will be worshipped as a Buddha. It's not worth it." I knew everyone had good intentions, so I nodded, indicating that I had made up my mind and didn't need any more persuasion. Then I walked up to the girl and asked in a low voice, "What's your name?" The girl shook her head. I frowned and asked again, "Where are your family members?" The girl still shook her head. "Then where is your hometown?" I had a bad feeling in my heart. She still shook her head. "This can't be a mute?" The sighs around him became heavier, and everyone shook their heads, sighing in disappointment. "Hey, Brother Lin, you're a famous doctor in the area, why don't you listen to my advice? The day for selecting the next bride is approaching, why bother hanging yourself on a crooked tree?" However, at this moment, the girl suddenly raised her head and looked at me nervously, her eyes full of anxiety and uneasiness, as if she was afraid that I would regret it. She said anxiously, "I'm not dumb, I just can't remember. Husband, please don't chase me away." As soon as she opened her mouth, I was relieved. Wow, it turns out she is not mute. But then I was startled again. This voice. How could it be so nice? Especially the word, husband, it almost melted my heart after being single for 20 years. Forget it, no one can persuade me, even Jesus can't stop me. With a wave of my hand, I announced cheerfully, "That's it. Have you all chosen? Let's go." As I said that, I reached out to hold the girl's hand, but I saw her shrink slightly and take a step back timidly. I couldn't help but put on a wicked smile, looking at her with a teasing tone. "Why? You don't want to? If you don't want to, then I'll wait for the next batch, right?" When the girl saw this, she immediately became anxious. "No, husband, no." Before she finished her words, she stretched out her hand. I didn't hesitate at all and immediately held her hand. However, at the moment our palms touched, I felt as if I was electrocuted. A numbing feeling spread from the palms of my hands to my limbs, warm and soft, intoxicating. She obviously felt the heat and her heart beat faster. If I hadn't supported her, she would probably have collapsed to the ground. We just leaned on each other and walked towards home. The people around us looked at our backs, shook their heads and sighed. My residence is not far from Muramesa's house. It takes about 10 minutes to walk there, and soon we arrive at the Chinese courtyard with a unique pastoral style. I took her into the house and planned to prepare something for her to eat. However, as soon as I turned around, the girl impatiently pulled me towards the room. Seeing her fiery eyes, I immediately understood her thoughts. But this In broad daylight, it's really not appropriate, right? Besides, we just met. I was a little hesitant, but she was obviously afraid that I would regret it, so she was so eager to get close to me. I understood her feelings, but if I took advantage of her, wouldn't I be no different from an animal? Since you don't remember your name, I will call you Ranner from now on. Lin Ranner, how about that? I stopped and gently held her hand to stop her from moving forward. When Ranner heard the name, her body trembled and tears immediately fell. Husband! Her voice was choked with sobs, and her emotion was beyond words. Ever since she could remember, she had never had an easy life. It was not until she met me that she felt for the first time that someone truly loved her. She secretly decided that she must repay me well. Seeing her pitiful appearance, I felt a little sorry for her, so I changed the subject. Ranner, eat something first. She nodded heavily, with gratitude in her eyes. I walked into the kitchen with a smile, took out a few white flour buns, and handed them to her. Eat it, don't be in a hurry, eat slowly, be careful not to choke. This white flour steamed bun was already a rare commodity in that era, and the scarcity of food made it particularly precious. Wow! Ranner opened her mouth in surprise. She took the steamed bun with excitement and caution. Is this for Ranner? Yes. I looked at her and sighed softly. From now on, whatever my husband has, you will have a share. Husband, you are so nice. Ranner smiled happily, then took a bite of the steamed bun, muttering. From now on, whatever Ranner has, I will give a portion to my husband. As she spoke, she looked at me with a happy smile on her face. I smiled slightly, picked up the ladle, poured some water and handed it to her. Here, drink some water. Thank you, my husband. Ranner took the water and smiled again. Then her eyes were attracted by a yellow object. My husband, what is that? This is soap, used for bathing. It will smell nice after you wash. I explained with a smile. Take a bath after eating, it will make you clean and smell good. I swear, I really don't have any other meaning. However, Ranner seemed a little excited after hearing this. After eating the steamed bun, she ran to the shower room. But not long after, she suddenly screamed. I quickly ran over, my heart tightening, but I saw her standing at the bathroom door with a dull look in her eyes. The sight in front of me made me stunned instantly. She had a graceful figure with beautiful curves, especially the red birthmark on her chest, which complemented her beauty and made my heart beat faster. Husband, do I look good? She blushed, but in order to stay with me, she plucked up the courage to show her most beautiful side. Beautiful. I couldn't help swallowing, and my eyes unconsciously stayed on her. Then let's take a shower together. She looked at me proudly, puffed out her chest, and seemed very satisfied with my reaction. Oh fuck. If I refuse, will I doubt my life? But to be honest, who can understand my current mood? When I hurriedly stripped myself down to the last layer of skin and prepared to jump into the shower thinking something would happen, Lin Ranner's eyes suddenly changed. She had a fiery look just now, but in the blink of an eye she turned into a cute girl with big eyes like Kiss Me, so innocent that it made people soften their hearts. I really don't know how to describe what I went through at that moment. Finally, we both finished taking a shower. I thought I could relax for a while, take a break, and clear my mind. But in the end, the only bed in the house was occupied by Lin Ranner. Husband, come on, let's sleep together. She lifted the quilt to half cover her delicate body and invited me again. My head felt dizzy and I wanted to rush over to her several times, but every time I saw her innocent and well-behaved eyes, I softened. Now she's using this trick again. It's really killing me. Just as I was struggling with my inner thoughts, the bed suddenly became quiet. I took a closer look and saw that he was actually asleep. I was so relieved that I couldn't help but let out a long sigh. After waiting for a long time and making sure that she was sleeping soundly, I quietly walked to the bed, gently pressed the corner of the quilt, and then slipped into the living room like a thief. Lin Ranner, however, smiled secretly as she watched me leave. In fact, she pretended to sleep just to give me a chance, but she didn't expect that I seemed to be trying my best to restrain myself. This actually made her like me even more. In the living room, I lay on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, my mind in a mess, trying to clear my mind. But every time I relaxed a little, the scene in the shower room came back to me. It was torture. Finally, I couldn't bear it anymore and took another cold shower, which only slightly relieved my anxiety. The next day, I was completely exhausted. I barely got up, walked into the yard, and started sorting out the herbs I had collected over the past few days. Although I majored in surgery, I also studied Chinese herbal medicine. After integrating the memories of the original owner, my medical skills have made great progress. Husband, Lin Ranner called softly, walked to my side, and handed me a bowl of rice paste that she cooked herself. Try it and see if it tastes good? I looked at the steaming rice paste in front of me and smiled. Of course, our Ranner made it, it must be delicious. She nodded happily, watching me pick up the rice porridge and put it into my mouth. Can you accompany Rana after you finish eating? I sleep alone, I'm scared. I was stunned and almost swallowed my saliva. This little girl is really playing with fire. Just as he was about to teach her a lesson, a hurried voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Dr. Lin! I turned around and saw Muramasa standing at the door in a hurry. A team of police officers came this morning, and one of them was injured. Please go over and help. After listening to this, I was moved. Vlaya village is close to the border. Although the war has subsided, bandits and enemy invaders still often appear there. The officers and soldiers are the patron saints of the villagers and are deeply loved by everyone. I looked back at Lin Runner and said, Go get my medicine box and let's go take a look. She nodded, quickly went back to her room to get the medicine box, and followed me out the door. In Muramasa's house, a group of armed soldiers were standing in front of the yard, guarding the hall. In the hall, a young man in armor was lying on the wooden board, grimacing in pain. A young man in plain clothes stood beside him, walking back and forth. The young man was called Long Wenye, the son of the king of Northwest, and the injured was his cousin, the prince of the king of Jinbei Long Jingyuan. We actually encountered bandits. Long Jingyuan shouted angrily. Just wait, I will never let you go, I will make you pay for your blood debt with blood. Don't talk. Long Wenye frowned, worry on his face. The most important thing now is to heal you. Your Majesty has been missing for more than a month. My father and your father have gone to Kyoto to take charge of the situation. Now, only your Majesty has the great talent and strategy to suppress the enemy countries on all sides. If the enemy knew that your Majesty was missing, they would definitely take advantage of the situation and the consequences would be disastrous. Looking for? How? Long Jingyuan asked angrily. We haven't even seen His Majesty. My father said that there is a red cloud birthmark on your Majesty's chest. Do you want us to take off the clothes of each woman and check them one by one? Long Jingyuan sneered. Even if we find it, can the Empress let us go? His heart was full of hatred, and he cursed the bandits in a low voice. Alas! Long Wenye shook his head. There's nothing we can do. Along the way, they would ask questions when they saw women with suitable temperament, but they could not check the clothes one by one. The chastity of women was important, and if the matter got out of hand, the consequences would be disastrous. Moreover, the Empress was missing, and only their close associates were looking for her, so the news could not be spread outside. Facing the threat from the enemy country, they could only endure it. Looking at Long Jingyuan, Long Wenye thought, let's wait until he recovers. Here they come. Suddenly, someone shouted, and the villagers outside the house made way. Lin Runner and I walked quickly into the hall, and Muramasa led us in. Can you cure him? Long Wenye looked at me with doubt in his eyes. We have consulted more than 20 doctors, but none of them could cure him. If you can't treat him, don't waste your time. I was not affected at all because I was used to people's suspicion of me. I walked to Long Jingyuan's bed and looked at the knife wounds on his body. It's infected, I whispered. We need to scrape out the pus quickly. After looking at his forehead, he turned to Long Wenye and said, Fortunately, he doesn't have a fever. It won't be difficult to treat him. Easy to handle? Long Wenye frowned. None of the doctors we've seen dared to be so confident. What right do you have to say that about my husband? It was you who asked him to treat you. Ranner became unhappy when she heard this. Long Wenye glanced at Ranner and was stunned. He was actually amazed at her beauty. Such a beautiful woman was actually the wife of a country doctor. Although he felt a little sorry, now was not the time to argue with her. He quickly turned his eyes back to me. I ignored him and just glanced at Lin Ranner calmly, nodded approvingly, and then said calmly, If you don't believe it, then leave immediately. If you delay any longer, the fever will get worse and the condition will become more difficult to treat. Damn it, they are all a bunch of quacks. Long Wenye clenched his fists in anger. The northern border is so big, can't you find a doctor with better medical skills? He then looked at Long Jingyuan. What do you think we should do now? Should we go back to Jinbei City? It will take half a month to get back to Jinbei City. By the time I get back, I might be dead. Long Jingyuan replied angrily. Then, he remembered something and roared. Damn bandits, I will never let you go. When I get better, I will definitely wipe out your entire family. Oh. Long Wenye sighed deeply. Muramasa was frightened, but he knew that it was useless to continue to stalemate, so he might as well let Dr. Lin try. So he pleaded in a low voice. Your Highnesses, there is no other way now, let Dr. Lin try first, Dr. Lin has never failed. Are you confident? Muramasa insisted, and Long Wenye looked at me in confusion. We have to do it whether we have it or not. I shook my head and stared at Long Wenye. If you hesitate any longer, the condition will get worse, and it will be too late then. Long Wenye was still a little hesitant. Treat him. Long Jingyuan roared angrily. Doctors in other places don't even dare to do it, but you dare to do it. I'm betting my life on you. If I die, you have to die too. Why? Rana was unhappy when she heard it. My husband treated you with good intentions, but you want to kill him? It's all your bad luck. Long Wenye glared at Rana. Long Jingyuan glanced at her, and was also attracted by her beauty. He couldn't help but be surprised that a fairy-like woman was married. Then he retracted his thoughts and looked at Rana seriously. I am the prince. If I die, he will naturally die too. Husband, we don't need to treat these unreasonable people. Rana pulled me and turned around. Don't leave. Long Wenye shouted angrily. You have to get medical treatment today whether you want to or not. You have no choice. You guys! Rana glared at them. Okay, Rana. I comforted her, and after a pause, I slowly said, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I took out a pair of scissors from Rana's bag and handed them to Muramasa. Put the scissors in boiling water first. Okay. Muramasa nodded and went to prepare. I looked at Long Wenye. Take off your armor. Yes. Although Long Wenye looked reluctant, he could only nod and ordered the soldiers outside. Come here, take off your armor. 4 soldiers walked into the room, quickly untied Long Jingyuan's armor, and pulled it hard. Ah! Long Jingyuan screamed in pain. Everyone showed an expression of pity, and the villagers were even more terrified. Rana smiled and narrowed her eyes skillfully. The sweat infection is serious. I looked at Long Jingyuan's wound and my heart tightened. Some of the flesh and blood have been stuck to the armor. Did you bring any liquor? I looked at Long Wenye. You're drinking alcohol while you're healing? Long Wenye looked at me in disbelief, but when he saw that I had begun to carefully examine the wound, he said no more and turned to the soldier. Bring me some wine. Yes, sir. The soldiers handed me the wine jugs one after another. I took it, took a sip, and spurted it out. Ah! Long Jingyuan was shaking with pain, his eyes wide open, as if the pain was more painful than a knife. He wanted to curse, but couldn't speak because of the severe pain. Jingyuan, are you okay? Long Wenye hurried forward, extremely anxious. Ha ha! Rana laughed as clear as a silver bell, making the two of them turn their heads away angrily. Puff! Before the two of them could react, I sprayed out another mouthful of wine. Ah! Long Jingyuan's eyes almost popped out of his head in pain. What are you doing? Long Wenye asked me angrily, his eyes full of regret. Disinfection. I explained calmly. The sweat on his wound has caused infection. It must be disinfected. Although Long Wenye was puzzled, he couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart when he saw my calm demeanor. The scissors are cooked. At this time, Muramasa walked in with the cooked scissors. Yeah. I nodded and motioned to continue. Long Jingyuan breathed a sigh of relief and could finally take a break. Taking the scissors, I looked at him and warned him. This might hurt a little. It hurts? Long Jingyuan smiled disdainfully, thinking, how painful can it be? Is it more painful than before? But as soon as I relaxed, I quickly used a pair of scissors to cut off a piece of rotten meat with a click. Ah! Long Jingyuan let out another heart-wrenching scream. He looked at Long Wenye tremblingly. Wenye, he is cutting the flesh of this prince. Ah! Before he finished speaking, he started screaming again. Seeing this, Long Wenye was heartbroken and glared at me, wanting to question me. Shut up! I need to concentrate on my wounds now. I interrupted him, my tone firm. Long Wenye was instantly suppressed by my aura and was speechless. Rana, on the other hand, was smiling beautifully, enjoying Long Jingyuan's pain. After some torture, I took out a small bamboo tube and poured out some black particles, which were the gunpowder I made privately. Due to the scarcity of materials, the amount of gunpowder was very limited, and this was the result of my hard work for a year. I lit the tinder and carefully sprinkled the gunpowder on the wound. Swish, swish, swish. The gunpowder burned. Ah! Long Jingyuan was in so much pain that he could hardly bear it. His strong face collapsed in an instant. He gasped for air. The severe pain made him unable to speak. He looked at Long Wenye with difficulty, stammering. Wenye, he first poured wine into me, then cut my flesh, and now, he's burning me. Wow! He suddenly grabbed Long Wenye's arm and burst into tears. Long Wenye was heartbroken, his eyes full of despair. Meanwhile, I continued tending to another wound. Ah! Suddenly, Long Wenye's scream echoed in the house. Rana was stunned, then looked at what was happening. She saw that Long Jingyuan was biting Long Wenye's arm tightly, unable to extricate himself. Let me go! Long Wenye struggled desperately, crying out in pain. I'm sorry, Wenye! Long Jingyuan cried and let go of his mouth. As soon as Long Wenye let go, Long Jingyuan immediately bit him again. Oh! Long Wenye let out another heart-wrenching scream. Rana couldn't hold back any longer, and her laughter echoed in the house like a silver bell. You can tie it up with a piece of clean cloth and let him bite it. I couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so I turned around and reminded Long Wenye. Yes, go get a piece of cloth. Long Wenye reacted immediately and shouted to the soldiers behind him. Unfortunately, the soldiers didn't bring any cloth, not even a clean one. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what to do. Bring me my package! Long Wenye shouted helplessly. The soldier quickly handed over the package. Long Wenye reached out of his bag and grabbed a piece of clothing and stuffed it into Long Jingyuan's mouth. Then, he pulled his hand away suddenly and fell to the ground, as if he was relieved. When I looked closely, Long Jingyuan was biting a pair of shorts with a painful look on his face. The whole scene became a little awkward. Long Wenye was sweating profusely and couldn't help swallowing. If Jingyuan, a tough guy, knew that he had stuffed his pants into his mouth, he would probably be dead. The soldiers couldn't help laughing secretly. Long Wenye glared at them fiercely and threatened in a low voice. It's best to forget about this. The soldiers lowered their heads and pretended not to see anything. Lin Chen didn't care at all. She raised the corner of her mouth and smiled, wanting to reveal the truth. Long Wenye suddenly covered her mouth with his hand and said, Don't tell me, I'll thank you handsomely later. Lin Chen nodded happily. She also wanted to help her husband make more money. Seeing Long Jingyuan's confused look, she felt a little regretful. Long Wenye breathed a sigh of relief and finally let Lin Chen go. Alright. At this time, I stopped what I was doing and checked Long Jingyuan's wounds. The 4 most serious wounds had been treated, but I had to stop and let him rest, otherwise he might not be able to bear the pain for a long time. You should take a rest first, eat something, drink some warm water, and recover your strength. Yeah. Long Jingyuan nodded happily, feeling a lot more relaxed, ready to thank me. But just as he was about to speak, he suddenly realized that the cloth in his mouth was not right. He stared with his eyes wide open, and found that it was actually a pair of pants. He glared at Long Wenye angrily. Long Wenye, stop right there! You actually stuffed your pants into my mouth! She wanted to stand up and chase Long Wenye, but I held her down. You can't move. You must rest. You still have to treat your wounds later. Long Jingyuan wanted to cry, but he could only obey and sit back. Seeing his painful look, I couldn't help but smile. Long Wenye, don't run away. I called him. Do you have any refined salt on you? Refined salt is very expensive now, and only the government can use it. Yes. Upon hearing this, Long Wenye quickly turned back and took out the fine salt from his arms. Take it and add some salt water to replenish his energy. I told Long Wenye. Remember to use light salt water, not too much salt. If you have refined sugar, you can add some. Long Wenye was stunned for a moment, and Long Jingyuan glared at him angrily. Why are you still standing there? Go now! He looked at Long Wenye, becoming more and more angry, but what was worse was that he was still holding the shorts, and a chill ran down his spine, so he threw them out. Hurry up and find a clean piece of cloth. Remember, it must be clean. Long Wenye nodded awkwardly, looked at Muramasa next to him, and followed him out to prepare salt water and sugar water. I walked aside to take a short rest. Lin Chen saw me wiping the sweat off my face and looked at me with concern. After resting for about an hour, I continued to treat the wounds, and it was not until the afternoon that I had finished treating all of Long Jingyuan's wounds. His complexion finally recovered, and Muramasa helped him into the house to rest. I breathed a sigh of relief, but my stomach started to growl. After hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and patted her stomach, indicating that she was hungry too. I nodded, and saw an empty space in the yard and a group of lost chickens. Suddenly, I had an idea. Wait, my husband will make you a delicious meal. I guarantee you will want more after you eat it. In less than a quarter of an hour, the ingredients were ready, and I'd borrowed a few iron racks from Muramasa and began my performance. I skewered the chicken, lit the firewood, sprinkled some water after the fire burned through, and then started grilling the meat. Soon, the heat from the charcoal fire mixed with the aroma of the meat, and the fat dripped down, along with the aroma of the seasonings. Lin Chen was the closest, and when she smelled the fragrance, she asked immediately, Husband, what is this? This is the stuff I made. I replied calmly, the aroma of grilled meat filling my nostrils. I handed her a bunch, and she couldn't help but taste it. So fragrant and delicious. The soldiers also smelled the fragrance, and couldn't help looking at us. Long Wenye and Long Jingyuan also smelled the fragrance, and came out. Long Wenye looked at the skewers in my hand with his eyes wide open. What is this? Why does it smell so good? Do you want to try it too? I asked him with a smile. Long Wenye looked at me, then at the skewers in his hand. Can you give me some? I didn't rush to answer, but looked at Long Jingyuan. He is so badly injured, he should eat something to replenish himself. Okay. Long Wenye responded, but took the skewer with a wry smile and handed it to Long Jingyuan. As for you. I walked over to Long Wenye and handed him a string with a smile. 1 tael of silver per string. Long Wenye was stunned. What? 1 tael of silver for a string? Just as Long Wenye was surprised, Long Jingyuan couldn't help but cheer. It's so delicious! After eating it, I feel like I can fight 1,000,000 troops alone. Long Wenye was a little hesitant at first. He stared at the skewers in front of him for a long time, with a look of mourning on his face. He asked, Miss Ranner, why are you targeting me so much? Long Jingyuan on the side was eating skewers of meat with gusto. While eating, he looked at the situation in front of him with interest, with a smile on his face, gloating. Who told you to doubt Ranner's husband? Ranner said without hesitation. If Long Yuanjing hadn't been injured today, Ranner should have received the money. As soon as she finished speaking, Long Jingyuan's smile froze, and his eyes involuntarily swept towards me who was concentrating on grilling meat. He began to realize that if he wanted to continue to enjoy free food in the future, his injury would probably continue. At the same time, Long Wenye was so annoyed that he wanted to slap himself a few times, cursing in his heart, What are you doubting about? I am so smart, but I made such a low-level mistake. The aroma of meat filled the air and everyone was immersed in the delicious taste, except for him who felt extremely depressed. Okay, 1 or 2 ounces is 1 or 2 ounces, I agree, he said, reaching out to take the skewer. However, Ranner did not hand him the skewers, but stretched out her arm. Give me the money and I'll give it to you. How could I, the nephew of the great emperor dying and the prince of the king of Northwest, be in debt? Long Wenye suddenly felt humiliated. But you haven't paid the money you promised. Ranner was blunt, and her eyes were sharp, as if reminding him of his previous promise. Okay, I'll give it to you. Long Wenye quickly interrupted her, feeling anxious in his heart. Long Jingyuan no longer cared, but he couldn't let him remember those old things. He quickly took out a purse from his pocket and said, Then tell me how much money you want, and I'll give it all. 11 taels, I'll give you a discount, 10 taels. Ranner directly made an offer. 10 taels? Long Wenye's heart twitched when he heard it. This underpants incident was indeed not cheap. He took a deep breath, suppressed the pain in his heart, and took out the silver. When you are under someone's roof, you really have to bow your head. Here you go. Ranner took the money, smiled, and finally handed him the skewers. Delicious, really delicious. Long Wenye chewed the skewers and couldn't help but smile like an ant. After eating these, I feel like I can get the top score in the exam. He looked at me and raised his eyebrows slightly. I just thought this man was amazing. His cooking skills were amazing, and his medical skills were even more amazing. If Long Jingyuan was in the army, he would have been beyond help. But I can easily heal him. He suddenly felt a little regretful. If he could heal the wounded soldiers in the army, how much loss could be alleviated? He quickly finished the skewer in his hand, walked over to me, and asked tentatively, Dr. Lin, what are your plans for the future? I frowned after hearing this, feeling somewhat confused. Was this an invitation for me? In my previous life, I struggled to make a living as a social animal. Now that I have traveled through time, do I still have to continue living this way? Wouldn't it be a waste of my time traveling through time? Shaking my head, I replied, I don't have any plans. Life like this is good enough. Long Wenye lowered his eyes, looking very meaningful. Then, he paused and said, Dr. Lin ever thought about going to a big city, such as Jinbei City, to live a simple life? Compared to here, Jinbei City is much safer. He continued, Life will be more secure in Jinbei City. At this time, Long Jingyuan, who was eating skewers, keenly noticed Long Wenye's intention. He smiled and continued, Jinbei City is my territory. If I say one thing, no one dares to say two. I can help you with anything. I was silent for a moment and glanced at Ranner. Now that she was here, safety issues could not be ignored. I'll consider it. I finally nodded. Smiles instantly appeared on Long Wenye and Long Jingyuan's faces. But we had no place to live before? Ranner interrupted, looking somewhat reluctant. I finally have a home, and I don't want to be displaced again. Long Jingyuan quickly took over the conversation. This prince will give you a house. The house in Jinbei City is worth at least 1,000 taels, or even more. Long Wenye added. Even if you don't live in it anymore, you can still get 1,000 taels of silver if you sell it. Ranner's eyes lit up, and she was secretly happy. Now I can make money for my husband. She nodded happily, feeling satisfied. Seeing that Ranner agreed, Long Wenye and Long Jingyuan both breathed a sigh of relief. Then when Yuanjing's injuries get better, we'll go to Jinbei City together. Long Wenye turned to me and said, Okay. I agreed, raised my eyebrows slightly, and thought for a while. Ranner also began to look forward to Jinbei City. Along the way, he had heard countless people praise the prosperity and wealth there. Old man Uramesa of Green Willow Village is the only person who has been to Jinbei City. He often talks about that place, and everyone is longing to go there. The atmosphere gradually became lively, with laughter and anticipation filling the air. I want more. You pay for one skewer? Didn't we just agree to give you the house? Do you want money? That was given by another prince. How can you, the prince of the Northwest, be so stingy? Wen Yi, I want more. Give some to the soldiers, too. After eating and drinking his fill, Long Yuanxing fell into his own dream. And I took Ronner home. The soldiers enjoyed the delicious dinner, were in a good mood and performed their duties conscientiously. But Long Wenye was feeling a little depressed. Tonight's dinner was too expensive. He spent more than 50 taels of silver at once. At nightfall, Muramasa looked at the chicken feathers in the yard with a worried look on his face. My chickens, my chickens! 5 days later. Dr. Lin's medical skills are really amazing. A villager sighed. Not only that, his cooking skills are also amazing. Yes, the chicken soup we drank those days was simply the most delicious thing on earth, even better than my father's meals. But I paid more than 400 taels, and my pockets are empty. Who made you offend Miss Ranner? Did I offend you? Isn't it just for you? Just wait. When your injury is healed, Miss Ranner will never let you go. 5 days later, Long Jingyuan's injuries had almost recovered. He said goodbye to Muramasa and led the team to leave. I also tidied up the room and left a medical manual for Muramasa and the villagers, teaching them how to identify common medicinal herbs and prescriptions so that the villagers could get treatment when they were sick. Muramasa was so moved that he almost knelt down, and everyone in the village was moved to tears of gratitude. During this time, I used my medical and cooking skills to create a medicinal herb village. The two princes saw this and became more determined to invite me to Jinbei City. The medical skills, cooking skills, and quality are really rare in the world. At the entrance of the village, Ranner and I said goodbye to the villagers and reunited with the two princes. There were also people from other villages and some caravans in the team. The head of the Live village had spread the news early on that the officers and soldiers were heading to Jinbei City, and villagers from the surrounding areas came to accompany them. After all, bandits were rampant nowadays, and everyone knew that the team would be safer if they had officers and soldiers guarding them. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this small village? This woman is extremely beautiful, like a fairy from heaven. She dresses so simply, which makes her seem otherworldly. As Ranner and I appeared, the men around us were attracted by her beauty. They couldn't help but look at us and talked about us in a low voice. Listening to these discussions, Ranner seemed a little uncomfortable and approached me quietly. Husband? Husband? They are actually husband and wife. A beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. The good cabbage is eaten by the pig. The discussion among the crowd became more intense, and I couldn't help but frown. What are you arguing about? Seeing this, Long Jingyuan quickly walked to my side, obviously worried about angering me. With a roar, Long Jingyuan came over with a machete in hand and said to me seriously, Mr. Lin, we've been waiting for you. He bowed to me politely, sir, being a respectful title. Then, he turned his eyes and glanced at the people around him. Don't make Mr. Lin unhappy, otherwise I will kick you out of the team. After hearing this, everyone instantly fell silent, with fear written all over their faces. The Long Jingyuan in front of them was the prince of the Jinbei king, but he was so respectful to this young man, which made everyone puzzled. At this moment, a young man in brocade clothes came from a distance, followed by several followers. He glanced at Ranner deeply, then looked at Long Jingyuan, and finally his eyes stopped on me. Not far away, a group of women from a caravan were also wearing veils, their eyes full of curiosity, and finally, her gaze fell on me. Let's go. I glanced at the sky and said to Long Jingyuan, if we delay any longer, it might rain. Raining? How could it rain in broad daylight? Does he think that since the crown prince respects him so much, he must be a god? He can even predict the weather? The discussions around him sounded again. The veiled woman frowned slightly and looked down at the cotton in her caravan, with anxiety in her eyes. If it really rained, the loss of cotton would be an unbearable blow. She looked at the sky, which was sunny and cloudless, and thought that this was just some kind of ruse to deceive the prince into favor. Raining? Long Jingyuan was also a little confused. He looked around and obviously didn't notice any changes. You don't believe it? Ranner smiled and glanced at him. She believed that her husband could not have said anything wrong. Long Jingyuan was somewhat frightened by her smile. Thinking back to what happened to Long Wenye recently, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. What's wrong? Do you still dare to threaten His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? The young man in brocade clothes walked over to me with a sneer. He glanced at me with disdain, and finally looked at Ranner with greedy eyes, obviously trying to please her. However, Ranner and Long Jingyuan didn't pay any attention to him. Ranner looked at him with disdain and said bluntly, who are you? How dare you question my husband? This made the young man in brocade clothes' face change slightly, and he was speechless for a moment. Believe it or not, I was too lazy to pay attention to such people. I glanced at the cotton in the caravan, and reminded myself in my heart that after all, what I said was just to avoid the loss of the caravan. It's almost time to go. I said. The crown prince is here, what right do you have to? The young man in brocade clothes questioned me angrily, but before he could finish his words, Long Jingyuan loudly ordered, "Go." Then, he signaled to the two soldiers beside him. "You are responsible for protecting Mr. Lin and Miss Ranner." "Yes, sir." The soldiers quickly stood beside Ran and me. The team began to move forward. The young man in brocade clothes stood there helplessly, watching everyone ignore him. He was furious, but he did not dare to neglect Long Jingyuan. He had to put all his anger on me and Ranner. Time passed minute by minute, and the team marched throughout the morning. Near noon, suddenly, the surrounding rice fields were blown by a strong wind, and the trees swayed. "What's going on? It's so windy? Look at the clouds, dark clouds are coming. It was sunny just now, how come the weather suddenly changed?" The villagers around began to talk. The caravan in the distance also fell into panic. The veiled woman's face turned pale and she shouted anxiously, "Quick, cover the cotton!" However, before he could finish his words, raindrops began to fall heavily. The scene was in chaos and everyone was soaked. Only Ranner and I prepared umbrellas early and stood quietly in the rain, watching others in such a miserable state. "I should have listened to you, sir. Is he a god? How can he know it's going to rain?" The crowd was filled with exclamations, marveling at my accurate prediction. The young man in brocade clothes was extremely angry when he saw this. He ran towards the tree and was immediately soaked. Ranner chuckled as she watched all this. "You guys didn't listen to my husband, now you deserve to be caught in the rain." Long Jingyuan walked up to me in the rain, looked at Long Wenye, and was filled with shock. "Mr. Lin is not only an expert in medicine, he can even predict the weather." The two men swallowed and were filled with awe for a moment. "Why didn't you listen just now? If I had known, I would have gone to Green Willow Village to find a place to shelter from the rain. You didn't say anything yourself, and now you blame me? We must listen to Mr. Lin in the future." Long Jingyuan and Long Wenye covered their foreheads and sighed, and at the same time wanted to call on the team to go under the tree to shelter from the rain. "Don't go under the tree." I looked at the sky and said firmly. Long Jingyuan and Long Wenye were stunned, their eyes somewhat confused. The young man in brocade clothes angrily asked, "Are you going to let us get wet in the rain?" Ranner also stared at him angrily. "You don't have to listen." I responded nonchalantly. "You don't have to listen." Everyone suddenly hesitated, especially when they saw that the two princes still hadn't taken any action. The people couldn't help but start to hesitate. After all, Mr. Lin's earlier predictions were accurate. Some people even began to suspect that Mr. Lin could communicate with the gods. The young man in brocade clothes was angry and sneered. "I am the descendant of Sun Shi's lineage. If you catch a cold because of this, I will not treat you." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned, and finally realized that his identity was extraordinary. Sun Shi's lineage had a high status in the medical community of the Northern Territory, and even the king of Jinbei had to treat Sun Shi with respect when he saw him. However, Long Jingyuan and Long Wenye didn't care, they had long looked down on these so-called identities. But even so, Zhang He's identity did make people feel daunted. Ranner sneered. "Do you want to bully others by taking advantage of your power?" Boom! Just as Zhang He was about to speak, thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Crack! Immediately afterwards, a bolt of lightning struck the branch behind Zhang He. Boom! The trees broke instantly, and the power of thunder and lightning made the air around them vibrate. Ah! Seeing this, the people around panicked and fled in all directions. Zhang He, in particular, was running for his life like a lost dog, tumbling and crawling in extreme fear. Ha ha! Rana laughed at the right time. The people around looked at the situation in front of them, secretly glad that they were not involved. No one dared to speak, for fear of attracting Zhang He's attention. After all, Zhang He was a disciple of Sun Shi's lineage. They couldn't help but turn their gazes to Lin Chen, and a sense of fear rose in their hearts. Could he really communicate with the gods? Long Jingyuan and Long Wenye also looked at me in disbelief, with shock in their hearts. And Ranna's laughter made them sigh. Miss Ranna really would take revenge. Seeing the heavy rain, the people around stood in the rain and dared not move. Only Zhang He was still staring at me and Ranna angrily. His face was distorted with anger, and his facial features were almost twisted into a ball. Husband, look at that sister! Ranna suddenly pointed at a woman in the caravan, a trace of concern in her eyes. The woman was anxious and directed the caravan members to cover the cotton with straw raincoats, while she also helped. Once the cotton got wet, it would become extremely heavy and almost impossible to deliver to the merchants in time. It even needed to be aired again, which would not only affect the quality but also greatly reduce the price. As the rain wet her veil, her beautiful face was revealed, even as beautiful as Ranna's. But at this moment, there was more determination in her eyes. I know she is trying her best to protect the cotton, but can she really save it in this downpour? Looking around, the cotton on the 5 donkey carts was almost all soaked, and some of the cotton had even been washed to the ground by the rain. The woman picked up the cotton piece by piece, regardless of the dirt. "Please help your sister." Rana felt pity when she saw this scene and couldn't help but speak. "Okay." I nodded and walked towards her with Rana. Rana walked over to the woman holding an umbrella and shielded her from some raindrops. "Let's help." "Thank you." The woman looked up at us, her brows full of worry and her chest heaving. It was obvious that she was extremely anxious. I silently held up the umbrella and helped cover the cotton raincoat. "Thank you." The woman looked at me gratefully, with a hint of fatigue in her voice. "Help!" Seeing this, Long Jinyuan and Long Wenye, although they were already wet, decided to join in and help her cover up. "There are such beautiful women in the world," Zhang He whispered, with a look of surprise on his face. He actually met 2 peerless beauties today. His eyes moved, and he quickly moved to the woman's side, helping to cover her raincoat, intending to attract her attention. However, at this moment, the woman only had cotton in her mind and had no time to pay attention to him. As more people came to help, the surrounding people also joined the rescue. Thank you so much." The woman gazed at Rana gratefully, tears of gratitude flashing in her eyes, and then looked at me. She knew that it was because we took the lead that everyone came forward to help. Time passed by, the raincoat was finally covered, and the rain gradually stopped. The woman began to check the cotton one by one, but her face became more gloomy with each check. All the cotton was soaked, and it was doubtful whether they could reach Shinbei City within 15 days. If they breached the contract, they would face huge compensation, which would make the already troubled family even worse. The woman's brows were furrowed, the corners of her mouth were slightly bitter, her body was trembling slightly, and she suddenly felt dizzy. Her face suddenly changed, and instantly turned red. She was shaky and finally fell to the side of the car. "Miss? Miss?" The members of the caravan surrounded her in panic, and saw that the woman had fainted. One of the older servants turned to Zhang He and shouted anxiously, "We are from the Li family of Jinbei City. This is my eldest daughter, Li Wanro." "Li family? Li Wanro?" People around were whispering. "I didn't expect that the eldest lady of the Li family would encounter such a predicament while personally escorting the caravan." Someone sighed. The eldest daughter of the Li family, only 18 years old, has taken on the heavy responsibility of reviving the family business. If she fails to complete the task on time, she will face huge compensation, and may even put the Li family into a deeper predicament. "Let me take a look." Zhang He's eyes lit up instantly when he heard the word Li family. He was secretly happy in his heart. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could marry Miss Li, he would be able to soar to the sky. He quickly walked towards Li Wanra and reached out to take her pulse without hesitation. The Li family's servants looked at him nervously. Zhang He felt his pulse, frowned, and looked very confused. "The pulse is disordered. I'm afraid it will be difficult to treat." He sighed softly, pretending to be difficult to save. "This is impossible." After hearing this, the old servant of the Li family instantly weakened and said in a lost voice, "Is there really no way?" "Really?" Zhang He replied. "My lady old servant." The servant of the Li family howled in pain. "Even the disciples of Sun Shi's lineage can't cure her?" The crowd was talking about it. Long Jinyuan and Long Wenye also looked confused. They obviously didn't expect Zhang He to be so careless. "Then let me try." I stood up and looked at Li Wanru. Zhang He's eyes widened, and he suddenly shouted at me, "I am a disciple of Sun Shi's lineage. How dare you question my judgment?" Chapter 8 Quick-Acting Heart-Saving Pills. Dr. Zhang is a disciple of Sun Shi's lineage. How dare he question Dr. Zhang's judgment? The Sun Shi lineage is the absolute authority in the northern border. He thinks he can defeat the descendants of the Sun Shi lineage. I won't act recklessly. Miss Li will die even faster then. Everyone was talking and looking at Lin Chen in confusion. You can predict the weather, but that doesn't mean you know medical skills. What's more, the descendant of Sun Shi's lineage has already spoken. But they didn't dare to say anything harsh. After what happened just now, everyone was still a little afraid of Lin Chen. When the old servant heard Lin Chen's question and looked at the discussions of the crowd, he also hesitated. Since he has already determined that there is no hope, why not let me give it a try? What if? Lin Chen continued, ignoring Zhang He and everyone else. You are insulting the Li family. Zhang He heard it. Even more exciting. She was extremely angry. Even if something happened to the eldest lady of the Li family, her body cannot be touched. This is dignity. Then tell me the symptoms? Ronner asked angrily. You. Zhang He gritted his teeth, he really couldn't say anything. You decide. The sooner the better. Lin Chen continued to speak to the old servant of the Li family. The old servant was still hesitant and glanced sideways at everyone in the caravan, none of whom dared to speak. The old servant was helpless, his eyes were dazed. He glanced at Long Jingyuan and Long Wenye, and saw that the two of them were full of trust. Take a deep breath. He looked at Lin Chen's confident face again. After a pause, he mustered up the courage to say, "Then you try it." "No, absolutely not. I tell you, if you let him treat you, you will be an enemy of my Sun Shi lineage." Zhang He yelled hysterically. "How high is the prestige of my Sun Shi lineage in Jinbei City? Yuli family knows it. By then, Yoli family will have no doctors to treat them." Zhang He kept threatening. Upon hearing this, the old servant's face darkened. If the young lady really died, the Li family would be finished. There would be no saying that the Li family has no medical help. Said to Lin Chen, "Sir, please." "You." Zhang He was angry. "How dare you disobey him? I want to ask, who in the northern border dares to disobey Sun Shi's lineage?" Want to get angry. However, Lin Chen had already walked over and gently laid Li Ruowan flat to let her breathe. Head side to prevent vomitus from blocking the trachea. He took the pill out of his arms, stuffed it into Li Ruowan's mouth and swallowed it. He said to the old servant, "Put a clean cloth or something else in her mouth to hold her tongue back and prevent her from biting it." The old servant heard it and looked at him in confusion. "Aren't you going to take the pulse?" "But I did it anyway." "Find a piece of cloth and stuff it into your mouth." "Yeah." Lin Chen nodded, looked at it with satisfaction, and continued, "It's okay, it will be ready soon." "Is that all?" The old servant was shocked. When the people around heard the voice, they were speechless and looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. It was that simple. "Ha ha!" Just as everyone was surprised, Zhang He on the side laughed wildly. He pointed at Lin Chen and laughed. "This is the first time I see you treating a patient like this. You don't even know how to observe, smell, ask, and palpate. Are you trying to act big here to trick others into paying attention to you? Who do you think you are? Do you think everyone is the same as you?" Lin Chen said disdainfully. Seeing this, Long Wenye and Long Jingyuan didn't care. When Lin Chen treated Long Jingyuan, didn't he also do any thorough inspection? "Humph! How dare you insult me?" Zhang He looked at Lin Chen angrily. Long Jingyuan and Long Wenye were speechless, and it was obvious that both of them had been bewitched by Lin Chen. "I will definitely expose you today." As he said that, he walked to Li Ruowan, grabbed her wrist and touched it. He was stunned for a moment, his eyes bulging, full of disbelief. "It's so stable, what's going on? Does he have such superb medical skills? There is no need to even observe, smell, ask or palpate." There was nothing to say for a moment. The people watching the excitement looked at each other and asked hurriedly, "How is it? Dr. Zhang, how is it?" Zhang He stammered, not knowing what to say. "It is certain that Li Ruowan will wake up now, and it can't be concealed anymore." After a moment of silence, he stared at Lin Chen and said, "It's because I just diagnosed the situation that you can prescribe the right medicine." "The right medicine for the right disease?" The old servant took a look and instantly realized that Lin Chen's method had stabilized the young lady. He knelt down and cowed out, "Thank you, Mr. Lin." "You're welcome," Lin Chen replied. "It's just a small favor." Everyone looked at Lin Chen in surprise, their eyes full of admiration and awe. Nowadays, doctors are highly respected. No one cared about Zhang He's. His judgment. "You have just concluded that the treatment is ineffective. Now that others have been cured, you say it was because of your judgment. Isn't this a joke?" "You!" Zhang He looked at the state of the crowd, his eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted to curse everyone and Lin Chen. However, Long Jingyuan didn't give him any chance at all. Long Jingyuan was seen thinking silently. "Since Lin Chen has already taken action, I feel that I should help as well. After all, he is from Jinbei City." Looking around the Li family caravan, there were only 7 or 8 people, all farmers, and it was unknown when they would be able to transport this batch of cotton away. He looked at the old servant and said, "You will definitely not be able to deliver the cotton to the buyer on the agreed time. This time, the prince is willing to buy the cotton at the original price. As for the compensation, you will pay for it yourself." "Ah?" The old servant of the Li family was startled, and looked at Long Jingyuan with gratitude, intending to kneel down to express his gratitude. "No need. You should thank Mr. Lin and Miss Ronner. They did it, and I think I should do something too." Long Jingyuan spoke up to stop the old servant from thanking him. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." The old servant knelt down again to express his gratitude. "Get up." Lin Chen nodded and ignored everyone. He glanced at Long Jingyuan and Long Wenye and said, "It's time for us to leave too." "Okay." Long Jingyuan nodded and said to the soldiers around him, "Pack the cotton and let our horses carry it away." "Yes, sir." The soldier took action and quickly packed all the cotton on the donkey cart. Then Long Jingyuan gave them money and started the action with everyone. Only the caravan members and Zhang He and his companions who were too embarrassed to follow were left. "Husband, what did you give that sister to eat just now?" Ronner asked curiously. This attracted everyone's attention. After all, that was a disease that even the descendants of Sun Shi's lineage could not cure. Quick-acting heart-saving pills. Lin Chen was not shy about it either. Specially used to treat symptoms such as blood attacking the heart and angina pectoris. Generally speaking, heart-related illnesses can be treated urgently, Lin Chen replied. So amazing? The heart is the king of the 5 internal organs and the most difficult to treat. Many people die because of uncured heart disease. This is simply an emergency medicine, a unique product. It is rumored that the emperor of the previous dynasty died of heart disease. If he had taken medicine at the time, the country would not have been destroyed. Everyone was talking about it, and for a moment they felt that Lin Chen was even more powerful. Long Jingyuan and Long Wenye's eyes lit up intuitively. This was definitely a unique pill. This Lin Chen must be a hidden top-notch doctor. No matter if you are sick or not, you need to take 2 pills first. What if I use it in the future? The materials are limited, and we haven't refined much. Lin Chen sensed the state of the crowd and spoke quickly. Hey! Li Ruoan doesn't deserve to eat at all. She's just the daughter of a businessman. At first, everyone felt that this was a waste of resources. After all, merchants had a low status. Chapter 9. Zenbaking is going to give away a wife? Time passes slowly. Long Yuanjing was also smart, in order to reduce the weight on the horses. Whenever they arrived at a village, the soldiers would sell the wet cotton to the villagers at a low price. It can be considered a good thing that the prince has done for the people. After all, autumn is here, so how far can winter be? The villagers are also happy, they don't care about quality. You can use it right after drying it, and it's so cheap, so why not? The other side. The Li family caravan waited at the spot for half a day, and Zhang He and others also waited with them. It's not that they don't want to go, but the more people on the road, the better. When traveling, they usually follow a caravan, which usually has connections with the bandits on the road. Or you can follow the government, which means the road ahead will be smooth. Especially since they were dressed so brightly and beautifully, they were more popular with the bandits. Now he can't follow the emperor and can only follow the Li family caravan. Li Ruoan woke up with a light hum and slowly looked around. Butler Li. The caravan members saw it, and hurriedly called out to the old servant in the distance. Ms. Li, it was because I helped with the diagnosis that the guy saved you. Zhang He shouted quickly, trying to win his favor. Li Ruoan looked at Zhang He in front of her with confusion. Miss, are you awake? The old servant came over, helped Li Ruoan up, and cried with joy. Miss, you scared me to death just now. If it weren't for the young Mr. Lin who followed His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and rescued you, my Li family would be doomed. Is it Mr. Lin who helped us rescue the cotton? Li Ruoan wondered. Yes. His medical skills are amazing. The old servant continued. Because he took action, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince also gave Mr. Lin face. They bought out our cotton at the original price. Now we just need to compensate the agreed merchants. Yeah. Li Ruoan heard it and looked around the donkey cart. Indeed, there was no cotton. Now the losses have been reduced. How long have they been gone? Li Ruoan asked the old servant. I want to go and thank Mr. Lin in person. We have been walking for the whole morning, replied the old servant. Okay, let's catch up with him, Li Ruoan replied. He then got directly on the donkey cart, and the rest of the people followed him, getting on the donkey carts and rushing forward. Ms. Li, we are still here. We are with you, Zhang He shouted. You can't abandon us. Zhang He and his companions were afraid of being left behind by the caravan, so they chased after them quickly. However, there is no affection between the two parties, so why wait? Being able to rely on the caravan is giving you a great opportunity. Whether you can keep up depends on your ability. Town North City. The first city in the north is the commercial, cultural and entertainment center of the entire north. Moreover, due to the blessing of King Jinbei, Jinbei's city became one of the 7 major cities of Dying, which is not much inferior to Dying Kyoto. Check, open the package and cooperate with the inspection. A team of soldiers stood guard in front of the huge and magnificent city gate, watching the people queuing up to enter the city. Long Jingyuan and Long Wenye led the team directly there. He is the prince, why is he hesitating? Greetings, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. When the soldiers saw Long Jingyuan approaching, they all greeted him. Glancing sideways at Long Wenye, he recognized them all. His own prince and the Prince of the Northwest have been playing together since they were young. Even though they separated later, the Prince of the Northwest went to the Northwest. But the two of them would visit each other's cities almost every year to play. They are close buddies. Greetings, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Everyone greeted. The two nodded in response, and Long Wenye pointed at Lin Chen and Ranner behind him. These two are our guests. Please register and live in Jinbei City from now on. As you command. The soldiers replied, and one of them walked slowly to Lin Chen's side, extremely respectful. Hello, both of you. We need your roster here. Lin Chen and Ranner took out the roster and handed it to the soldiers. The list is similar to an ID card, and you cannot enter the city without it. After registration, a stamp will be stamped on it with the city you live in. If you go to other cities, others will be able to identify you easily. Soldiers registered and were later returned to the roster. He stared at Lin Chen and said, Sir, this is your first time in our Jinbei City. Everyone who is over 16 years old must get a wife? Send again? Lin Chen felt terrible when he heard that. Isn't it enough to just send it once? You used to be in the Laya village, but now you are in Jinbei City, right? Long Jingyuan said as a matter of course. One for each city. If my husband goes to dozens of cities, won't he need dozens of them? Ranna looked at him in confusion. Almost, that's what I mean. Long Wenye took over. But the prerequisite is that you must live there. It's not that easy to get a place to stay. You have to be recommended by someone, or you have to be someone who is quite outstanding. Oh. Ranner nodded and looked at Lin Chen happily. Husband, let's go take a look and bring a sister back to have fun together. Lin Chen was speechless. The one who was brought back was my wife. Yeah, so what? Ranner said as a matter of course. I'm still the boss if you bring me back. Lin Chen paused and admired Ranner. With a wife like this, what else could a husband ask for? When Long Wenye heard this, she was beautiful and open-minded. A face full of envy. Imagine the one in your family. If you dare to take a concubine, he will surely die without a burial place. Come on, husband, let's go and take a look. Ranner will help you choose. Ranner excitedly pulled Lin Chen away. Then we'll go back first. Long Jingyuan said. I heard my sister's back. If I don't report it, she'll probably kill me. Long Jingyuan said this, wanting to cry but without tears. Our house? Ranner asked hurriedly upon hearing this. I'll deliver the house and the title deed tomorrow. Long Jingyuan replied. As he said that, he handed a note to Ranner. This is a letter from Tianyuanin. Take it. Please bear with it tonight. Tianyuanin was opened by the Jinbei Palace. It is the best inn in the entire Jinbei city. Long Wenye took over and continued. It mainly receives royal relatives and occasionally officials. If someone outside wants to stay for a night, they have to pay at least 100 taels of silver, and there is no demand for it. It is a symbol of status. You can stay for free if you bring a letter. If Long Wenye introduced it in detail without explaining it clearly to Ranner, Ranner would definitely not agree. When he heard that it cost over 100 taels per night, Ranner simply nodded and agreed. This way, I can be considered worthy of my husband. After all, my husband is so capable. Hee hee. Lin Chen looked at Ranner's condition and smiled faintly. Although Ranner appears to be well-behaved, he is still competitive at heart. I live in harmony with the world. This is the best match for couples. It's a pity that I have to bring a wife with me to Jinbei City, which is a bit unpleasant. My husband, let's go. While Lin Chen was thinking, Ranner had already learned from Long Wenye and Long Jing from afar the place to pick up his wife. Long Jingyuan even sent a personal soldier to protect the two of them. While walking with Lin Chen, he said, There are 7 places giving out wives. Let's go around them one by one. Okay. Lin Chen sighed and followed the footsteps. Time passes slowly. Led by their personal soldiers, Ranner and Lin Chen walked through the south and north of the city, visiting places where brides were being recruited one by one. The people here are different from the wives in the countryside. Each one of them conforms to the public's aesthetic standards. But how could women from big families or noble families appear among them? They are all extremely ordinary and not worthy of Ranner's attention. Walking to the last place where the bride was to be sent out, Ranner glanced at the woman on the stage. Suddenly he stopped and observed with sharp eyes. Excitedly, he said to Lin Chen, My husband, that girl is good, I want her. Are you going to get a wife for me or for you? Lin Chen looked at the excited Ranner and smiled unhappily. The same thing happened to the soldier leading the team. Look around. Chapter 10 Luo Tian. This woman is extraordinary. Look at the heroic spirit between her eyebrows. He must be from a family that has fallen into poverty and is now homeless. Such a beauty is hard to come by in 1,000 years. I saw a high platform surrounded by young men. Some are from ordinary families, some are wealthy families in fine clothes, and some are elegant young men holding folding fans. It was completely different from the crowds in the previous 6 places. Everyone was looking at the stage excitedly and talking about it. Lin Chen looked over curiously, and when he looked closely, he saw dozens of women standing in a row on the platform. All of them looked very ordinary. But there is only one woman in the center. She is graceful and slender, with a hint of heroic spirit between her eyebrows. Although her face is tired, it is still difficult to hide her extraordinary beauty. Different from the charm of Ranamai. Huh! Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. How could such a woman fall into such a state? The temperament between her eyebrows showed that she did not suffer from the same amnesia as Ranner. It could be that a certain big family fell into poverty and was sent here. It was obvious that these young men were attracted to this woman. Husband, what do you think? Ranner looked at Lin Chen with a smile. Ranner wants her to be his sister. Okay, you have the final say. Lin Chen replied unhappily. We choose her. However, upon hearing this, he picked up Lin Chen's list and quickly shouted to the Yamen runners on the podium. How dare someone choose her? Mr. Luo just said that no one is allowed to choose and this woman must be selected. Mr. Luo has already taken a fancy to her, but he is not eligible to choose. The government has agreed to give her to Mr. Luo directly, but unfortunately the girl refused. The government is also afraid that the matter will get out of hand and be exposed. After all, this is used for selection. In this case, the girl will have no choice but to be selected. Once she is selected, she will be sent to the Jiaofeng division. Master Luo is really cruel. Who made him so powerful? He is the son of the vice president of Tianbei Academy. As Ranner's voice fell, there was a brief silence all around, followed by a flurry of discussions. Everyone looked at Ranner in surprise and was instantly shocked by her appearance. What a beautiful woman, so simple, giving people a sense of otherworldliness. I never thought there would be such a beautiful woman in the world. Her temperament is totally different from other women. Yeah, I never thought there would be such a woman. Everyone was talking about it, which made Ranner a little unhappy. What's your choice? At this moment, suddenly a young man in white clothes, holding a folding fan in his hand, walked out and stared at Ranner for a moment. There was a hint of greed between his brows. I have seen many women from wealthy families, but this is the first time I have seen such a charming woman. Who are you going to choose for? If you follow me, I can let you choose this woman. You think? Ranner wanted to refute, but was interrupted by Lin Chen. Lin Chen walked slowly to Ranner and stared at the man. The man in front of him was different from the previous one. I'm afraid Ranner can't handle it. Said, my wife, of course, helps me choose. His wife? How could he have such a wonderful wife? You can tell from the clothes he wears that he is from the countryside. He has never seen the world. Everyone was talking about it. Your wife? The man in white stared at Lin Chen for a moment. He said arrogantly, boy, give me your wife to play with for a few days. If you have any problems in Jinbei City in the future, report my name. My name is Luo Tian. Luo Tian? Lin Chen curled his lips, not wanting to pay attention, and looked at the supreme Yamen runner. No one has chosen a wife just now, so I chose one. Can I take her away? Boy, I'm talking to you. Luo Tian shouted angrily. Let me ask you. Lin Chen ignored him and looked at the bailiff forcefully. The bailiff frowned upon hearing the noise, feeling unhappy, but he did not dare to make a big fuss in Jinbei City. How ruthless is the king of Jinbei? In one battle, he wiped out 100,000 troops of the northern enemy. This daughter-in-law was personally supervised by Emperor Dying and Prince Jinbei, so he dared to act so blatantly. He glanced at Luo Tian beside him, then said to Lin Chen, of course. If you dare, Constable Chen, I will make sure you don't get fed. Luo Tian roared angrily. He didn't dare to provoke a scolding from the Yamen runners or directly disobey Mr. Luo's words. If you dare to disobey the order of King Jinbei, I will confiscate your property today, Lin Chen said, his eyes involuntarily looking at Long Jingyuan's personal guards beside him. The personal guards also knew about Luo Tian's operation. This kind of thing was not uncommon. But Lin Chen was the prince's guest, and he also ate his delicious food. It is both moral and logical to take action. Take a step forward and show your badge. Those are the palace guards. Who is this kid? He actually has palace guards following him. Once the matter is reported to the palace, the Yamen runners estimate that all 9 clans will be killed by the Jinbei king. This is Jinbei City, and the iron-blooded Jinbei king has the final say. What should we do now? The guards will definitely not dare to protect Luo Tian. Everyone was talking about it. The bailiff was not a fool. He realized at this moment that Lin Chen was also a big shot whom he could not afford to offend. He swallowed, fearful. Of course you can take it away if you choose. Huh! The woman on the stage watched everything happen, glanced at Lin Chen, and then looked deeply at Ranner. Although Ranner was dressed in ordinary clothes, the happiness on her face made her know that this person was not a playboy or pervert like Luo Tian. I sighed deeply in my heart, and my heart finally settled down. He took a step forward, intending to step down and follow Lin Chen away. Wait! At this moment, Luo Tian on the side shouted loudly to stop Lin Chen. No outsiders are allowed to interfere. The guard at the side saw Luo Tian was about to take action and spoke directly. You! Luo Tian took a look and was about to get angry, but he immediately gave in. He looked at Lin Chen and said, My friend has taken a fancy to this girl. As he spoke, he randomly pulled out a frightened scholar and white from his side. He said, According to our rules here, if two people like each other, they will fight with words. I will help him, and you can find helpers. Literary battle. Does this country boy look like someone who has read books? Does he have any friends who read books? That scholar is in trouble. He used his chance to choose a wife, but he can't get into his own bed. It's a pity that this scholar was cheated on and had to greet him with a smile. After much discussion, everyone concluded that Luo Tian had won. After all, Luo Tian was the son of the vice president of Tianbei Academy and had studied literature since childhood. The woman on the stage looked worried. Will Lin Chen win? Almost impossible. Husband. Ranner came over obediently, extremely worried. You go find someone. Luo Tian listened to the voices around him, looked at Ranner's condition, smiled faintly, and said to Lin Chen forcefully. No need. Lin Chen patted Yu Ranner and looked at Luo Tian without fear. He can't find it, so there's no need for anything. Playing it cool here. That is. Everyone was talking about it, and the woman on the stage was also anxious. Humph. Luo Tian smiled complacently, knowing that he was sure to win today. Looking at Ranner, who had a worried and interesting look on his face, he showed a perverted smile. How about we raise the stakes? If I win, give me your little wife for a few days. The conditions are the same as before. If I lose, I will give you my wife to play with for 2 days. All my wives are beautiful. Luo Tian said confidently that it was impossible for him to lose. Chapter 11 Literary Battle. Who do you think you are? When Lin Chen heard this, he was surprised that he dared to let his Ranner bet. That's my wife. Ha ha! Luo Tian laughed instead of getting angry and said, You don't dare, do you? Husband, I believe you. Ranner, who was standing aside, felt unwilling when she heard Luo Tian's sarcasm. Look at Lin Chen beside you. This is not a question of whether or not to believe it. Lin Chen heard it and said, This is a principle. You are my wife, not a bet. Anything can be bet, except my wife, children and relatives. Lin Chen said in a sonorous and powerful voice. This made Ranner stunned, and her heart was instantly filled with happiness. The sound was not loud, but everyone could hear it, and they looked at each other in confusion. This height was instantly more than 1,000 times higher than Luo Tian's, causing Luo Tian to grit his teeth. The women on the platform were also stunned and looked at Ranner with envy. Especially that woman. Boy, did you do this on purpose? Luo Tian felt the contemptuous looks coming from all around him. He felt extremely humiliated and angry. He yelled hysterically at Lin Chen. Okay, I won't bet with you on her, I will bet with you on my life, do you dare? Luo Tian roared. Husband, don't do that. Ranner was anxious and wanted to persuade him. The same goes for the personal guard beside him, who was ordered to ensure Lin Chen's safety. If something goes wrong, won't I be doomed? But he was interrupted by Lin Chen in an instant. Humph! Lin Chen smiled faintly upon hearing this. Okay, let's bet our lives, let's bet our lives. Wow! There was an instant exclamation at the scene. Gambling with your life? This time it's a bit big. Hurry, let's watch the show. I heard that someone dared to provoke Mr. Luo's anger, and even gambled his life with him. Oh, this person looks like an ordinary person, how dare he do that? The news spread quickly and the area was filled with people who came to watch the show. Boy, if you're looking for death, you can't blame me. Luo Tian roared angrily. He said to Lin Chen. The first item is to make couplets. The sun is in the east, the moon is in the west, and the word bright is formed in the sky. Luo Tian shouted with a proud look on his face. A decomposition couplet? This is such a difficult decomposition couplet at the first try. You are indeed worthy of being Master Luo Tian Luo. This is the couplet that Master Luo came up with during the last Jingshui literary meeting. No student in the entire Northern Territory could match it. This kid is doomed. He should have provoked anyone but young Master Luo. He should have competed with anyone but young Master Luo. Oh. Everyone around shook their heads. Luo Tian and a group of students from Tianbei College behind him looked at Lin Chen with disdain, feeling that Lin Chen was just lighting a light in the toilet looking for death. My husband. Gentlemen. Ranner and the personal guards looked at Lin Chen anxiously, extremely worried. Not only them, but the woman on the stage also didn't want anything to happen to Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen was doing this for her. Such a good man died, and there was one more miserable woman. Don't worry. Lin Chen patted Ranner, signaling her to rest assured. He looked at Luo Tian opposite him and said, Does this pair dare to claim to be absolute? You still dare to be so arrogant? Pretend to be calm. It's just a death struggle. Everyone around came to the conclusion. Listen carefully, Lin Chen replied. Sons are on the right, daughters are on the left. The world is destined to have good people. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings fell into silence, and then there was a random explosion. It's correct. Mr. Luo's absolute answer is actually correct? And it's so fast. Don't forget, it is said that Master Luo Tian spent half a month thinking about this first couplet. Why is this person so powerful? Everyone exclaimed. Husband, you are so awesome. Rana looked delighted. The personal guards at the side were also in disbelief and looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Who would have thought that Mr. Lin was not only good at art, cooking, but also knowledgeable, and could even defeat Luo Tian? Luo Tian's face looked very bad. He looked at Lin Chen cautiously, realizing that he had encountered a powerful enemy. Not daring to stare at Lin Chen. Best of three, listen carefully. You can laugh at the sky and scold the earth, but you have to scold when you need to scold. Otherwise, how can the child become anything? Luo Tian spoke instantly. This is not Mr. Luo's, this is Dean Luo's. It is said that this was done to educate Luo Tianshi. So far, no one has been able to match it. After all, it has to match the artistic conception. If the artistic conception is not matched, it will be useless. I didn't expect that Mr. Luo would bring out his father's work. This is absolutely perfect. Everyone talked and looked at Lin Chen worriedly. Ha ha! Lin Chen was not in a hurry, but laughed. Isn't this asking for scolding? Everyone was confused and thought that Lin Chen had run out of tricks and smiled bitterly. Everyone shook their heads. Ha! Luo Tian looked at him and was extremely proud. He said, What are you laughing at? No matter how you laugh, you will die if you can't get it right today. Don't be arrogant, listen carefully. Lin Chen stared at Luo Tian and said calmly, Eliminate the evil and eliminate the evil. Otherwise, my son is really arrogant. This? So neat, the dean's couplet has been matched. Can I say the mood is so compatible? The key is that he cursed at people. When the people around heard this, they immediately realized that they were right. Not only was it correct, but it also took into account the current environment, but they did not dare to say it clearly. Ha ha! Ranner and the woman on the stage smiled when they heard it. The guard was also trying to hold back his laughter, but as a soldier he had the professional ethics to not laugh no matter what happened. How dare you say that I'm your dog's son? Luo Tian looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. When have you ever been so insulted? I won. There is still one question. Do you want to compete again? Lin Chen did not reply but asked directly. Best of three? Is Luo Tian going to die? With Luo Tian's death, Tianbei College will surely be furious. By then, all the scholars and writers in Jinbei City will be in chaos. When everyone heard this, they realized the situation. Luo Tian also remembered the situation, hesitating for a while, and finally got angry and shouted hysterically. Compete, why not compete? We don't compete in couplets, we compete in poetry. If you do it, I will commit suicide on the spot. Luo Tian shouted hysterically. Everyone around was speechless and looked at Lin Chen quietly. Okay, then you come up with the questions. Lin Chen nodded. Luo Tian looked around when he heard it, his face covered with cold sweat. He gets to choose a difficult problem. After a moment of contemplation. The moon. The moon, there is no moon right now, so it's all up to imagination, which is even more difficult. Most people are inspired by what they see, and it's hard to create a work based on imagination alone. This question is too difficult. While everyone was discussing, Luo Tian also recited his poem. Moon. I am serving you with my love, the sun has risen at my door on the river road. I am drinking with you, and there is a small team with a pot of wine. After he finished speaking, Luo Tian relaxed all over and looked at Lin Chen confidently. This poem was written by Luo Tian while appreciating the moon half a year ago. It is ranked as one of the top 10 poems in the north. Luo Tian directly used the poem written half a year ago. Luo Tian will surely win. Who can come up with a poem that surpasses him in such a short time? Everyone was talking about it and realized that Lin Chen had lost. Chapter 12 Heartbreak. Husband. Rana looked at Lin Chen nervously, and so did the personal soldiers beside him. This caused Lin Chen to smile slightly, signaling the two not to worry. He took a step forward and said to Luo Tian, Listen carefully. Thinking of it? How is it possible? How difficult is it to write a poem? How could he come up with it in such a short time? If it's true, it's too scary. It must be fake. It must be pretending to be calm. Everyone was talking and looking at Lin Chen nervously. At the same time, Luo Tian also looked at it nervously, but he didn't believe that anyone could compose a poem in such a short time. The moonlight shines brightly in front of my bed. I wonder if it is frost on the ground. I look up at the moon and think of my hometown. Lin Chen spoke directly. Looking up at the bright moon, I think of my hometown. What a good sentence. The homesickness comes rushing in. These few short words express the strong homesickness. It not only describes the moon, but also captures the artistic conception. This is an extraordinary achievement. The key is to simplify the complex. Anyone who can recognize the characters can understand what it wants to express. It is simply a masterpiece. If nothing goes wrong, it will be passed down for thousands of years. I never thought that a peerless work would appear in my Jinbei city. Once such a poem is published, will those people in the south still dare to say that we in the north are all barbarians? He came from somewhere else to live, so he can easily write about the mood there. While people around were talking about it, they were so excited that they could hardly control themselves. This is not just the glory of Lin Chen alone, it is the glory of the entire Jinbei city. No matter whether Lin Chen is from Jinbei city or not, the poem came from Jinbei city anyway. There was a buzz all around, and the content of the poem was spread non-stop, for fear that there would be someone who didn't know that a superb poem had appeared in Jinbei city. What a talented writer! The woman on the stage looked at Lin Chen in surprise and was impressed by his literary talent. Husband. Ranner smiled sweetly and looked at Lin Chen with admiration. Are you still choosing a wife now? Lin Chen teased. Choose, why not? Ranner said as a matter of course. My husband, you are so powerful, one wife is definitely not enough. Lin Chen was speechless and didn't know how to describe Ranner for a moment. How is it? Lin Chen looked at Luo Tian, who spoke coldly across from him. The sound instantly woke Luo Tian up, causing him to scream. His face turned pale, and he retreated hesitantly. Everyone quieted down when they heard this and looked over. It was the critical moment. The moment that determines Luo Tian's death has arrived. Quiet. The scene was extremely quiet. Luo Tian looked around, trying to find a life-saving straw. He didn't want to die. He was still young. But who can save him now? Horrified and unwilling, he looked at Lin Chen and hesitated for a moment. My father! Everyone looked at him with contempt, and Luo Tian wanted to threaten Lin Chen by revealing his family background. Ranna frowned, somewhat unwillingly. Ha! How could Lin Chen not see Luo Tian's plan? If you ask him to commit suicide, he definitely won't do it. If you do it yourself, it will definitely cause more trouble and may even lead to a lawsuit. It is better to destroy the heart than to kill someone. Your father is a great scholar in Jinbei city and a representative of literature. Lin Chen walked out, pretending to be admiring, full of yearning for Luo Tian's father. This caused everyone to look at him in confusion, not knowing what was going on. He is self-denial, dedicated to public service, upright and above board, and his conduct is a model for our scholars. Lin Chen didn't pay attention to the people around him, and praised him generously. He is the best with both talent and virtue. You and I are both men of letters. As the saying goes, a man cannot stand without integrity. Keeping integrity is the most basic quality of a man. Whether you kill yourself or not, I don't care. You can do whatever you want. Lin Chen stared at Luo Tian and spoke. This is heartbreaking? So cruel. Now that the poem is out, this person will definitely become famous, and today's incident will definitely be spread around. Luo Tian committed suicide and lost his life, but his character and the noble character of the vice president remain. If Luo Tian doesn't commit suicide and goes back on his word, he will not be worthy of being a scholar, and will be despised by scholars all over the world. He is even less worthy of being the son of the vice president. Then the vice president's reputation will be ruined, and he will be known as a bad parent. Unless the vice president doesn't recognize Luo Tian, but is that possible? This is a dilemma. Either Luo Tian dies, or the vice president falls from grace and Luo Tian stops doing literature from now on. Only then did everyone realize that Lin Chen was too cruel. The guard beside him took a deep breath. Mr. Lin was too strong. Renner was also happy. It depended on Luo Tian what choice he made. But no matter which side he chose, Luo Tian would not have an easy time. Luo Tian's face was covered in cold sweat, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. He looked around and saw that everyone was trying to avoid him. He looked at Lin Chen with difficulty, feeling extremely regretful. Why did he provoke him? Can we go now? Lin Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Luo Tian and glanced at the stunned bailiff. The bailiff was startled when he heard the voice, and looked at Lin Chen in horror, not daring to say no. Nodding. Okay. Ha! Ranner smiled happily when he heard it, and quickly walked onto the stage to greet the woman. The woman took one look and walked quickly towards Ranner. After a moment, the two of them walked to Lin Chen's side. My concubine Zhao Yue greets my husband. I, Lin Ranner, greet my husband. Zhao Yue walked up to Lin Chen and bowed, and Ranner followed mischievously. Two beauties following, making others envious. If I could get one, I would thank my ancestors for 8 generations. Is there smoke coming out of your ancestral grave? You still want it? Oh no, I'm so envious. The blessing of having 7 wives attracted envious glances from everyone around. Huh! Lin Chen looked at the naughty Ranner, covered his forehead, and looked at Xiao Yue again. You should be with Ranner from now on. Okay. Xiao Yue nodded. Let's go. Lin Chen made arrangements, and then walked out. The personal guards followed. Everyone gave way with envy and fear, leaving Luo Tian alone in confusion. Tian Yuan in. Xiao Yue needed to wash up right now, so Lin Chen simply went straight to the inn. Along the way, Ranner and Xiao Yue talked and laughed. They both had similar experiences, so they could talk to each other. Sir, I will go back first. The personal guards escorted Lin Chen and the other 2 to the door of the inn, and bowed randomly before saying goodbye. Lin Chen's literary talent is so great that he must tell His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Okay, you go first. Thank you, sir. The soldier replied, and left randomly. After watching the guards leave, Lin Chen led the 2 of them into the inn. Looking around, it was magnificent and resplendent, with maids standing on both sides. There are only waiters in other places, but there are no men here. It is worthy of being an inn specially designed to accommodate royal relatives. Lin Chen took the 2 women and walked towards the opposite counter. The people around also saw Lin Chen and the other 2. When they saw how they were dressed, they all frowned and showed a hint of contempt. Hello, we live. Lin Chen walked to the counter and said to one of the women. Please leave. Only nobles are welcome here. The woman was the first to reply. Although she looked down on others, she was still polite. Chapter 13 in. Lin Chen frowned when he heard the voice, but he did not get angry. He said to the woman, I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. You don't have to say anything. The woman replied. Not everyone can live here. Zhao Yue behind Lin Chen frowned. It was the first time she encountered such a thing and she felt a little unhappy. But as soon as he took one look at his clothes, he realized that he was in trouble. Ranner, who was standing by, was surprised to see that she could interrupt her husband's words. She took 2 steps forward and took out the note given by Long Jinyuan from her arms. Handing it to the woman, he said bluntly, You can't stay here even if you have this? Didn't you say that if you have this, you can move in for free? The woman became angry when she heard Ranner's words. She took the note, took a look at it, and was instantly speechless. This was issued by the Jinbei Palace, and was mainly used for distinguished guests to stay. Seeing the note is equivalent to seeing the king of Jinbei. Even if the other party uses this note to book the entire Tianyuan Inn, it must be done. Observing the clothes that Lin Chen and the other 2 were wearing, they were ordinary clothes and did not look like distinguished guests at all. The woman looked at Ranner in confusion. Stolen? You! Ranner gnashed his teeth angrily when he heard this. You are simply looking down on others. The woman's face turned cold as she stared at Lin Chen. A thief once stole the receipt, and someone else picked it up. They all came here to pass it off as real. Excuse me, which type are you? The woman asked seriously. Don't worry about what type we are. Can we move in with this? Lin Chen was too lazy to say more to the woman. Yes. The woman nodded reluctantly. But once we prove that your note came from an unknown source, you will be sentenced to death. Behead? Ranner's face was full of disdain when he heard it. What happened today made her very unhappy. Long Jingyuan was dead. He said to the woman. You can check it at will. Okay. The woman nodded and looked at the 3 people randomly. How many rooms do you want? There are 2 types of rooms, heaven and earth. The word heaven is the best. You can choose any one you want. Then it's Tian. Ranner replied, intending to name one. Lin Chen shuddered all over. Thinking about how Ranner had driven him crazy every day in the past, he felt sad. Now another one comes, isn't that going to cost me my life? He said quickly. 3. When the woman heard this, she was extremely convinced. She was once again convinced that Lin Chen and his 2 companions were here to eat and stay for free. They looked like a family, so why did they need 3 rooms? Without getting angry, she looked at the maid beside her and said, Take the 3 guests to the Tianzi room. Yes. 3 women came over and politely pointed the way. Lin Chen and the other 2 followed. Humph! When the woman saw Lin Chen and the other 2 leave, impatience instantly appeared in her eyes, and she glanced sideways at the women around her. He said, These 3 people are simply courting death. This list must have come from an unknown source. After saying this, he walked to the back of the hall. Husband, we should live separately? Is that okay? Not in the same room. Yue will have to wash up later. I will definitely help her. Lin Chen and the other 2 stopped in front of the doors of the 3 rooms, and Rana looked at Lin Chen with resentment. Wen Yue, who was standing by, heard this. Her face turned red and she felt very shy. Lin Chen was embarrassed and said to Rana, "It's settled." After saying that, he pushed the door open and walked in, feeling so angry that his teeth were itching. This little girl was simply a witch. For a moment, the scene of the two graceful wives bathing together lingered in his mind. Trying to suppress the unbearable feeling in my heart, I looked around the house, which was filled with flowers, grass and books. Pick up a book at random and prepare to meditate. Oh no, it's obvious that he stole it. He actually came here to fish in troubled waters without even looking at where we are. This is Tianyuan Inn, an inn under the Jinbei Palace. In the corridor of the inn, a man, led by a woman, walked angrily towards the house of Lin Chen and the other two. Knocked on Lin Chen's house quickly. Lin Chen heard this and wondered who would come at this time. Curious, he walked to the door and opened it. Suddenly, a man with an angry face came into view. At the same time, Rana and Zhao Yue also heard the sound and walked out of the same room. After washing up, Zhao Yue put on Rana's clothes. Although ordinary, she was still beautiful and generous, with more heroic spirit between her brows. When Rana and Rana walked out, one was heroic and the other was fresh and free, making people unable to control themselves. The man looked at the two people walking together, and was stunned for a moment. "What are you doing?" Rana frowned, showing a hint of domineering, and asked the man. The man was startled and paused. He put away his emotions and said, "Leave immediately." "Here it comes again." Lin Chen glanced at the woman, and realized that it was the woman who was causing trouble. He said to the man, "Have you investigated it clearly?" "No need to investigate." "Yeah?" "Yes." "What if we don't leave?" Zhao Yue, who was standing aside, had also heard about Lin Chen's past and everything that happened. Know everything about today. Staring at the man, he looked even more heroic. "I will send you directly to the government. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance." The man looked around at the three people. "I don't intend to be gentle with you. If I don't handle it well today, I might lose my job." He glanced at the end of the corridor and shouted angrily, "Come here, take these three people to the Taiping County Court." "Yes, sir." There was a shout at the end, and a dozen strong men with sticks rushed over quickly, full of murderous intent. "There's still a chance, leave on your own initiative," the man continued. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Zhao Yue on the side disappear and rushed over. "Oh!" Instantly the strong man's screams were heard. Zhao Yue knocked down a dozen strong men in no time and turned around to look. The man was so scared that he was sweating profusely and shouted angrily, "This is the Tianyuan Inn under the Jinbei Palace. What do you think? Yue was born into a martial arts family." Rana looked at Lin Chen with a smile and explained. "Martial arts?" Lin Chen took a deep breath and looked. One man fought against more than 10 strong men alone, with wild and powerful moves. It was not martial arts at all, but rather a bit of fighting on the battlefield. I didn't expect that the wife I chose so casually would be such a master. "I will report to the Jinbei Palace immediately and make sure you are killed without a burial place." The woman became hysterical with anger when she saw it. "Oh my god, I was just away for a while, and Mr. Lin did something so big again. If we can make a poem that will be passed down through the ages, then my northern border will become a city that is both civil and military. Who dares to look down on us, those idiots from the south? Haha. From now on, you will follow Mr. Lin and be responsible for protecting their safety. I can already imagine my father's surprised look when he sees the poem. See if he dares to say that I am uneducated and not as good as my sister. I have found a super talent this time. Ha! We must arrange for someone to protect Mr. Lin. We cannot lose such a talented person just because Cici is not satisfied and causes Mr. Lin to be unhappy." At the end of the road, the personal guards led the excited Long Yuanjing and others towards where Lin Chen and the other two lived. As Long Jingyuan spoke, he looked proudly at Long Wenye and his group around him. Now that Long Wenye has returned to Jinbei City, he naturally has his personal guards with him. Long Wenye had a face full of resentment. If he had known that Mr. Lin was so awesome, he would have brought him back to the northwest. Such a great talent was actually taken advantage of by Long Yuanjing. It's so infuriating. I secretly vowed in my mind that I must observe Lin Chen's condition carefully. If there was any dissatisfaction, they would immediately exaggerate the matter and take Mr. Lin to the northwest. Medical skills, treatment of external injuries, quick-acting hard pills, these are things I have never heard of. And with his cooking skills, how can I worry about not having delicious food when I follow him? The key is that he has great literary talent. He wrote a poem of decision as soon as he arrived in Jinbei City. Who knows how many more he will write in the future? I'm so mad. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Long Wenye was heartbroken. Thinking back to the beginning, He was the one who asked Lin Chen first. At this point, brothers are there to be cheated. Both sides walked away with their own thoughts. Just around the corner, I was stunned by the scene in front of me. More than a dozen strong men were lying on the ground howling, and a heroic woman was looking down at them. So strong, an absolute master. Long Jingyuan was extremely surprised. She is beautiful, heroic, and has conquered the world. When did Tianyuan have such a person? Long Wenye was also amazed at the woman's temperament and beauty. Chapter 14 Miao Lu. Your Highness, please send someone to arrest them. They came here to cause trouble and force their way into Tianyuan Inn. When the man and the woman saw Long Jingyuan coming, they knelt down and saluted while shouting loudly. Long Jingyuan was stunned when he heard the voice. When he saw that it was Lin Chen and Ranner, his brows suddenly frowned. Looking at Ranner's angry expression again, he realized the situation. Seeing this, Long Wenye, who was standing by, thought, after having been in contact with Ranner for such a long time, doesn't he know her condition? I also knew that something was wrong. With a playful look on his face, he rushed over, intending to provoke them. However, before he could leave, Long Jingyuan on the side knew what Long Wenye was thinking. He also rushed forward and pushed Long Wenye away, making Long Wenye so angry that he stomped his feet. The war between the two former brothers officially began. Lin Chen and others were very confused when they saw the condition of the two. Before they could react, Long Jingyuan has already arrived in front of the two of them. Look at the two staff members who are shouting. He shouted angrily. This is the distinguished guest invited by this prince. Are you causing trouble? You are the ones causing trouble for this prince? After saying that, he quickly apologized to Lin Chen and Ranner. Mr. Lin, Miss Ranner, I'm sorry. Please forgive me for not disciplining you properly. I just thought that Zhao Yue was helping someone who saw injustice. Humph. Long Wenye rushed over angrily. What else could he do now? He could only give up. Mr. Lin? The man and the woman were stunned. They intuitively felt that it was a dream. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince actually respected the person in front of him so much. Ranner glanced at Long Wenye's condition and felt very strange. Looking at Long Jingyuan. Be careful next time, but these two must give me an explanation. As he spoke, he glanced at the man and the woman and angrily said, You look down on people. That's right. Long Wenye felt the dissatisfaction. Provoking, pretending to be extremely angry. You must give an explanation, you must. Ranner frowned slightly. What happened to these two brothers? Did they suddenly fall out? Please spare my life, my lords, please spare my life. My lady, please forgive us, please. When the man and woman heard Ranner's words, even the Prince of Northwest came to speak up. Kowtow and apologize immediately. The Jinbei Palace is famous for its iron-blooded character. They knew Long Wenye. After all, Long Wenye had come here many times over the years. Humph. Ranner listened to the plea for mercy, and had no intention of letting him go. Snorted coldly. Long Jingyuan glared at the two of them. These were talented people that I had invited with great difficulty. I will soon show off my power in the north. But you made him unhappy. Don't you see there's a bitch waiting next to you? Because of this incident, the two of them left, and went to the northwest. That's it. He glared at the two men and said, Come here, drive them out of Jinbei City and forbid them to live in Jinbei City. Ah? Upon hearing this, the two men knelt on the spot with pale faces. The man stared at the woman angrily, gritting his teeth. You killed me. As Long Jingyuan finished speaking, the guards behind him quickly dragged the two away. When the strong men on the ground who were howling loudly saw this, they dared not stay for fear of getting into trouble, so they fled in panic. Miss Ranner, are you satisfied? Long Jingyuan looked at Ranner. Ranner nodded, feeling that there was no need to make it so serious. But they are not his own people. They are the people of the Prince of Jinbei's palace, so he can do whatever he wants. Thank you, miss, for drawing your sword to help. When Long Jingyuan saw Ranner nod, he let out a long sigh. He looked at Zhao Yue and thanked her. No need. This is what I should do. Protecting my husband is my duty. Zhao Yue replied. Husband? When Long Jingyuan and Long Wenye heard this, they exclaimed in surprise. They stood there like a piece of wood, looking at each other in disbelief. This is my husband's other wife. I just went to pick her up, Ranner said. Her name is Zhao Yue. Leader? Long Jingyuan was speechless, and the whole person looked weak and powerless. Why does Lin Chen always choose either a beauty like Ranner or a beauty like Zhao Yue? Why? I am the Prince of Jinbei, why don't I have this kind of fate? Awesome! Long Wenye took a deep breath and felt incredible. Oh, my life! Long Jingyuan sighed and didn't know what to say. He looked at Lin Chen and said, Mr. Lin, the poem you wrote at the market today has spread. My sister has sent letters all over the country and reported it to Kyoto. Oh? Lin Chen frowned when he heard the voice. A poem involves politics? Dying was established less than 10 years ago. It is rumored that Empress Dying assisted the late emperor in defeating the previous dynasty at the age of 12, helped the late emperor to register, and then lived in seclusion. When he was 16, his brothers rebelled, so he went out to pacify the country. His 8 brothers died in the battle or committed suicide. Finally, only the empress was left. The late emperor fell ill and died in anger, passing the throne to the 18-year-old empress. However, the world had just been settled, and although Dying had military strategy, he could suppress the world. But when Tao has always been criticized, and now that a poem has appeared, it is natural to promote it. Moreover, Northern literature has always been weaker than Southern literature, and the North will certainly not miss this opportunity. After all, the king of Jinbei is the uncle of the empress, so he naturally cannot weaken his reputation. Judging from the age, this empress is about the same age as Ranner. He nodded, looked at Long Jingyuan and said, I don't want to cause any more trouble. I just want to live a peaceful life. I understand. Long Jingyuan nodded quickly. Lin Chen had said before that he just wanted to settle down here. Said, Don't worry, this publicity will not cause any trouble to you, sir. We will also deliberately weaken your presence. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded. And Long Jingyuan looked at the guard who had followed Lin Chen and said to Lin Chen, His name is Miao Lu. From now on I will follow you, sir. My main task is to protect your safety. Of course it seems now. Long Jingyuan glanced at Zhao Yue. Can a personal bodyguard have his wife close to him? After a pause he said, But it's better than nothing. It's better to have one than nothing. Many things always require someone to run errands. If anything happens, you can notify me in time, Long Jingyuan said. Then, when Ranner heard this, the first thing he thought of was Yu Feng's question, and he looked over in confusion. After spending so many days together, Long Jingyuan also got to know Ranner a little bit. He quickly said, Don't worry, Ye Feng will come from our palace. Put your palace next to us. Zhao Yue on the side took over the conversation. Long Jingyuan paused, suspecting that he had planted a spy. Others have 2 wives, one literary and one military. One is responsible for protecting his own property, and the other is responsible for guarding his own interests. How come it's so coordinated? Why can't mine work? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After this period of time, if you don't need it anymore, you can withdraw from the club. Yeah. Zhao Yue and Ranner nodded, very satisfied. This caused Long Wenye, who was standing by, to smile bitterly. While envying Lin Chen, he also knew that it was almost impossible to sow discord between Lin Chen and Long Jingyuan today. Lin Chen, who was standing aside, looked at the scene in front of him and paused slightly. It seems that with Ranner and Yue, I don't have to use my brain at all. After thinking for a moment, he said, If I get used to it, I can. Chapter 15 Lin Mansion. Okay. Long Jingyuan sighed, and the 3 of them said one by one, blocking all the roads. Haha! Long Wenye smiled faintly. Having such a big boss around also has its troubles. That's because the opponent is too powerful. Miao Lu on the side didn't care at all, he had seen Lin Chen's abilities. Following the prince are the small personal guards, and following Lin Chen are his confidants. They are incomparable. The key point is that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince must treat Mr. Lin politely. And here are the land deeds and house deeds. Long Jingyuan took out 2 pieces of paper and handed them to Ranner. Yeah. Ranner nodded and took it, looking happy. She was finally safe in Jinbei City. He exchanged a glance with Zhao Yue, and they both nodded in tacit understanding. Women are actually very family-oriented, and they are more looking for a piece of land. The key is with Miao Lu. Long Jingyuan looked at Ranner and Zhao Yue's satisfied expressions and smiled faintly. He continued, You can go there anytime depending on your time. Okay. Lin Chen nodded. Okay. Seeing that the trip was arranged properly, Long Jingyuan said goodbye to Lin Chen and others and led everyone away. Long Wenye also politely said goodbye to Lin Chen and left. Meet the master, the first madam, and the second madam. When Miao Lu saw Long Jingyuan and his companions leave, he looked at Lin Chen and the other 2 respectfully and said, Don't call me master, call me young master. When Lin Chen heard the name, young master's son, he felt that he was being called old. Okay. Miao Lu nodded. Master, it's getting late, and we don't have any daily necessities in the new house. How about we rest here tonight, and go there early tomorrow morning? Rest assured I'll be guarding outside. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded. The 3 people randomly returned to their own rooms, which made Miao Lu very confused. Why didn't they live together but in 3 rooms? In front of the Jinbei Palace. Why are you following me? Is it not okay for me to go back to the Jinbei Palace to rest? Can I rest in the room that the Jinbei King arranged for me? You. When don't think that you can pry Lin Chen away from me by following me. He is now in the Northern Territory. He belongs to me in the Northern Territory and I control the Northern City. I don't think so. No, when we grew up together. As soon as you lift your butt, I could even think of the shape of your shit. This Lin Chen must be mine. The entire Northern dying must be under my command, King of the North, to win honor for the Northern part, and even dying. Do you think the world today is still the same as it was before when you were fighting for the world? At that time, you could kill enemies and gain merits, but now it is a peaceful time. It is still unknown who is the number one king in the North and who is the number one king in the world of dying. Just wait. Our Jinbei Prefecture was number one before, is number one now, and will only be number one in the future. No one can change our position. Long Jingyuan and Long Wenye were bickering like children, and after entering the Jinbei Palace, they separated into two groups. I have to go say hello to the magistrate of Taiping County. Watching Long Wenye walk away, Long Jingyuan pondered silently. I can't guard her all the time. If something happens, won't Long Wenye find an opportunity? We must inform the county government so that it can be handled in a timely manner. The next morning. After a good rest, Lin Chen left the room early in the morning and, under the guidance of Miao Lu, came to the house arranged by Long Jingyuan. So beautiful! Long Jingyuan did a great job this time. It is indeed good. Renner and Zhao Yue looked at the house in front of them, which was extremely huge. The road in front of the gate is wide, and opposite is a river with huge sycamore trees planted on the bank. As we walked into the gate, Miao Lu introduced the spacious front yard and backyard, which were breathtakingly beautiful. There are 9 rooms in total, 3 in front and 3 in the back, not counting the side rooms. The furniture is complete except for bedding and other daily necessities. Long Jingyuan put a lot of effort into this. It must be worth more than 1,000 taels. Indeed, I chose the room on the left. I can practice martial arts in the backyard. Yes. Then I'll choose the one on the right. We'll be on the left and the right, surrounding my husband in the middle. Hee hee. Ranner and Zhao Yue were excited to choose their own rooms and smiled sweetly. After Lin Chen strolled around the yard, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Now that I have money and a house, I can rest assured and relax. After some rest, several people gathered in the main hall. Lin Chen looked at Miao Lu and said, You are a local and are familiar with the local situation. Go and hire some servants. Such a large courtyard needs people to take care of it, and it is impossible for you to do it alone. When I come back, I'll buy some daily necessities, such as rice, rapeseed, etc. You are more familiar with it than I am. You can handle it yourself. Lin Chen continued. Okay, young master. Miao Lu replied. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, Ranner on the side handed the silver directly to Miao Lu without any hesitation. She looked like a mistress. Miao Lu took it and then said goodbye to everyone. Let's go shopping. Lin Chen looked at the 2 girls and said, Buy some bedding and daily necessities. Okay. Ranner and Zhao Yu were slightly excited. Which woman doesn't like shopping? By the way, change the silver into banknotes. Lin Chen continued, and couldn't help but look at the package on Ranner's back. Said, It's impossible to carry the package all the time. Ranner looked at the package on his back, which contained nearly 500 taels of silver. It would not be good to show it off in public for a long time. Then the 3 of them walked towards the street. Look at the buns. They're big and round. Do you want to eat candied haws? They are delicious and very sweet. Real? Yue and Ranner were shopping, talking and laughing, and were constantly attracted by the sugar figures on the street. Lin Chen stopped every moment along the way. Suddenly, Lin Chen stopped and looked towards a clothing store. He said to Ranner and Yue, Let's go buy you 2 pieces of clothing. Thank you, husband. The 2 women looked through the open door. Each piece of clothing was very beautiful, and she liked them too, so she quickly followed Lin Chen's steps and walked over. As they walked into the room, the 2 girls were dazzled by the colorful colors. Keep fiddling and picking. Lin Chen stood quietly aside and waited. Don't touch it? You can't afford to pay for it if you do. Just as the 3 were very interested, the female shopkeeper looked at their clothes, which were very ordinary. He walked over slowly and said coldly, This is not a place for you to hang out. What do you mean? Ranner became unhappy when she heard it and asked angrily. What do you mean? You look good, but you have such a weird temper. I advise you, if you can't afford it, don't touch it. If poor guys like you touch it, no one else will buy it. The female shopkeeper said sarcastically. I have a weird temper? Ranner felt it was unbelievable when she heard the female shopkeeper's words that turned the tables on him. But the female shopkeeper just turned her head away and ignored him. No one will buy if we touch it. Zhao Yue frowned, and his heroic aura scared the female shopkeeper. The female shopkeeper stomped her feet and shouted, "This is the Chen family's store." "What? Do you still want to hit someone?" "She looks well behaved, but she's so violent. She's indeed a savage from the countryside." The female shopkeeper glared at Zhao Yue, revealing that she was from the Chen family with a look of disdain on her face. But the trembling of her feet showed her fear. "How can this be possible?" Yue gritted her teeth. He stared angrily at the mean female shopkeeper, not knowing how to respond to her for a moment. "You mean we can't afford it?" Lin Chen took over the conversation and stared at the female shopkeeper. "Oh, the man is talking? You don't even know how to control your wife." The female shopkeeper swayed from side to side, her face full of contempt. This made Yue and Ran'er very angry. They wanted to speak, but were stopped by Lin Chen. Chapter 16 Clothing Shop. "I will discipline my wife." Lin Chen stared at the female shopkeeper and said, "But I still want to ask, according to you, we can't afford it." "How can you afford such tattered clothes?" the female shopkeeper asked. "Disgusted. I feel disgusted when I walk into the store and it makes my store dirty. I'm so mad." It was the first time that Ran'er was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Yue clenched her fists. The two men stared at the female shopkeeper with eager eyes. "What's the matter? No discipline? Your man is here, and you still want to beat me?" the female shopkeeper said sarcastically. "Even though you are poor, you can't be without family education. Men live outside and live with dignity. It's your husband who loses face." "How could we?" Ran'er and Yue were so angry that they jumped up and down, wanting to refute. "Ran'er." Lin Chen smiled faintly, stopped his children, and said to Ran'er, "Take out the silver." "Ah?" Ran'er and Yue were extremely surprised. After hearing this, they still wanted to buy it. Ran'er was not convinced, but did it anyway. She pouted and reluctantly unfolded the package, revealing the white silver. Instantly, the light of silver made the female shopkeeper's eyes sparkle. "This is 500 taels. Can we afford it?" Lin Chen asked. "I can afford it. I can afford it." The female shopkeeper had been completely attracted by the gleam of the silver. She didn't even turn around to answer, but just stared at him. "Okay then." Lin Chen looked at Ran'er and said, "Put the silver away." "Okay." Ran'er looked at Lin Chen with a puzzled look, and Yue was also confused. "Pack me some clothes worth 5 taels of silver," Lin Chen said to the female shopkeeper. "Ah?" Ran'er and Yue were both surprised and full of disbelief. "Ah?" The female shopkeeper asked the same question. But there were more surprises, hesitating and flattering. "Is it really 500 taels of silver?" "Yes." Lin Chen nodded. "But it must suit the figures of my 2 wives." "Husband." Yue and Ran'er felt that they had bought too much. 500 taels, a sum that many people could not earn in their entire lifetime. It is equivalent to the entire property of an ordinary businessman. Okay. The female shopkeeper was extremely excited. She invited Lin Chen to the side and poured tea and water. She kept saying, "It's a blessing to have a husband like this." Having said that, he quickly called on other people not far away to bring the clothes one by one, and he helped Ran'er and Yue, who were standing there in a daze, to measure the clothes. Everyone looked at Ran'er and Yue with envy. Time passed slowly, and in a flash an hour went by. The whole store was busy, and the female shopkeeper and the staff were sweating profusely. Even the female shopkeeper turned away many new customers. It is specifically designed to serve Ran'er and Yue. "Okay, a total of 500 taels." The female shopkeeper sat on one side. Looking at the large and small packages of packed clothes, he spoke excitedly and flatteringly to Lin Chen, who was not far away. The 2 girls looked at Lin Chen reluctantly. He was obviously looked down upon, but he wanted to buy her clothes. "Yeah." Lin Chen showed no interest in the 2 girls. He walked straight over and pretended to check the packages one by one. He frowned and looked at the female shopkeeper and asked, "Have you touched these clothes?" "Ah?" The female shopkeeper was stunned when she heard the voice. She didn't react and said after a long pause, "Sir, what do you mean?" Ran'er and Yue were also puzzled and looked over curiously. "I'm asking you if you have touched these clothes?" Lin Chen looked at the female shopkeeper impatiently. "Oh." Seeing Lin Chen's expression change, the female shopkeeper forced herself to regain her composure and nodded. I have touched it all." "Then we can't take these clothes." Lin Chen shook his head. "Sir, what does this mean?" The female shopkeeper's face changed and she showed a hint of anger. For an hour, everyone was busy and even had to turn away many guests. "He doesn't want it?" "When we came in just now, you said that my 2 wives had touched it, and no one wanted it," Lin Chen said. "So we don't want the ones you touched either." "What kind of store is this?" Lin Chen shook his head and said. "They have no sense of service at all. They sell us clothes that have been touched by others. Ran or Yue, let's go. We don't want to buy anything from their store. Lin Chen walked quickly towards Ranner and Yue, grabbed their hands, and walked out quickly. Haha! Husband, you are so bad! Hurry up, or she'll catch up and piss that old witch off to death. Ranner and Yue finally reacted, smiled, and left quickly. How dare you cause trouble in my Qian shop? The female shopkeeper chased out and shouted angrily. On the street. Bank, that's the bank, go deposit your money quickly, be careful not to get robbed. With me here, what are you afraid of? I'll beat 1 if you come, and I'll beat 10 if you come. Sister, we are beauties and we must ensure we are beautiful at all times. How can we hit others? Haha, this is fun. This is the first time I feel so excited. Ranner and Yue looked at each other and took Lin Chen, who had clearly run away with them, into a money house. The 3 of them went in and were instantly speechless by the scene before them. Only the 4 words, Qian's money house, were written in the middle. The 3 of us looked at each other, feeling very strange. Turned around and prepared to leave. What are you doing? Are you leaving just because you came? Suddenly a voice appeared in the ears of Lin Chen and the other 2. A 50-year-old man appeared in front of the counter, looked at the 3 people with a look of contempt. He said casually, This is the Qian family bank. You can't just come and go as you please. Tell me, how much money do you want to deposit? The man frowned. For sale? Lin Chen stared at the man for a long while after hearing that. Money shops were usually run by wealthy businessmen who worked together to exchange silver bills to facilitate circulation. But before the silver bills came into circulation, the money was all in the money shops for use by the people in the money shops. Moreover, when small deposits are used by money houses, a custody fee must be paid to the money houses. Therefore, people who open money shops like to have people come to deposit money or exchange silver bills. The man obviously didn't know that they were here to exchange silver notes, and just thought they were ordinary people coming to deposit money. But I never thought that they would dare to force buying and selling in broad daylight. Yes. The man nodded unceremoniously. There is nothing that the Qian family can't do in Taiping County. So what if we force you to buy or sell? You 3 peasants, save the money and you can sue us now. The man showed no fear. What a great arrogance. Yue just couldn't stand this kind of thing. She clenched her fists and wished she could pull the other person out and beat him up. Ranner was also angry. The Qian family is so powerful. The shopkeeper looked at the 2 women with disdain. We are not here to deposit money, we are here to exchange banknotes, Lin Chen said. Exchange silver bills? The shopkeeper became interested immediately upon hearing this, and looked at the 3 people again. Silver notes of 1 or 2 taels are available for exchange. You can tell at first glance that he's from the countryside. How could he have so much money? It must have been stolen. After they have exchanged the money, they will report it to the county magistrate, and then arrest him. If the owner cannot be found, the money will belong to the bank. The 2 women in front of me are so beautiful, maybe they will be directly called prostitutes. I might as well visit them. He asked. How much money did you exchange? 500 taels, Lin Chen replied. 500 taels? The shopkeeper stumbled and almost fell, blurting out. So much was stolen. This made Ranner and Yue frown. When the shopkeeper saw the expressions of the 2 women, he realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and was afraid of making a mistake. He quickly asked Lin Chen, Are you really exchanging for 500 taels? Chapter 17, Money House. Yes. Lin Chen nodded, glanced at Ranner and said, Ranner, show it to the shopkeeper. When Ranner heard this, she was somewhat reluctant, but she still slowly opened her backpack, and instantly the white silver was revealed. This caused the shopkeeper to swallow his saliva continuously, and he looked reluctant as he watched Ranner take the silver back. The 500 taels of silver went directly to the money house, and the owner was so happy that he could not wait to die. He quickly asked Lin Chen, How are you going to redeem it? 1 liang at a time, Lin Chen replied. The shopkeeper was stunned. Does that mean he has to write 500 silver notes? It was indeed stolen. A few ounces would not attract the attention of the officials. After a pause he said, Okay, I'll exchange it for you. Then you write the banknote, Lin Chen said. Ranner and Yue on the side were very reluctant, but since Lin Chen had spoken, they could only agree. Time passed slowly, and the shopkeeper was sweating profusely as he wrote the banknotes one by one. Husband, it will be troublesome for us to use so many things. That's right. It was meant to be convenient, but this isn't convenient at all. Ranner and Yue watched the shopkeeper write a large stack of banknotes, and came up to Lin Chen to ask. Did I tell him to exchange it? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and said, I just told him to write it. As soon as these words were spoken, Ranner and Yue were surprised. They immediately remembered what had just happened in the Qian's clothing store and were extremely surprised. What? The shopkeeper was writing hurriedly. He didn't hear the conversation between the three people clearly and was about to look up to ask. Suddenly, Ranner and Yue were seen pulling Lin Chen outside with smiles on their faces. As he ran out, a woman suddenly walked in and said to the shopkeeper, "I want to exchange 5,000 taels." Before he could finish his words, he was bumped into by Lin Chen and his two companions, but they didn't notice it. The person who was hit was Li Rowan. He looked at Lin Chen and Ranner in surprise. He felt that they were so familiar. They were the people he wanted to be grateful to. Someone come, someone is causing trouble in the Qian family bank, arrest him for me," the shopkeeper shouted, looking at the pile of banknotes beside him, shaking with anger. "I have been busy for so long with my old arms and legs, but you just ran away." "Where?" A large group of thugs rushed out and headed straight outside. The shopkeeper wanted to go too. Suddenly I heard Li Rowan's voice. 5,000 taels, big business. Looking closely, it was the richest woman in Jinbei City, the eldest daughter of the Li family. He quickly returned to the counter and said, "Hello, Miss Li. Please come this way. Come back another day. I have something to do today." Without waiting for him to finish, Li Wanro hurried out, intending to chase Lin Chen. The shopkeeper stood there in a daze, stamping his feet in anger. What kind of thing had happened? When he looked at the pile of banknotes beside him, he gritted his teeth in anger. If these three people are caught, they will definitely be in great trouble. How exciting! That's right, it feels so good to be slapped in the face. Have their people caught up with us? Both gangs are looking for us. Don't be afraid, I'll beat them down later. Ranner and Yue were talking to each other, extremely excited, wishing they could catch up with them right now. Lin Chen looked at the two women who were extremely excited and couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling helpless. Especially Yue's belligerent look. You still want to run away? No one in the entire Taiping County dares to cause trouble in my Qian store. Just at this moment, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked the way of the three people. This attracted the three people to stop and look, and they saw the female shopkeeper and a group of strong men staring at them arrogantly. Angry. You are really looking for death. Someone is causing trouble in the Qian family store? Someone is causing trouble in the Qian family store? How dare you? The Qian family is powerful and was once the second largest merchant in Jinbei City. Now that the master of the Li family is in trouble, although they are still the first in name, it is only a matter of time before they fall from the first place. The Qian family can be said to be the first at the moment. Don't say that no one dared to cause trouble in the Qian family in the past. Now that the Qian family is in high spirits, they actually dare to cause trouble. Isn't this courting death? The Qian family will definitely not let this go. People from all around gathered around and kept observing. As Lin Chen listened, he also understood why the Qian family dared to be so arrogant. After all, I'm about to be number one, how can I not be arrogant? I glanced at the female shopkeeper opposite, and saw that she became more arrogant after listening to people talking. He stared at the three men and said, Now, kneel down immediately and kowtow to us for mercy. We will be gentler later. Kneel down. Otherwise I'll kill you. Anyone who dares to mess with our Qian family hasn't even been born yet. The thugs behind him kept shouting. Humph. Ranner frowned and snorted coldly. Hee hee. Yue was excited, rubbing his hands together, and had been wanting to take action for a long time. How dare you sneer? The woman gritted her teeth when she saw Ranner's expression. If we don't teach them a lesson today, this matter will never end. He said to the thugs beside him. Go! Looking for death. Hearing the voice, the thugs behind him rushed over with sticks in their hands. Hey! Apologizing could be gentle, but now it's gone. It can't be gentle anymore. Didn't I tell you not to mess with the Qian family? Please beg for mercy. Pity these two beautiful women. Everyone around was anxious. Husband. Yue looked at the person who came and turned back to look at Lin Chen excitedly. Lin Chen remained silent for a moment and nodded silently. As soon as he nodded, Yue leaned aside with the stick beside the street, took light steps and rushed forward. She dared to rush straight ahead. Why is she so courageous? This girl is simply courting death. There are 7 or 8 strong men on the other side. Everyone is worried. Haha, you still dare to rush over. The female shopkeeper looked at the thugs and said, This woman is so beautiful, you are lucky to have her. Haha. When the strong men heard this, they would definitely get the advantage during the fight. Excitement rushed. Oh. As soon as he rushed over, a series of screams rang out instantly. Yue was seen holding a wooden stick in her hand and coordinating her steps, moving between the men like a dragon, knocking down the strong men one by one with one stick. This woman's body movements are so easy, They are extraordinary. She is so beautiful and has such great body movements, just like a fairy. She is so coveted. That's amazing. People around were talking about it and exclaiming in amazement. What do you want to do? I'm from the Chen family. While everyone was talking, Yue had already rushed to the front of the female shopkeeper, holding a wooden stick. The female shopkeeper was so frightened that her facial features twisted into a ball, and she was extremely panicked. Hee hee! Yue looked at the female shopkeeper who dared to be so arrogant. Her eyes turned fierce, and she hit her neck with the stick. Ah! The female shopkeeper didn't expect Yue to really hit her, and she stammered. He kept repeating, I am from the Chen family, and then fainted on the ground. I beat up the Chen family's thugs and also the Chen family's shopkeeper. It's over now. The Chen family can't just let it go like this. The Chen family will definitely not let them off. Everyone around swallowed. Yue didn't care. She threw away the stick and returned to Lin Chen, saying to Ranner, It's too weak, not satisfying. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Ranner replied with a smile. The conversation between the two made Lin Chen embarrassed. He shook his head, unable to continue. It would be even more troublesome if the government was involved. Said, Let's go, let's continue shopping. Chapter 18 Chen Family. Want to leave? How can it be that easy? No one in Jinbei City has ever messed with my Chen family and left safely. Just as Lin Chen and the other two were about to leave, an arrogant voice suddenly appeared in the crowd. The crowd around looked at him and made way in fear. A young man dressed in white with a ruthless face walked out. He stared at Lin Chen, then looked at Ranner and Yue. His pupils moved slightly and the corners of his mouth turned up. One is fresh and refined, the other is heroic and dashing. The taste is different. Boy, you first caused trouble in my Qian's clothing store, and then you caused trouble in the bank. Are you really that bold? The young man stared at Lin Chen angrily. Today I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. The young man shouted angrily. Surround them. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of well-trained strong men wearing black clothes and holding long sticks jumped out from behind the young man. Quickly surrounded the three people. They all looked at the three people eagerly, especially Lin Chen in the middle. This kid is too bold, causing trouble in the Chen family repeatedly. Are you targeting the Chen family on purpose? Oh, we are doomed now. The eldest young master of the Chen family has brought people here personally. We cannot let this go today. It looks like an ordinary family. Please help report to the police and save them. Everyone was talking about it. Isn't there another person coming? Facing everyone's discussions, Ranner was not afraid at all. Instead, she looked at Yue with excitement. Hee hee! Yue also knew it, and she curled her lips and revealed a faint smile. Only Lin Chen sighed slightly as he looked at the two excited people. Humph! The man looked at Lin Chen's condition and thought that Lin Chen was scared. He sneered. Send your two young ladies to this young master to play with, and forget about it today. When Lin Chen heard this, he frowned and wanted to speak. Isn't your Chen family number one in Jinbei City? How can you be so powerful? Suddenly, a loud voice rang out among the crowd. This startled everyone at the scene and they all looked towards the source of the sound. Li Ruowan walked out of the crowd alone and looked seriously at the young man from the Chen family opposite her. Is it the eldest daughter of the Li family? I heard that she paid compensation to the foreign merchants yesterday because of the cotton incident. I thought I would never recover from this, but it didn't happen. I only had to pay 3 times the deposit. It is said that this is possible with the help of a mysterious person. Although the Li family is on the verge of collapse, Rinjiu is still the number one in Jinbei City. Everyone was talking about it. It's that young lady. When Ranner saw Li Ruowan appear, she greeted her happily. Greetings, benefactor. Li Ruowan stared at Lin Chen, her face flushed with gratitude. Lin Chen was stunned. He thought the word benefactor was a bit too much, especially since Long Jingyuan also helped. Greetings, my benefactor's wife. Li Ruowan bowed to Ranner. Ranner smiled and said, No need, little sister. Li Ruowan smiled faintly, then looked at Yue beside her, confused, not knowing how to address her. This is my husband's second wife. Ranner smiled. Greetings, my benefactor's wife. Li Ruowan looked at Yue and thought to herself that there was another wife, and she was still so beautiful. A frown flashed across his face before he continued with gratitude. No need. Yue didn't know what had happened before, but she still responded with the courtesy of a lady from a noble family. Is that man Li Ruowan's benefactor? Are they the ones who helped the Li family? I don't know. They don't look like rich people from the way they are dressed. Everyone was extremely surprised. The young master of the Chen family opposite looked at Li Ruowan's actions, and looked thoughtful, staring at Lin Chen and the other two for a long time. His eyes were narrowed, revealing a hint of murderous intent. The Li family's capital chain had problems a long time ago, and they had to pay full compensation for the cotton incident. This is bound to intensify the turmoil in the Li family. I didn't expect this person to help. The Chen family lost the first place that was within their grasp just like that. No wonder they came to my Chen family's business to cause trouble. It's to help the Li family. At the same time, Li Ruowan finished expressing her gratitude and looked at the eldest son of the Chen family opposite her. He said seriously, "Qian Bin, take your people and leave. Ben Gong is not someone you can mess with." "Isn't that someone I can mess with?" Qian Bin laughed wildly. "How many people in Jinbei City are there that I can't mess with?" "Why? Because of your Li family, I can't mess with you." "Li Ruowan, your Li family is in trouble right now. How dare you act so arrogantly here? Don't forget that although several banks don't exchange silver every month because of the kindness they received in the past, but it is also agreed to the end of the year. There is still half a year until the Chinese New Year. How much money can your Li family come up with for the exchange? If you can't come up with the money, your Li family will be declared finished, and you, Li Ruowan, will become a bargaining chip. Don't forget that your father used you as collateral." Qian Bin laughed loudly and stared at Li Ruowan, revealing a sinister and lustful look. "Then I can discuss with my father and use you as collateral for the money from Qian's bank. I'll make you a plaything for my father and me," Qian Bin shouted evilly. "Hey, this Mr. Li is also like that. He pushed his daughter into the fire pit just to win the bet. God let him die, which was also a punishment for him. It's just a pity for Miss Li. After all, the Li family doesn't have much liquidity right now. Isn't Miss Li's business also to raise money?" Everyone was talking about it. Lin Chen also has a general understanding of it. The main function of a money shop is to exchange money. Several companies cooperate with each other, and others can bring silver bills to any one of them to exchange them. The exchanged silver notes were exchanged for silver at a specific time according to the rules agreed upon by several money houses. If you can't pay it, you'll have to mortgage your property. In this way, even though they are partners, they will crush each other and even swallow each other up. Isn't it time yet? Let's talk about it at the end of the year. Although Li Ruowan looked unhappy, she was still not afraid. Humph! Arrogant! Qian Bin snorted coldly. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. So what if I have you, Li Ruowan, to protect me? He is just a dying man. Qian Bin continued. My Qian family just won't give us face today. They have been causing trouble in my Qian family time and time again. Don't even think about leaving today. You! Li Ruowan stared angrily, gritting her teeth in anger. How dare you, who dares to cause trouble in my Taiping County? At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out among the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. The county magistrate was seen with a face full of anger. He hurriedly walked out with dozens of constables, and everyone made way for him. The matter is getting bigger and bigger. The county magistrate is leading the team personally? There is no other way. It involves the Qian and Li families, and there are so many people. How can the county magistrate not take it seriously? This is Jinbei City. Although the king of Jinbei went to Kyoto for some business, the princess is back now. She has inherited the king of Jinbei's genes, and even more than him. I just got back and something happened. County magistrate, don't even mention the county magistrate. Even if the king of heaven comes, he will have to drink a pot of wine. The people were talking about it, and they trembled all over when they mentioned the princess. Your Excellency the county magistrate. Qian Bin also knew the recent situation and glanced at Lin Chen. If you cause trouble at this critical moment, the county magistrate will definitely not let you off easily. He quickly shouted. These 3 people are causing trouble in my Qian's clothing store and bank. You have to take care of it for me. Chapter 19 County Magistrate Feng Shi. Oh! When everyone heard this, they sighed and realized that Lin Chen and the other 2 were doomed. After all, the current period is very sensitive. Yue Wei looked at the county magistrate arriving, put away her arrogant attitude, and became a little afraid. Rana looked indifferent. So what if the government came? If all else failed, he could let that guy Long Jingyuan step forward. Lin Chen was not afraid either. Feeling Yue Wei's condition, he felt something was wrong. Yue Wei seemed to be somewhat afraid of the officials of dying. He didn't care and just stood there. Mr. County Magistrate. Li Ruowan wanted to help, so she walked towards the county magistrate and tried to persuade him. Go away. However, the county magistrate was extremely anxious and spoke coldly, directly avoiding Li Ruowan. This made Li Ruowan angry. Qian Bin laughed even more arrogantly, mocking Li Ruowan crazily. When he saw the county magistrate walking towards Lin Chen again, he realized that he wanted to accuse him, and his laughter became even louder, causing everyone around to look over. Meet Mr. Lin and the 2 ladies. Just as everyone was looking at the scene with different expressions, the county magistrate walked over and bowed respectfully to Lin Chen, Rana and Yue Wei. What's going on? The county magistrate saluted them. The county magistrate is not here to administer justice, but to help. This is the first time I've seen an official come down to help. After a brief silence, the people exploded. Qian Bin stood there in a daze, staring blankly at the county magistrate, hesitating a little. He finally spoke the complete words. County magistrate, our Qian family is the victim. They caused trouble in our clothing store and bank, and beat up our people. Qian Bin had a sad face and kept shouting, but the county magistrate ignored him. Li Rowan, who was standing by, saw this, and although she couldn't help, she still felt relieved. Do you know us? Lin Chen looked at the county magistrate curiously. Yes, the county magistrate replied. Yesterday, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince greeted them one by one and described the appearance of Mr. Lin and his 2 wives. Yeah, Lin Chen nodded. Ran Air smiled faintly. This Long Jingyuan is quite reliable. I must praise him next time I see him. The county magistrate felt ashamed when he heard this. This condescending attitude is so weird. That's the Prince of Jinbei. Could it be that some big shot came here incognito? For a moment, it was confirmed once again that Lin Chen and the other 2 were unusual. They glanced sideways at Qian Bin, who was howling not far away, and looked around at the thugs he brought with him. He said to the yamen runners beside him, Catch all these thugs back. Ah? They arrested him directly? The people arrested are from the Qian family. It seems that these 3 people are not ordinary people. They are Li Rowan's benefactors. Does this mean that the Li family may be saved? Everyone was talking. Mr. County Magistrate, you can't do this. Qian Bin's eyes bulged, full of disbelief. Even if the other party's identity is not ordinary, I am clearly the victim, so why should I arrest him? We are the victims. Qian Bin shouted again. What? The county magistrate frowned and glared at Qian Bin. Are you questioning my decision and saying that I am confusing right and wrong? No. Qian Bin didn't dare to say yes, but he still had to protect his people. He said, But we are really victims. There was no physical fight from the beginning to the end. They were the ones who made trouble and beat people up. At most, I said a few arrogant words. Humph! The county magistrate snorted coldly upon hearing this. He took the initiative to cause trouble, so take this person back as well. Ah? Qian Bin's eyes bulged, full of disbelief. This is too much. He was arrested for just 1 sentence. Now it seems that the Qian family is indeed the victim. Who knows? He is usually so arrogant, but today he met someone he can't afford to offend, so of course he has to say that he is the victim. The people were surprised and paused for a moment, talking among themselves. Yes, sir. Without waiting for Qian Bin to react, the bailiff replied and arrested the man directly. Merchants have the lowest status, and if they can bring benefits to themselves, they can give you a smile. But if there is no benefit and you offend the wrong people, then you are garbage. My Lord County Magistrate, I am innocent. Qian Bin kept shouting, but Renjiu was taken away. The thugs around were stunned. The young master had been caught, what else could they do? Let the remaining yamen runners take him away. Mr. Lin, madams, are you satisfied with this? The county magistrate looked at everything after it was done, then turned to look at Lin Chen and the other 2. Satisfied, Rana said directly. Next time I see Long Jingyuan, I will definitely praise you. Upon hearing this, the county magistrate smiled brightly and nodded desperately. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. My name is Fengxi, and I am the magistrate of Taiping County. If there is anything, Mr. Lin and the 2 ladies can send someone to inform us. I promise to go through fire and water and complete it. How could the county magistrate let go of this opportunity to climb the social ladder? Fengxi, right? Rana nodded, wrote down the name, and said to Fengxi, Okay, I'll come find you if I have anything. Thank you, madam, for your consideration. Fengxi was happy and said carefully, Then I will leave first and deal with those people. Yeah. Rana nodded and said, Those people look down on others. They need to be taught a lesson. As he spoke, Yue beside him nodded desperately. Fengxi took a look and saw that Lin Chen hadn't said a word from beginning to end. But he didn't care. After all, Lin Chen was a guest invited by the prince, so he must have an important status, so it was normal that he didn't talk to people like them. But if I have won his wife's favor, can I win his favor too? Seeing Yue also nodded. Fengxi grinned instantly and rubbed his hands together, determined to make both ladies satisfied. Satisfaction is not enough, there needs to be surprise. Looking at Rana and Yue, he said, What the 2 ladies said is correct. We must teach them a lesson. Yes. The 2 girls nodded. Okay then. I'll take my leave now. Fengxi looked around at Lin Chen and the other 2 and bowed respectfully, then told the runners to leave. The people around looked at the situation in front of them, looking at each other in bewilderment, knowing that Qian Bin was doomed today. They all memorized the appearance of Lin Chen and the other two and then dispersed. Thank you, Miss Li, for your help today. After the matter was settled, Lin Chen brought Ranner and Yue to Li Rowan's side. I couldn't help either. Li Rowan smiled bitterly, knowing that Lin Chen and the others had high status. He said, everything was solved because of the sir and the two ladies. But I still want to say thank you. Lin Chen expressed gratitude. I originally wanted to come and thank you, gentlemen, for treating my illness and buying cotton last time. Li Rowan shook her head and did not continue the topic. He then asked, I wonder what brought you and your two ladies to the street today. Why did you have a conflict with the Qian family? Buy clothes, bedding and other daily necessities. Ranner took over the conversation and said, Long Jinyuan gave us a house, but there is nothing like this. I went to buy it but they looked down on me. Ranner said angrily. Then how about I give it to you? Li Rowan understood when she heard it. After all, it's no secret that the Qian family bullies others by taking advantage of their power. I spoke up happily. Finally there was something I could do. Said, let's go eat first, and then go to my store to choose. No need to send it, we have money. After dinner, let's see if there's anything you like. This restaurant is nice. Li Rowan took Lin Chen and the other two into a restaurant. After getting to know each other, the three girls became friends. Unable to resist Li Rowan's enthusiasm, he took some daily necessities from her shop. Ranner exchanged the silver for silver notes at Li's money house. Finally, I told Li Rowan my home address and hope to keep in touch in the future. Chapter 20 The Instigator. The next morning. The chicken ran away. Miao Lu, how do you raise chickens? Didn't you make breakfast today? Miao Lu, is it breakfast? The kitchen is on fire. Miao Lu, put out the fire. There was no peace in the Lin family mansion since early morning. Young master, you can let me be a guard, but I have never been a housekeeper. Miao Lu, covered in dust, apologized to Lin Chen and the two ladies. Oh, Lin Chen sighed. It was a hard time for Miao Lu because his major was not suitable for him. But the position of housekeeper is too important. After all, you are responsible for everything of your entire family. Shaking his head, Lin Chen couldn't choose anyone for a while. After a long delay, Lin Chen and others finally recovered and had some quiet time. My husband, what are you doing? In the backyard, Yue was practicing martial arts. Lin Chen was writing and drawing alone in the hall, and Ranner was watching curiously. Practice calligraphy and write novels at the same time. Lin Chen started writing, stopping and thinking. Novel? Ranner was curious and looked closely at the novel that had already been written on the side. Journey to the West? The spiritual roots nurture the source, and the mind and nature are cultivated to give birth to the great way. Ranner was instantly attracted to it, and watched it quietly. Lin Chen was still writing on his own. Both of them were very serious. It's really hot this autumn. Yue finished practicing martial arts and came to the hall. Looking at the two quiet people, he also moved over and watched with Ranner, and was instantly immersed in it. No! Suddenly, the two girls screamed in surprise, which startled Lin Chen, and he looked over in surprise. I saw my children looking at me expectantly, their brows full of longing. Seeing this, Lin Chen subconsciously stepped back. What do you want to do? In broad daylight. What happens after Sun Wukong becomes the disciple? The two looked at Lin Chen anxiously. When Lin Chen heard this, his heart sank instantly. He thought the two women were going to do something to him today. Facing the two of them, especially Yue, I really couldn't resist. Not what he thought. Lin Chen calmed down. Isn't this something we haven't written yet? If we sell this to those people, we will definitely make a lot of money, Ranner said. Of course you can make money because it looks so good. But there is no way to produce it in large quantities. Yue took over the conversation. Making money is definitely a good thing. Lin Chen, who was standing by, heard the voice and read the article carefully. Although there is a way to print it yourself. But I don't want to make money. Don't I have 500 taels? Being content with a small fortune and waiting for death is the best way to go. Lin Chen just wanted to lie down. Master, there is a man outside who claims to be the butler of the Li family coming to visit. Suddenly Miao Lu's voice interrupted Lin Chen's thoughts, causing Ranner and Yue to look over curiously. Very happy. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Li Rowan. Let him wait in the front hall, we'll be there soon. Lin Chen nodded. Okay. Miao Lu replied and then left. Lin Chen went to the front hall and waited. Lobby. Mr. Lin, please save my young lady. Only you can save me. Lin Chen and the other two had just arrived at the front hall when, before the Li family's housekeeper arrived, his voice had already been heard. Soon after, the Li family's housekeeper appeared. When he saw Lin Chen and Ranner, he realized that they were indeed the people from that day. He knelt down and shouted. The Chen family has been arrested. Now the county magistrate wants to investigate the Chen family and has frozen all of the Chen family's assets. Ran and Yue raised their eyebrows. Isn't this a good thing? When the master lost the bet, everyone in Jinbei City's business was afraid of him, so the master announced that the young lady could be used as collateral. The later Money Bank Alliance, in consideration of the Li family's previous kindness, did not require the Li family to exchange silver every month, but only required it to be exchanged at the end of the year. The housekeeper continued crying. Lin Chen and the other two were stunned. The father announced that he would use his daughter as collateral. But now the Chen family has no money to exchange. The housekeeper continued. All the money houses in Jinbei City are trapped. Those banks require our Li family to exchange all the silver within today. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. This is what we have always said about the principle of harmony bringing wealth, and one move can affect the whole body. Yue and Ran'er looked at each other in bewilderment. The impact of touching the Chen family was so huge. But we can't afford that much money right now, the Li family official said with a sad face. Even if we sell all the Li family property, we still can't afford that much money. If you can't produce it today, they will ask the young lady to fulfill the master's promise and sell her body for money to pay off the debt. When he said this, he couldn't help but burst into tears. He watched Li Rowan grow up. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. They've even found a buyer, a caravan from the southwest. Mr. Lin, you are the only one who can help us now. The master is dead, and the young lady has too much to bear at such a young age. The official kowtowed and said, Please help us, Mr. Lin. How pitiful. Ran'er heard that they were still talking and laughing yesterday, but something unexpected happened today. Yue also nodded. She thought Li Rowan was very good. They both looked at Lin Chen at the same time. Only one day. Lin Chen also lamented that businessmen's promises are the most fragile. After a pause, he asked, How much money do you have vacant now? 6 money houses and many merchants owe a total of 100,000 taels, replied Butler Li. 100,000? Lin Chen frowned. 100,000. Even if I go to borrow it now, I can't borrow 100,000 taels in one day. Yes. Butler Li took a deep breath and nodded. So I discussed with the young lady and asked her to marry the gentleman. With your identity and status, they dare not act rashly. Then we're trying to find a way to get the money back. Marry me? Lin Chen was shocked when he heard it. I couldn't handle Ran'er and Yue, and here comes another one. But there is no need to pledge your love to me. That's a great idea. At the same time, Ran'er's voice sounded. He touched his chin and thought. In this way, those merchants can't force Sister Li to sell herself for money, and our family will have one more person, which will be very lively. Yes, Sister Li is from Jinbei City and is good at business. If it weren't for her father, she wouldn't be so passive. Yue took over the conversation. He said, We won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. After he finished speaking, the two girls were extremely excited and agreed directly. They looked at Lin Chen expectantly, waiting for his reply. Lin Chen felt numb and uncomfortable when the two women looked at him. Marriage is a big deal, how can it be treated as a joke? When the two girls heard this, they immediately became unwilling. However, he said directly, Sir, can you collect 100,000 taels today? I don't think Long Yuanjing and Long Wenye can do it either. Yes, it's impossible to just watch Sister Li fall into the tiger's mouth, Yue said. If that businessman from the southwest is an old man, Sister Li will be in trouble. That's right. Even if the man in the southwest is not an old man, what if he is a domestic violence man? What will Sister Li do then? Also, I heard that those rich people send women back and forth as objects. Just imagine what happened to Sister Li. Husband, you can't watch Sister Li fall into the abyss. The two women talked to each other, becoming more and more excited, with fear on their faces. This made Butler Li extremely anxious, and he kept begging. Mr. Lin, please save our young lady. Just marry her, it's no big deal. Ran'er took over the conversation. That's right, it's just a small favor, Yue said. You're not willing to do this, husband. If Sister Li doesn't live well in the future, you'll be the culprit. Chapter 21, The Female Lead. Lin Chen felt completely numb. How could he be the culprit? Do you know what a husband and wife are? A husband and wife should have sex together? You have never experienced it, so you take it so lightly. Both of you make me feel extremely uncomfortable when you are in front of me. If there is one more, I will be killed. Lin Chen wanted to refuse. But Ran'er at the side spoke first, saying to the old servant, Go back and tell Sister Li that we agree, and we will work together to find a way to solve the problem of the 100,000 taels. This family has a share for me and a share for Yue. We are the hostesses. Men are responsible for external affairs, while women are responsible for internal affairs. Yu Wei took over the conversation and continued. We have the final say in choosing a wife. Nima! When Lin Chen heard this, he realized that this was a major marriage matter. And how come I suddenly had an extra debt of 100,000 taels? Then I can't lie flat? I wanted to speak, but there was no chance. Thank you, madam. The housekeeper shouted and knelt down, then ran away, leaving Lin Chen stunned. Humph. A heartless man. Thank goodness Sisterly gave us so many gifts yesterday. The two women kept complaining and left, leaving Lin Chen standing there with a resentful look on his face. At the same time, niece of the Li family, it's not that your uncle is being ruthless. I have already extended the time limit for your Li family. That's right. Now that the Qian family is in trouble, it is a helpless move to allow the uncle's business to continue. I believe you are a reasonable person. The Zhou family in the southwest is the #1 merchant in the southwest. Your Li family was once the #1 as well, although it was only the #1 in Jinbei City. But you are the first anyway. Mr. Zhou is willing to let you be his stepmother. You will have a very high status in the Zhou family as soon as you go there. What else can you say? With the support of the Zhou family, your Li family will surely prosper. Maybe you can become the #1 in Jinbei City and rebuild your father's glory. It is not impossible. In the Li family, 4 middle-aged men were talking to each other, looking at Li Ruowan, who was sitting aside with a sullen face. Thank uncles, Li Ruowan said, gritting her teeth. Grandpa Zhou is over 80 this year, right? He also tortured and killed the 9 concubines who served as his concubines, right? The Zhou family used conspiracy to defeat my father and killed him, right? The Qian family has a grudge against my Li family. The Zhou family is the one behind them, right? The uncles really care about Ruowan. When the Li family was doing well, you were close to them, thinking that they could protect you in the fight with the Zhou family. Now that the Li family is weak and the crisis caused by the Qian family has come, you are forcing my Li family to use Ruowan to please the Zhou family. This not only solves the current crisis, but also gives the Zhou family a natural advantage in entering Jinbei City. You guys are really nice. Li Ruowan recited word by word. The 4 of them listened with expressionless faces, not caring at all. One of the men, who was about 40 years old, sneered and said, Let's not talk about others. Whether it's the Zhou family or the Qian family, we gave your Li family a chance after the incident. So we have done our best, the man said calmly. Yes. You can't see what we do. Originally it was paid monthly, but I'll pay you, the Li family, at the end of the year. What else do you want? Don't be greedy. You are so blind that you can't see. You are so kind and righteous. What else do you want? You are so greedy. Li Ruowan said angrily, shaking her head continuously, extremely disappointed. He looked around at the few people and memorized each of their ugly faces. Don't say any more. It's almost noon and you haven't paid a penny, the 50-year-old man said again. Tell me now whether you can pay today. That's right. The other 3 spoke, glaring at Li Ruowan. You guys. Li Ruowan slumped in the chair. She knew that if she couldn't come up with the money today, she would be finished. Miss. At this moment, the housekeeper's voice suddenly sounded outside the room, causing everyone to look over. You are so excited, did you take out the money? The housekeeper rushed into the house, looked at Li Ruowan and said, Mr. Lin agreed. Promised? Promised what? Li Ruowan looked at the housekeeper curiously. Didn't I ask you to go to the shops to clear out the silver? How did it involve Mr. Lin? Please forgive me, young lady. The official paused and took a deep breath. I knew it would be difficult to survive today's disaster, so I went to find Mr. Lin. Who is this Mr. Lin? The 4 men looked at each other in confusion. It was rumored that someone helped the Li family, so that the Li family only had to pay 1,000 taels of silver for the cotton incident the day before yesterday. Mr. Lin agrees to marry you, the housekeeper continued. The young lady has shown feelings for Mr. Lin over the past 2 days. I have watched the young lady grow up, and I can see that. Now this is the only way to save her. When Li Ruowan heard this, her face turned red. She really loved Lin Chen. You intend to get married but end up not being able to marry into the Zhou family? The Zhou family is such a powerful family, no one can snatch the person they want away from them. I want to see who dares to marry you. The 4 businessmen were indignant and disdainful. Then go ahead, the housekeeper said disdainfully. The reason why the Qian family is in this situation is because they look down on others and Mr. Lin. The county magistrate must conduct a thorough investigation and give Mr. Lin an explanation. I want to see what will happen if you rob Mr. Lin's wife, the housekeeper shouted angrily. When the 4 of them heard this, their eyes suddenly dimmed. The matter of the Qian family was rumored yesterday, although it was only discussed by the common people. But it was indeed because the Qian family looked down on the other party that everything happened. If he was trying to steal his wife, this would be completely different from the previous underestimation, and he might even punish the entire clan. Well, you despicable bastards. I didn't expect it to be so cunning. But so what? We still have to pay. If you don't give us the money, we'll go find your so-called Mr. Lin. It's only natural to pay back a debt. The four were indignant. Mr. Lin said that he would find a way once the money comes in, said the housekeeper. Li Rowan paused. Lin Chen was willing to take on a debt of 100,000 yuan. Come down? How long will it take? In a year? Or 10 years, 100 years? You are bullying others by taking advantage of your power, right? This is Jinbei City, and the Jinbei King is in charge of justice. Let's go to the Jinbei King's mansion to find the princess. The four of them shouted angrily. Wait. Li Rowan paused for a moment and looked at the housekeeper beside her. Although Lin Chen agreed to assume the debt, she didn't want to bring too much debt with her, so she tried to reduce it as much as possible. Send away your servants, sell your property, and pay as much as you can today. I'll return the rest to you later. Are you satisfied? The four of them raised their eyebrows when they heard this. Did they sell the family property directly? The real value of the Li family's property is about 200,000, but because they are in a hurry to sell it, it is estimated that it will be difficult to get even half of it. It's a bargain. The four of them all had smiles on their faces. Niece, can you sell your cloth shop to me? I want to buy it. That grain shop is also good. I want to buy some. The four of them rushed to buy it, fearing that it would be too late and someone else would buy it. Li Rowan stared at them angrily and said, The inn is 5,000, 2,000. If you want it, just pay. No bargaining. Niece, you can't do this. Okay, I'll buy it. Is this house for sale? Chapter 22, One More Wife. Evening. Why haven't you come yet? I've been waiting all day. Ranner and Yue were walking back and forth in the hall, very anxious, and kept looking towards the door. But Li Rowan and others never showed up. Lin Chen sat aside, feeling extremely depressed. He had a new wife for no apparent reason. Anyone would be depressed. Here I come. Suddenly Miao Lu came from the direction of the gate and shouted towards the hall. Coming? Ranner and Yue smiled at each other and quickly came to the gate. Li Rowan looked lost, expectant, and more shy as she walked over with Butler Li. Sisterly. The two men came over and looked at Li Rowan excitedly. Li Rowan felt the enthusiasm of the two and her mood was also adjusted. I was extremely grateful and said, Thank you, madams. Where is Mr. Lin? Still call me madam? We're sisters now, Rana said. You can't call me Mr. Lin anymore. You should call me husband. Yu Wei took over and continued. When Rowan heard this, her face instantly turned red with embarrassment, and she was pulled by the two men towards the main hall. The butler watched and intuitively felt that the atmosphere was very harmonious, and that what he was doing was right. Walk into the hall. When Lin Chen saw Li Rowan coming, there was an unnatural look on his face. Hello, husband, Li Rowan said. Yeah. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Now that things had come to this, what else could he do if he didn't agree? After a pause, he looked at Li Rowan. What's the situation now? Everyone has been laid off, and all the properties have been acquired by the four major merchants. Now we are still short of 18,000 taels. Li Rowan apologized very much. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. Ranner took over the conversation. Now you are also my husband's wife. How can we say sorry as we are a family? We just need to get through the hardships together. As long as the family works together, there is nothing that cannot be overcome. That's right. Yu Wei took over the conversation. Besides, it's only 18,000 taels. I believe my husband can easily pay it back. Besides, if we really can't pay it back, Ranner smiled cleverly. At worst, we can just let Yu Wei take us away. With Yu Wei's fighting power, there's no need to worry about their pursuit. Yeah. Yu Wei nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Lin Chen looked at the two people in front of him and smiled unhappily. Looking at Rowan. Don't worry. Just as Ranner said, as long as we work together, everything will be accomplished. As he spoke, he looked at Miao Lu who was standing aside and was about to prepare to eat. As his eyes moved, Butler Li came into his sight and he was suddenly stunned. Isn't this a ready-made butler? She said. Butler Li, how about you become the butler of my Lin family in the future? When Ranner and Yu Wei heard it, they instantly remembered the horrific scene that morning and looked over excitedly. Miao Lu was also excited. Although he had only been the housekeeper for 2 days, these 2 days were truly painful. Looking forward to seeing it. Can I do it? Butler Li couldn't believe it. He was entrusted with an important task right after he arrived. The position of butler is very crucial. You are Rowan's confidant, and Rowan is my wife. Lin Chen couldn't adapt for a while. He stared at Butler Li and said, "Of course." "Thank you, young master." Upon hearing this, Butler Li knelt down excitedly and said gratefully, "Li Zhuang thanks the young master and the three ladies. I will definitely take good care of this family in the future." "Yes." Lin Chen nodded and looked at Miao Lu and said, "Let's arrange this meal first. Hand over your work to Butler Li later, and follow me from now on." "Okay." Miao Lu felt like a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders when he heard this, and he was extremely excited. He asked Butler Li to follow him and left. Ranner and Yue took Ruowan to choose a room and decorate it. "You guys." Ruowan watched Ranner and Yue helping to arrange clothes and make the bed, and hesitantly for a long time. "How long has it been since you and your husband slept together? What is sleeping together?" Ranner looked at it curiously. Yue knew it, and looked at Ranner with a blushing face. If it weren't for Ranner on the first day, she should have taken the initiative to sleep with her husband. Said, "My husband will not take advantage of others' misfortune. What he cares more about is the heart." "Is that so?" Ruowan felt unbelievable, but she had to admit that Lin Chen really did not make the wrong choice. "You haven't told me yet what sleeping together is." Ranner looked curious. "You'll know later," Yue replied. "Why later?" Ranner asked. "Why don't you come down and ask your husband?" Ruowan said. "He knows everything." "Indeed, it seems that there is nothing my husband can't do." Ranner nodded. Dining room. The few of them ate quietly. Butler Li had already gotten into the role and just stood by. Miao Lu was so happy that he could no longer be seen. "Husband, do you know what sleeping together means?" Ranner ate while looking at Lin Chen, who was in deep thought. After these words were spoken, Lin Chen paused, almost spit out his food, and coughed a few times. Not only that, but Lily standing by was also shocked with his eyes bulging. "Are you okay?" The three girls looked at Lin Chen worriedly, while Yue and Ruowan had strange smiles on their faces. Lin Chen smiled bitterly and said, "I am a gentleman and cannot take advantage of others in distress." He said to Ranner seriously, "I will tell you about this question later." "Oh." Ranner nodded. "Also, don't ask anyone else. You can only ask me this question," Lin Chen continued. "Yeah." Ranner nodded. "It's late at night and everyone is asleep." "Oh, I'm so upset." Lin Chen tossed and turned in bed. In the left room was Yue, in the right room was Ranner, and further back was Wanro. He was guarding his three beautiful wives, but he couldn't move. Lin Chen hated the idea of being a gentleman in his heart. "Oh." He kept sighing and was extremely speechless. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, causing Lin Chen to walk over quickly and asked impatiently, "Who?" Before he finished speaking, Ruowan's fragrant shoulders, bra, and shy look came into view. Lin Chen swallowed and said, "It's the middle of the night, what's going on?" "Husband, do you need Wanro's company?" Ruowan replied shyly. When Lin Chen heard the tingling sound and looked at Ruowan's appearance, his heart beat faster. But he still said subconsciously, "No need." After saying this, he closed the door, was stunned again, and beat his chest and stomped his feet in regret. "Gentlemen, damn gentlemen witness." Outside the door, Ruowan looked at the closed door, her brows filled with tenderness. She knew that Lin Chen was a true gentleman. Different from those people. She came close to the door and whispered softly, "Husband, Ruowan really thanks you." After saying this, he tiptoed back to his room. "Hey!" Lin Chen also heard Wanro's words and felt Ruowan leaving. Sigh. It is better to get the heart than just the body. After saying that, he went back to bed and went to sleep. Time passes slowly. "I can't sleep." Lin Chen threw the quilt aside, still unable to sleep, and angrily said, "I'm not going to sleep anymore. I'm going to find Miao Lu and ask him to hire someone to get the job done tonight at a high price. I still own nearly 20,000 taels of debt, which must be repaid as soon as possible. I want to lie down, I must lie down, whoever dares to stop me from lying down, I will have a grudge against him." Chapter 23 Printing Shop. In the night. "Miao Lu, follow me." Lin Chen walked to the gate and saw Miao Lu, who was on patrol, and said sternly, "Master, where are you going so late at night?" Miao Lu was curious and looked around. "No one will patrol when I'm gone, so I'll just guard the house." "It's okay." Lin Chen shook his head. "Someone is more energetic than you." "Oh." Miao Lu heard the voice and smiled awkwardly. He also knew that Madame Yue would stay on a tree every night, keeping an eye on the entire compound. He nodded silently, followed Lin Chen's steps and walked out the door. The street was very quiet and there were few pedestrians. "Do you know anyone who can carve or print?" Lin Chen asked Miao Lu as he walked. After all, Miao Lu was a local. "The engraver doesn't know it, but the printer does." Miao Lu didn't understand, but still replied. Then take me there, Lin Chen said. How could Miao Lu dare to say no and led the way? After a moment, Miao Lu took Lin Chen to a dilapidated street with puddles of water all over the road. Beggars could be seen resting not far away. There are slums everywhere. Young master, slow down. Be careful of the slippery road. Miao Lu was a little embarrassed. It's okay. Lin Chen didn't care. After a while, the two came to a closed shop and Miao Lu knocked on the door. Who is it? So late at night. A deep voice came from inside the door, and then the door opened, revealing a burly man nearly 2 meters tall, covered in flesh, with wounds all over his bare arms. As soon as he saw Miao Lu, an ugly smile appeared on his face. Miao Lu, why are you here? You are not in the Jinbei Palace, what are you doing here? As he said that, he hugged Miao Lu tightly, squeezing him so hard that Miao Lu could hardly breathe. He kept signaling to the strong man to let go, but the strong man did not. Miao Lu is here? At the same time, excited voices were heard in the room, and 7 or 8 strong men rushed towards Miao Lu, and beat Miao Lu non-stop. Miao Lu felt dizzy and dazed from being beaten, and kept signaling to the men to stop. After a long time, the sturdy men finally saw it, looked at Lin Chen, stopped awkwardly, and looked at Miao Lu curiously. Who is this? I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, young master. Miao Lu straightened his clothes and said to Lin Chen awkwardly. They were all my former comrades in arms. I retired for some reason and was taken in by this printing shop. I help out on weekdays. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded. This is what brotherhood is all about. Why don't you come and meet my young master? Miao Lu looked at his brother and said angrily. The young master was invited back by the prince. He has great abilities. Greetings, young master. Several people bowed quickly. Call out your shopkeeper. The young master has something to discuss with him, Miao Lu said. Okay. After saying that, one person immediately ran to the backyard. The others invited Lin Chen into the house. Lin Chen waited and looked around, which was filled with printing blocks, ink and rice paper. After a moment, an elderly shopkeeper came from the backyard, saw Miao Lu, and they smiled at each other. It was obvious that they knew each other. He looked at Lin Chen again, a little nervous. Hello, master. Yes. Lin Chen nodded and asked. Can you print 1,000 chapters of the content I specify in one night? One night? 1,000? Too much, too little time. When the strong men heard this, they started talking and shaking their heads. The shopkeeper was also bitter when he heard this. Printing requires engraving, but engraving takes at least a day, and it will take longer depending on the field. What if I give you the technology? Lin Chen looked around and said. But it might destroy your existing engravings. I can buy the damaged engravings. New technology? It can be done overnight? No need to recarve? The shopkeeper looked at Lin Chen in surprise, full of disbelief. Is there such technology? That's impossible. I haven't heard of it. The strong men were talking about it. Yes. Lin Chen replied to the shopkeeper without paying attention to the discussions. But after we know this technology, the shopkeeper's heart sank slightly. Technology is too precious. Especially since Lin Chen's situation was just introduced, it involved the Jinbei Palace. He was afraid of getting into trouble. You don't have to worry about that. Lin Chen spoke, and his heart sank slightly when he saw the shopkeeper's timid state. I guess no matter what I promised, he wouldn't be willing to do it. He looked around and then at the street outside the store. I will invest my technology in your store, Lin Chen simply replied. If the experiment is successful later, this store and technology will be jointly owned by you and me. When the shopkeeper heard this, he frowned. He could print 1,000 copies of the specified content in one night. If you get this technology, it will be unique in the world and you will definitely make a fortune in the future. But you need to destroy your existing engraving to conduct the experiment. With a look of reluctance on his face, he hesitated. What if the experiment doesn't succeed? Failed. I will buy those damaged engravings at twice the price, Lin Chen replied calmly. Twice? This way I won't lose anything and I can even make some money. You can try it. We haven't been open for a month. The strong men were excited, but they had nothing to lose anyway. But the shopkeeper was still hesitant. There was no such thing as pie in the sky. He glanced at Miao Lu, then looked at the strong men, and finally his eyes fell on Lin Chen. After a pause, he said, If it really doesn't work, you can buy my engraving and make it yourself. I have rice paper and ink. You can buy them from me. Miao Lu and Shirtu are all friends. The shopkeeper hesitated for a while and looked at the strongest one. He continued to say to Lin Chen, They all know how to print. And I can barely afford to support them now. Why don't you take it back with you? The shopkeeper looked at Lin Chen with fear. Huh! Lin Chen took a deep breath. Now he finally understood why this store was opened here and yet had such bad business. This shopkeeper is too timid, no wonder he can't afford to support his employees. But being so timid, how could they take in a few veterans? Is it to protect the store? What is there to defend in this store? Lin Chen shook his head and said decisively. Okay, count how many engravings there are in total and how much they cost. I will buy the rice paper and ink from you. As for the rest of you, follow me from now on. Lin Chen looked at Shitu and the others. If you need to print it. If you don't, patrol the house with Miao Lu. When they heard this, they looked at each other with joy. They had big appetites and had never had a full meal during this period of time when there was no business. The Lin Chen in front of him was invited back by the prince, so he must be rich. While smiling foolishly, he was also very happy that he could be with Miao Lu again. Miao Lu also looked at them excitedly. Okay. Seeing that the matter was settled, the shopkeeper hurried to the side to tap the numbers and calculate the amount. Lin Chen paid the silver and asked Shitu and others to carry the supplies and prepare to leave. When leaving, Shitu and others thanked the shopkeeper one by one. Although the shopkeeper was stingy, they at least had food to eat during this period because of him. After saying goodbye, Lin Chen walked on the muddy road with 7 or 8 strong men. The beggars on the left and right were frightened by their momentum and fled. Chapter 24 Novel. Journey to the West. On the street. A little beggar was holding a little girl's hand and hiding from Lin Chen and his companions. Suddenly he stumbled and fell, and without leaving in time, he hugged the little girl and hid his side. He looked at Lin Chen and others who were passing by in panic. You! In the darkness, Lin Chen saw the frightened eyes of the little boy and girl, and looked over. The two were so scared that they were shaking all over. The boy moved his sister in his arms behind him and kept swallowing his saliva, trying to suppress his fear. Do you want to have a full meal? Lin Chen suddenly asked. If you do, follow me. I need your help to do something, but it won't be anything illegal or involve life safety. When the boy heard this, he looked at Lin Chen in fear, not knowing whether what Lin Chen said was true or false. He stared at Lin Chen for a while, then mustered up the courage to ask. You didn't lie to us? No. Lin Chen was determined and curious. Do you dare to take a gamble? Brother, I'm hungry. At the same time, the innocent little girl didn't have the boy's thoughts and said it simply. When the little boy heard this, he panicked and stared at Lin Chen for a long while. His eyes narrowed. I bet if you dare to lie to me, I will kill you. How bold. Miao Lu was furious when he heard it. Although the boy was afraid, he did not move at all and continued to protect his sister tightly. You will be glad for your choice. Lin Chen stared at the little boy, then looked back at the printing shop. Braver than the shopkeeper. And decisive. What's your name? Lin Chen asked the little boy. Amu. The little boy replied. Where's your sister? A Tao. Yes. Lin Chen nodded and said. Okay, bring your sister and follow us. After saying this, he led Miao Lu and others forward, and Amu and a Tao followed. Returning to the house, I looked at the huge yard. The strong men were not surprised. After all, Miao Lu had already said it. Wow! So beautiful! Ah Tao had a look of surprise on her face, while Amu beside her was still very cautious. Yue looked at Lin Chen and Miao Lu after they came back, and was curious as to why Lin Chen suddenly brought back so many people. But no further questions were asked. He jumped down from the tree and went back to his room to sleep. Lin Chen asked Miao Lu to choose a remote room and let everyone in. Use a saw to carefully cut all the words on the engraving, and repeat the process and put them aside. Shitu will find words and layout according to the content. Once the contents are collected, there is no need to continue cutting the woodblocks, and we can collaborate on printing. Miao Lu, you continue patrolling. Come over if you have time. If there is anything we can collaborate on, Shitu will be in charge of printing here. Lin Chen arranged a few people. What about me? Amu listened to Lin Chen's arrangements, which did not involve himself, and pretended to ask bravely. You! Lin Chen's face sank slightly. He glanced at the young A Tao behind him, and then looked at Amu. Although he is young, he knows how to bravely protect his sister. Very good. To Miao Lu beside him. Take them downstairs to eat something, and find a room for them to stay in the side building so they can rest for a night. Okay, Miao Lu replied. I can help today. Amu mustered up the courage to say to Lin Chen. What you need to do will be arranged tomorrow. Lin Chen continued to say to Amu. Go, your sister is very hungry. Lin Chen looked at the stubborn Amu and realized that only his sister could make him change his mind. Okay then. Amu nodded, but still very stubborn. He stared at Lin Chen and said, I want to know what I need to do tomorrow. Ha ha! Lin Chen was not angry either. He smiled and said, I need you to find your beggar friend tomorrow and go to the street to distribute the flyers printed today. 1 cent per person, Lin Chen said. Hand out flyers? 1 cent per person? Amu took a deep breath and said, Okay, I got it. Also, this is for you. Lin Chen took out some copper coins and handed them to Amu, saying, This is your monthly stipend in advance. You always need to entertain when you go out to do business. Monthly salary? Upon hearing this, Amu looked at the copper coins in front of him excitedly. So many? The first time he saw it in his life. The key point is that I have only been here for 1 day, and he is already giving me money? Does he trust me so much? He cowed out suddenly. Thank you, master. Okay. Lin Chen responded. Go ahead. Yeah. Amu nodded, looked at Miao Lu, and followed Miao Lu away. Call! At the same time, Lin Chen looked around and felt that it was about time, so he went back to his room to rest with peace of mind. Early morning. Sir, please take a look at Journey to the West, which tells the story of Sun Wukong. This is the first time. There will be a second time and a third time. Take a look, it's very good and free. On the street, dozens of little beggars kept distributing papers. Amu knew that the morning market had the most people and was also the easiest to make money. Early in the morning, they gathered the little beggars who used to hang out there and started distributing money. The little beggars were very excited when they heard that there was money. No money? The paper is good. The handwriting is good too. There's nothing written on the back, so you can use it. It's free anyway, so just think of it as getting a piece of paper. Yes. Just treat it as a piece of paper. Little beggar, give me one. Pedestrians on the street received them one after another. At the same time. Master, this is a free gift of 1,000 sheets. Each sheet of rice paper costs 3 won, not counting the ink and labor costs. Today I lost 3,000 coins, that's 3 taels. Miao Lu looked at Lin Chen in the hall, full of doubts. Not only are they losing money right now, but Shi Tzu and the others are still printing. If this continues, there is no telling how much money they will lose. Don't worry. Lin Chen didn't care and replied to Miao Lu. Go and see how the printing is going over there. Can they print 10,000 copies today? As he said this, he glanced at the yard. It was strange that he didn't see Ranner and the other 3 today. They didn't even have breakfast. Okay. Miao Lu shook his head helplessly after hearing this and turned to leave. In the evening, after a busy day, many people began to rest. This Sun Wukong worshipped Patriarch Bodhi as his master. Who is this Patriarch Bodhi? Is he so powerful? Is he a god from heaven? He has to be awesome. Sun Wukong was created by a stone, and he was defeated and called his master. How can he not be awesome? 72 transformations, making havoc in the underworld, so cool. I like this Monkey King very much. What? It's gone. What's underneath? Old woman, where did this come from? A street beggar gave it to me. You also want to see what's so exciting about it. Read it to me. The underworld was attacked by Sun Wukong? What happened next? I'll go around the streets tomorrow and ask the little beggar for the back one. You have to get it for me. It's making me so mad. It's keeping me on suspense and keeping me awake. A small piece of paper caused many families in Jinbei City to lose sleep. The next morning. Why didn't the little beggars come? Are you here to look for the little beggars as well? Yes, don't mention it. The boss and I couldn't sleep last night. What are you talking about? The little beggar gave me a piece of paper. There is a story on it. It is very interesting. Show me, what's behind it? I was also looking for the little beggars for the ones behind, but they didn't come. Oh no, I'm going to curse my mother. I'm so depressed so early in the morning. I'm going to go find the little beggar. On the street, the little beggar did not come out today. Word spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and the story of Sun Wukong was known to many people, and they were all looking for the little beggar. Lin Chen's mansion. Master, will it be sent out today? Miao Lu asked curiously. No. Lin Chen shook his head. Let the bullets fly for a while. Let the bullets fly for a while. Miao Lu looked confused. I didn't see Ranner and the other 3 yesterday, and they're not there today either. It's strange. Lin Chen looked around the courtyard in confusion. Especially Yue, who didn't practice martial arts for 2 consecutive days, which is even more strange. Not only Lin Chen was confused, but the beggars on the street were even more confused. They were constantly questioned by the people passing by, which delayed their begging. I quickly changed seats, but as soon as I changed seats, I was questioned by other people, which made me extremely depressed. Chapter 25 Storytelling Shop. Day 3. Master, will it be delivered today? Miao Lu asked curiously. No, let the bullet fly for a while. Miao Lu was puzzled. Lin Chen looked around, but still could not see Ranner and the other two. I asked but early this morning, and he said that the three of them left early in the morning. He looked at Miao Lu and said, "Let's go to the street and see what's going on with Journey to the West now." "Yeah." Miao Lu nodded and followed him away. On the street. "What's going on? Why hasn't the little beggar come yet?" "I don't know. I just saw a little beggar. As soon as he saw me walking towards him, he ran away. I was so angry. I heard that several storytelling shops have recently started telling Journey to the West. What they say is nothing. I heard that in order to monopolize the market, they directly started buying up manuscripts from people at high prices. The one that was in the hands of the Chen family's wife was stolen by a thief. Sigh, the world is going downhill." The people kept talking along the way. "Young master, do you need us to deal with it? They want to monopolize." Miao Lu frowned. This was written by Lin Chen. "No need." Lin Chen nodded with interest. "The more so, the better. The bigger the commotion, the better. The topics of conversation these people bring are more likely to arouse the curiosity of the people. Let's go." Lin Chen looked at Miao Lu and said, "Take me to a storytelling shop." "Okay." Miao Lu led the way and Lin Chen followed. A moment. "Well done, Sun Wukong, you fought well." Lin Chen and his companion came to the door of a large store called Tingshu Tianxia. Before I even entered, I heard cheers from inside. As I slowly approached the store, I saw a huge hall filled with people. Some are sitting, some are standing, and some are even squatting. Everyone was looking intently at an old storyteller in front of them. The old man spoke in a vivid and fascinating voice. "I have met both of you." Just as Lin Chen was observing, a waiter came up to the two of them, greeted them, and asked, "Are you two listening to a book?" "Yes." Lin Chen nodded. "Then I wonder if you want a seat ticket or a standing ticket?" replied the waiter. "Is there any difference?" Lin Chen smiled faintly and realized why so many people were standing around him. Looking at the waiter, he asked, "How much is a seated ticket? How much is a standing ticket?" "A seated ticket is 1 liang, and comes with tea, snacks, etc." The waiter replied. "A standing ticket is 5 yuan, and comes with no services, but can be purchased additionally." "Such a big difference? So expensive?" Miao Lu exclaimed. "Ha ha!" Lin Chen didn't care, but he had to admit that the shop owner's operating idea was very good, and he took out 2 taels of silver. He threw it to the waiter and said, "Please arrange 2 seats." "Okay." The waiter led Lin Chen to the front seat and served him tea. At that time, all I heard was Sun Wukong shouting, "Old Jama." The old man on the stage blushed as he spoke excitedly. Everyone cheered, and Lin Chen listened with a smile, closing his eyes and resting, really enjoying this kind of lying down life. "Wrong!" At this moment, a female voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, and the scene was instantly startled and fell silent. Following the sound, I saw a beautiful girl in yellow clothes, about 18 or 19 years old, standing up from her seat. His eyes moved around, and he glared at the old man who was lecturing on the stage and said, "The original 3rd chapter is not written like this." "Huh!" Lin Chen heard the voice coming from beside him, and opened his eyes. The woman came into view, very beautiful. No less than his 3 wives, but with different temperaments. Ranner is unworldly, speaks in a heroic manner, is gentle and smart, and the woman in front of him has a hint of literary air. Although it is very beautiful and unique, Lin Chen still doesn't care. After seeing 3 women every day, he no longer knows what beauty is. If you dare to cause trouble in someone else's store, you will inevitably cause dissatisfaction from the other party, and you will move your chair for fear of being affected. It's fine if you didn't get the manuscript, but you can continue with the first 2 chapters. The woman was indignant. Continue. Such hearsay and fabrication are disrespectful to the original author. Isn't it the original novel? Isn't this deceiving us? Can I ask for a refund? Give me back. When the people watching the excitement heard this, they all cheered, not caring about the big deal. Lin Chen doesn't care about these. There was competition among storytelling shops, and some were monopolizing the market, so naturally some people did not get some of the manuscripts. But in order not to miss out on others, this shop was organized based on what people who had seen it said, and finally formed the 3rd chapter to tell others. No matter whether it respects the original work or not, as long as more people know the general content, it's fine. One's own purpose is to be updated later. Staring at the woman, Lin Chen smiled faintly. He didn't expect that he had a new fan. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble here?" At this moment, a man walked out angrily from behind the fence and glared at the woman. "Making trouble?" the woman said disdainfully. "You don't respect the original manuscript and make up stories. If I bring this up, then I'm making trouble?" "That's right. If you don't respect the original manuscript, you have to pay compensation. We are here to listen to the original Journey to the West, not to listen to your writing. I have attended 4 sessions, but to my surprise, all 4 were fake. You must return your money. This is to protect the interests of us who listen to books. Everyone was talking about it. The man's face darkened, but he was not afraid of arousing public anger. He looked at the woman and continued. How do you know ours is not the original? The original manuscript was written in a melodious style, and every word and sentence was carefully polished. The woman paused and said angrily, But your 3rd chapter is obviously rough. What did you say? Can't understand. Can you understand? When everyone heard the woman's analysis from the text, they were all confused. They were just listening to a story. Only Lin Chen smiled faintly, confirming the fact that the girl came from a scholarly family. Just because of this? The man listened to the discussions of the crowd and realized that public opinion was leaning in his favor. Just deal with most of the people, he said disdainfully. Couldn't it be that the author was rushing to finish the manuscript? Absolutely impossible. The woman was furious when she heard the man's slander. How dare he insult her idol? He shouted angrily. Even if it was rushed, it couldn't be this bad. Ha! The man sneered disdainfully. You are just making assumptions without any evidence. If you don't have any concrete evidence, don't make trouble here. That's right. I just don't understand what you've been saying for a long time. It's all thanks to her mouth. Go away, we need to continue listening. The people were talking about it. You! The woman looked around at everyone indignantly, too angry to speak. Okay. The man stared at the woman for a moment. He knew that she was born extraordinary and did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. Making money is the bottom line. Someone kick this woman out. As soon as she finished speaking, 4 big men appeared from all directions, trying to drive the woman away. The woman was not afraid when she saw it. She looked around at everyone and took out a piece of rice paper from her sleeve. This is the original manuscript. Do you have anything else to say? The woman said, staring at the man angrily. Original manuscript? She actually has the original manuscript? Manuscripts are very valuable nowadays. Most of them have been bought up by a few big storytelling outlets, or even directly destroyed. It is said that a manuscript was sold for 100 taels of silver a few days ago. This is simply incredible. Everyone was talking about it. Chapter 26: A New Fiancé. Huh! The man was also very excited. Nowadays, manuscripts are not only expensive, but also out of stock. They said that the bookstore was not one of the largest ones, and they did not react immediately at the beginning, so they were a step late. Now the original manuscript is right in front of us. Once we get it, we can compete with the big storytelling houses. He walked over quickly, took the paper, looked at it carefully, and his eyes bulged instantly. It is indeed the original manuscript, and the writing is as good as ever. Okay. The man was very excited. He stared at the woman and said angrily, How ridiculous! I found out early this morning that my manuscript was gone. So you stole it under the guise of listening to a book? The man directly accused her. Lin Chen was completely speechless. Even though the woman is well dressed and comes from an extraordinary family, it doesn't mean the man also has a weak background. Now that the original manuscript is involved, we naturally have to work hard. I see. I was wondering why a young girl would come here alone to listen to a book. It turns out she came here to steal. She must have been sent by another storytelling house to attack this one. Yes, it must be. Everyone was talking about it. You! The woman was speechless after hearing this. Seeing the man trying to put the manuscript into his arms, I was so anxious that tears were about to come out. You are wrongly accusing people. Unfair? The man said seriously. You are young, a woman, and you are not accompanied by your father or husband. Why do you come out to show your face? You! The woman was speechless and didn't know how to respond. I ran away secretly, and my father is not in Jinbei City. What to do? Lin Chen watched quietly. This world is still dominated by men. Before marriage, the father was the main person in charge. When going out alone, someone had to accompany you. If something happened, you just had to send someone home to find your father. The same applies after marriage, but the husband is the priority. The woman was young and certainly not married, so naturally she had no husband. She was dressed like a lady from a noble family, and there was no one around her. She must have come out while her father was away. Besides, you said it was yours. Seeing this, the man also figured out the clue. With a faint smile, he continued. The original manuscripts were all written by beggars. How could you, a lady from a wealthy family, get them from beggars? Lin Chen still watched quietly. The original manuscript must be from a woman. Who on earth would send someone with so many flaws to steal the manuscript? The woman hesitated. She really couldn't think of a reason. That's right. He must be a liar. Of course, report her to the police and have her arrested. This crime is not serious, but you can use her to choose a daughter-in-law. Such a beautiful woman, I can also go and get her. Everyone was talking about it. You are going too far. The woman looked around at everyone, knowing that if she couldn't get away with it today, the other party would definitely frame her. Looking around at everyone, he saw Lin Chen, who was quietly eating melons, different from the others, and said to the man, "Who dares to go out alone with you? I did this with my fiancé, and the original manuscript also belongs to my fiancé." Fiancé? Where is it? How could such a beautiful woman have a husband? It's so infuriating. Everyone said that it was normal for a lady from a wealthy family to get engaged. Lin Chen also looked around, trying to see who her fiancé was. The man frowned when he heard the voice, and he was a little worried. Where is your fiancé? Here, the woman replied, pointing to the side. Lin Chen observed and suddenly saw the woman pointing at him, and instantly the hairs on his body stood up. Well, having 3 kids at home is already enough to deal with. How come there is suddenly a fiancé? Looking quietly, he saw the woman looking at him with a pleading expression. Lin Chen still didn't want to help. He came here to lie down. He is actually her fiancé? A flower stuck in cow dung. That's right. Whatever, she's wearing the same clothes as me. She doesn't look like a rich person. I'm so pissed off. Everyone talked and stared at Lin Chen angrily, and Lin Chen looked confused. Boy, you are his fiancé. At this moment, the man was obviously a little anxious. He glared at Lin Chen and said, Your fiancé is causing trouble here. You must give an explanation. Otherwise, you'll be prepared to take a walk around jail today. The man went straight to the point of accusing Lin Chen, which made Lin Chen frown. Was he planning to wrongly accuse himself? Miao Lu's eyes narrowed and he was ready to take action. The woman next to him turned pale and looked at Lin Chen guiltily. An explanation? Lin Chen stared at the man and said, You took the manuscript for yourself? And you want me to give you an explanation? What a joke. The original manuscript is mine. The man remained fearless and said, Your fiancé said you gave it to him? Do you have any evidence? Evidence? Lin Chen smiled faintly and stared at the man confidently. I said I wrote it, do you believe it? He wrote it? How is that possible? Is he really the original author? Everyone was excited. The woman also looked at Lin Chen with surprise. Ha ha! The man's face was full of disdain. Since the publication of Journey to the West, many people have been looking for the author, but no one has found him. He actually claimed that he was the original author. He raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, How do you prove that you are the author? If you can't prove it, I will definitely hand you over to the authorities today. Really? Lin Chen paused and said, I can recite the first 3 chapters word for word. Can you? This thing has only been out for 2 days, and few people have seen the original manuscript. Even if they have, they will lend it to others. Who can recite it? I guess no one can recite it except the original author. Everyone was talking about it. I don't believe it. The man curled his lips. He didn't believe that someone could recite it word for word. Everyone makes mistakes. Said, You carry it on your back. Okay, listen carefully. Lin Chen said. The sky and the earth are dark and yellow. It started. Everyone was instantly excited and listened. As Lin Chen recited, everyone listened with great interest, except the woman and the man who looked at him in surprise. The woman was surprised but excited at the same time. Worship look. The man, however, looked incredulous, with his features twisted. Had he really met the original author? Wasn't his day doomed? Watching Lin Chen recite the 3rd chapter, he unfolded the rice paper in his hand and compared them one by one. His face grew paler. A moment. I've finished reciting. Lin Chen stopped reciting and looked at the man. Did you really memorize it? He really is the author. He's here. What's going on back there? Let him talk about it. After hearing this, the people looked at Lin Chen excitedly. The woman was also excited to see her idol. She never thought that she would meet the real author. What else do you have to say now? It is said that the price for the 3rd round is 10 taels, and there is no demand for it. You robbed other people's property, which is a serious crime. Lin Chen said coldly. It's over, the boss is finished. More than 1 tael will be sentenced to more than 3 years. For these 10 taels, shouldn't it be the death penalty? Everyone was talking about it. Ha ha! The man was unwilling and thought for a long time, then suddenly sneered. Staring at Lin Chen, he said, Does being able to recite prove that you are the original author? Give me a day, and I can still recite it. Chapter 27, Under the Prefect's Regency. You're still not convinced, right? Lin Chen looked at the man with interest, paused, and said, "Okay, I'll follow the request just now and talk about the rest, but only the title." "Wow. What's behind it?" "It's just a title. The topic is not bad. At least you know the direction. No need to worry." "Yes, yes, yes." Everyone was excited. The man was speechless, stared at Lin Chen for a moment, and said in shame, "I don't believe it." "Don't believe it?" Lin Chen said disdainfully. "Listen carefully. In the 4th chapter, Qi Tian is not satisfied with the title of Bai Ma and is unhappy about it," Lin Chen said. "Qi Tian? What an amazing title! Sun Wukong really deserves it. This is incredible. It's in the same style as the previous title." Everyone was excited. Although it was just a title, they were extremely satisfied and listened quietly. The man looked pale and felt bad. The woman looked at Lin Chen excitedly. In the 5th chapter, the great sage steals the elixir from the peach garden and rebels against the gods in heaven to catch monsters. Lin Chen continued. "Whose elixir did Sun Wukong steal? Didn't you see the anti-heavenly palace? Sun Wukong wants to overthrow the gods in heaven, so naturally he steals from the gods. That's amazing. Sun Wukong is my god." Everyone was so excited that the man began to tremble all over. The woman next to him blushed and actually said that the author was her fiancé. In the 6th chapter, Guanyin goes to the meeting to ask the reason and the little saint uses his power to defeat the great saint. Lin Chen continued. "Even Guanyin Bodhisattva is here? It looks like this is a big deal. Who is the little saint? Did he subdue the great saint? Did he subdue Sun Wukong? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Everyone was extremely excited and looked at Lin Chen, waiting for what would happen next. However, Lin Chen stopped and looked at everyone with a smile. "Only 3 chapters, don't reveal too much." "Oh." Everyone lamented, but they were also excited, feeling that their trip here today was not in vain. At least they knew more than those who had not been here. "When I go out today, I can brag about it, and I got to meet the original author, which is even more awesome. Do you have anything else to say now?" Lin Chen looked at the dazed man quietly. He walked up to him and snatched the manuscript of the 3rd chapter from his hand. He turned around and handed it to the woman who had a look of admiration on her face. Then he continued to ask the man, "Do you want to go to the government office by yourself, or should I send someone to take you there? I own a shop under the magistrate. How dare you touch me?" The man knew that he could not resist today. Lin Chen can only be the author. Angry threats. He is actually the prefect's man? What should we do? Can he defeat the prefect? It seems impossible. Can I not read Journey to the West? I am so angry. The people discussed it. Really? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Although Jinbei City is guarded by the king of Jinbei on the surface, in fact, the king of Jinbei is more in charge of the military affairs of the entire northern border. Internal governance still relies on Tianping County, Tianxia County and the prefects above them. This is commonly known as the separation of military and political power. But because it is a special period now and the geographical location of the north is also special, the king of Jinbei has more control over Jinbei City. As a result, people all over the world only knew the king of Jinbei, but not the prefect. Even so, it doesn't mean he has no rights. Don't forget that Feng Shi, a county magistrate, has caused the Qian family to be detained now. But is Lin Chen afraid? Lin Chen looked at Miao Lu coldly and asked, "Take him to the Taiping County government office?" When Miao Lu heard this, he nodded and walked away. When the man heard that he had left his home, he dared to attack him. He stared at Miao Lu who was walking towards him and shouted angrily, "If you dare, I will make you suffer for your crimes." Really? Miao Lu showed the badge of Jinbei Palace indifferently. Personal guards of the Jinbei Palace? How is that possible? The author is accompanied by a personal guard of the Jinbei Palace. What is his identity? I was wondering who is so talented that he could write Journey to the West. Only someone from my Jinbei Palace, with its outstanding people and beautiful scenery, could write it. When everyone saw it, they were extremely excited and filled with awe for the Jinbei Palace. Jinbei Palace? The man couldn't believe it. His legs went weak and he kept backing away. Just wait, the prefect is doing business privately, and this matter will be discussed later. Miao Lu looked at the man jokingly. When the man heard this, his face turned pale. Dying prohibited officials from doing business and competing with the people for profit. His body went limp and he was dragged by Miao Lu, hunched over. Wow, wow, wow! It's over. The ticket I bought today was worth it. This show was so enjoyable to watch. I don't know how the county magistrate will judge him. After all, he is the man of his immediate superior, the prefect. Everyone was talking and followed Miao Lu and the man and walked out. The woman was pushed away and was in a panic. Where was her idol? Looking around, she saw Lin Chen walking towards somewhere else with his back to her. My name is Jing Hanyan. Hanyan gave her name, but Lin Chen had already walked away. On the street, Lin Chen took advantage of the situation to walk out and stood aside waiting for Miao Lu. A moment. Young master, the man has been sent to Feng Shi. He said he would enforce the law impartially, Miao Lu said. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded, very satisfied. Young master, why do you want to reveal that you are the author? Miao Lu wondered. He continued. Also, although Jinbei City is still ruled by the king of Jinbei, if you offend the prefect, you will inevitably be in trouble in the future. Yeah. Lin Chen responded without caring. Isn't this just for hype? If nothing unexpected happens today, Sun Wukong will become more popular again. When he starts selling the last 3 chapters, it will definitely be very popular. We'll talk about the future later. Lin Chen nodded and left with Miao Lu. At the same time. Have you heard? The author of Journey to the West appeared in the storytelling hall today, and he's a young man? Really? So talented. I like it. It's no use for you to like him. He already has a fiancée. The woman is very beautiful and looks like a lady from a wealthy family. Oh, I'm so mad, but it's okay, at least they are a good match. I heard that today he outsmarted the owner of the storytelling hall in order to protect his fiancée. That storytelling hall was opened by the prefect. The one opened by the prefect? He's not afraid of it. How amazing! He's worthy of being the author of Sun Wukong. I like him more and more. He also announced the titles of the last 3 episodes today. I'm really looking forward to it. What? Tell me quickly. Well, I'm going to ask the little beggars when they will publish a new chapter. Waiting like this is not a solution. It makes me so angry. As Lin Chen left, just as Lin Chen had expected, news of his heroic deeds spread instantly. People, after all, like to gossip. The anticipation for Journey to the West was at its highest point, and little beggars from all over the country were being chased all over the streets by book fans. They were all very depressed, as if there was no place suitable for them to stay in Jinbei City. This won't work, many people can't stand it anymore. In order to eat, everyone went to find AMU. AMU was also very generous. He took out the monthly allowance that Lin Chen had given him in advance and entertained them one by one. Chapter 28, Making Money. Day 4. In a restaurant. Madams, there are still no guests. A young man who looked like a waiter approached the 3 beautiful women and said bitterly. These 4 businessmen are simply unreasonable. I'm going to kill them. No, I'm already in debt now. I can't cause any more trouble for my husband. So what do you say we should do? The 3 women spoke to each other, their words filled with anger. The 3 of them were Lin Chen's 3 wives. In order to help Rowan pay off her debts, Ronner took out money to buy an inn, wanting to give Lin Chen a surprise. Rowan also summoned the chefs from the former Li family. It opened yesterday and originally had an opening ceremony to reward customers. But because the former chef was summoned, the 4 major businessmen were alarmed. The 4 major businessmen did not want the Li family to succeed, so they also started activities in their own restaurants, resulting in the newly opened store having no business at all. Let's wait another day. Rowan frowned and said decisively. Okay. Yue and Rana nodded. The 3 of them stayed quietly in the shop, watching people coming and going outside, feeling extremely depressed. On the street. Little beggar, why haven't you distributed it today? How should I know? I didn't get the stuff, so I won't send it out. You guys are really pissing me off. I've been waiting for so long. What will happen if this continues? I haven't slept well in the past few days. Now no matter what I do, my mind is full of Sun Wukong. Oh. It's so infuriating. People on the street were complaining and discussing with each other. At the same time, at the Lin family residence. Master, will you send out the message today? Miao Lu asked curiously, looking at Lin Chen who was sitting in the hall, looking for the 3 ladies but still couldn't find them. How many copies are there? Lin Chen heard the voice and glanced at Miao Lu. The total number is less than 50,000. Miao Lu replied. AMU was waiting on the side. AMU at this time was different from the previous few days. After coming here, there was no child trafficking as he had imagined. Even the arrival of his younger sister made the servants very happy and he was well taken care of by them. My sister never went hungry again. AMU vowed to follow Lin Chen and work hard. What's the discussion outside? Lin Chen looked at AMU and asked. Are there many people asking beggars over there? A lot. Amu nodded his head like pounding garlic when he heard it. It was not just a lot. It's not easy for little beggars to beg for food. No matter where they go, people will ask for it. Many people go straight back to their residences and stop begging for food, AMU replied. They all come to me in order to have enough food to eat, and I arrange it for them. AMU continued. That's about it. Lin Chen nodded, looked at Miao Lu and AMU and said, Consolidate people, the more the better. Okay. Miao Lu and AMU nodded, ready to take action, but were stunned by Lin Chen's next words. Lin Chen remained calm and said, I won't send it out, I'll sell it instead, 20 cents apiece. 20 cents each? The two opened their mouths in surprise. He also understood everything Lin Chen had done before. Isn't 21 too expensive? Who would spend 21 on that? Miao Lu looked incredulous and muttered. 21 can buy 6 kilograms of rice. Don't worry about these, Lin Chen said in a loud voice. People in Jinbei City are rich. When people are full, they have spiritual needs. The current entertainment methods are too old-fashioned. Even modern people cannot resist. Journey to the West. Let alone these ancient people who lacked entertainment. He continued, Just follow my instructions and don't worry about it. Also, the little beggar gets 1 penny for every 10 copies sold. Lin Chen looked at AMU. Yeah. The two nodded and left together. On the street. In the 4th chapter of Journey to the West, the official title of Bai Ma is not enough, and Qi Tian is not at peace. Who wants it? The little beggar is here, I want it. I want it, give it to me first. I'll fight anyone who snatches it from me. I haven't slept for a few days. Who do you think you are? Why should you get out of here first? As soon as the little beggar went out into the street, he was instantly surrounded by the people, making the little beggar look at everyone in confusion. Shouting, 20 cents a copy, just pay if you want it. 20 cents? Isn't it free? That's right. Why does it suddenly cost 20 when? That would buy 6 kilograms of rice. Everyone was talking and questioning the little beggar. I've already given you 3 chapters for free? Aren't you satisfied? The little beggar replied. Look at this paper and this printing, it's free, right? The little beggar asked. When everyone heard the voice, they glanced at the paper and found that it was indeed the case. I want one. I haven't slept well for 3 days in a row. I can't go on like this. A man gritted his teeth and took out money to buy one. Let me see it. When the people around saw the man take it, they quickly came over. Don't even think about it. I spent money on it. The man put away the rice paper and didn't intend to show it to others. We are from the same village. It doesn't matter if it's from the same village. If they don't want to give it to you, you can buy it with your own money. Okay, I'll remember that. A middle-aged man came up to the little beggar and took out some money. Give me one. After getting the rice paper, the middle-aged man quickly avoided the crowd and planned to go home to enjoy it alone. Oh my God, why are these people like this? That's right. I'm so pissed. Just buy it for yourself. Little beggar, give me one. I want one too. Hundreds of believers flocked to the little beggar. Evening. Wow, it's been posted 3 times, exactly the same as yesterday's news. The official is not satisfied with the title of Bai Ma, and the will of heaven is not at peace. How can Sun Dashing, a horse keeper, hold such an official position? Dad, give me my golden cudgel. I want to go find Tai Bai Jinxing. In the entire Jinbei city, every family was discussing excitedly, and no one could sleep all night. In the Lin mansion. How was your day? Lin Chen looked at the returning Miao Lu and AMU and asked curiously. How is it? Miao Lu took a deep breath, his hands shaking constantly, looking at the basket of copper coins behind him. I was so excited that I could hardly control myself. Chending paused for a moment and said, Sell them all. The total is 100,000 coins, which is 1,000 taels of silver. As he spoke, Miao Lu took another deep breath and stared at Lin Chen in front of him with admiration. After a pause, he said, Excluding the cost of about 250 taels, we made a total profit of 750 taels. Earned 750 taels? AMU on the side was stunned. He didn't even know what 1 tael looked like? The young master in front of him earned 750 taels in just a few days. It's so horrible. He stared at Lin Chen for a long time with admiration. Just as the two were getting excited, Lin Chen on the side said calmly, Too little, too slow. It will take at least a month to pay off Raw One's debt at this rate. Lin Chen didn't like this feeling. How was it different from the running around in his previous life? He just wanted to have a few hundred taels and live an ordinary life. We must find a way to make money faster. Too slow? Too little? The two felt sick when they heard it. With bitter smiles, could the Li family earn so much in just a few days? Absolutely not. Young master has earned so much in just a few days, and you still think it's not enough? So, how much is too much in your opinion? The two of them stared at the thoughtful Lin Chen, not daring to say anything more. Chapter 29 The 3 Women's Sorrow. Are there many scholars in Jinbei City? Young masters and young ladies? After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen looked at Miao Lu and Amu curiously. The two of them were stunned and didn't understand what was going on, but they nodded anyway. A lot. Jinbei City is the center of the entire Northern Territory, where many young masters and young ladies gather, Miao Lu replied. That's good. Lin Chen nodded silently, then looked at Amu across from him and said, Amu, you are selling Journey to the West today. Who are the main buyers? They are all ordinary people, Amu replied. Yeah, Lin Chen nodded. Just as he expected, ordinary people like to read this kind of articles. But the rich ladies and gentlemen like romance and love. Therefore, it is necessary to create a romantic story to attract the young masters and young ladies from wealthy families. Lin Chen thought for a moment, looked at Miao Lu, and said, I'll write a manuscript for you later, and you can take it to Shi Tu and the others. 1,000 copies will be printed tonight. Amu, pick a few smart ones and take the printed rice paper with you tomorrow to distribute them in places where young ladies and gentlemen like to hang out. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, Let Ah Tao go too. Ah Tao is young and cute, and she can arouse the sympathy of those young masters and young ladies. It's easy to get them to collect the rice paper. Okay. Amu nodded. Okay, it's decided. It's getting late today. Tomorrow you should take the copper coins to the bank and exchange them for silver notes. Lin Chen looked at Miao Lu. No problem. Miao Lu nodded. Have the three ladies returned? Lin Chen asked Miao Lu curiously. Not yet, Miao Lu replied. That's strange. Lin Chen frowned. He didn't come back at this time yesterday, nor today. What are these three people doing? Husband. Just at this moment, Rana's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. This made Lin Chen frown. He came back a little early today and looked over curiously. The three of them walked into the hall with sad faces and greeted Lin Chen. Hello, husband. After saying this, the three of them prepared to leave. Not eating? Lin Chen looked over curiously. I've eaten, Rana replied weakly and wanted to leave. This made Lin Chen speechless. What's going on? So much money? Where did it come from? Suddenly, the three women's surprised voices were heard. When the three of them were leaving, they saw a basket full of copper coins in the hall. How much is this? If nothing goes wrong, there will be 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels? Why are they all copper coins? Who can't figure out how to collect so many copper coins? The three women were surprised, and Rowan even calculated the approximate amount in an instant. It was no wonder that she was born into a merchant family, and was very sensitive about money. As they spoke, the three of them looked at Lin Chen, Miao Lu, and Amu at the same time. Amu was afraid of the three girls because they had just arrived. Miao Lu smiled awkwardly, but didn't dare not say anything, and said to the three people, Is this the money that the young master earned from selling novels these days? Selling novels? The three girls were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. They earned 1,000 taels in 3 days. It's so horrible. Yue and Rana naturally knew what the novel was. How much are you selling it for? Rowan didn't care what the novel was. She frowned and asked in confusion. It's too expensive. No one will buy it. If you want to sell it cheaply, you'll have to make large quantities, but a few days won't even be enough time to carve the blocks. It was as if he saw the clue in an instant. The young master has developed a new printing technology, Miao Lu replied. 50,000 copies were printed. New printing technology? The ability to print so quickly is enough to change the existing cultural structure. Once it gets out, it will definitely cause a huge uproar and shock the royal family. The three of them talked one after another. All of them were extremely surprised. Looking at Lin Chen in disbelief. He is indeed a resourceful husband. But it can't be that much? Yue continued, staring at Miao Lu curiously and asked, How much do you sell it for? 20 cents. Miao Lu replied. 20 won? Why don't you just go and rob it? That's 6 kilograms of rice. Yes, it's too high. Someone actually watched it. The three girls were talking about it. Yue and Rana were like that because they had never experienced the process of waiting for updates. It's as if he has never even read the novel, let alone understood that kind of pain. After hearing what the three people said, Miao Lu and Amu looked embarrassed and dared not speak. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Lin Chen took over the conversation. What do you mean it's better to rob? You guys go down, I still have things to do. Okay. The three of them smiled awkwardly when they heard it. Rana's eyes rolled around. Her husband was so capable. Would he be able to solve the difficulties the restaurant was facing? He glanced at Yue and Rowan, and they both realized the situation and nodded at the same time. She came close to Lin Chen and said tenderly, Husband, we need your help with something. Miao Lu and Amu saw it and quickly said, Master, we will go down first. After saying this, he ran away. Tell me. Lin Chen couldn't handle all this, so he spoke quickly. The three of us booked a restaurant outside, Rana said. We originally wanted to give you a surprise. But because I hired the former chef of the Li family, the four major merchants were alarmed. Rowan took over the conversation. They started activities in their respective restaurants on the day we opened. No one comes to our place now, he said bitterly. It's been a few days, and no one has come. Oh, Lin Chen nodded, frowning. Not surprisingly, the four merchants did not want to see the Li family rise again. After a pause, he said, What are your specialties? What are the dishes that others don't have but you have? Even if others have them, are they better than you? When the three of them heard this, they looked at each other, as if it was not the case, and kept shaking their heads. Then how did you promote it? Lin Chen continued to ask. Other shops have been in business for many years, but your new store has no reputation at all. There is publicity, Rana said. We beat gongs and drums in front of the gate. We also held an event. Rowan squeezed in. For example, discounts and such. Yue continued. Promotion at the door? Activities? Discounts? Lin Chen was speechless. After thinking for a moment, he said, Give the name and address of your store to Miao Lu later, and let them promote your store behind my novel. Thank you, husband. The three girls were delighted. But this kind of publicity is not a long-term solution. Lin Chen paused and thought. We must find a way to capture customers. It's a bit hot this autumn. Wait until I finish my meal, and I'll make you something special, Lin Chen said after a moment of silence. Features? The three girls were happy, staring at Lin Chen, and said in unison, Thank you, husband. After that, the three girls did not leave and accompanied Lin Chen to eat and wait. Looking at the three people standing beside him, Lin Chen covered his forehead with his hands. He still had to write. Journey to the west. Later. How could he write it if they kept guarding him? Must speed up. He wrote a note to Miao Lu and asked him to buy the materials according to the list. Chapter 30 Fruity Fun. There is a side hall in the Lin family mansion. Lin Chen looked at the 8 large cauldrons filled with water in the room. He took out the saltpeter beside him, poured it into the water, and kept observing the amount. Miao Lu and others on the side each held a small copper basin filled with water and observed quietly. Ranner and the other two also joined in. All right. Lin Chen put the saltpeter in place and said to the others, Put the copper basin in the water. After saying that, they all walked away, put it down, and then looked confused. I don't understand what Lin Chen wants to do. Husband, what's next? Rana asked first. Go get another copper basin and fill it with water. Follow the same procedure as before. Lin Chen walked to another cauldron and continued to pour in saltpeter. Rana and the others didn't dare to say more. They went outside to get a copper basin and repeated the previous operation. 1, 2, 3. Time passed slowly, and copper basins were placed in all 8 tripods. Husband, what's next? The 3 women looked at Lin Chen curiously, and looked around, confused. Not only them, Miao Lu and the others also didn't know. Go and take a look at the first pot. Lin Chen frowned, estimated that half an hour had passed, and said to the 3 women. Oh! The 3 girls came over, and Miao Lu and others followed. When they looked closely at the copper plate, they were all stunned and stammered, unable to speak. A moment. My husband, it's ice, it's ice, it's ice. Why is there ice? This is ice-making technology. Ice is not available except in winter. Many businesses store last year's ice and sell it this year. Now that it's autumn, many people have sold out their ice. We made a killing. The 3 girls looked at Lin Chen with admiration, feeling that he was omnipotent. Miao Lu and others beside them were also excited. Do they have any ice to eat in this scorching autumn heat? I guess no one except the emperor has this treatment now. Okay. Lin Chen glanced at one of the copper basins and said to Miao Lu, Take a piece of ice and follow me. After saying that, he left the room directly. Miao Lu held the copper basin carefully, and excitedly led everyone to follow Lin Chen's pace. In the dining room. How are the things I asked you to prepare? Lin Chen looked at Lily beside him. Okay. But Lily turned sideways and looked at the servant beside him. I saw people bringing up cut fruits, a bowl full of something white that looked like jelly, some brown sugar water, and dozens of empty bowls. Everyone was confused, but they looked at Lin Chen with sharp eyes. Watch what I do. Lin Chen picked up the empty bowl and poured ice, fruit, ice jelly and sugar water into it one by one. In an instant, a bowl of cool and brightly colored ice jelly is successfully made. Then he passed it to Ah Tao, the youngest child in the whole yard, and said, Ah Tao, eat first. Ah Tao looked at the cool, colorful thing in her hand with surprise, and she had already been craving for it. He quickly said, Thank you, master. Everyone looked at her and envied Tao, but who could blame her for being so young? I saw Tao picked up the spoon, put it into her mouth, and instantly showed an expression of disbelief. This caused everyone to be shocked. Master, it's delicious. It's twice as delicious as the dishes made by Master Li, if not 10,000 times. Tao exclaimed and quickly took another bite. Eat with gusto. Everyone looked at it greedily and looked at Lin Chen one by one. Lin Chen paused, looked at the three ladies around him, and said, "Let's mix it together." Yeah! The three of them didn't care who ate first, they cared more about whether they could sell it for money. Tao has already said it's delicious, so it's up to others. After all, Tao is just a child. Participate in the preparation and deliver it to everyone one by one. Wow, it's delicious. I've never eaten anything so delicious. I guess the Emperor hasn't eaten this before. No, the Emperor definitely hasn't eaten it before, and she's not here. I feel happier than the Emperor now. Miao Lu, take me to the battlefield, and I'm going to kill all those bandits. After the distribution was completed, everyone tried it one by one, and they were very excited. The three girls smiled happily, and realized that it was really delicious. They looked at the ingredients in front of them greedily, and quickly made a bowl for themselves. It's delicious. Delicious. It's really as they say. The Emperor probably has never eaten anything so delicious. With this thing, we have something special. The three women were extremely excited and felt that everything was hopeful. Husband, what is this called? Rana looked at Lin Chen curiously. A variety of fruits, Lin Chen said. What a gorgeous name. With this flavor, it will definitely attract countless customers. Of course, definitely. There is no ice to eat these days. Ordinary people will never get to touch ice in their entire lives. With us, they can eat it. How can they not come? The three girls became even more excited. Rowan asked. Then how do we set the price for this? What's the price? Lin Chen smiled and said. 10 cents apiece. 10? Everyone around was surprised. 10 coins. There is no ice anywhere right now. Why would you buy it for only 10 coins? Is it a bit low? Miao Lu, Amu and Rana were especially surprised. Novels are sold at 20 cents a copy. Has the young master changed his gender? Looked curiously. Such a price. Yue hesitated. Isn't it too low? Don't worry. Lin Chen paused and continued. But this 10 cents, only 100 copies are available every day, first come first served. 100 copies? Rana was unwilling to hear that. Wouldn't that mean she couldn't make more money? Yes, Lin Chen said. If you want extra enjoyment, you can only top up your membership. Recharge membership? Everyone was puzzled. Just keep the money with us and deduct it from it every time you make a purchase, Lin Chen said. Oh, everyone understood. Rowan frowned. Isn't this similar to a money house? In the past, money deposited by others could be used by money houses before it was exchanged. Now that other people don't have money to spend, can I use it too? The minimum recharge is 10 taels, which makes you a bronze member. You can enjoy a 10% discount on dishes and an extra fruit feast each time. 100 taels for a silver membership, 20% off on dishes, and 3 fruit feasts. 500 taels for a gold member, 30% off on dishes, and 6 servings of colorful fruit. 1,000 for 2 lifetime members, you can keep the dishes, enjoy unlimited fruit and drinks, and you can also pay the base price for the ingredients to customize a designated fruit. Oh. Everyone nodded and understood. Everyone was silent. They could feel that the young master's strategy had a hidden meaning, but they just couldn't understand it. Okay. Lin Chen didn't care about the situation of the crowd. He took out a painting with a simple pattern of ice jelly depicted on it. He handed it to Amu and said, Find a carving master to carve this painting. Yeah. Amu nodded. Stone. Lin Chen looked at the sturdy man again, took out a piece of paper with words on it, and handed it over. After Miao Lu carves it out, printed around the plate of the painting based on the content on it at the back of the novel. Okay. Stone replied. As for you, Miao Lu, I will teach you how to make ice later, Lin Chen said. Teach me? Miao Lu was surprised. Yes. Lin Chen continued. You should make a lot of ice these days. Make as much as you can, as much as possible. We don't have enough manpower. But Lily will arrange for someone to assist us. Okay. Everyone nodded. Okay then, let's all go, Lin Chen said, as he still had to go right. Romance of the West Chamber. Chapter 31 Promotion opens. 3 days later. Little beggar, has Sun Wukong come out with a new one? Give me one quickly. What is this? Colorful Fruits, Lin's restaurant? Where is it? Colorful fruits make life colorful, embellish your life, and let you enjoy aristocratic life. Ice drinks? There are still ice drinks these days. This is indeed the life of the nobility. 10 cents? There are only 100 copies available. Hurry up or they will be gone. On the streets, countless people bought Journey to the West, and saw the colorful fruits and the news about the Lin's restaurant. As soon as I saw that it was limited edition, I rushed to the address marked above. At the same time, AMU and Ateo also came to the vicinity of the academy with Romance of the West Chamber. The academy is a gathering place for scholars. At present, dyeing attaches great importance to literary talent, and scholars are naturally the pillars of the future. Therefore, many young ladies gather nearby, eager to meet their ideal husband. Let's have a passionate love. However, now AMU has not only a Tao behind him, but also a dozen well-behaved girls. This is what AMU learned from others and found among the beggars. Now all the beggars know that they can have food by following AMU, so they are naturally willing to come. They simply wash themselves, not dirty but looking pitiful. Sister, can you take a look at this? Ah Tao approached the lady in yellow, looked at her with bright eyes, and asked politely and obediently. What a poor child! He is so young, but his clothes are so dirty. When the young lady heard Ah Tao's voice, she glanced at him sideways, and a trace of heartache appeared on her sad face. Are you going to give this to me? The lady looked at the rice paper in Ah Tao's hand and wondered. Is this Journey to the West? Can you get money for distributing this? Ah Tao was obedient. She first shook her head and then nodded. No. The young lady frowned, but was relieved. She thought that someone must have followed the trend after seeing the popularity of Journey to the West. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Looking at the poor Ah Tao, she said, Poor child, give it to your sister. Yes. Ah Tao handed it over obediently. Yes. The young lady took it and touched Ah Tao's face with great affection. How can this novel be compared with Journey to the West? It is certain that not many copies will be published. She said to Ah Tao, My name is Zheng Hanyan. If you don't get sent out and have nothing to eat, come find me. Zheng Hanyan shook his head bitterly. After what happened the day before, he didn't dare to go anywhere else and could only come to the academy specified by his father to relax. Ah Tao nodded and went to another place randomly. Let's take a look. As Ah Tao left, Zheng Hanyan saw the story of Romance of the West Chamber. She had nothing to do, so she read it carefully. What a beautiful writing style and beautiful wording, written by a great writer. It is a completely different style from Journey to the West. After watching it for a while, Zheng Hanyan was instantly attracted by the words and sentences, sighed repeatedly, and continued reading. This Chui Yingying is so pitiful. Isn't that me? Zheng Hanyan burst into tears and sighed. Zhang Sheng, where is my Zhang Xing? As she spoke, the image of Lin Chen that day emerged in her mind, and her face suddenly turned red. I continued reading and it was gone. What about the back? Why is it gone? Zheng Hanyan hesitated, and when she thought of Chui Yingying, tears couldn't stop flowing. Chui Yingying, we are all Chui Yingying. Zhang Xing, Chui Yingying, aren't they writing about me and Brotherly? Brotherly, you went to Kyoto. Are you missing me? I miss you so much. What happened next? How did it turn out? Did Chui Yingying and Zhang Xing get together? At the same time, other people near the college also got Romance of the West Chamber, and talked about it. Forget it, let's go check out this so-called ice drink. While everyone felt that they could relate to the story, they also saw the advertisement behind it, and were attracted to go to Lin's restaurant. In front of the hotel. No queue, nothing. In order to prepare for any eventuality, Miao Lu also came to the Lin family restaurant as instructed by Lin Chen. Looking at the crowds of people filling the streets, Miao Lu had no idea what was going on. Look at the display above, it's indeed an ice drink. There's even ice in it these past 2 days. It's horrible. I guess there's no ice in Jinbei Palace these past 2 days. I'm afraid only the Imperial Palace has it. As long as we can eat it, we will enjoy the same treatment as the Emperor. Wow. I'm going to squeeze you to pieces. Believe it or not, I'm going to do you a favor. Come on, I don't believe it. The fight has begun. No one paid any attention to Miao Lu's words. They kept backing down and the situation even started to turn into a fight. Why are you hitting me? Believe it or not, I will arrest you right away. Because there were so many people gathered, Taiping County officials also rushed over. Looking at the huge crowd, they felt numb in an instant. Glancing sideways at Miao Lu standing at the door of the shop, he thought, if that badge on his waist isn't that of a personal guard of the Prince of Jinbei's palace, then what else could it be? Everyone who originally wanted to disperse the crowd directly did not dare to do so now, and could only help maintain order. How many copies did AMU and the others sell? Rowan looked around at the crowd and sighed. So many people gathered here. Shirtu and his team are becoming more and more sophisticated in their printing techniques. Rana was also excited as she watched the scene. Replied, with the help of Butler Lee and others, 100,000 copies have been printed in the past few days. What this means is that AMU and the others may have sold 100,000 copies already. Yue guessed. 100,000 copies means 100,000 copies have seen it. If 1% of the people come, that's 1,000 people. Rowan said in surprise. But it's definitely not 1%. What should we do now? There are so many people. How about no limit today? Yue said. No. Rowan shook her head. My husband said 100 points every day, so we can't change that. But now people are piled there in no order. How can we send it? Yue asked. Just send it out. Whoever gets it first gets it. Ranner pondered for a moment, then said, aren't they also trying to increase publicity by making a fuss? After that, the three women looked at each other and nodded. It will be sent sooner or later, so just send it now. After thinking for a while, the three girls walked to the door of the store. The boss lady is out? So beautiful? How come she is so beautiful? Look, the lady boss is about to start making ice drinks. It's such a pleasure to eat something made by such a beauty. Make way for me. I want to eat the first bowl. The crowd was noisy and kept shouting. Can I kill you again? When the officer saw the three people appear, he immediately remembered Mr. Lin that day. No wonder it caused such a big commotion. It turns out that he is a master that all princes respect. Must be maintained. He drew his sword directly and threatened the people in the crowd. At the same time, the people in the first row at the door of the store gave the money to Miao Lu and got the first share. Wow! It's delicious, so delicious, cool and refreshing, with a sweet taste. I dare say that there is nothing as delicious as this in the world. To be disrespectful, even the emperor may not have tasted it. I am living a better life today than the emperor. The first person shouted loudly, and just after taking 2 bites, the food was snatched away by the person behind him. Give it back to me! The first person wanted to snatch it back, but he had no idea who had snatched it. Wow! It's delicious, really delicious, so delicious. I feel like I'm going to heaven. The person behind him took a bite and also shouted. It was quickly snatched away again. The third person took a bite, jumped up with joy, and shouted, it's so delicious. I feel like all the pores in my body have opened up. With the previous lesson in mind, the third person swallowed the remaining ice drink whole. Chapter 32 Membership Application. Hurry up, get the next one. Fuck you, the first one who takes it, go away, next one. Don't stay there. When everyone heard 3 people in a row say it was good, they thought it must be very good. Everyone was very excited. Mine was stolen. The first person refused to leave and wanted to ask Chong Ranner and the other 2 for another one. Get out of here. The bailiff dragged the first man away, gritting his teeth. He gestured with the long sword in his hand, looked at the next person randomly, and said, you go up and give me the money. Oh. The man was timid and felt so aggrieved for buying something for the first time. I handed over the money and got my share at random. Delicious. Really delicious. The man was extremely excited and held the ice powder in his hand tightly, fearing that the scene just now would happen again. Time passes slowly. It's delicious. It's really delicious. Even gods can taste this. Everyone got the ice jelly one after another, and there were cheers one after another. The people around were very much looking forward to it, and kept crowding. That's all for today. Miao Lu's shout suddenly rang out. What? So soon? I haven't eaten any yet, I have to keep sending them out. Those who didn't get to eat shouted loudly, with reluctance on their faces, and even excitement, wanting to rush into the store. If you dare to take one step forward, I will arrest you immediately. Go back and don't enter. The stuff has been distributed and everything has been dispersed. Fortunately, the Yamen runners were there, so there was no riot, but no matter how the Yamen runners shouted, no one dispersed. Look at the membership rules at the end of Journey to the West. You can eat it if you top up. Damn, the minimum is 10 taels of silver, which is too much. How can an average family afford it? That's right, 1,000 taels for unlimited drinks? Just imagining it is great. But that's 1,000 taels. Everyone was talking about it. The 3 girls stood at the door waiting quietly, and Ranner and Yue were even more nervous. After Lin Chen's arrangement yesterday, they both knew that the real way to make money was through this membership system. But will anyone buy it at this price? At the same time, the young masters of wealthy families also rushed over. None of them got to eat it, but looking at the situation in front of them, they also wanted to try it. However, membership is required and the prices are not out of reach for them, but there is no need to pay so much for food. There is such a store in Journey to the West? The West Chamber also has this shop. Could it be that both Romance of the West Chamber and Journey to the West were written by that gentleman? In the crowd, Xing Hanyan was extremely excited listening to everyone's discussions. I looked at the paper of Journey to the West with a person injured on one side, and instantly an identical advertisement came into view. What a talented young man. He can actually write 2 novels with completely different styles. Xing Hanyan recalled Lin Chen's appearance that day. Her face flushed as she stared at the hotel in front of her. This restaurant must be known to the young master, otherwise it would not have advertised it specifically for them. He took a deep breath and said, "I'll pay 1,000 taels and apply for lifetime membership." Ah? 1,000 taels? Direct lifetime membership, how is that possible? She's a girl, so she's not ordinary. She's willing to pay 1,000 taels. That person seems to be Xing Hanyan, the only daughter of Xingdaru. Doesn't she like literature? Why is she also beginning to indulge in food? Everyone around was attracted and looked at Xing Hanyan in surprise. Some young men and women recognized her and subconsciously made way for her. Ha! The 3 girls were delighted and looked at each other excitedly. 1,000 taels in one go was too terrifying. Listening to everyone's words, I also understood Xing Hanyan's identity. She is a representative of literature. With her start, more people will surely follow. He looked at Xing Hanyan expectantly, waiting for Xing Hanyan to come over. But I have a question? Xing Hanyan stared at the 3 women. Also surprised. It's amazing that 3 such beautiful women would get together. Ask carefully. Take me to confirm, I am willing to handle it. Okay. The 3 of them looked at each other, and Rowan replied. Do you know the author of Romance of the West Chamber and Journey to the West? Xing Hanyan heard it. When the young ladies and gentlemen heard it, it was because of the literary works. Journey to the West and Journey to the West were completely 2 different styles, but judging from the writing style, both were written by great masters. Yesterday, news came out that Journey to the West was written by a young man. They don't believe it. During this period, these young men and women have been looking for the author of Journey to the West. Xing Hanyan is naturally one of the fanatical ones. Everyone looked curiously. Could it be that Xing Hanyan had been found? Ha! The 3 girls were surprised. After yesterday, they knew that Lin Chen was selling novels. They know Journey to the West, but they don't know Romance of the West Chamber. He glanced sideways at Miao Lu. Miao Lu smiled awkwardly. He never expected that the woman yesterday was actually Xingdaru's only daughter. But what I didn't expect was that I was with this young master yesterday, but today she didn't recognize me. How low is your sense of existence? He said. Of course, it was all done by my young master. The author of Romance of the West Chamber also wrote Journey to the West? It's horrible. These are 2 different styles. Young master, it really is the young master. Could it really be that he is a young man? Xing Hanyan must have found out something, otherwise she wouldn't have come here. The young men and women were the first to start the discussion. The author of Journey to the West also wrote Romance of the West Chamber. How come I didn't know that? You know nothing. Look at those noblemen and ladies. They seem to have it. Little beggars too, why don't you give it to us? It makes me so angry. The people were talking about it. Are you the man from yesterday? When Xing Hanyan heard Miao Lu's reply, she also noticed Miao Lu, confirmed it, and was surprised. Yes. Miao Lu nodded bitterly. Ha! Xing Hanyan took a deep breath and looked at the 3 girls. Okay, I'll apply for membership. After saying that, Xing Hanyan stepped forward to handle it. What should we do? Should we handle it? Go ahead. Miss Xing must have done it to get a glimpse of the author. We will also apply for it. Let's go and have a look. We can also eat colorful fruits. The young men and women discussed it and made up their minds. I'll get 1 for 100 taels. A young man came forward with a young woman. They were very sweet and it was obvious that they were in love. Bronze members can eat 3 portions per day. I'll also make 1 for 100 taels. I'll give you 100 taels too. Give us 300 taels. So under multiple temptations, the young men and women took the lead in applying. The 3 girls looked at the scene in front of them with bright smiles. Gazing at Xing Hanyan, the first person to come over, I felt extremely grateful. Let's pool our money together, each contributing 1 or 2 ounces, and take turns eating it every 10 days, how do you think? Sure. But it would be more cost-effective to gather 100 people. Then why don't you just raise 1,000 taels? Eat as much as you want. Just 10 taels, and everyone can have a bite later. Seeing others handling the matter, the herd mentality began to take hold in people's minds. Let's get a 10 liang one. I'll have one too. I'll have one too. Everyone follows one by one? Chapter 33, 3 Wives Meet the Fiancé. In the hotel. How much money? Almost 20,000 taels. What? 20,000 taels a day? The three women were extremely surprised. They looked at the guests in the hall, some of whom were sitting, some standing, and some squatting, and took a deep breath. I just feel that making money doesn't seem that difficult. But I also know that all this is because of Lin Chen. Give each of those yamen runners a bowl. Rana looked at the yamen runners who were working hard to maintain order outside the door. Although they did not come voluntarily, they still came and helped a lot. He said, "My husband has already made arrangements yesterday. If any officials come to help, they must be treated well." Tell me, how come my husband is so predictable? Rana pondered. The husbands of the three of us are naturally people of great ability. Yue opened his mouth. After that, the three girls made the dishes and the waiter delivered them one by one. It's delicious. Where can I find something so delicious? It's so sweet, it seems to have sweetened my heart. The girls and women haven't eaten it yet, so I'll save it for them. Several yamen runners took it and tasted it while chatting and laughing. No need. The waiter heard the discussion and said, "The young master and the three ladies said that the adults can bring their families to try it later." Really? No membership required? No need. The waiter said. You don't have to pay. The young master said that the adults work for the country and the people, so they deserve this treatment. This? The yamen runners were stunned. It was the first time they heard others say that yamen runners serve the country and the people. When the people see this, they are always afraid on the surface but curse in their hearts. Everyone was extremely happy, worthy of being invited by the crown prince. At the same time, in the hotel. After the three girls finished their work, they saw Xinghanyan, who was enjoying the meal with a happy look on her face, and walked over slowly. Thank you, Miss Xing, for today. Ruowan expressed her gratitude. Yeah. Xinghanyan heard the voice, looked around, and naturally knew what they were grateful for. He stared at the three people and said, You're welcome. These are just small things. I have a question. Xinghanyan asked. You say. Ruowan replied. Will the young man who writes novels come to the hotel? Xinghanyan asked. When the people around heard it, they looked over curiously. The opportunity will come naturally, Wanro replied. Xinghanyan nodded with satisfaction, and so did the people around her. At least there was a chance to see him, it was just a matter of sooner or later. Anyway, this colorful fruit is so delicious, so what's wrong with coming here every day? Rana was very curious. Why did Xinghanyan want to see her husband so much, just because of the novel? There are many literature lovers like her. I've never seen them like this. After a pause, Rana asked curiously. Miss, do you know that gentleman? Know him? Upon hearing this, Xinghanyan recalled everything that happened that day. After today, people will respond, and the words of that day will definitely be publicized. I thought of Cui Yinging again. If we just say we know each other, does it mean it will take a long time before we can meet? She mustered up her courage and said, He is my fiancé, and I came here to find him. Ah? The three girls were shocked and looked at Xinghanyan in disbelief. Although Xinghanyan in front of them is beautiful and worthy of her husband, and they also like Xinghanyan very much. But after just a few days of not seeing each other, when did my husband get a fiancé? She glanced sideways at Miao Lu, who was standing beside her. He had been accompanying her husband these days. Miao Lu just smiled awkwardly. Indeed, Xinghanyan was talking about her fiancé in a hurry that day. I didn't know how to respond for a moment. Ms. Zheng. Yue thought for a moment and said directly, The person who wrote the two novels is the husband of the three of us. You said you were our husband's fiancé. Your husband's? Xinghanyan was startled, full of disbelief. Are they all married? And three of them? Looking closely at the three of them, they were extremely beautiful and worthy of the match. Looking around. He is so talented, and you should not be short of money, so why do you still show up like this? The three girls looked at each other, and Ruowan replied. It's only because I owed a debt when I came here, and I haven't paid it back yet, that I thought of Ruji's method. To pay off the debt and make money together? Xinghanyan was surprised. The concubines in the harem have always been jealous and laughed at each other. How can it be like this? Yes, Rana replied. My husband said that his family is a loving family, and we must help each other, share hardships and difficulties together. Xinghanyan paused when he heard this. It was abnormal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but how many families were like this? I really envy the 3 girls. So the 4 of them got together and told each other how they met. The 3 girls also understood why Xinghanyan said that she was Lin Chen's fiancée. Xinghanyan also learned about the real Lin Chen from the 3 people. The 4 girls also had a great conversation. In the evening, at Lin's mansion, Lin Chen sat alone in the hall, looking at the 5,000 copies of the second half of Romance of the West Chamber printed in his hand. This thing doesn't need much, it's made from the money of rich young men. Husband, we are back. Just at this moment, the three girls came in, followed by Miao Lu. They were all tired after a busy day. What was the harvest? Lin Chen asked. 23,000 taels, Rowan replied. So many? Lin Chen was surprised. He thought it would be very popular, but he didn't expect there would be so many. He looked over in confusion. Did something unexpected happen? Young master, I'll go out first. As soon as Lin Chen said this, Miao Lu hurried out and stood up to leave. I have to thank my husband for this, Rowan said with a smile. Thank me? Lin Chen frowned. Although he noticed that it was his own money, but if so many were sold, what did it have to do with him? Yes. Yue smiled and said, I have to thank your fiancé, sir. My fiancé? Lin Chen felt confused. Yes. Ranner took over and said with a smile. Zheng Hanyan. Lin Chen reacted instantly after hearing it. How did she get involved? Looking depressed. I don't want to listen. Ruowan looked at Lin Chen with a smile, recounted what happened today, and said, I really admire your literary talent, sir. When it comes to your wording, my husband, you talk endlessly. Ruowan continued. Ha ha. Lin Chen smiled faintly. I thank her whole family. That day she said in public that she was your fiancé, which involves my daughter's innocence. Yue took over and continued. I originally thought that those people didn't know her, and once the storm died down, it would be nothing. But, Ranner paused and said, but she appeared in public today, and everyone knows her identity. What happened yesterday is bound to spread. The three of us like her very much, Ranner said. We have invited her to visit our home tomorrow. Lin Chen was stunned. How could he gain a wife just by going out? But she is the daughter of a great scholar, so don't try to make it a real Cui Yingying and Jiangxing. Lin Chen was extremely depressed and vowed never to go out again. Young master. At this moment, Miao Lu's voice suddenly broke the awkward atmosphere. Miao Lu and Amu were seen approaching nervously, and it was obvious that something big had happened. This attracted the three girls to look over curiously. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked puzzledly. The four major merchants, Amu replied. The restaurant incident broke out today, and the four major merchants are preparing to purchase ice, intending to imitate us. And there are people who buy fruit today. They have found a chef to study and are sure they can imitate it. When the three girls heard this, they were shocked. Doesn't that mean that their income will be reduced a lot? Chapter 34 Plan. Is the information accurate? Lin Chen looked at Amu in confusion. Accurate. Amu nodded and said, My brother heard the discussion among the four merchants when he went to beg. They can't possibly know the relationship between beggars and us. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, beggars have always been one of the best ways to get information since ancient times. It seems that this can be used in the future. What should we do? The three women looked at Lin Chen nervously. Lin Chen did not reply immediately, but smiled faintly. It's too easy for Fruity to imitate. It is the hottest time of the year right now and there is no ice anywhere. I guess they are looking for sellers of ice. Miao Lu, how much ice do we have now? Lin Chen asked. It's a lot, Miao Lu said confidently. At this rate, we won't be able to finish eating even by winter. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, waiting for them to imitate him. Amu, go with Shirtu and the others tonight and sell our ice to them. Amu and Shirtu were strangers to each other. Everyone was shocked. Isn't this aiding and abetting the evil? Okay. Amu nodded directly. After these few days, he always obeyed Lin Chen's orders. Why? Ranner asked puzzledly. The example of the Lin family restaurant is right there. How could they not be tempted? Moreover, it has exceeded my expectations, Lin Chen explained. So they will do whatever it takes to get ice. At the same time, he looked at Amu and said, Remember that our ice costs at least 1 tael of silver per copper pot. Tell them that the Lin family restaurant also buys it from you. It would be best if Miao Lu also went with them. Lin Chen looked at Miao Lu and said, You play the role of the buyer. During the process, arrange for someone to relay messages back at any time. Yeah. Miao Lu and Amu nodded. I see. Everyone also understood that by raising the price in this way, they could make a lot of money. As soon as the four major businessmen heard that the Lin family shop was involved, they would definitely find ways to prevent the Lin family restaurant from purchasing it. The price will be higher then. So ice is where the money is really made. Everyone looked at Lin Chen in surprise, one thing after another. If possible, Lin Chen continued, you have to act the part. Amu, ask your beggar friend to find a way to reveal that Miao Lu is going to buy ice tonight. Everyone nodded frequently, thinking that this would be more attractive to the four major families. After you're done, have your friend join us here. He'll work with you in the future and can protect him. Lin Chen has even thought of a way out. Okay. AMU thought this was the best arrangement. But it has to be someone you trust, and this news cannot be leaked. Lin Chen continued. No problem. AMU nodded. And? Lin Chen looked at Rowan. Once there is news in the evening, the price will soar to a certain level, or the other party will show hesitation. Rowan, find someone you trust and take the money you earned today to their bank to exchange it for silver bills. Isn't this giving them money? Rana wondered. Yes. Lin Chen nodded and said, I just want to give them money so that they can raise the price as much as possible. Wait until they lose all their money tomorrow, then go and get it back and see what they have to exchange for it. Lin Chen said. Husband, you are so insidious. Yu Wei heard it and spoke subconsciously. This made Lin Chen stunned. Is there anyone who would say this about his husband? Just think of it as you praising me. But what if someone goes to spend money with them and makes a lot of money like we did today? They can also hold promotions. Rowan wondered. Journey to the West will not be sold tomorrow. Lin Chen paused and said, since everyone knows that the author is related to the Lin family restaurant. I'll ask but Lily to find a storyteller to tell the next 3 chapters of Journey to the West in the hotel. How can you attract customers in this way? Rana understood and said, no matter what activities you have now, is there anything more attractive than Journey to the West? Yes. Lin Chen took over and said to AMU. Your work is the most important this time. Yeah. AMU nodded. He didn't feel tired but very excited to be so valued. You must make good arrangements for your work tonight. Lin Chen continued. Cooperate with the ice cream seller tonight, and spread the news of the Lin family restaurant telling Journey to the West throughout the city tomorrow morning. At the same time, after the class starts at the academy, you have to sell the Romance of the West Chamber. Yeah. AMU nodded. He already knew that the West Chamber would go on sale tomorrow. After a pause, he asked, Master, how much is the price of the West Chamber? 10 taels. Lin Chen replied decisively. Ah? Everyone was shocked and opened their mouths wide. 5,000 portions, 10 taels each, that would be 50,000 taels. It is more than what they earned today after spending a whole day researching and making it. Lin Chen didn't care. Originally, he didn't know anything about the Lin family restaurant. He just wanted to make money from writing novels to pay off Rowan's debt. Then lie down. Lin's restaurant can only be said to be an episode in this process, and everything is still created. But since someone is giving you money, just take it. When I have the 50,000 silver taels tomorrow, Lin Chen said with a gloomy face, I will also deposit the 50,000 silver taels into their bank. So AMU, the scene of you and Miao Lu buying and selling ice must continue as long as possible. Okay. Miao Lu and AMU nodded, and everyone looked at it expectantly. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded and stared at AMU for a long time. Sure Tu and others are Miao Lu's subordinates, and but Lily has a team of servants who obey him. Only AMU was also working, but every time he had to ask others for help. After a pause, he said, After this matter is over, bring a brother you trust into the mansion, so that it will be easier to handle things in the future. Thank you, young master. AMU was extremely excited. Now that he was rich, he naturally had to bring his brothers along. Okay then, let's notify but Lily to arrange the meal. Seeing that everything was arranged, Lin Chen prepared to eat. It's late at night, and everyone is asleep. Master, it has already started. The price of ice is 1 tael of silver. Master, in order to suppress Miao Lu, they raised the price of ice to 10 taels. Master, the price of ice has risen to 20 taels. Miao Lu is very good at acting. He said that there will be no ice in the Lin family shop tomorrow. Master, the 4 major merchants have united to prevent the Lin family from having an easy time, so the price has been raised to 30 taels. Young master, the price has remained at 50 taels. Miao Lu is not leaving, and he is acting as if the price is lowering. The 4 major merchants are not leaving either, but they have slowed down the pace of acquisitions. The final price remained at 50 taels. Lin Chen listened to Shirtu's report, and realized that the 4 major businessmen had begun to hesitate. Since Miao Lu refused to leave, they would not lower the price, allowing Miao Lu to get a bargain. He paused and looked at the moonlight outside. It was already late at night. I'll go deposit the money tomorrow morning. Is AMU ready to sell the West Chamber? Ready. Stone nodded. Okay. Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly and said, Okay, everything will go according to the plan, Miao Lu will just wait. Chapter 35, Soaring Ice Prices. Early morning. Little beggar, do you have Journey to the West for sale today? No, we will change the lectures to Lin's restaurant. It only costs 1 cent, which is cheaper than the storytelling hall. 1 cent? Yes, but it's only taught once. If you go too late, it will be gone. I want to go and listen too. A beggar like you is willing to pay to listen to it? Early in the morning, countless little beggars on the street kept announcing that the journey to the west would be told at the Lin family restaurant today. Countless people rushed there, but it was only taught once, and if you missed it, it would be gone. At the same time, ice drinks. Wang's store is offering ice drinks, free for 1 day. Ice drinks. Zhang's shop offers delicious ice drinks. Free tasting. Membership starts at 1 tael of silver. Ice drinks. Han's shop has extra fruit, free tasting, come quickly. Ice drinks. Zhu's shop offers unlimited free drinks for 1 day, until all are consumed. On the streets, shops owned by the 4 major merchants launched ice drinks and held events. However, no matter how they shouted, only a few people came. The 4 businessmen who were originally full of confidence also came to watch. They saw a large number of people on the street, but they were all running in one direction. It's really strange, why don't you come? He caught a woman running and asked, There's an ice drink event here, why don't you come? What are you all doing over there? What are you doing? The woman felt unhappy when she saw someone holding her. There is no price difference this time, all are the same. Go first to get a good seat. Impatiently, he said, The Lin family restaurant is showing the last 3 chapters of Journey to the West for 1 cent. Who wouldn't go? You can have this ice drink morning or night. Go away, come back later. The woman pushed the 4 businessmen away and ran away. 1 cent each, so many people? The 4 looked at the people running in front of them, looked at each other, and realized the situation. They are also panicking. They must be trying to collect money through this event and then buy ice. This way we can delay the time and raise the limited 100 bowls. So now what we have to do is to increase the purchase so that they can't buy it, and raise less than 100 bowls of ice. By then their reputation will be ruined, and those members may even ask them to return their money. Yes. But we don't have enough liquidity right now. The 4 businessmen discussed the situation one after another. Master. Suddenly an old man rushed over in a hurry. He came up to the 4 people and panted. Master, just now a foreign merchant came to our Han family bank to deposit 20,000 taels. Ah? The 4 were shocked. 20,000 taels suddenly appeared, and it was such a large amount of money. But if you read the words carefully, he is a businessman from outside the area? The 4 of them smiled again. Now that the Li family has collapsed and the Qian family is in trouble, it is an opportunity for development. Merchants have a sharper sense of smell than dogs, so how could they not come? The Zhou family, who originally wanted to enter slowly, are now speeding up, let alone those small vendors. Use this money to buy ice first. Yes, the Lin family's shop has collapsed, so those people will have no choice but to apply for membership here. By then, I will definitely make a lot of money. I'm still worried about not being able to come up with the money. The 4 businessmen made the decision immediately. Lin's restaurant money. When will the lecture start? Have no idea. It should be soon. Look what that old man is holding. It's round. The entire street in front of the Lin family restaurant was covered with people, almost several thousand people. The yamen runners on the left and right were dispatched, walking back and forth non-stop, maintaining order while also excitedly waiting for the storytelling to begin. I intuitively feel that this is a good job, and I will even get a free ice drink later. An old man stood in front of a desk in front of the hotel, looking at the manuscript on the table, holding the loudspeaker that Lin Chen had made overnight, and looked around at the crowd, feeling a little nervous. This is the first time that there are so many people giving a book lecture. Look at the people walking among the crowd collecting coins. Give them money, and then start. The old man instructed into the loudspeaker that this was arranged by the host, and that everything should be confiscated without telling anyone. The sound is very loud. Everyone was shocked for a moment, especially those who were close to him, who were trembling all over. What the hell, such a loud noise? What? I asked you if you had it, why do you care? I'm giving it to you right now. Hurry up. The voices were not uniform, but everyone was speaking, looking expectantly at the people who were collecting the money one after another. Lin Chen stood in the store, watching everything, listening to the people around him reporting on the activities of the 4 major merchants' ice drinks, and couldn't help but smile faintly. Free tasting? Isn't that a way to get yourself killed? He walked around the table where the 3 women were sitting, preparing to drink tea and wait. Master, the price of ice has increased again. Suddenly Shirtu walked in from the back door and reported the situation. He said, It has risen to 60 taels. It's going up again? This business war is so exciting. It feels more exciting than the battlefield. I also feel that everything can be destroyed in a flick of the wrist. One mistake can lead to a total loss. It's thrilling. The 3 women looked at him in surprise, each of them admiring Lin Chen with bright eyes. Let Miao Lu get furious. Lin Chen instructed. Buy some and be prepared to burn your boats. Okay. Stone left. At the same time. What do you mean 10 taels per portion? Is it that expensive? Yes. But today is the finale. The story of Cui Yingying and Zhang Xing ends. The finale? That's fine. In front of the academy, as soon as the young men and women saw Ah Tao and other beggars coming, they knew that there was going to be a sequel to the West Chamber. They all went there expectantly, and when they heard that they had to pay, they were reluctant at first. But when they heard that it was the ending, they paid for it anyway. My Cui Yingying, Zhang Xing, you are miserable. Why is it so? Why? God is so unfair, brotherly, we must cherish the time we have together. The young men and women felt the same way about life and cried together emotionally. The four major businessmen. The four businessmen looked at the situation of the Lin family shop and did not start telling stories, which showed that they were definitely stalling for time. Master. Suddenly an old servant came over, looked at the four people with a nervous brow, and said, The price has risen to 90 taels. The Lin family has made a move and started buying. Can't bear it anymore? Sure, they have to raise enough for 100 bowls. We can't let them buy it. We continue to raise the price. Now that it has come to this, we must defeat them and make sure that Li Ruowan cannot recover. What does it matter if someone helps us? The four businessmen said angrily. But, the old servant frowned upon hearing this and lamented. We know that, but we have almost used up the money we just spent. Master. Before the old servant could finish his words, another servant came over and said, There is a businessman who said he is from another place and exchanged 30,000 taels with us. Master. A young servant came hurriedly, came up to the four people, and said excitedly, We also received 20,000 taels of silver from foreign merchants. Ha ha! The four of them burst into laughter when they heard it. It turns out that there is always a way out. These foreign businessmen are their lucky stars. No, it should be said that the Li family and the Qian family are their lucky stars. Earning 70,000 taels a day is so exciting. The Li and Qian families collapsed at the wrong time. They are the ones who make a lot of money. The four of them looked at the old servant at the same time and said sternly, Buy it no matter what, buy it as much as possible, don't let anyone from the Lin family buy a piece of ice. Now that we have money, with such a large amount of liquidity, we can use ice drinks as swords to penetrate Northwest City and even Kyoto. The four of them were excited, looking at each other and laughing triumphantly. Let's go and listen to Journey to the West at the Lin's restaurant, and see when they start. Chapter 36 Delaying Time. Master. In the Lin family restaurant, Lin Chen continued to drink tea. Suddenly, Tu rushed in from the back door again and said to Lin Chen, The four major merchants have begun to speculate on the price of high-quality ice. Now it has reached 150 taels. As he spoke, Tu's voice was trembling. This price was too shocking. The three women on the side also gasped and stared at Lin Chen for a long time, not knowing what to say. Let Miao Lu continue to pack. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, Let him buy some more. AMU and the others have calculated the amount they want to collect. The 70,000 taels must be spent. Okay. Stone nodded. Young master, can we start the talk now? We have collected enough money. But Lily came over and looked at Lin Chen. No. Lin Chen curled his lips, shook his head and sneered, and said decisively, Drag it out. The three girls were stunned and confused. The money is enough, why don't you tell me? Okay. But Lily did not dare to refute and stepped back. On the street. When the storyteller received the news, he was bewildered and looked at the manuscript in his hand at a loss. Why haven't you said anything yet? The person who collected the money has already left? Didn't you see the storyteller reading the manuscript? If he wants to tell it vividly, he must be as familiar with it as possible. Oh no, I'm getting impatient waiting. It's really hot this autumn. The people were talking about it, but they still waited patiently. Hee hee. It's really dragging on. Let's see how far he can drag it out. No matter how much you delay, it will all end in failure. The four businessmen endured the heat, waited quietly, and laughed. Time passes slowly. Master, the price has increased again, 160 taels. Master, it's 170 now. Master, it's 180 taels per copper pot. Tu kept reporting and Lin Chen listened quietly. The three women looked at the rising prices and kept swallowing their saliva. At the same time. Damn it, I've been waiting for an incense stick. When does it start? That's right. On the street, everyone couldn't wait any longer, and the four major businessmen watched the joke quietly. Stewardly was even more worried. He hurried to Lin Chen and said, Master, they are starting to make a noise. Yes. Lin Chen nodded, took out a piece of paper, handed it to But Lily, and said, Let the storyteller read these. But Lily took it and took a closer look. It was full of safety precautions. Bitterly hesitant. Master, is this okay? They will definitely continue to make trouble. Tell them that this is the rule. If they don't want to listen, forget it, Lin Chen said decisively. Oh. But Lily sighed and left. On the street. Has it started? The man sent a note. That's right. I guess the author just hasn't finished writing it yet. It's good to start. It's good to start. Everyone was delighted, and the 4 big businessmen looked on nervously. They dared to start before they had collected 100 bowls. Now I will announce the precautions at the scene. As the storyteller began to speak, everyone at the scene was stunned. The 4 businessmen were all surprised. They looked at each other at the same time and then burst into laughter. You, what's going on? You've waited all this time, and this is all you've got? How long are you going to delay this? Everyone was arguing and furious, as if they were about to attack. The yamen runners standing by saw this, and although they were also very dissatisfied that the fight had not started, it was their duty to maintain order. Everyone drew their swords and looked around. Everyone was afraid, but Rinjiu was unwilling to give in. This is the rule set by the boss. We must follow it. If the order on the scene is not good, we won't start. The storyteller saw that the crowd had calmed down a little, so he mustered up the courage to start his story. Why? Go ahead. Hurry up. When everyone heard this, they were helpless and could only listen. Don't push each other. The storyteller continued holding the note. How long can such a small piece of paper last? I guess what should I do after they finish talking? Is there any other way to delay it? I guess there's nothing we can do. The 4 businessmen were extremely proud. In the Lin family restaurant. Master, it's 190. Master, it has reached 200. Master, it has exceeded 200 and reached 210 taels. Shirtu continued to report, his voice trembling with every word. The 3 girls looked up. It was horrifying. It was just a piece of ice in early summer. It was the most expensive time. It was only a few taels in a copper jar. Go on. Lin Chen smiled happily. Master, I'm done. But Lily walked in and replied, wanting to ask whether to start. Return the money they received and tell them they are sorry for making everyone wait for so long. To express my apology, it's free this time, Lin Chen said. This? But Lily was stunned. This was simply torture. On the street. Start, start, start! Everyone shouted in unison. Watching Emperor Li talking with the storyteller, everyone was filled with anticipation. The storyteller stared at the crowd and shouted. Because this is the first time, I am sorry to have kept you waiting for so long today. It doesn't matter. Everyone shouted, very excited. Is it about to begin? So, the storyteller continued. To express our apology, this listening session is free, and we will arrange for someone to refund the money now. No. Ouch. Don't refund the money, it's just 1 cent. Please start quickly. In the past, I would have bought rice paper at this time and could have read it. That's right, I don't want money, please, or I'll give you more money, just ask you to start quickly. Everyone shouted loudly, but Lily had already arranged for people to return the money, and no one at the scene was happy about returning the money. Still dragging it out? Return the money to win favor? I guess he's afraid that there will be no ice later, which would damage his brand, so he's refunding the money now in exchange for some goodwill. It should be, but so what? It's still not like that. The 4 businessmen smiled faintly. Time passes slowly. Master, the price has risen to 220 taels. Master, the price has risen to 230. Master, it has reached 240. AMU received 70,000 taels. They probably have no more money. AMU is withdrawing. Okay. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows as he listened to Shita's report and asked. What did they use to buy it? Silver bills. Shirtu said. Huh! The 3 women took deep breaths continuously. Transferring money from one hand to the other, they had 140,000 taels of silver notes in their hands, plus their original money of about 200,000 taels. The 4 big businessmen are not as good as the Li family and the Qian family. Their combined assets should be around 300,000 taels. If they are sold at half the price, 150,000 would be enough. But it can only be less. Now it is not only enough to offset their debts, but also enough to make them bankrupt. Okay. Lin Chen smiled faintly and nodded. Let AMU and the others go and exchange silver after this is over. Okay. Shirtu was also immersed in surprise, unable to extricate himself for a long time. After a long period of calm, he came to his senses and left randomly. Let them start now. Lin Chen looked at Lily standing aside and gave the order. Okay. But Lily was also awakened and ran away at a trot. Everyone watched as But Lily came to the storyteller. They no longer had the same expectations as before, but instead had faces full of resentment. Chapter 37 Liquidation. All right. As But Lily finished speaking, the storyteller's excited voice rang out. He had wanted to start a long time ago. He said loudly, "We have waited too long. Now we will return the money and start again." Wow! When everyone heard this, they cheered and looked over excitedly and listened carefully. Start? How is that possible? Why did it start so suddenly? The four businessmen looked at the scene in front of them, full of confusion. At this moment, the old servant came over and said excitedly, "The ice is sold out. The Lin family didn't buy much." Haha! I see. I was wondering why it started so suddenly. The ice is gone. If we continue to delay, it will be bad for both sides. Li Rowan, no matter how many schemes you make, you will only fail. You will never be able to turn things around. The four businessmen were excited and listened to Journey to the West happily, preparing to make a fortune after the story was over. Time passes slowly. Is it almost over? Lin Chen listened to the noise outside and realized that it was almost over. Yes. Ronner nodded in reply. Okay then. Lin Chen paused, looked at Miao Lu who was standing beside him, and said, "Miao Lu, when you're done, go tell everyone that we're out of ice. By the way, help the four major merchants promote their ice drinks." Ah? Yu Wei was very confused when she heard it. Isn't this a bargain for them? Ranner couldn't figure it out either. Only Rowan, who was standing aside, was deep in thought and said carefully, "They give it away for free. We help to promote it and expand its influence. For every portion eaten, we lose 1 point. So that's how it is." Yu Wei was surprised. "Husband." Ranner smiled and praised Lin Chen. "You are so cunning." Lin Chen was stunned. "Well, your exaggeration is similar to Yu Wei's." "Admire." "Okay," Miao Lu replied from the side. "To know what happens next, please wait for the next chapter." The storyteller said the classic ending. "Oh my god, Sun Wukong is trapped under the 5 Elements mountain. I'm so angry. Tathagata Buddha, aren't you a Buddhist? Aren't you compassionate? Dad, where is the 5 Elements mountain? I want to save him." "Eat the ice drink first." People stood up reluctantly. "You know what, it's really good. The novel and ice drink are really good. It's a pity that they met the 4 of us. They have no ice left. If it weren't for the 4 of us, Li Rawan would definitely have reorganized the Li family. Haha, now I feel that as long as the 4 of us are here, the Zhou family has nothing to fear." "Yes, I think so too. Let's go and get ready to make today's money." The 4 businessmen were extremely proud. "Everyone wait." Just when everyone was getting ready to go about their business, Miao Lu suddenly walked over, picked up the loudspeaker and shouted. Everyone looked over. Miao Lu said, "Since storytelling does not need to be printed, we will listen to the next 3 episodes here at the same time tomorrow." "Good. That's great. I don't have to wait any longer. Come and listen every day from now on. You can also have ice drinks." Everyone was excited, but the 4 big businessmen sneered, saying that all the ice had been bought up, so what was there to eat? "Everyone, be quiet," Miao Lu continued. "Because ice is too precious these 2 days, there will be no ice drinks available today." "Ah? How is that possible?" "That's right, what's the point of having nothing to eat? We came from out of town just for the novel and the ice drinks." The people disagreed and talked about it. The 4 businessmen looked at the results and were extremely proud. "Everyone be quiet," Miao Lu continued. "But today the shops of the 4 major merchants have also launched ice drinks, all of which are free to taste. You can go and try them, so that your trip will not be in vain." "Huh? Did they launch it too?" "It seems so. I saw someone eating it when I came here just now." "Then go check it out, it's free." As everyone was discussing, the 4 major businessmen frowned, not understanding Miao Lu's operation. At the same time, Miao Lu continued, "The 4 major merchants have provided it to everyone for free, and we hope everyone will help promote it." "Great!" Everyone shouted and ran to different places randomly. Only the 4 businessmen, who were filled with surprise and disbelief, stood there, staring at Miao Lu in a daze. Miao Lu was also looking over, with a big smile on his face. "No, with so many people eating, we will lose a lot. So fucking treacherous. This Li Rawan is too cruel. Hurry back and report the news. Limited supply." The 4 businessmen wanted to rush to their shops, but they saw the huge crowds and could not get through. At the same time, people in the store couldn't come in. "That's too cruel." The 4 of them stamped their feet in anger. "Master! Master! Master! At this moment 3 servants from a distance came over, sweating profusely, looking at the 4 people with fear, and said, "The person who exchanged the banknotes before is here to exchange the silver. The 3 of us calculated it, and the total is 140,000 taels. The ice seller is here too. He has more than 50,000, so the total is nearly 200,000. How is this possible?" The 4 of them were shocked, their eyes bulged and their faces turned pale. 200,000 taels, where can they find 200,000 taels? Where are they? The 4 wanted to negotiate with each other. When they saw that we couldn't produce it, they went to the county government to report it. The 3 servants lamented. "My Han family is finished. My Zhu family is finished. My Jiang family is finished. My Wang family is finished." The 4 of them screamed at the same time and fainted on the ground. "Let's go." Lin Chen watched everything end. Amu and the others knew to go and ask for the money, so he didn't need to worry about it. 200,000 taels. Now I can finally relax. Lin family? The 4 major merchants certainly can't cash it, so they can only mortgage their own property. So many shops, what are we going to do with them? Run it yourself. Ruowan has experience, so you don't have to worry about money in the future. We shouldn't have worried. But the more the better. The 3 girls gathered together to discuss their next plans, and Jing Hanyan also came over. Although he didn't know what Ranner and the other 2 were discussing, he still listened quietly, glancing at Lin Chen from time to time. He also knew that it was Lin Chen's masterpiece and was full of admiration. Lin Chen felt helpless when he saw the condition of the 4 girls. "Master." Suddenly, Shitu came running from outside the door, approached Lin Chen, and said, "We have redeemed all the shops that the Li family originally owned." "That's great." Ranner and Yue were extremely excited when they heard it. Ruowan also felt relieved. Mortgaging the Li family's property had put her under a lot of psychological pressure recently. "I didn't expect that just one day later, I made the money back." Looking at Lin Chen with gratitude. Jing Hanyan, who was standing by, heard the voice and felt happy for Ruowan as well. She knew everything during their chat that day. But, just when everyone was happy, Shitu hesitated, which made everyone pause and look at him nervously. Did anything go wrong? Go ahead. Lin Chen was also curious. It had come to such a critical juncture, how could there be any mistakes? Originally, we could have swallowed up the 4 major merchants. Shitu took a deep breath and said, but the Zhou family, the southwestern merchant family that Butler Li and his men mentioned before, appeared. Zhou family? Ruowan was surprised. Although the other 3 women had heard of it in general, they didn't know the details. Yes. Shitu nodded to the 3rd madam and continued. They invested 100,000 yuan to help the 4 businessmen overcome the difficulties. And the Zhou family already knew that all this was a play we put on. Shitu continued. And they told the 4 major families everything. Chapter 38 The Prince Arrives. After these words were spoken, everyone at the scene felt inexplicably nervous. We looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded. Does that mean the 4 big businessmen might take revenge? But why should the Zhou family give them money? I heard before that the people who gambled with Mr. Li were from the Zhou family. It seems like they want to stick their claws in. I had wanted to deal with them for a long time, but I got there one step ahead of myself and succeeded. So that they have to help? Drive out the wolf and swallow the tiger? Have the 4 major businessmen agreed? Lin Chen asked curiously. Yes. Stone nodded. Idiot. Lin Chen's expression sank slightly. He looked at Ruowan and said, since they already know, you can run the Lin family restaurant from now on. As for the other shops, put them up for sale. Lin Chen said. Ah? Everyone heard it. They had finally recovered it, but it was actually being sold? How could it be possible? The business world is like a battlefield. Lin Chen said. The 4 businessmen in front of us have come back to life, and they are bound to take revenge. And the Zhou family is just waiting for both sides to fight to the death. The Zhou family has long known that we are the ones who sell and buy ice, the former Li family. But why didn't you provide funding in the first place? Because they don't want the 4 major businessmen to become too big. At the same time, we also don't want to see the former Li family, now the Lin family, dominate, and they won't be able to come in then. So we will help after we get the shop that once belonged to the Li family. In this way, we and the 4 merchants will definitely be wiped out. When both sides are seriously injured, they will appear and capture them all in one fell swoop. I see. Ranner nodded and realized. Husband, this Zhou family is even more sinister than you. Yue nodded. More cunning. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. Thank you both. So, although Jing Hanyan, who was standing aside, didn't understand business, he still knew the logic. He said, we might as well not start a business war and just let them watch. Although everyone has recharged their memberships now, the ice is in our hands, so there is no need to worry. Besides, after the autumn heat wave, the weather will be cooler and the demand for colorful fruits will naturally decrease. We will just operate as normal then, and there is no need to worry about working capital issues. Xing Hanyan expressed her understanding. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. He couldn't help but feel that the little girl was very good. She actually knew it. And our shop is on the market, waiting for a good price. Rowan said quietly. As long as it's not sold one day, the Zhou family won't dare to fall out with the 4 major merchants and collect the debts owed. 100,000 taels is not a small amount. Let's see how long they can wait. It is impossible for the 4 major merchants to raise 100,000 taels to repay the debt in a short period of time if they operate normally. So they are more thinking about annexing our property and money to pay off their debts. But if we don't take action, they can't. So they can only watch. Rowan analyzed. Yes. Lin Chen nodded and said, It's decided. There's no need to continue with the printing. Lin Chen arranged. Sure too, you and Miao Lu will officially start patrolling from now on to prevent thieves from entering. Okay. Miao Lu and Sure Tu nodded. The only thing they had to worry about now was that the 4 major businessmen and the Zhou family would become desperate and resort to extreme measures. When AMU comes back, ask him to organize a group of beggars to walk around the city and get information about the surrounding areas to prevent any trouble from happening again with the Zhou family. Lin Chen made the arrangements and touched his head, feeling a real headache. Why is it so difficult to lie down? A few 100,000 taels are more than enough for me to live a happy life. Young master. Lin Chen was about to leave to rest when a servant suddenly came over and bowed respectfully. The 2 princes are here. Prince? Lin Chen heard. Why did he come suddenly? Said, Please. No need, we came in on our own. Just at this moment, Long Jingyuan's voice rang out. I saw both him and Long Wenye walking in with their personal guards. The bodyguards were guarding outside the house. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Greetings, His Royal Highness. Everyone get up. Everyone bowed, and Lin Chen brought Ranner and the other 2 to pay their respects. Ha! The 2 were stunned when they saw another woman beside Lin Chen. Isn't it Li Rowan, the eldest daughter of the Li family? Why is there one more? Long Jingyuan said subconsciously. She is my 3rd wife. Lin Chen replied. When Long Wenye heard this, he felt numb all over. I haven't seen you for a week and I have a new wife, and she is still as beautiful as ever. I am a handsome young man and the Prince of Northwest, so why have I never met such a beautiful woman? The key point is that the speed is so fast. He married 2 women within 7 days of entering Jinbei City. Long Wenye on the side also didn't understand and smiled bitterly. How come Lin Chen is so awesome? He glanced at Miao Lu with resentment. Why didn't he tell him that there was a new living person? I arranged for you to follow Lin Chen. You are indeed not a spy, but you didn't even tell me about such a big thing as getting married. Anger. Miao Lu, who was watching from the side, felt extremely bitter and glanced at Xing Hanyan not far away. If you knew that Qingdara's daughter was Lin Chen's fiancée, you would be surprised to death. Remained silent. Long Jingyuan was helpless. What else could he do now? I can only envy. Following Miao Lu's gaze, he took a closer look and saw that she was a beautiful woman. She has a gentle face and a graceful figure, which is no weaker than Lin Chen's 3 daughters. Her brows are filled with a unique literary temperament. This attracted the curiosity of Long Wenye, who was standing nearby. The 2 looked at each other and felt very familiar. It seemed that they had met each other somewhere before. Long Wenye looked at Lin Chen curiously. Who is this lady? When Lin Chen heard this, he paused, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Although they are friends, Xing Hanyan said that the matter of his fiancée has been made public, which involves the girl's innocence, and may hurt Xing Hanyan. Although she was his fiancée, there was no matchmaker between him and her. Xing Hanyan greets His Royal Highness. Just when Lin Chen was in a dilemma, Xing Hanyan walked out and said, My daughter is Lin Chen's fiancée. I heard before that Xing Hanyan had a new fiancée, but I thought it was fake. It turns out to be true. The 2 were stunned when they heard the voice, and they felt terrible. At this point they also realized why it felt so familiar. Qingdara's girl, Xing Hanyan, is a famous beauty in Jinbei City. Qingdara was a frequent visitor to his father's school, and this time he went to the capital because of matters concerning Kyoto. Because I am a girl, I have less contact with it when I grow up, but I had a lot of contact with it when I was a child. Lin Chen kidnapped Qingdara's daughter. What will happen when Qingdara comes back? Oh no, the 2 of them underestimated Lin Chen. 2.5 kidnappings were made in 7 days. For a moment, the 2 of them were extremely depressed and didn't know how to describe Lin Chen. He walked into the hall listlessly and sat down at a random seat. Lin Chen didn't care about it. After all, there were so many people there that day, so it was natural for the news to get out. He motioned for everyone to take a seat and walked to his own seat, looking at the two of them curiously. I wonder why the two princes are here this time. Long Jingyuan took a deep breath and said to Lin Chen, Jinbei City has been in turmoil recently. Come and talk to Mr. Lin. Not peaceful? Everyone wondered. Chapter 39 Prevention. Yes, Long Jingyuan said. The Qian family was investigated some time ago, and today I heard that the 4 major businessmen were forced to almost go bankrupt to pay off their debts. Everyone was stunned. Is this what they call unrest? The instigator of the unrest is right in front of you. Also, Long Jingyuan continued, the Zhou family, a southwestern merchant, has appeared. There may be a fluctuation in the business path within Jinbei City. It may not necessarily affect civilians, Long Jingyuan said, but we have to be on guard. The Zhou family is the #1 business family in the southwest. Everyone smacked their lips, feeling it was quite tasteless. The main characters of the business war are right in front of you. Something has happened to the culture as well, Long Wenye said. Journey to the West came out of nowhere and attracted thousands of people. The romance of the West Chamber also mysteriously appeared and was sought after by young masters and ladies. It might be that some big shot in the literary world took advantage of Jingdara's absence. Long Wenye paused. He looked at Jing Hanyan, who was standing beside him, and continued. I want to attack Wendao in Jinbei City. There are hundreds of schools of thought in the world now, Long Wenye said. Everyone is competing for it. If something unexpected happens, it will represent the future trend of officials. This is also a big deal. Long Wenye sighed. Everyone smiled awkwardly. You guys are too slow in reporting the news. Didn't Journey to the West appear at the Lin family restaurant? Looking at the two of them strangely, what you call big things were all done by the people in front of you. As they talked, they looked at everyone, wondering why they were so calm. It shouldn't. After a pause, Long Wenye took a deep breath and said, There is one more thing that involves you, Mr. Lin. When everyone heard this, they instantly became interested. That means Luo Tian couldn't bear the pressure and committed suicide. Long Wenye continued. His father is on his way back from another place. Committed suicide? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard it. Luo Tian is Dean Luo's only son. Dean Luo will definitely not let this go. Xing Hanyan on the side was also surprised. Said carefully, But why is Lin Chen involved? Because it was Lin Chen who fought with Luo Tian that day, Long Wenye said. Luo Tian also committed suicide because of this. Ah? Xing Hanyan's hair stood on end when he heard this. She only knew that Yue was chosen, but Ranner did not tell her what happened when Yue was chosen. He looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, and subconsciously said to Long Wenye, That poem was written by Lin Chen. Yes. Long Wenye was puzzled. Aren't you my fiancé? Don't you know about this? That is to say. Shen Han took a deep breath, his face full of horror. Said, There is a high possibility that there will be a student riot against Lin Chen in Jinbei City. Student riot? It happened in the capital before. It was instigated by the censors and led to the death of a third-rank official. The government cannot stop the students from rioting. Once they do, hundreds of schools across the country will attack the government. Everyone spoke one after another. Yes. Long Wenye ignored everyone and responded to Xing Hanyan. Then he looked at Lin Chen and said, So, Mr. Lin, you have to be careful recently. Attention? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. The so-called student riot should be similar to a parade. Asked, Do they know where I live? Probably not knowing. Long Jingyuan replied. Will they dare to break in after they know that? Lin Chen continued. They probably wouldn't dare to do that. Breaking into someone's house is a serious crime. Long Jingyuan continued. And the students all have their own bottom line. Oh. Lin Chen nodded. That's a moral gangster. What else is there to say when we are talking about morality? I hadn't planned to go out. That's fine. I can just stay at home. It's not that simple. Xing Hanyan, who was standing by, took over the conversation and said carefully. Once the students riot, they will get the news and continue to march in front of your house. Even if you don't show up, they will continue passing it on from one class to another until this problem is solved. Ranner and the other two girls frowned. Isn't this just a dogskin plaster? Ha! Lin Chen smiled slightly. Is this you going moving the mountains? Mr. Lin, why don't you come with me to the northwest? Long Wenye said this at a very timely moment, startling Long Jingyuan, who was standing beside him. Is it such obvious poaching? But then I thought, this is the only way now. No need! Without waiting for Long Jingyuan to speak, Lin Chen shook his head and replied. Isn't it not here yet? It will take some time for his father to come back. Let's talk about it after he comes back. Lin Chen said. But Long Wenye was worried, and Long Jingyuan also wanted to talk. Looking at Lin Chen's attitude again, the two of them looked at each other. It's hard to say much, he said. Okay, today I'm mainly here to tell Mr. Lin about this situation. We'll leave first, Long Jingyuan replied. Miao Lu, please see the two princes off. Lin Chen nodded, signaling Miao Lu to see them off. As the two of them left. Really, don't worry? Shen Hanyan looked at Lin Chen in confusion, feeling extremely worried. I can ask my father to mediate, but I don't know if it will be of any use. If my husband says it's okay, then it's okay, Ran advised. Don't worry too much. Shen Hanyan looked over when she heard the voice, and saw that the three women all looked at her with trust on their faces and nodded at her. Okay. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Things here are not over yet. Something's happening over there again. I just want to lie down. He looked at Butler Li, who was standing aside, and said, When AMU Sure 2 and the others come back, we will act according to the plan. Okay. Butler Li agreed. Lin Chen laughed randomly, and prepared to have a good sleep. The other sighed. Why? Long Jingyuan and Long Wenye kept sighing and were very worried. If Mr. Lin has anything, remember to inform me immediately. Long Jingyuan stared at Miao Lu beside him and instructed. Yeah. Miao Lu nodded. I'm just confused. Long Wenye looked at Miao Lu's expression, recalled the state of Ranner and the other two, and said, Why aren't you worried at all? That. Miao Lu dared not reply after hearing this. If the two Your Highnesses knew what Mr. Lin had done in the past 7 days, I guess you wouldn't be worried. Oh? They were curious. The Qian family was investigated because of Mr. Lin. Miao Lu took a deep breath and said, You are so-called going to attack Wen Dao. Journey to the West and Romance of the West Chamber were both written by Mr. Lin. It was Mr. Lin who almost bankrupted the 4 major merchants. The Zhou family, which is now trying to make a move on the business, is also playing a game with Mr. Lin. In just 7 days, Mr. Lin earned a total of 140,000 silver coins. He not only paid off the Li family's original debt, but also took back all of the Li family's previous assets. Miao Lu said one by one. When the two heard this, they looked stunned and looked at each other. Mr. Lin is even more powerful than we thought. It seems, indeed, no need to worry. Time passes slowly. After AMU and others got the silver, Miao Lu and others also went to help carry it, as the amount was too large. He even gave 10,000 taels to Feng Shi according to Lin Chen's instructions. Feng Shi was unwilling at first. But he couldn't resist Miao Lu's enthusiasm, the temptation of the huge number, and the promise that Miao Lu made to him on behalf of Lin Chen. In the end, Feng Shi had no choice but to accept it with joy on his face. After returning, AMU went to find his brother and returned to the mansion, where he began to prepare a preliminary investigation agency in preparation for possible changes. Miao Lu also took Sure Tu and others to the streets to purchase weapons, to be on guard against the possibility of student riots. Chapter 40 Mysterious Woman. The next day, on the street. Why are so many shops closed? It's even put up for sale, but the price is very high. It's strange, why would they sell it when it's in good condition? Don't you see that these are all the shops of the former Li family? Did something happen? Hey, now it's time to listen to Journey to the West. What are you thinking about? On the street, people were talking and walking away. Look, what a beautiful carriage! Whose is it? Didn't you see it? The 3 characters of Jintian Wang? How could Jintian Wang's carriage appear in our Jinbei Wang's territory? It's strange. It shouldn't be the King of Heaven himself. It is said that the King of Heaven married the Empress of the previous dynasty. The Empress didn't like the King of Heaven, so she often traveled around dying with her confidants. It should be her. The Empress of the previous dynasty was absolutely beautiful. She was the top 10 beauties in the world at that time. The previous dynasty was in war, and the emperor died without a son. The ministers had no choice but to recommend his daughter. Unfortunately, when our empress was a princess, she broke into her palace, and now she has become the empress. Suddenly, a carriage protected by 8 guards passed by on the street, attracting some people's attention. The residents of Jinbei City who had seen big scenes instantly recognized the situation. Lin Chen arrived at the street early. It was estimated that there were still 2 days before the student riot. So Lin Chen brought Ranner and others to the street, ready to purchase some supplies he liked. Lin Chen has already made up his mind, eat hot pot and have barbecue. Not paying attention to the arrival of the carriage, Lin Chen was suddenly attracted by a stall on the street. I saw an old man with gray hair and a hint of death between his brows sitting in front of a stall. There were various accessories displayed in the stalls, including necklaces, jade pendants, rings and so on. I don't know whether it is true or not. Lin Chen was attracted by the rings and dragon and phoenix jade pendants. He looked at them curiously and wanted to reach out to touch them. One person can only buy one. Suddenly the old man opened his eyes and looked at Lin Chen. One person can only buy one? He asked in surprise. Yes, that's the rule. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded, not caring. He reached out and picked up the board, observing it. It was pitch black. How much is this? Lin Chen asked curiously. 10 taels, the old man replied. 10 taels? Ranner exclaimed in disbelief when he heard it. Yes, the old man replied. Each one is 10 taels, and I will only sell it to the right person. Husband, it's too expensive. I think he's a liar. Ranner was reluctant. Stop. Suiha Yue and Ranner finished speaking, and suddenly the carriage came behind Lin Chen and others, and a voice full of coercion came from the carriage. Immediately afterwards, the carriage stopped, causing Lin Chen and others to look sideways. Why did it stop here? I saw a corner of the carriage curtain gently opened, revealing half of a beautiful face. Although it was only half a photo, one could still tell that she was older than Ranner. Her eyes were like pearls, so beautiful that it was breathtaking, and she exuded nobility. The other party also looked over, glancing at Lin Chen and the others in the stall. His eyes bulged instantly, full of disbelief. Immediately afterwards, a trace of relief flashed across his face, and he gently lowered the curtain. Another voice came out. I bought that dragon and phoenix jade pendant. After he finished speaking, the guard beside the carriage came over, took up the dragon and phoenix jade pendant, then threw down 10 taels of silver, and went back. The carriage started away. Strange, is there really anyone who would buy it? Ranner was extremely confused and looked back at Lin Chen. Lin Chen silently took out the silver, handed it to the old man, and said, I want this ring. As he spoke, he put the ring on his big hand. Ha! The old man took the silver, weighed it, his face full of satisfaction, and then began to pack up his stall. Why are you closing the stall? Ranner looked over curiously. Today's sales are enough. The old man replied, packed up his stall and left. You're obviously a liar, husband, and you still bought it, Ranner muttered. Lin Chen didn't care and continued walking forward, strolling around. You guys are here too. Suddenly Zheng Hanyan appeared in the distance, and when she saw Lin Chen, she hurried over. Full of excitement. Ranner, Yue and Rowan were also happy when they saw it, and the four girls reunited. Lin Chen didn't care about it. It was hard to explain now. Now the whole Jinbei city is talking about it. If it is not implemented, there is no other way. Just wait for Jingdara to come back and talk to me. He now has 3.5 wives, and only Ranner was brought back by him on his own initiative, while the other 2.5 appeared passively. There is no one else like him. Looking at the four girls talking and laughing, Lin Chen didn't care and continued walking around. Time passes slowly. Lin Chen and others had been shopping for 2 hours. They had bought everything they needed and were ready to go home. Suddenly, Lin Chen was attracted by the weeds on the roadside and picked one under the curious gaze of Ranner and others. He folded it carefully, and soon he folded it into a grasshopper. Wow! The four girls were all extremely surprised when they saw it. This grasshopper is so lifelike and can jump by relying on the toughness of the grass stem. It is so cute. My husband, I want it. My husband, I want it too. My husband, I'll fold one for you. Ranner, Yue and Rowan came forward excitedly, and Jing Hanyan beside them also followed, excitedly. Husband! However, as soon as she finished speaking, her blushing face stopped, and she lowered her head shyly. What's the matter? It's all the same. You have to call me early or late. Just accept it now, and you won't be embarrassed in the future. And my husband will make us something delicious later. The barbecue that Ranner told you about last time, haven't you tried the water ghost? That was also made by my husband. If you don't ask for it, you won't get to eat it. That's right, there are many benefits, hurry up. When the 3 daughters saw this, they quickly encouraged them. When Han Yen heard this, she looked at the grasshopper in Lin Chen's hand, remembered Ranner's mouth-watering look when he grilled it, and recalled the colorful taste of the fruit. She mustered up her courage and said, My husband, I want one too. Lin Chen listened to the 3 women's discussion, and when he heard Han Yan's address, he felt numb all over. Your father hasn't come back yet and the matter hasn't been settled, yet you call him that. What kind of expression will you have when you wait for him to come back? Lin Chen had no choice but to keep picking weeds and picking grasshoppers one by one. Hello, can you sell me one of these? Suddenly, a voice sounded in Lin Chen's ears. Looking closely, I saw a woman standing 3 meters away. She was dressed in red, wearing a hairpin and beautiful makeup, like a fairy, with servants following behind her. The woman was as beautiful as Ranner and the others, but her temperament in every move was different. However, the boy is unworldly, Rowan is smart and clever, his words are heroic, and he has a cold and elegant temperament, while the woman is wise. What a nice view! When the four girls heard this, they looked curiously and exclaimed subconsciously. Miao Lu, Amu and others heard the sound and looked over. Each of them was stunned by her beauty. Miao Lu, in particular, had his eyes bulging out in disbelief to the extreme. "You're welcome, my four sisters. You're very beautiful too," the woman responded and then looked at Lin Chen standing beside her. "Excuse me, sir, can you sell me one?" "Not for sale." Lin Chen didn't care about the woman. He was tired of looking at beautiful women every day. "He has no idea what beauty is," he said. "This thing is made of wild grass and is worthless. I'll give you one." "Thank you, sir," the woman said politely. After Lin Chen folded the clothing grasshopper, he gave it to the woman. The woman also politely told Lin Chen and others her name was Yun Yu. Not caring about these little episodes, Lin Chen then brought Ranner and others back to the mansion. In the backyard of the Lin mansion. "It's delicious, really delicious. It's simply the most delicious food on earth." "Yeah. I told you it was delicious." Yeah, I'm going to come here every day and eat a lot." There were 3 hot pot tables, one for Lin Chen and his 4 daughters, one table for the guards, and one table for the servants. The distribution was quite even. Everyone was eating with great interest, and was extremely happy. 3 days passed in a flash, and Lin Chen was so leisurely. "Either we eat hot pot, or we make some strange food and gather everyone together to eat." For a moment, Lin Chen felt that this was the day he had dreamed of. Chapter 41 Student Riot. "Oh my god, for 3 days the Li family's shops have been hanging signs for sale. Now, the only restaurant that is still open is the Lin family restaurant, but it is more like a bookstore than a restaurant. It is packed with people every day. They are dragging their feet. They are not dealing with the issue head-on, just for the sake of dragging it out. Well, let's see how they drag it out. Didn't the Zhou family say they wanted to move into Jinbei City? They just bought the shop directly. Buy it. You're so stupid to think of that. Let's not talk about whether they are really selling it to you. If we buy it, we will give them a large sum of money. They have cheated us so much, and we are still giving them money? The Zhou family has already investigated that man thoroughly. Spies are guarding his front door every day, but he just won't go out. Damn it. I heard that the vice president of Tianbei Academy is on his way back. He has a lot of enemies." The 4 businessmen were extremely angry and hated Lin Chen to the core. This day. "Is Dean Luo back? I heard that Luo Tian had died when he came back from another place. It's a good thing he died. The punishment from heaven has finally come. It's his fault for bullying men and women and doing all kinds of evil every day. Speak softly, don't let Dean Luo hear you." On the street, people looked at a middle-aged man dressed in cloth, riding a tall horse, followed by several young scholars of the same age. Everyone looked at it with great fear. As soon as the men and scribes entered the city, they went their separate ways. The young scribe went to the academy. The middle-aged man ran directly to the county government office and beat the drum to appeal for justice. When the bailiff appeared and saw the middle-aged man, his eyes bulged and he was stunned by him. He hesitated. "Meet Vice President Luo." After saying this, he quickly went to inform the county magistrate. At the same time, people came one after another to watch the show. At the same time, "Lin Chen, return your life. Lin Chen, you will not die well if you bully students. If Lin Chen doesn't die, it will be a shame for the students of Jinbei." A large group of students came from Tianbei Academy. Some took to the streets to parade, some came to the county government, some went to the prefectural government, some went to Jinbei Prefecture, and some came to Lin Chen's residence. Everyone was extremely indignant, as if the world would be destroyed if Lin Chen was not eliminated today. The noise was so loud that the entire Jinbei city was alarmed. The people were very scared and avoided it. The county magistrate walked out of the county government office and looked at the middle-aged man and the group of students with a look of fear. The prefect also walked out, looked at everyone, and smiled faintly. A woman walked out of the Jinbei palace. She looked around, frowned, then felt relieved and left. Not only were they moving, the 4 major businessmen also came into the crowd, looked around, and smiled faintly, seeing a strange scene before their eyes. For a moment, the entire Jinbei city was in turmoil. The students were too powerful. In the Lin mansion. "Lin Chen, get out!" The voices of the students outside the house echoed throughout the Lin residence, causing everyone in the residence to defend themselves. Without waiting for Amu and Butler Li to send the message, Lin Chen, who was leisurely eating his hand-pulled pancake in the mansion, realized the situation early on. "A student riot is coming? What's going on?" Ranner heard the voice cursing Lin Chen, frowned and walked into the courtyard, saying angrily, "How dare they curse? I'll go and give them a good beating." Yu Wei took over the conversation angrily. "Don't do it." Han Yan shook her head. "She would come here every day," said. Once you start, your husband will be in a more passive position. What should we do now? Rowan asked puzzledly. The 4 girls were still a little nervous, even though the prince had informed them about this matter in advance. Don't worry about them, just wait until they finish scolding you. Lin Chen didn't care at all. They were just a bunch of trash who followed the crowd. There was no need to care about them. There is no need for me to care about others. After all, I just want to lie down. Master. At this moment, the butler came over in a hurry and said anxiously, The county government sent someone to tell you that Luo Haohai has been arrested? As he was speaking, a yamen runner came over and looked at Lin Chen, looking very embarrassed. They have been eating at the Lin family restaurant quite a lot recently, and the county magistrate also gave them a portion of the money he collected. Mr. Lin, why don't you come with me? The 4 girls standing by were anxious when they saw this. If they went out now, wouldn't they fall into the hands of those students? Husband. The 4 girls were worried. Lin Chen looked at the worried people and waved his hand. He raised his eyebrows. He actually reported it to the authorities? A self-righteous scholar actually wanted the government to do justice? It doesn't fit their style. I called the police so that I could get out. It seems that someone told him that I would not go out. Lin Chen sneered. Who else could it be except the 4 major businessmen? He stood up, looked at the embarrassed yamen runner and said, Okay, let's go. Go through the back door. The yamen runner said with concern. There are too many people at the front door. As long as we get to the county government office, they won't dare to do anything. Back door? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. He originally didn't want to cause trouble, he just wanted to wait for things to calm down. But now they have to take the initiative to force it. What's the big deal about using the back door? Are you afraid of them? If you want to lie down, you have to get this matter over with, then you have to face it head on. Said, No need. The bailiff was embarrassed and looked at Lin Chen, only to see that Lin Chen had already walked towards the gate. Hurry up and follow, and the 4 girls also follow. Squeak! The door opened, and Lin Chen and others appeared. Come out, Lin Chen, you will die a miserable death. Look at his wife, she's so beautiful. Isn't she Xingdara's only daughter? Why is she with him? I heard that Xingdara's only daughter secretly got married to someone else. It turned out to be him. My goddess. Lin Chen, you must die a miserable death. You must give an explanation for bullying scholars. When the students saw this, new and old grudges accumulated and they shouted angrily, venting their resentment at having their goddess taken away from them. Lin Chen was too lazy to pay attention to them who were shouting and cursing, they were just a bunch of small fry. Why escort him? Let him walk instead. Yes, he is a murderer. Taiping County Court, you are looking for death. When the students saw that Lin Chen didn't care about them at all, they became extremely angry and kept shouting, causing the yamen runners beside them to sweat profusely. Humph! The 4 girls snorted angrily. There was an unprecedented domineering look between the brows of the 4 girls, and their glances at everyone made everyone pause. Yue Wei even wanted to draw his sword and attack the students. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them, showing fear. He followed Lin Chen indignantly, and the shouting and cursing stopped. Time passes slowly. Coming? Coming. It was indeed the man I met at the storytelling shop that day. Didn't you see his fiancée following him? It is rumored that the girl is Xingdara's only daughter. Look at the women behind him, each of them is as beautiful as a fairy, the envy of others. When the people who were squeezed to the periphery saw Lin Chen and others coming, they made way for them and let them pass. The students also quieted down, made way, and looked carefully. I was instantly attracted by the state of the 4 girls and was amazed. Such a beauty actually followed him? This is simply disgraceful. All the beauties in the world should be in the arms of our elegant and graceful gentlemen. I am so angry. Lin Chen, you will definitely die. You are a corrupt person who bullies students. You are despised by everyone. Lin Chen, give me your life back. Lin Chen, you are not worthy of being a human being. The students shouted with envy and jealousy, their faces full of hatred, wishing they could put Lin Chen to death. When the students who followed heard the situation of the people around them, they were all shocked and started shouting. The sounds gathered together and echoed throughout the entire Jinbei city, making people feel terrified, as if the nearby buildings were shaking. This is the anger of the students. Chapter 42, Fighting the Student Alone. Led by the yamen runners, Lin Chen walked slowly along the path made by the crowd. Glancing around, he saw the figures of 4 major businessmen appear among them. Everyone laughed with glee at his misfortune. Lin Chen was not afraid and returned the smile. After a while, they arrived at the gate of the county government office, and the person they saw was Fengxi, whom they knew. Fengxi looked at Lin Chen with embarrassment on his face. Next to him was a middle-aged man with hatred on his face, glaring at Lin Chen. It was Luo Haohai. Lin Chen, give me back my child's life! Luo Haohai shouted and roared angrily. Did I kill your child? Lin Chen asked back. You still dare to quibble? Luo Haohai said. Although you didn't do anything, my child died because of you. Died because of me? Lin Chen said disdainfully. There are many people who died because of your child. Luo Tian bullied men and women, and many people had no way to seek justice and finally committed suicide. How dare you insult my son's spirit in heaven? Luo Haohai was furious and roared. You will not die well. You are the shame of Jinbei City. Jinbei City is in disgrace, he shall not die a good death. The students shouted when they saw Luo Haohai's condition. The momentum is extremely huge. A bunch of people looking for trouble, not scholars, gathering here to cause trouble, they are unworthy of our ancestors. Lin Chen looked at everyone with disdain. Lin Chen, how dare you insult students like us? A pale-faced scholar walked out in front of the students and glared at Lin Chen. He was one of the men who had followed Luo Haohai into the city. As he finished speaking, the students around him fell silent. Yes, I am insulting you. Lin Chen was also impolite. The man gnashed his teeth and glared at Lin Chen. You bully students, and you dare to insult us? Yes, Lin Chen replied. This guy was quite strange. He confirmed twice. He smiled faintly and said, You are students. Time is money, money can't buy time, but you don't want to study. But you are gathering here, wasting time and meddling in things that are none of your business, Lin Chen said in detail. Time is money, and money can't buy time. What a great sentence. A famous sentence that will be passed down through the ages. Upon hearing this, the county magistrate looked at Lin Chen with a ruddy face, extremely excited. He is also a scholar, so he naturally knows the value of it. Mr. Lin is indeed a talented person. Time is money, money can't buy time, time is gone forever, we really should cherish our time and work hard. This is the best sentence about cherishing time that I have ever heard. It is definitely the best in the world. The students were struck in the soul by Lin Chen's words and kept discussing them. The people around looked at the scene in front of them with expressions of disbelief. I have heard that Lin Chen has created a poem that will be passed down through the ages. Nowadays, any random sentence can become a famous quote throughout the ages. Is it that powerful? Especially among the crowd, there was a beautiful woman who looked at Lin Chen cautiously. If Lin Chen and the others saw the woman, they would definitely recognize Yun Yu whom they saw a few days ago. The four girls were also amazed by this sentence, and Han Yan looked at Lin Chen with admiration. What a powerful sentence! Luo Haohai was also surprised by Lin Chen and looked around. Realizing that the students might be about to fall into it, he quickly said, We are committed to Confucianism and Taoism, and we learn about human ethics and the way of heaven. Naturally, we must punish people like you who oppress others. Yes. We have a mission. This is not a waste of time, this is fulfilling our mission. Yes, Lin Chen, don't try to confuse right and wrong. When the students heard Luo Haohai's words and realized the situation, they turned around and attacked Lin Chen. Luo Haohai felt relieved. Mission? Lin Chen looked at everyone as if they were idiots. Your mission is to study. Punishing others is the responsibility of the government. Then Lin Chen added, The lights are on at midnight and the roosters crow at dawn, which is the time for men to study. If you don't study hard when you are young, you will regret it when you are old. Study hard, Lin Chen said with emotion. Don't let your parents down for their efforts. What a good poem to encourage learning. If you don't study hard when you are young, you will regret it when you are old. This sentence hits the soul. Don't be ashamed of your parents. Why should I do this? That's right. The lights are on at midnight and the roosters crow at dawn. It's the time for men to study. But what time is it now? I'm not studying. The students were filled with emotion and guilt, and for a moment everyone looked at each other and blamed themselves. The people around were only surprised, they did not know the value of this poem. But just from the students' reactions, it can be seen that it must be a masterpiece. Everyone looked at Lin Chen with bright eyes, full of admiration. The lamps are lit at midnight and the roosters crow at dawn, which is the time for men to study. If you do not study hard when you are young, you will regret it when you are old. Han Yan and the county magistrate kept reciting verses and taking deep breaths. They knew the value of this poem. More than all. In a sense, it even surpasses previous works because this article encourages learning. Yunwei, who was in the crowd, ordered the servants around him to keep recording the poems. Looking around, with all the scholars gathered here today, will Lin Chen come up with many golden sentences because he can fight alone among the scholars? For a moment, Yunwei was very excited. Let's all go back to school. Han Yan couldn't contain her excitement and looked around at everyone and said, Studying to repay our teachers, parents, and kings is what everyone should do. Ha! Everyone nodded when they heard the sound. Seeing this, the 4 businessmen standing by were extremely anxious and had to admire Lin Chen's poetic talent. Previously, I suspected that Luo Tian's death was due to Lin Chen's cheating. Now it seems that the opponent can indeed defeat Luo Tian. But does this mean that the student riots will retreat? Absolutely not. Looking at Luo Haohai in front of the county government office excitedly. Luo Haohai was also anxious and kept thinking about how to break the deadlock. You said to repay the teacher? Suddenly, another man walked out from the crowd. He was also one of the people who followed Luo Haohai into the city before. The man exchanged a glance with Luo Haohai, smiled oddly, and said to Lin Chen, as the saying goes, heaven, earth, the emperor, parents, and teachers. Vice President Luo is our teacher. Now that the Luo family is in trouble, we, as their students, naturally have to repay them. The man replied to himself. The man who had been defeated by Lin Chen before became extremely excited when he heard this and looked at him. Yes, Dean Luo is our teacher. That's right. Is it wrong for us to help the teacher? Aren't we studying to repay our teachers, our relatives, and our king? Everyone was talking about it. Han Yun heard it and instantly realized that her words had given them something. He stared at the other person angrily. He only meant to dissuade him with good intentions, but he deliberately framed him. Trembling with anger. However, the man didn't care at all. Others may be afraid of you, the only daughter of the Jing family, but he is not. Han Yan looked at Lin Chen guiltily. Ranner and others hurried over to comfort him, which made the man even more proud. Luo Haohai on the side laughed out loud. Xingdara's only daughter helped a lot. Hee hee! Lin Chen smiled faintly, glanced at Luo Haohai, and looked at the proud young man. How many teachers do you have? Of course there are many, the man said. Everyone who has taught me is my teacher. Then what is a teacher? Lin Chen continued. The wisest one is my teacher, the man replied confidently, and his expression suddenly changed. Without waiting for him to continue, Lin Chen smiled faintly and continued. The wise are the teachers. I just encouraged you to learn. Did you all receive instruction? Then am I also your teacher? When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment. Did they dare to say no? I have been told that you don't understand the encouragement to study and don't cherish time. How are you going to get along in the future? But if he doesn't say it, the implication is that Lin Chen is the teacher. Chapter 43 Evolution. The man was speechless when he heard the voice, and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Ranner and others were delighted to see this, and Han Yan felt relieved, as the situation had changed. Otherwise she will live with guilt for the rest of her life. Are you qualified to be a teacher? Luo Haohai, who was standing by, saw this and realized that he had to take action, and glared at Lin Chen. He questioned, do you think you can be a teacher just by reciting a few lines of poetry? Do you know what a teacher is other than the wisest is the teacher? How dare you call yourself the student's teacher? Luo Haohai was extremely stern. That's right, not everyone can be a teacher. If that's the case, then everyone in the world is a teacher, right? Teachers are sacred. The students were talking about it. Ranner and others looked at Luo Haoran angrily. Facing the discussion of the crowd, Lin Chen looked indifferent and stared at Luo Haohai. A few simple poems? Write a few for me to see. Luo Haoran was speechless. He couldn't do it, and even if he did, he would be surpassed by Lin Chen. The situation was very embarrassing for a moment, causing the 4 girls and Yunhua in the crowd to burst out laughing. When Luo Haohai saw the state of Ranner and others, he felt extremely humiliated. Gnashing his teeth, he looked at Lin Chen angrily and said, I asked you a question, and you haven't answered it yet. Ha ha! Lin Chen looked at the angry Luo Haohai, smiled faintly, and said, Since you asked, I will tell you sincerely. A teacher is someone who imparts knowledge and resolves doubts, Lin Chen said in a sonorous and powerful voice. Ah? Everyone was surprised when they heard the voice, and the teacher's responsibilities were summarized in a few simple sentences. Looking at Lin Chen in disbelief. Write it down. Yunyu was also excited among the crowd and quickly ordered the servants around him to record it. Since ancient times, no one has been able to explain so simply what a teacher is. Only this sentence. Staring at Lin Chen, he is truly an unprecedented talent. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Luo Haohai hesitated and wanted to refute, but he couldn't find a place to refute. Feng Shi on the side looked at Lin Chen with sharp eyes, full of admiration. I taught you. Am I your teacher now? Lin Chen looked at Luo Haohai happily. You. Luo Haohai's eyes were red with anger when he heard it. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't. Then the teacher will teach you one more thing. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, When 3 people walk together, there must be one who can be my teacher. Wow! The people around were instantly excited when they heard it. These words were exactly the words of the Confucian school and were also what they were studying. The scene at the moment was so fitting for the words that everyone couldn't help but boil over with excitement. I didn't expect that Lin Chen had also read Confucian works. Haha! Yunyu couldn't help but laugh out loud in the crowd. When three people walk together, there must be one who can be my teacher. What it means is that you should not underestimate anyone, because everyone has their own strengths and we can learn from each other. Now that Lin Chen had answered Luo Haohai's question, it was a good opportunity to teach him. If Luo Haohai wanted to refute, he would be denying his Confucianism. This simply left Luo Haohai speechless. Feng Shi also saw the situation and glanced sideways at Luo Haohai. If he does not refute, one of the three great scholars in Jinbei City today will have a teacher above his head. By then, Lin Chen will stand on Luo Haohai's shoulders to stabilize the top of Jinbei City and become famous in one battle. He looked at Luo Haohai quietly, wanting to see how Luo Haohai would respond after falling to the ground. Luo Haohai's expression kept changing, and he looked at Lin Chen as if he was the murderer of his father. After a moment of silence, he said, "You want to be my teacher, but you are still weak. I have been a Confucian for 40 years and have been involved in the literary world of Jinbei City. How can anyone become my teacher? What I mean is, it's not that I don't admit it, but that you are too weak. Then let's have a competition." Lin Chen was not afraid at all and spoke directly. "Dean Luo is going to compete with Lin Chen? Lin Chen has already written 2 famous poems throughout the ages. How amazing is that? But if we don't compare, then Lin Chen will become Dean Luo's teacher. Isn't this a huge joke?" Everyone was talking about it. Among the crowd, Yunyu looked at the scene in front of her eyes with great interest. In the past, when students rioted, the parties involved were always passive. When they came to Lin Chen, these students were completely speechless. Even those who start the riots will fight with each other. What was once a one-sided trial has now turned into a head-on confrontation. Interesting. I watched it with great anticipation. Feng Shi was also very interested and looked quietly at Luo Haohai standing beside him. Listening to everyone's words and feeling the gazes around him, Luo Haohai knew that he was in a difficult situation today. If not, my reputation will be ruined. Not only will I have an extra teacher above me, but the child's vengeance will not be avenged. I will also become a laughing stock among people in history for causing student riots. Staring at Lin Chen opposite him, he took a deep breath and said firmly, "Let's compete." Husband. Ranner and others were a little worried. After all, Luo Haohai was a famous scholar. "It's okay." Lin Chen nodded, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "After beating the younger one, here comes the older one." When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Was this a mockery of Dean Luo Haohai? However, Lin Chen didn't care at all. He looked over and said, "Tell me, what are you competing for?" Then, Luo Haohai paused, took a deep breath, and said, "Then the moon." "But we don't compare poems, we compare lyrics." From previous observations, Lin Chen in front of me is very good at writing poetry, so I won't compete in poetry, but in lyrics instead. The moon. My child was defeated by the moon, so I will win him back from the moon. The moon, just like Luo Tian did back then, they both chose the moon. President Luo has written countless poems, and any one of them will win. It's the same dilemma as before. It's broad daylight and there's no moon. This Lin Chen is obviously good at poetry, so he will definitely lose this time. Everyone was talking about it. Some students were hoping that Luo Haohai would win, while others were worried about Lin Chen. "Okay." Lin Chen smiled faintly, his little thoughts were too obvious. To Luo Haohai he said, "You go first. I'll give you time to think." Luo Haohai thought that Lin Chen was taking the opportunity to think, so he took 2 steps. Yang Tian Now. Song of Water Melody Moon. The clear autumn moon shines on the frost on my temples. Where is my old friend? I miss him so much. I want to send him a message of safety, but he flies away in my dreams and arrives at Xuxiang in the middle of the night. Looking back at the road south of the Yangtze River, I see only the mist and trees. Looking at the fragrant grass at the end of the world, I feel melancholy. When will we meet again? Let's drink together and watch the yellow chrysanthemums. Don't ask about our separation. I hope I can stay strong and fly with the seagulls forever. Tomorrow, I will be on the boat, and my clothes will be covered with wind and dew. Luo Haohai read it aloud. What a wonderful song of water melody, absolutely unprecedented and unparalleled. This was not done before, it was done on the spot by President Luo, and it contains a strong sense of homesickness and longing for family. Dean Luo's wife passed away many years ago, and now his child has passed away. It is natural that emotions are overflowing, so Dean Luo was moved to speak out. Everyone was extremely excited, and one could not help but say that President Luo was still as skilled as ever. Write this down. This will definitely make Luo Haohai famous again. I never thought he would produce such an excellent work at this time. Among the crowd, Yunyu solemnly instructed his servants. Feng Shi also took a deep breath, surprised, but also felt it was reasonable, and stared at Luo Haohai for a long time. He looked a little lost and was very worried about Lin Chen. Chapter 44 7 Songs. For a moment, everyone present was silent. While sighing at Dean Luo's poem, they looked at Lin Chen. There are expectations and also concerns. Husband. The 4 girls on the side came over and looked at Lin Chen worriedly. Lin Chen was also surprised by Luo Haohai in front of him. He didn't expect him to be so powerful. It seems that I have to use the magic weapon. Staring at the sad Luo Haohai, you can only blame yourself for not educating your child well. He caused trouble every day and bullied others by taking advantage of his power, which led to everything. The most terrifying thing is that you, as a father, do not reflect on yourself, but instead act unreasonably. Amid the different expressions of the crowd, he took 2 steps forward and said, You sang the water melody, so I will also sing the water melody. After he finished speaking, without waiting for everyone to open their mouths in surprise, he said, Song of water melody, when will the bright moon appear? When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask. I don't know what year it is in the palace of heaven. I want to ride the wind to go home, but I am afraid that the jade building is too high. I dance to the moon, but it doesn't seem like I am with people. Turning around the red pavilion, lowering the beautiful window, shining on the sleepless. There should be no hatred. Why does the moon always appear full when we are apart? People have joys and sorrows, separations and reunions, the moon waxes and wanes, this has always been difficult to achieve. I wish you a long life, and we can enjoy the beauty of the moon together even though we are thousands of miles apart. Lin Chen said this calmly, causing everyone around him to stare in amazement. He was actually doing it. Oh, this is another famous poem that has been passed down through the ages. If the previous one is unique, then this poem is the most unique of the unique. I don't know how to describe it. It is the same nostalgia, but he writes it through descriptive techniques, even lamenting the laws of the moon and the universe, and depicting an atmosphere of a bright moon in the sky, relatives thousands of miles away, and loneliness and remoteness, which contrasts his own independent mood and the fusion of past myths and legends. People have joys and sorrows, separations and reunions, the moon waxes and wanes, it is impossible to have everything in life. I wish you a long life, so that we can enjoy the beauty of the moon together even though we are thousands of miles apart. How can he be so amazing? How old is he? How can he write such an amazing poem? Everyone exclaimed in surprise, unable to contain their excitement. Write it down, write it down. When will the bright moon appear? Yun Yu in the crowd could no longer contain her excitement, her face flushed, and she kept talking to the servants around her. Feng Shi looked at Lin Chen with even more fear. What is your head made of? No matter who it was, they all looked at Lin Chen in surprise. You. Luo Haohai stared at Lin Chen in surprise. He didn't expect that Lin Chen's poems could surpass the ones he was inspired by now. After a long time, I realized that I had lost. The child lost, and the father lost too. His face turned pale and he almost doubted his own knowledge. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he was about to collapse. If you teach Luo Tian well. Lin Chen looked at Luo Haohai's condition and shook his head. But he still said, when he first bullied men and women, we should have guided him correctly so that he would not develop the habit of being spoiled and extravagant, and the incident that happened one day would not have happened. Of course there is nothing about what happened today. Lin Chen lamented. Yes, it is true. No one dared to say anything to Luo Tian before. He even forced someone to death. It was also covered up by Dean Luo. If he had not covered it up in the first place, but let Luo Tian know what was right, then nothing that happened today would have happened. Everyone was talking. You guys. Luo Haohai was already on the verge of collapse when he heard Lin Chen's words and everyone's discussions. He moved his feet and stumbled, feeling as if he was about to fall. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Yun Yu felt depressed when she saw Luo Haohai's condition. Although Luo Tian was not killed by Lin Chen himself, he died because of Lin Chen. Luo Haohai will never let Lin Chen go for the murder of his son. In the past, student riots did not rely on government support. Make your opponent speechless and finally drown in spit. But this time Luo Haohai listened to the 4 businessmen and reported the matter to the authorities, so that Lin Chen had a say. With the addition of Lin Chen's wisdom, the situation was finally resolved to its current state. It can be said that the 4 businessmen helped Lin Chen again. Last time I gave money, this time I gave Lin Chen a chance to speak. As he pondered, Yun Yu glanced at the 4 depressed businessmen in the distance, and shook his head, plotting all the schemes to help others. He looked at Luo Haohai and Lin Chen again. Lin Chen is not a pushover either. He obviously knows that Luo Haohai will not let him go, and is preparing to kill him again. Tell him that your child died because of you. But will Luo Haohai be instantly killed like Luo Tian? How I educate my children is my business. It is not your turn to tell me. At this moment, Luo Haohai's hysterical cry rang out, and he glared at Lin Chen with fearlessness. This made Lin Chen raise his eyebrows. Luo Haohai was mentally quite strong. Just as Yunwei guessed, Luo Haohai was not killed. Yunwei shook her head. I didn't expect that even now, Luo Haohai is still stubborn. Looking at Luo Haohai with disappointment, he stared at Lin Chen and shouted, Let's play again, best of 3? Again? Just like Luo Tian did back then, changing his mind at the last minute. I feel like I can't afford to lose. If he loses, Dean Luo will be completely finished, and Lin Chen will become his teacher. Everyone couldn't help but talk about it. No one had mentioned the best of 3 games just now. Best of 3 games? Like son, like father. Lin Chen smiled faintly, implying that your child also asked for this in the first place. Signaled to the other person, it's because of you again. Okay, tell me, how do we compare? Luo Haohai listened to the discussions of the crowd and was very angry, but he did not say anything. Lin Chen has already won 1 game, and now comes the crucial battle. He said, I'll ask the question, and you sing 7 couplets. 7 songs? It's a contest of 7 songs. It's not a topic that ordinary people can handle. Except for great scholars, no one dares to take it up. Even if they take it up, they dare not say that they can answer it correctly. The requirement is to choose a theme, such as poetry and wine. My first couplet is poetry XXX. The first word is poetry, and the first word of your second couplet must be wine, for example, wine XXX. Immediately afterwards, I will give another first couplet, and the second word is poetry, and your second word must be wine. In addition to the requirements for the rhythm of the couplet and the theme, it is also required to be fast. If it takes more than 3 breaths, you lose. This not only tests the opponent, but also the person who sets the question. There are winners and losers in this way. Whoever stops first loses. Even those great scholars who are masters of literature do not dare to try it easily, because this thing requires not only knowledge, but also quick thinking. Back then, the number 1 scholar in dying fought against the enemy country in the north. He matched 6 consecutive moves, but was defeated in the end. The enemy country even matched 1 move on the spot to humiliate us, and no one has been able to match it so far. It is simply not something that ordinary people can touch. Everyone wants to come together. Do you think we at Dying can afford to lose face like this? It's okay if we can't make it up, but cheating not only proves that we are incompetent, but also that we have no morals. Everyone was talking about it, feeling deeply how difficult it was, and looked at Lin Chen quietly, wanting to see if Lin Chen dared to take the challenge. Husband. The 4 girls were very worried. This thing was too difficult, but things had come to this point, and they could do nothing but worry. 7 songs? Lin Chen didn't care about the discussion of the crowd and shook his head. Do you think my 9 years of compulsory education were in vain? After a pause, he said, Okay, let's ask the questions. He actually dares to accept it? Everyone was surprised, and they couldn't help but take a step forward, instinctively feeling that this was an unprecedented battle. It was extremely quiet now, and everyone held their breath. Even Yun Yu and Feng Xi in the crowd had serious expressions. Ha ha! Luo Haohai laughed wildly when he heard this. He had a hunch that Lin Chen was looking for death. He paused and said, Listen carefully. Let's take the theme of flowers and moon. My first couplet, flowers bloom and the spring breeze is warm. Chapter 45 Great Scholar. Why does this question look so familiar? How could Luo Dara use someone else's question, since it was the one given by the enemy country? I guess Luo Dara couldn't make 7 consecutive hits, so he had to use others just to win the second game. Isn't this Lin Chen's death? When everyone heard the question, they started talking about it, and for a moment the public opinion was somewhat biased towards Lin Chen. How despicable! To win, you would be so mean. Upon hearing this, Han Yan couldn't hold back her anger and yelled at Luo Haohai. It seems so. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful. The students nodded subconsciously but did not dare to speak out. It's really despicable. Yun Yu shook her head in the crowd. Chichong was not something that ordinary people could get involved in, let alone using questions set by the enemy country. The person who set the question, Qilian, copied someone else's, so how could he lose? Feng Xi shook his head. Everything was meaningless. However, Luo Haohai looked indifferent. So what if it was despicable? What he wanted was victory. He looked at Lin Chen and said, You are right. Okay. Lin Chen smiled faintly, feeling that this guy was particularly boring, and said directly, The moon sets over the mountains and the autumn rain is cold. Good. As Lin Chen responded, the people at the scene cheered and were happy for Lin Chen. Humph. Luo Haohai looked frivolous. Of course he could come up with the first couplet, and many people could come up with it. He continued, A plum blossom in the cold wind. After the voice fell, everyone looked at Lin Chen nervously. The moon is 1/3 bright in the night, Lin Chen replied calmly. It's correct. Let's look at the third couplet. Until now, except for the great scholars, no one has come up with a third couplet, because the first two couplets have exhausted all the ideas. If Lin Chen can answer this question correctly, it proves that Lin Chen is as good as a great scholar. Everyone was talking and cheering for Lin Chen. Luo Haohai looked at Lin Chen's relaxed look, his eyes narrowed, and he actually made a guess. So easy, could he come up with a third couplet? I don't believe it. You are comparable to those great scholars who have immersed themselves in literature and Taoism for decades. Shouting, the fragrance of flowers along the path is carried far by the wind. The moonlight shines through the half window, making the night quieter. As soon as Luo Haohai finished speaking, Lin Chen spoke up impatiently. Hurry up, write the next couplet, don't waste my time. It's correct. Lin Chen got it right. The third couplet is really correct. It's incredible. Two poems are famous throughout the ages. One is about homesickness, and the other is about encouraging learning. The word is unique among the unique ones. Both poetry and lyrics are outstanding, and now they have even reached the third couplet. I absolutely do not believe that Lin Chen does not have the strength of a great scholar. Everyone was very excited. Did we really hit the third company? Luo Haohai lowered his eyes and his whole body trembled. Within the grand scene, many great scholars lingered in the third couplet. Including myself. Lin Chen actually got it right. Why, he was unwilling. Hysterical. The fourth couplet, a few peach trees in spring come into my dream. A moonlit night makes me miss my hometown. Lin Chen said quickly, sighed and said, Can you hurry up? After he finished speaking, the surroundings became extremely quiet, and every student stood there in a daze. The fourth couplet came out, and the key came so quickly, and he didn't even think about it. Lin Chen must have great Confucian literature. It is a foregone conclusion that he will be named a great Confucian. Weisstein Luo is only at the third couplet, but he actually came up with the fourth couplet, surpassing Weisstein Luo. Am I going to witness the emergence of the fourth great scholar in Jinbei City today? Haha, the literature in Jinbei City is flourishing. The students cheered and some even cried. In the fourth league, Luo Haohai stayed in the third league, Vice President Chen stayed in the fourth league, and Jingdaru stayed in the fifth league. Lin Chen is already comparable to Vice President Chen. Yun Yu in the crowd kept taking deep breaths and was extremely excited. It's almost the fifth company. Is Lin Chen going to become like Jingdaru today? Yun Yu's chest rose and fell. It was quite spectacular. Not only was he excited, Han Yan was also extremely excited. Such a powerful Lin Chen was his husband. How could I not agree to this marriage after Daddy came back? Two Confucian scholars in one family, what an honor. How is it possible? Luo Haohai was extremely excited, and his feet kept retreating as if he was about to faint. He didn't believe that Lin Chen could take this step. In his eyes, Lin Chen's strongest was only 2 links, so why did he reach the 4th link? He stared at Lin Chen for a long time, constantly telling himself that there was still a chance. No matter how powerful Lin Chen is, as long as he cannot defeat the 7th league, he will be considered the winner today. Shouted angrily. The 5th couplet, the spring breeze does not reach the depths of the flowers. It's hard to sleep when it rains at night and the moon is up. Lin Chen answered without thinking again. After he finished speaking, he was obviously immersed in it again, and waited for a long time. The 5th company, like Xingdaru, is the pinnacle of our Jinbei city, and even the entire dying is an important person. This is incredible. Lin Chen, you are so awesome. Great scholar, great scholar, great scholar. Everyone was shocked and didn't know how to describe Lin Chen. When they came to the 5th couplet, if he was not a great scholar, then what was he? Report it. Yun Yu took a deep breath in the crowd and said, Report it to the court. A great scholar from Jinbei City has appeared out of nowhere. Just like father. Han Yan looked at Lin Chen in surprise and was extremely excited. How is it possible? Luo Haohai listened to Lin Chen's response, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. His face was red, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked as terrifying as a monster. No, as long as I'm not wrong about everything, I'm also a winner, Luo Haohai said lightly. So what if you can't make it right? Lin Chen has already defeated you and is a great scholar who surpasses you. I didn't win according to the rules, but I won you in reality. That's right, I lost to the rules, not to you. Everyone listened to Luo Haohai's words and refuted them one after another. At this time, they had already changed sides and were always ready to protect the 4th great scholar of Jinbei City. Luo Haohai looked at everyone angrily, remembering each of them in his mind, and he was determined to take revenge on them in the future. Staring at Lin Chen for a while, he shouted angrily. The 6th couplet, the spring breeze makes the peach blossoms drunk overnight. The autumn rain at midnight makes the osmanthus moon shy. Lin Chen sighed. Can you please hurry up? Every time you put out a team, you have to think for a long time. Didn't you say you copied it? How is that possible? The 6th League has been released. The 6th couplet, that is the realm of the number 1 scholar in dying, it is incredible. Lin Chen is right. I want to tell everyone in the world that I will only follow Lin Chen's lead from now on. You are my idol. The crowd kept shouting, some were laughing wildly, some were crying, some were unable to cry, and some even fainted on the ground. For a moment, the scene was in chaos, with cries for help coming one after another. Phone she kept calling out to the dumbfounded Yamen runners to come and help. Huh! In the crowd, Yunyu took a deep breath, stared at Lin Chen for a while, and silently tears of emotion flowed from the corners of her eyes. An absolutely top scholar has appeared in Jinbei City. He is still so young and has a bright future ahead of him. This is the honor of Jinbei City and also the honor of dying. Yunhua gently wiped away her tears. Surpass Daddy? Han Yan stood there in a daze, her heart filled with excitement. Hurry up. Lin Chen didn't bother to care about the status of the crowd, he just wanted to finish it as soon as possible. Looking at Jing Haohai, who was standing in a daze across the row, he urged him. Chapter 46 Absolute. Hearing Lin Chen's urging, the stunned Luo Haohai woke up and looked at Lin Chen in fear. He kept backing away, his eyes filled with nothing but fear. Because he saw the confidence in Lin Chen's eyes, he even had the illusion that Lin Chen could come up with the 7th couplet. Suddenly his blood surged and a mouthful of liquid gushed out from the corner of his mouth. Smelling the fishy smell of blood, Luo Haohai was instantly freed from his fear. Suddenly his eyes narrowed again. No matter how powerful Lin Chen is, he just didn't believe that Lin Chen could come up with the 7th couplet. As long as you don't get it right, you are still the winner. He suppressed the depression in his chest and shouted angrily. Number 76, summer rain moistens the bamboo moon at midnight. The 7th League is out. Everyone shouted and looked excitedly. They didn't know why they were so excited to look at it. They knew it was impossible for Lin Chen to answer it correctly, but their subconscious mind told them to look at it. The scene suddenly became extremely quiet. The spring breeze makes the peach blossoms bloom overnight. Then, Lin Chen's happy voice was heard in the silence. After the voice fell, the place fell into complete silence. Wow! Immediately afterwards, there was a loud thunder, and the whole crowd was boiling, shouting non-stop, shaking the earth. Lin Chen covered his ears and dodged, wondering why these people were so excited. You win, my husband, you win! Ranner pulled Niuling to the spot, and Han Yan and others who had been silent for a long time rushed to Lin Chen. As she spoke happily, Han Yan shed tears. Beyond the existence of great scholars. Among the crowd, Yunyu was clearly extremely excited, but she still stood where she was. Just like a machine, he said to those around him. Spread it all over the world. The 7 couplets of that year have been matched. An existence beyond the great scholar appeared in Jinbei City. Okay, the servant replied excitedly. Puff! Just as everyone was excited, Luo Haohai spat out a mouthful of blood mist and fell to the ground. Niuling looked around and looked at Lin Chen unwillingly. No, this game doesn't count. There is still 1 round left. You must win 3 rounds to truly win. Luo Haohai kept shouting at Lin Chen like a madman. Are you interested? I finally know why your son is like that. It's all because of your personal experience. That's right, death is the best. The crowd kept shouting. Luo Haohai shouted angrily, looking around unwillingly. I will remember you. With this kind of character, he is not worthy of the title of great scholar. Yunyu shook her head. Oh. Lin Chen curled his lips, really not wanting to waste any more time. My braised pork is still cooking. After a pause, he said to Luo Haohai. What else do you want to compete? I want to compete with you. Luo Haohai struggled to get up, looked at Lin Chen fiercely and said, The last pair, as long as you can match, I will completely admit defeat. How shameless! Lin Chen has clearly won. That's right, I am unworthy of being a great scholar. How can you be so shameless? Everyone was talking about it. Okay, go ahead. Lin Chen really just wanted to end it all quickly. Lin Daru is too kind and agreed again. If you meet a rogue, you don't want to make trouble. I'd like to see if there's anything else that can stump Mr. Lin. Everyone talked about it and looked curiously. Seeing that Lin Chen agreed, Luo Haohai took deep breaths and said after a long pause, Chao Yun retreats. Well, it's a couplet from the previous dynasty. The key is that the words in the middle express different meanings. If you can't read them, you will never understand their meaning. This is the key. Oh, how despicable! They want to use this to win. How despicable! Everyone was extremely angry. You've gone too far. Han Yan heard this and glared at Luo Haohai. Humph! Upon hearing this, Luo Haohai smiled disapprovingly and looked around at everyone. In his eyes, these people were his enemies. Chaoyun retreat? Yun Yu, who was in the crowd, heard this and was stunned where she was, with the exchange between her and her father emerging in her mind. Yunwei, you are already 17 years old. It's time for you to find someone to marry. If you don't get married, you will become a grown-up girl. You can't be like your empress sister whom you have never met. It's not that Yunwei doesn't want to get married, it's just that she hasn't met the one she likes. So what is your favorite? To match the 7 songs of the past, surpass the great scholars, and to match the absolutes of the previous dynasty. Ha ha ha, there probably aren't any boys like that. Do you want to be single forever? Father, I have made up my mind. If someone like this doesn't appear, I won't marry. If it's an old man, then Yunwei will also marry. As Yunyu thought about it, she looked at Lin Chen blankly. She didn't want Lin Chen to respond, but she also wanted Lin Chen to respond. I was extremely nervous. Have you got the questions? Lin Chen looked at Luo Haohai, his expression full of anxiety. I guess it's almost time to burn out now. These are the spices I collected with great difficulty. Lin Daru also finds it difficult. It's difficult. How can ordinary people get it right? Everyone just thought that Lin Chen was frowning and started talking about it. Yes. Luo Haohai was delighted when he saw Lin Chen's condition, and the depression in his heart was relieved a lot. That's fine. Lin Chen nodded and said casually. The long water flows long. Fuck, the quatrain was matched. Those hidden masters, don't you disdain the great scene and yearn for the past dynasty? The absoluteness of the previous dynasty has been revealed. Who dares to say that I have no one in dying? Who dares to say that the previous dynasty's literary skills surpassed everyone else? Who is it? Stand up. My dying is the one who deserves the title of Wenji. Lin Daru must surpass Daru. Ha! Who dares to be arrogant in my dying? When the students heard this, they realized that the only person who could come up with such an absolute answer could be a great scholar. Surpass the great Confucian scholars, surpass the great Confucian scholars. They shouted non-stop. No, I won't accept this, absolutely not. Everyone cheered, but Luo Daru fell to the bottom. He looked around and kept shouting. His eyes had long lost consciousness and blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. Like a dying man, he fell to the ground, mustered up all his remaining strength, and shouted. No, it doesn't count. Not yet? Fuck. I want to hit someone. I'm so angry. I used to admire him so much. Really, both father and son deserve to die. Everyone was talking about it. Lin Chen was also speechless. My braised pork is still on the stove. If I don't go back now, it might get burnt dry. I don't know whether the servants dare to move. I guess they don't. AMU is still here. I hope he can be more flexible and help me take the pot down. I looked at Luo Haohai angrily, and really wanted to kill him. It was so infuriating. Right? Yunyu stood in the crowd, looked around blankly, stared at Lin Chen for a long time, a hint of blush flashed between her brows. Listening to Luo Haohai and the others' discussion, Yunyu's eyes moved, and she stepped in front of the crowd and said sternly, Let's end today's matter like this. There's no need to continue to bother with this, Yunyu said in a firm voice. When Lin Chen and others saw her, they immediately recognized that it was Yunyu who had asked them for grasshoppers that day. The 4 girls also noticed it and smiled at each other. This made Yunwei come to watch. Greetings to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Everyone saw Yunyu kneeling and saying. Chapter 47 Princess. Lin Chen and others were extremely surprised when they saw him. He was the princess, and also Long Jingyuan's sister. Long Yunwei. Even though we all know her, and she is my friend's sister, we still have to greet her. Everyone get up. However, before Lin Chen and others could salute, Yunyu's voice rang out, and Lin Chen and others immediately recovered. Yunyu also glanced at Luo Haohai and said, Luo Daru is tired, go back and rest. Ha ha! Luo Haohai smiled bitterly. He knew that he could no longer target Lin Chen today. He looked at Lin Chen unwillingly and said to Fengxi, Is this how my son's death is supposed to end? The princess is here, are you still going to make trouble? Is it interesting? That is. Everyone was talking about it. Your servants said that Luo Tian committed suicide. Fengxi took over the conversation and said, Suicide? Ha ha! Luo Haohai was unwilling to give in. You made a judgment without even investigating? What do you do for a living? Fengxi gritted his teeth when he heard this. If the people don't report it, the officials won't investigate. You didn't report it to the officials. Really? Luo Haohai glanced at Lin Chen, then looked at Fengxi, walked to the side and beat the drum again. He said angrily, I'll report it to the police now, okay? She took a deep breath and said in anger. Okay, we'll take this case. Captain Qin, take people to Luo's house. She said in a loud voice. Yes, sir. Captain Qin walked to Luo Haohai and waited. Let's go. Seeing this, Luo Haohai looked at his two students and gestured for them to help him up. He staggered away randomly, and everyone subconsciously made way for him. In the crowd, the four major businessmen felt very unhappy. They didn't expect that today not only did they fail to get rid of Lin Chen, but also made Lin Chen's reputation soar again. Gnashing teeth in anger, he left with a flick of his sleeves. Everyone please disperse. Don't crowd. Long Yunhua said loudly to everyone. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Chen deeply and walked away slowly. Thank you for your hard work today, Mr. Lin. Yunyu walked towards Lin Chen and others and said to Lin Chen. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for spreading the reputation of Arjun-Bay City. You're welcome, Lin Chen replied. Mr. Lin. Feng Shi, who was standing by, saw Yunyu coming and also went over to Lin Chen and said, Mr. Luo Tian's case will definitely be cleared. Thank you, Lord Feng. Lin Chen replied politely. I can't wait to eat my braised pork. Who the hell is better than the great scholar, who can match the 7 poems of the previous dynasty? At this moment, 2 young men, accompanied by a pair of soldiers, came hurriedly against the current in the crowd. It was Long Jingyuan and Long Wenye. When everyone saw this, they made way and greeted him. But it still couldn't withstand the large number of people. I told you not to go hunting, but you went anyway. Now you've missed such a big event. What? It's nothing. You don't understand my sister's promise at all. Oh my God! The 2 of them squeezed madly and finally walked out of the crowd and looked at their personal servant, Long Yunhua, standing beside them. Long Jingyuan quickly asked, Who was it that matched the absolute of the previous dynasty and the 7 songs, and surpassed the great scholar? It's your highness's friend, Mr. Lin. The servant looked and pointed to the gate of the county government in the distance. When Long Jingyuan heard this, he looked sideways and saw Ranner and the other 4 girls chatting with his sister. Instantly, Long Jingyuan was in agony. No! Lin Chen, I should have brought you to Jinbei City. What's the matter? Long Wenye was delighted. You don't want it? I invited Mr. Lin to go to Northwest City. You don't know my sister's promise. Long Jingyuan wanted to cry but had no tears. She once promised that whoever can achieve the above 3 things, no matter if the other person is old or young, ugly or handsome, she will marry him. Long Wenye was shocked and looked at the servant beside him in disbelief, only to see the servant nod slightly. Awesome! Long Wenye looked in the direction of Lin Chen and blurted out. 5 peerless beauties, less than 10 days after arriving in Jinbei City, they even captured the daughter of the Jinbei king. Huh! Long Wenye took a deep breath and said, I'm not afraid. I don't have an older sister or a younger sister. Looking at the painful Long Jingyuan, he said, Do you really not want Mr. Lin anymore? How about I ask him to go to the northwest? Get out, my sister's gone. Long Jingyuan was in great pain, and seemed to have fallen into the abyss. Long Wenye, who was watching from the side, felt a little distressed. After all, they were brothers who grew up together and wore the same pants. He said, Think of it another way. After your sister gets married, will she live in Lin Chen's house? Then when your father is not at Jinbei Palace, you can dominate the place all by yourself. No one can control you anymore, Long Wenye said with a smile. Long Jingyuan was confused. It seems so. The servant beside him heard the sound, his lips curled up, and the muscles on his face twitched constantly. There is nothing but helplessness. Long Jingyuan stood up and looked at Lin Chen. For a moment, he felt relieved when he saw Lin Chen, and he wanted to call him brother-in-law right now. This caused Long Wenye, who was standing by, to sigh, and he felt endless regret in his heart. Lin Chen has become the son-in-law of the Jinbei Palace, so how can I invite him to Northwest City? The more he thought about it, the more he regretted it. Lin Chen had almost certainly surpassed the great scholar, and he had even matched 7 songs and even the absolute of the previous dynasty. Damn brotherhood. Long Wenye sighed and followed Long Jingyuan towards Lin Chen. However, before Long Jingyuan and the others came over, Lin Chen was anxious and said to Long Yunhua and Feng Shi with a smile, Well, now that the matter is over, I will go back first. After saying this, he turned and left. This surprised the 4 girls nearby. They bowed to Long Yunhua and followed him. Long Yunhua was stunned. She was still thinking about telling Lin Chen what she promised, but when she saw Lin Chen still walking away, she lowered her head and said nothing. Why did you leave? Long Jingyuan walked over and looked at Lin Chen's back blankly. She glanced at her sister, excited and even expectant. Sister, have you told him? Feng Shi felt that he shouldn't listen to this, so he bowed and said goodbye, then turned and left. Did you say it? Long Yunhua felt her brother's tone and a gloomy look flashed across her brows. She raised her head and looked at Long Jingyuan gloomily. You seem to want me to get married soon. Long Jingyuan was stunned when he heard the voice, his face full of fear. I know that if I don't give an explanation today, I will be doomed. After hesitating for a while, he said, This is not because Mr. Lin is so capable. I also want my sister to marry a husband of my dreams. As Long Jingyuan spoke, he looked at Long Yunhua, only to see that he still had a gloomy look on his face. My heart was beating fast. Just think about it, if you miss this, you may never meet it again in the future. Long Yunhua still had a murderous look on her face, which made Long Jingyuan want to die. He racked his brains and kept thinking. The key is that Mr. Lin still has the medical skills to treat external injuries. Medical skills are usually not passed on to outsiders. Isn't that what you said, sister? That's why we haven't asked Mr. Lin for so long. If sister you... Long Jingyuan was afraid that Long Yunhua would continue to get angry, so he skipped those 2 words. Then we are not outsiders anymore? How much loss will our Jinbei army suffer? When Long Yunhua heard this, he raised his eyebrows. It seemed to be the case. And Long Jingyuan thought for a moment and said, Mr. Lin still has the quick-acting heart-saving pills in his hand. He made them. That's a miracle medicine for treating heart disease, Long Jingyuan said in detail. Long Yunhua nodded and walked away slowly, which made Long Jingyuan stunned. Chapter 48 Death of Luo Haohai. The next day, Lin Mansion. Why? Lin Chen sat quietly in the backyard, watching the 4 women busy around him, without paying any attention. Recalling yesterday's braised pork, I shook my head bitterly. Burned dry, totally ruined. I went all over Jinbei City to collect spices, it's so infuriating. For a moment, Lin Chen felt hopeless. Master! Just as Lin Chen was lamenting, Amu hurriedly walked to Lin Chen from outside the room and whispered. Luo Haohai was murdered! Lin Chen sat up straight and looked at Amu in surprise. The 4 girls were also attracted. Yes. Amu nodded. Their servants reported the case this morning. Has the government confirmed the time of death? Lin Chen asked curiously. The coroner looked at it, and it should have been at 3 o'clock last night, Amu said. Because Luo Haohai's identity is so great, this time it has attracted the attention of the entire Jinbei city. Huh! Lin Chen nodded after hearing this. Indeed, Luo Haohai's status was too great. After all, he was one of the 3 great scholars in Jinbei city. Please come with us, Mr. Lin. Just as Lin Chen was thinking, suddenly a team of Yamen runners broke through the interception of Shirtu and others, came to the backyard, and looked at Lin Chen seriously. Who are you? Lin Chen looked carefully and found that the clothes were different from those in the county government, so they were not from the county government. It's from the prefect. After a pause, he said, Why do you want me to go with you? Yes. Why should I go with you? My husband has done nothing wrong. You don't say anything, but I just let you go. Who are you? When the 4 girls heard this, they spoke reluctantly one after another. When the bailiff heard this, he glanced at the 4 women and didn't care. Staring at Lin Chen, he responded. You and Luo Haohai fought yesterday, and Luo Haohai reported to the authorities to investigate the cause of his son's death, so now the prefect suspects that you are the one who did it. Nonsense, my husband won't do anything. That's right, my husband can't even kill a chicken, let alone kill a person. Why should I follow you just because you doubt? That's too much. The 4 girls were excited. Do you have any evidence? Lin Chen asked back. There is no evidence at the moment. The bailiff paused and said, So, sir, you are just a suspect. If we had evidence, we would have arrested the man directly, the bailiff said coldly. You. The 4 girls wanted to speak, but were interrupted by Lin Chen. Okay, I'll go with you. Lin Chen smiled faintly, and he seemed to know who killed Jingdaru. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your cooperation, the bailiff said, and then led the way in the direction of the prefect. The 4 girls looked on anxiously, and Amu was also worried. After a moment, Lin Chen followed the Yamen runners through the jurisdiction of Taiping County and entered Tianxia County. Jinbei City is divided into 2 parts. Tianxia County is the inner city and Taiping County is the outer city. The inner city is mainly inhabited by dignitaries. The prefectural government office is located in this county. Have you heard? Luo Haohai was killed. It is said that it is a throat-slicing move. I never thought someone would dare to kill someone in Jinbei City. It is said that the princess is furious and has already mobilized the army to start patrolling. I guess the magistrate of Taiping County is having a headache now, because the one who died is Luo Haohai. People were talking about it on the street. Lin Chen listened and didn't expect that the news would spread throughout Jinbei City so quickly. After a while, Lin Chen arrived at the prefectural yamen. As he walked into the yamen, he heard a quarrel between two people coming from inside the yamen. Luo Haohai is under the jurisdiction of Taiping County. Why do you, Chu Jingyi, interfere? Just try him directly. What is Luo Haohai's status? Such a big event, can't I, the prefect, intervene? Feng Shi, don't think you can be arrogant just because you are the Prime Minister's disciple. In Jinbei City, except for military affairs, everything else is still my decision. You have the final say? But why did you arrest Mr. Lin? He had a conflict with Luo Haohai yesterday. Everyone knows about it. Isn't it worthy of suspicion? Suspicious? Are you investigating a case? You are just using the investigation as an excuse to take revenge on Mr. Lin. Last time, Mr. Lin reported a case to the storytelling hall and had your brother-in-law arrested. Now his storytelling hall is packed with people, and your brother-in-law's store has no business, so you are deliberately taking revenge. Don't be so presumptuous, Feng Shi, this is the prefectural government office. So what if it's the prefectural government? I will definitely report it to the Prime Minister. As you wish. I will also report this to the Minister of Justice. From inside came the quarrel between the prefect Chu Jingyi and the county magistrate Feng Shi. No one expected that behind Feng Shi was the Prime Minister of the time, and behind Chu Jingyi was the Minister of Justice. A town in Jinbei City actually involved people from Kyoto. Lin Chen was thinking, and suddenly he saw Feng Shi walking from the hall. As soon as he saw Lin Chen, he put away his anger and said apologetically, "Hello, Mr. Lin, this time." Feng Shi said this, not knowing what to say. "Thank you, County Magistrate." Lin Chen didn't care. No matter what Feng Shi did it for, he was still worthy of thanks. Ah. Feng Shi sighed when he heard it, stared at Lin Chen and said, "Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will do my best to investigate the case." "Thank you." Lin Chen thanked again. "Then I'll leave first." Feng Shi glanced back at the hall and turned away. "Have you brought the people here?" As Feng Shi left, a voice asking his subordinates appeared in the hall. "It is exactly Chu Jingyi's." It continued to ring. "Bring it up." "Let's go." The bailiff looked at Lin Chen and took Lin Chen away. In the hall, a bright mirror hangs high in the center. Lin Chen looked at Chu Jingyi, who was about 40 years old and had a dignified face, and said, "Greetings to the prefect. I wonder why you asked me to come here." "What's the matter?" Chu Jingyi smiled faintly and said, "Of course it's about you killing Luo Haohai." "Huh?" Lin Chen heard that this was an attempt to frame someone, so he asked, "Sir, what basis do you have to say that I killed Luo Haohai? Just because you have a grudge against Luo Haohai? Your Excellency seems to be too biased in making such a judgment. Whether it is biased or not is not up to you to decide, it is up to me." Chu Jingyi smiled faintly. He stared at Lin Chen with murderous intent, then at the bailiff beside him, and said, "Put Lin Chen in jail." Lin Chen smiled slightly. This prefect was really cunning. He dared to put the man in jail directly. He smiled and said, "Sir, have you ever thought about what you would do if it turns out that it wasn't me? Find out?" The prefect smiled coldly, looked at Lin Chen and threatened, "Do you think you can find out?" "Yeah." Lin Chen nodded. "How awesome." The implication was that if he said he could check it, then he could check it? "Because I sued his brother-in-law and stole his brother-in-law's business, so he is targeting me like this." Impossible. There are other reasons behind this. Oh, why is it so difficult to lie down? This time we have to catch the big fish and solve them all at once, and then we can lie down completely from now on. Looking at Chu Jingyi. "You are so impressive, sir." "That's a must." The prefect smiled faintly, glanced at the yamen runner beside him, and said, "Imprison him. Let's see who dares." Before the bailiff could reply, a majestic voice suddenly sounded outside the door. This attracted everyone's attention, and they saw Princess Long Yunhue, Long Jingyuan, and 4 girls rushing over, followed by Amu and Miao Lu. "Greetings to the princess, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Chu Jingyi quickly got down from his seat, bowed and knelt, raised his head and looked at Long Yunhue and said, "I wonder what brings you here, my lords?" "Things?" Long Yunhue sneered and said, "Come and see how majestic Lord Chu is. Otherwise others will think that Jinbei City belongs to Lord Chu." "My princess, you are joking," Chu Jingyi said. "I am just exercising the rights granted to me by the court." Chapter 49 Imprisonment. "I'll kill you." Long Jingyuan was extremely angry when he heard it. The king of Jinbei was enfeoffed in Jinbei City, but he did not manage the politics of Jinbei City, etc. Only responsible for military affairs. During the war years, no one dared to disobey the people of Jinbei Palace like this. Similarly, it stands to reason that whoever is in charge of the military controls everything, but it is different in peacetime, it is a game of chess. Others would give face to the Jinbei Palace to a certain extent, but behind Chu Jingyi was the Minister of Justice. He is also the political enemy of my father. The purpose of arranging Chu Jingyi here was to restrain his father. When his father was still alive, he might have restrained himself, but now his father had gone to Kyoto. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant as soon as his father left. How dare you disobey your own sister? Seeing Long Jingyuan rolling up his sleeves and preparing to take action, Chu Jingyi was not afraid, but smiled happily. A power issued by the imperial court? Long Yunhua frowned and stopped Long Jingyuan. He looked at the prefect with murderous intent. Since you represent the imperial court, how can you justify imprisoning someone without any evidence? Lin Chen smiled faintly. This is because when the tiger is away, the monkey will be king. That's right. There is no evidence. Why is he imprisoned? If you want to put him in jail, you have to produce evidence. My father is in Kyoto now. I will definitely write a letter to him to give you a copy. If you don't produce evidence today, don't even think about touching my husband. The four girls spoke one sentence each, showing great indignation. I am in charge of the politics and criminal law of Jinbei City, so naturally I have my own ways. Chu Jingyi replied to Long Yunhua. He looked at the four women who were talking and smiled faintly. Not only Mr. Lin needs to be restrained, but also the three ladies, and Jing Han Yen, the daughter of Jingdaru, also need to be restrained during this period of time. Considering that you are women, you will not be imprisoned, but you are not allowed to go out, Chu Jingyi said sternly. The four girls looked indignant. Okay. Lin Chen shook his head. There was no need to create unnecessary trouble. At this point, he was looking forward to going in. He wanted to see who killed Luo Haohai and framed him at this critical moment. Chu Jingyi avenges his brother-in-law? Or are they the four major families that he offended some time ago? Or maybe Luo Haohai directed and acted in the film himself? Just wait and see, don't let yourself know. Once you find out, Chu Jingyi will not be happy. Husband. Rana and others looked at him worriedly after hearing Lin Chen's words. The same was true for Long Yunhua standing beside him. Brother-in-law, Mr. Lin, they will definitely confess under torture if they are detained. Long Jingyuan almost let the cat out of the bag. No. Lord Chu will definitely enforce the law impartially. How could he force someone to confess? Lin Chen shook his head and looked at Chu Jingyi strangely. This caused Chu Jingyi to smile strangely, and he said, Of course I won't be tortured into confessing. I hope you can do what you say. Long Yunhua stared at Chu Jingyi and said seriously. Of course. Chu Jingyi nodded and glanced at the Yamen runner. Now that we've come to this point, why don't you ask Mr. Lin to go to jail? Chu Jingyi's tone was extremely strange. Yes, sir. The bailiff looked at Chu Jingyi worriedly, then at Long Yunhua and Long Jingyuan. Chu Jingyi is not afraid of the Jinbei Palace, but they are. There is no Shangshu behind them. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Lin Chen helplessly and took Lin Chen away. Husband. Ren and the others looked over anxiously, but Lin Chen interrupted. It's okay, go home and wait for news. Yes. The four girls nodded. Everyone watched Lin Chen being taken away. I will investigate the death of Luo Haohai one by one. Long Yunhua looked at Chu Jingyi and said angrily. As long as we find out, you will never have an easy life today. Then wait for news from the princess. Chu Jingyi smiled coldly. Let's go. Long Yunhua turned around angrily and left with everyone. In prison. Lin Chen stayed alone in a prison, thinking quietly, who could have killed Luo Haohai? Mr. Lin. Just as Lin Chen was thinking, Long Yunhua appeared, looked at Lin Chen guiltily and said, I'm really sorry for what happened today. We invited you to Jinbei City, but we couldn't help you. It's okay. Lin Chen stood up and looked at Long Yunhua. Don't worry, sir. Yunhua will do her best to get to the bottom of the case. Long Yunhua continued. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded, puzzled. What have you found so far? Have you found anything strange? How did Luo Haohai die? Were there any signs of a fight at the scene? There is no progress at the moment. Long Yunhua nodded and said. Luo Haohai was facing away from the gate and was killed by a sword. There were no signs of fighting at the scene. Everything is intact. I asked the servants and they didn't hear anything unusual. Faced with your back? An acquaintance? Lin Chen frowned. At first I suspected that it was someone I knew who did it. Long Yunhua nodded and said. But Luo Haohai has no relatives, and none of his friends were there last night. I suspect it was the servants, but the servants all have alibis. Long Yunhua replied. Did someone he is familiar with sneak in? Lin Chen asked. We checked everywhere and found no one sneaking into the yard. Long Yunhua said. And Luo Haohai has another habit. Every day he would come up with a couplet and tell his housekeeper the second line. Only then could the housekeeper's couplet be accepted. Long Yunhua said. But yesterday the housekeeper was together with people from the county government to investigate Luo Tian's case. Long Yunhua shook her head. So it's impossible for anyone to have entered his room yesterday. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded. Murder in a secret room? Who did he offend that made the other party so determined to kill him? The case has reached a stalemate now, Long Yunwei replied. It may take some time for Mr. Lin to get out. These are the daily necessities that I asked the 4 ladies to prepare for the master. Long Yunwei pointed to the items brought by the maid beside her. He said, If you need anything else, you can tell the Yamen runner later. They will notify us, Long Yunwei said. Okay. Lin Chen nodded, waited for the maid to put the items into the cell, and watched Long Yunwei leave. Then he began to think about it alone, but he still couldn't figure it out. Time passed slowly and the night became quiet. Lin Chen fell asleep. My husband. Just as Lin Chen was falling asleep, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked carefully, only to see a man in black appear, but his big eyebrows made Lin Chen feel familiar. If it's not Yue, then who is it? Why are you here? Lin Chen sat up and looked at the bailiffs outside the cell through the firelight. All fainted. Lin Chen was extremely surprised. Yue was even more impressive than he had imagined. I'm here to save you, my husband, Yue replied. Follow me quickly. They have to exchange secret codes every 3/4 of an hour. If no one responds, they will definitely be discovered. Leave? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. I didn't kill anyone, why should I leave? Isn't this a case of trying to cover up one's own guilt? There was even a moment when Lin Chen suspected that it was Yue who killed Luo Haohai. After all, she was too powerful. As he thought about it, Lin Chen was suddenly shocked and said, Yes, if you didn't do it, why should you leave? What is Luo Haohai worried about? Why does he have to recite couplets every night before going to bed? Who is he guarding against? Lin Chen came to his senses, looked at Yue, and said, Go out quickly and ask Miao Lu to find Long Yunwei and ask him to investigate why Luo Haohai has to write couplets every day. I'm here to jailbreak. Yue was confused when she heard this. How did jailbreaking turn into delivering a message? But when he saw Lin Chen's condition, he didn't dare to refute. He could only nod and disappeared at the end of the prison. Chapter 50 Prison Strange Things. Watching Yue leave, Lin Chen walked to the door of his cell, stared at the broken lock, shook his head helplessly, and couldn't lock it anymore, so he just wrapped the chain around it. It's really unique. He just locks himself up. After wrapping it up, Lin Chen returned to his bed and fell asleep again. What's going on? Is there a prison break? Hurry and check, has anyone been robbed? 1, 2, 3. Report no. Before Lin Chen fell asleep, he heard the jailers discovering the situation and checking one by one. After a suspicious no, the scene fell into silence again and Lin Chen slowly fell asleep. In a flash, it was already late night. Wake up. Suddenly a female voice sounded in Lin Chen's ears, causing Lin Chen to open his eyes hazily and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Yue came again? Can't you come back tomorrow? Looking closely, another man in black appeared, but his remaining eyes made Lin Chen feel that he did not recognize him. Looking around outside the prison, all the jailers were knocked unconscious. He sat up and asked, Who are you? Ma Jialanting has been ordered to come and rescue you, sir. The woman in black replied. Moism? Lin Chen was stunned when he heard the voice. Moism is one of the hundreds of schools of thought. Do we know each other? Lin Chen wondered. Sir, you don't know me, Lanting replied. Then why did you come to save me? Lin Chen was stunned. Just follow your orders, Lanting said. I know your superior? Lin Chen asked puzzledly. I don't know, Lanting said. Lin Chen was speechless. What was this? At the same time, he also realized that Jinbei City was more complicated than he had imagined. When I was fighting with Luo Haohai before, I heard about Confucianism, and now Moism has appeared. Will the diplomats, yin-yang strategists, military strategists, etc. appear in the future? For a moment, Lin Chen felt that he was in the center of this vortex. I just want to lie down, why are you so annoyed? Go back and report, and tell them that I don't need you to rescue me. Lin Chen shook his head and said, I will investigate the case myself, and then get out. Lan Ting hesitated, paused, and replied, Okay, I'll leave first. After saying this, Lan Ting rushed out of the door and disappeared into the darkness. Lin Chen smiled bitterly, stood up and walked to the door of the cell. Looking at the iron chain that had been destroyed twice and broken into 3 pieces, he was speechless. I kept wrapping the chain around it, and it took a lot of effort to finally wrap it around properly. What's going on? Why are you guys knocked out again? Come and see if someone is trying to break into the prison? It hurts. Count quickly, 1, 2, 3. Report that no one has broken into the prison. Damn, there are so many weird things. I heard that all the servants of the Luo family were slaughtered tonight. As soon as Lin Chen joined the gang, He heard the jailers talking outside and was slightly startled. Could it be that Lin Chen killed him? I don't know anyone from the Maha's school at all. Forget it, after this matter is over, I will find a way to stay away from these power disputes. After thinking for a while, Lin Chen fell asleep. It was almost dawn. Master Giguzi, wake up! It was near dawn when people were sleeping the deepest and Lin Chen was woken up in a daze. Looking closely, he saw it was another man in black. He didn't recognize his remaining eyes, and they were full of respect. Who are you? Lin Chen glanced at the jailer who had fainted outside the cell and looked at him helplessly. I am Gongsun Weilong, the master of diplomacy and diplomacy. Nice to meet Master Giguzi. Upon hearing this, the other party bowed and replied. The Zongheng family? Gongsun Weilong? Lin Chen was stunned. He was just thinking about the Zongheng lineage. He said bitterly, You have mistaken me for someone else. I am not Giguzi. No, Gongsun Weilong replied. Sir, you have the token ring of our Zongheng lineage, which is the new Giguzi. The new Giguzi? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. What is this? I looked at the ring in my hand and never thought that the thing I just casually bought would turn out to be such an awesome thing. I really want to say that I will return him to you. Yes. From the moment you put on the ring, you are our Giguzi, Gongsun Weilong said. Whether you have a ring in the future or not, as long as you have not decided on a successor, you will always be our Giguzi. The 8,000 men of the Zongheng family will follow you, sir, until death, Gongsun Weilong said in a loud voice. Okay. When Lin Chen heard this, he felt terrible. He just wanted to lie down. How did he become Giguzi? After a pause, he thought, now that things have come to this, what else is there to say? Said, Why don't you leave immediately? I will find a way out myself. But, Gongsun Weilong hesitated, but still stood up and prepared to leave. Lin Chen looked at Gongsun Weilong's leaving back and felt that things were becoming more and more complicated. He stopped her and said, I'll ask you a few questions. Please speak, sir. Gongsun Weilong bowed. Did you kill Luo Haohai? Lin Chen asked. No. Gongsun Weilong shook his head. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Did you kill Luo Haohai's servant? No. Gongsun Weilong replied. That's fine. Lin Chen felt relieved when he heard that and replied. You go first. Yes, sir. Gongsun Weilong nodded, left, and disappeared into the darkness of the prison. What's the matter? Lin Chen shook his head. Can't you just let me lie down? You must find a paradise on earth, with a wife and children, and a warm bed, no matter what the various schools of thought are, what the court politics are, or what the people's livelihood management is. I'm just going to lie down. Hey! Lin Chen shook his head and walked to the front of the gate. He looked at the chain that had been destroyed 3 times and broken into 4 pieces, and then he got entangled with it after some twists and turns. I entered the bed and prepared to sleep, praying in my heart that no one would come again. Otherwise I will suffer from neurasthenia. What happened? You got knocked out again. It hurts. Check the head count quickly. Okay, 1, 2, 3. No one was taken. Lin Chen had just fallen asleep when the voice of the Yamen runner rang out again. Time passes slowly. Lin Chen stared at the dark circles under his eyes, looking at Long Jingyuan in front of him, only to see Long Jingyuan saying, My sister is too busy now. For some reason yesterday, a lot of long red worms appeared in the river in Jinbei City. Now people are panicking, and my sister went to comfort them. Growing worms? Aren't politics and people's livelihood in the hands of the prefect? Lin Chen asked curiously. Humph. Long Jingyuan shook his head and said, That prefect is a waste. He didn't even dare to go to the scene to check. We are always in Jinbei City. We can't just watch everything spread. My sister will definitely take care of it. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded. This was none of his business. He asked, How's the investigation going? There has been no progress, but Fengshi did investigate last night based on the information you told me, Long Jingyuan said. It involves the enemy country in the north. The enemy country in the north? Lin Chen was puzzled. You mean his couplet, which is similar to a password? Yes. Long Jingyuan nodded. But later the housekeeper and the servants were killed, so we couldn't investigate. This further proves that Luo Haohai has a connection with the enemy country. I never thought that this great scholar would betray us, and I never thought that there were people from the enemy country hiding in Jinbei City. I am so angry. If my sister wasn't dealing with the bugs right now, the entire Jinbei City would have been cleaned up today. Long Jingyuan roared hysterically. A worm? Lin Chen asked in confusion. What does it look like? It's red all over, and has a big claw, Long Jingyuan said. It's very similar to the river shrimp we have here, but it's bigger, has a hard shell, and its claws can pinch people. It is said to be highly poisonous, Long Jingyuan said confidently, his brows full of fear. Highly poisonous? When Lin Chen heard this, he thought, what else could this be but crayfish? Crayfish are usually caught in April, May, June, and September, October, and November, and now is the official season. As he spoke, Lin Chen couldn't help but drool. Do you know this thing? Long Jingyuan asked puzzledly. Yes, Lin Chen said. Can you govern? It's not governance. Sister. Upon hearing this, Long Jingyuan pushed the door open, and the door magically opened, leaving Long Jingyuan stunned. But there was no time to ask, and he pulled Lin Chen and ran away. Your Highness, please don't embarrass me. Go away. Chapter 51 The Real Mastermind. Tell me, how do you plan to deal with this long worm? How should I know? You are the parent official of Jinbei City. I am the parent official, and you are the founder of Jinbei Palace and Jinbei City. Founder? When something happens, you know he is a builder? But our founder doesn't care about politics and people's livelihood, he only cares about the army. I manage people's livelihood and politics, but I can't manage this long worm. The only ones who suffer are the people. It doesn't matter. In the prefectural government office, Chu Jingyi sat in the hall with a rogue look on his face, looking at the crayfish brought by Long Yunhue on the ground with fear. Is this what you, a senior official, should say? Long Yunhue stood up angrily and glared at Chu Jingyi. Believe it or not, I will report you to Kyoto for punishment now, Long Yunhue said angrily. Ha! Chu Jingyi laughed happily and said, everyone in Kyoto knows how powerful your Jinbei Palace is. Do you think they will think it's my fault that I don't govern? Long Yunhue narrowed her eyes and said, do you think I dare not kill you, or do you think my father will not come back after going to Kyoto? Kill me? Chu Jingyi smiled faintly, full of disdain. Elder sister. At this moment, Long Jingyuan's voice kept ringing outside the house, causing Long Yunhue to look back worriedly. Chu Jingyi had a joking look on his face. After a moment, Long Jingyuan and Lin Chen were seen walking quickly towards them, with jailers and bailiffs running behind them. Sister, Mr. Lin has a way to deal with those bugs, Long Jingyuan said excitedly. What? Long Yunhue was extremely surprised. Chu Jingyi raised his eyebrows, not in surprise, but in a frown, staring at Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, you dare to escape from prison? Someone, come and capture Lin Chen for me, Chu Jingyi roared. You dare! Long Yunhue was angry. Old man, you are looking for death. Long Jingyuan drew the machete from his waist and was ready to attack. I don't believe you dare to kill an official appointed by the imperial court, Chu Jingyi roared. Instantly the surroundings fell into silence. Indeed, no one dared to kill the imperial official. Prison break? Only Lin Chen sneered disdainfully. If I wanted to escape from prison, I would have tried it 3 times yesterday. Still waiting now. He stared at Chu Jingyi and said, Sir Chu, hasn't the Rome kingdom in the north come to pick you up yet? Huh! Everyone around was shocked when they heard the voice. They couldn't understand what Lin Chen was talking about. The Rome state was naturally the enemy state to the north of Dying. Rome would pick me up? Chu Jingyi's face flashed with panic when he heard it. Looking at the smiling Lin Chen, he asked angrily, What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, Master Chu, what do you think? I have matched the 7 songs of Rongwa. I may surpass the great scholar. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, Ronggoan couldn't bear it, so he wanted to attack me. But I have Miao Lu and the people who fought on the battlefield with me. You can't guarantee that you can kill me. So sacrifice your teammate Luo Haohai, Lin Chen said. What's going on? Long Jingyuan looked around in confusion. He never thought that Chu Jingyi was a member of the Rong kingdom. Long Yunhue on the side also looked at Chu Jingyi vigilantly. No matter they were the imperial guards or the yamen runners, they all stared at Chu Jingyi nervously. You're talking nonsense! Chu Jingyi scolded Lin Chen angrily. Am I talking nonsense? Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, Luo Haohai is the vice president of Tianbei College and has great power. His role is to suppress potential talents once he finds them, preventing them from growing. But there are also Vice President Chen and President Jing, who can also recommend outstanding talents. But the people who must be recommended must go through you, and you will suppress the outstanding ones among them. That's why Dean Jing and Vice Dean Chen are so close to King Jinbei, because he knows that you are suppressing the students. You said that 2 people of the Wendao would not approach you, a Wendao person, but chose the Jinbei king who is in charge of the army? Many scholars look down on military commanders, because they are warriors. What if they like it? Chu Jingyi hesitated and stammered. Ha! Like it? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and ignored it. He continued, So you killed Luo Haohai and framed me because I was involved in Luo Tian's death and I defeated Luo Haohai in a literary duel, so we just happened to have a grudge against each other. Later, when Feng Shi started investigating why Luo Haohai used the couplet, you killed all the servants. Before we can snatch Feng Shi away, we won't alert the Jinbei city guards, so it must be someone we know. Long Jingyuan raised his eyebrows, gripped the machete tightly in his hand, and walked slowly towards Chu Jingyi, causing Chu Jingyi to retreat continuously. He stared at Lin Chen and said, "What have you said for so long? What does it have to do with me? It's all your speculation. Where is the evidence? How do you prove that I have a relationship with Rome country?" "How to prove it?" Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, "You didn't expect that my Jinbei Palace would investigate this matter, and you didn't expect that the princess would personally order a strict ban on the entire Jinbei city. To kill so many servants quietly, your assassins from Rome must still be in your house. It's impossible to go anywhere else. After all, the princess is still investigating. If a stranger appears, it will definitely be reported by other people. So, your house is the safest place. Hurry." Chu Jingyi lowered his eyes, extremely panicked, and wanted to speak. But in an instant, Long Jingyuan covered his mouth and put a knife on his neck. "Investigate." Long Yunwei turned to look at his personal guards and said, "Guards outside, surround the entire prefectural government office, and the rest of you go into the house and search." One of the guards nodded, and the other turned and ran outside. In a moment, hundreds of guards rushed in and searched the entire government office. "I am an official appointed by the imperial court, you can't." Chu Jingyi struggled and wanted to speak, but was covered tightly by Long Jingyuan. "Found one. 3 more here. There are 2 here." Soon after, voices rang out in various places in the government office, and Long Jingyuan revealed a bloodthirsty smile. "What would happen if my father knew that I had busted a spy nest of the enemy country?" Long Yunwei glanced at Lin Chen and smiled. After a moment, "You deserve to die, women of the Long family. One day we will occupy your Jing country. My great Rome is the worthy celestial empire. Just wait, our general will not let you go. Boy, I should have killed you earlier." One by one, the assassins from Rome state were escorted into the hall. They looked around at everyone angrily, and finally their eyes fell on Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled indifferently and glanced at Chu Jingyi, only to see that he was also filled with hatred. He smiled disdainfully and said, "You should have thought about killing me directly otherwise." Lin Chen almost said it, otherwise the Mahe school and the Zhongling school would not have thought of saving him. "But can we tell it now?" he said. "But you didn't expect that the princess and the prince of Jinbei Palace would personally protect me. You were afraid that if you killed me, you would anger the Jinbei Palace and be killed directly. So you planned to kill me before leaving," Lin Chen continued. "But because of martial law, you can't leave. So you guys found that crayfish last night and spread the cholera in Jinbei City, so that Jinbei Palace could get some time to deal with that matter. This is why you dare to directly push the responsibility today, because you have to let the Jinbei Palace handle it. But you didn't expect me to come." Lin Chen smiled with gloating. Chapter 52 Parade. "You were the one who put that lobster there too?" Long Jingyuan heard the voice and thought of the scene where the lobster scared him. He became angry, and his heroic image in the hearts of the people was completely gone. Kicked Chu Jingyi on the butt. "Tell me, where did you get your lobster? Isn't he that powerful?" Chu Jingyi sneered, glared at Lin Chen, and said to Long Jingyuan, "Let him continue talking." "I'll kill you," Long Jingyuan said angrily. "You talked to the Zhou family, and the 4 major businessmen paid for it." Lin Chen smiled slightly. "I cheated the 4 major businessmen of so much money. Now they have another trick of no trick is better than a trick and they have no idea where to start. Once they heard you were going to kill me, they naturally cooperated. Merchants? There is no such thing as national borders." Lin Chen smiled faintly. "As long as we check the situation of the 4 major merchant ships, we can know it instantly. I'm going to kill those damn 4 businessmen," Long Jingyuan shouted angrily. Long Yunwei, who was standing by, also had a hint of murderous intent in her eyes, especially when she heard Lin Chen's words. How can businessmen not care about national boundaries? This affected the education she received since childhood. "Awesome." Chu Jingyi smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect that you spent a night in prison and did nothing, but you knew everything. As expected, you are a being that surpasses great scholars. I admire you." "But," Chu Jingyi said, and then he laughed and said, "I am the prefect, an official appointed by the court. I collaborated with the enemy, but no one can punish me. Even the Jinbei Palace can't do that." "Ha ha," Chu Jingyi said. "Send me to the capital? But if I go to Beijing, will Rongbo watch me die? If I die, who will be willing to work for him?" "Ha ha," Chu Jingyi laughed triumphantly. "Really?" Lin Chen smiled slightly and said suddenly, "But have you forgotten what I am best at? Killing people without being seen." "Huh!" Chu Jingyi was shocked. Luo Tian's death? What's going on? Why are there so many soldiers? Chu Jingyi, you are still feeling proud here, right? Now the rumors are everywhere that you are collaborating with the enemy Rome state, and even asked them to release the long worms. The people are angry now, and they are threatening to kill you. You should go out and explain yourself. Otherwise it will cause a civil uprising, and I will report it to the court. Outside the room, Feng Shi's angry voice sounded, getting closer and closer. He instantly appeared at the entrance of the hall, looking at the spies escorting on both sides, and then looked at Chu Jingyi, who was tied up by Long Jingyuan in the hall. Then he looked at Long Yunwei, who was so serious that he seemed to be murderous, and Lin Chen, who should have been in prison. Suddenly startled. Prince. Lin Chen looked at Chu Jingyi strangely and said to Long Jingyuan, I suggest that we tie up his hands and feet to prevent him from escaping. Parade them through the northern part of the town, and then send them to Kyoto. Lin Chen, you are so cruel. When Chu Jingyi heard this, it was self-evident how much the people hated traitors. Especially in this martial arts-loving Jinbei city. As for the others, Lin Chen looked at the spies from the enemy countries and said, I suggest that they should be sent directly to Kyoto instead of parading them through the streets. Huh! How could Long Jingyuan not understand when he heard the sound? If Chu Jingyi were paraded through the streets, he would surely be beaten to death by the people. And the spies sent it with evidence. Even in Kyoto there were traitors who wanted to speak up, but they were unable to do so. He didn't dare to make a decision for a moment. After all, Chu Jingyi was the prefect. Looking at his sister, Long Yunwei. When Chu Jingyi saw it, he also looked at Long Yunwei nervously. Long Yunwei was silent for a moment, then his eyes narrowed and he nodded. How cruel, Long Yunwei, you are just like your father, both are ruthless and cruel. You will not die well. Chu Jingyi struggled and roared. Someone, take him away and parade him through the streets. Long Jingyuan shouted. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, the two soldiers smiled and hurried over. Too many of their comrades died at the hands of the Rong state, and everyone gritted their teeth when they mentioned the Rong state. Naturally, I hope Chu Jingyi will be killed directly. Don't move. Chu Jingyi glared at Lin Chen and said angrily. I want to know, when did you realize everything? Everyone looked at it in confusion. Since you dared to fight with the princess, Lin Chen said. Ha ha! Chu Jingyi laughed. He didn't expect to be defeated here. Xing Wulian looked at Lin Chen. One last question, you were clearly in prison, how did you spread the news? When you were talking to Long Yunwei, I arranged for someone to watch you. You didn't talk about this. Lin Chen was speechless. He asked Gong Sun Weilong to deliver the message. But it's impossible to say it directly. Otherwise, if the Maha's school and the school of diplomacy were involved, it would be even more troublesome. I naturally have my own way. Lin Chen kept it a secret. Ha ha! When Chu Jingyi heard this, he had no choice but to speak up. He said, Lin Chen, I lost, but you wait, the Rome country's top leaders will definitely take action. If I don't take revenge, no one will be at ease working for them. Including your wife and children, Chu Jingyi said. He stretched out his hands, signaling the soldiers to handcuff him, and then walked out of the prefectural gate under the guidance of the soldiers. The governor of Jinbei City is colluding with the enemy Rome state and suppressing our students in Jinbei City. The soldier took Chu Jingyi away and told him the charges one by one. Just as the rumors say, he is collaborating with the enemy and even suppressing the students in Jinbei City. No wonder Jinbei City has always been so difficult and looked down upon by students from the south. It turns out that all the talented people are suppressed. He and Rongui killed Luo Haohai and put the blame on Mr. Lin. How despicable. Mr. Lin is now spreading the reputation of our Jinbei City. Fuck him, beat him to death, he even put that long worm there, damn it. The people rushed forward and started beating Chu Jingyi. The soldiers instinctively retreated and did not try to stop him, because they wanted him dead in the first place. After you guys finish fighting, let me take over. I can't squeeze in, look at my Rui Jingyu Bang. Well, I still have my 5-finger mountain. Kill. The crowd crowded and rushed in one after another, and Chu Jingyi was dying in an instant. Inside the government office. Don't worry. Long Yunwei looked at Lin Chen and responded to Chu Jingyi's last words. As long as I, Long Yunwei, am here, I will risk my life to ensure your safety, sir. As long as the Jinbei Palace is here, nothing will happen to your family. Yes. Long Jingyuan nodded. Unless they kill all of our 400,000 troops in the north, and destroy all of our 80,000 troops in Jinbei City. Kill all 8,000 servants and guards of my Jinbei Palace, and slaughter the 8 members of my Jinbei King's family. Otherwise, no one can hurt you and your family. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded. In fact, he didn't care. Anyone can say harsh words. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Lin. Long Yunwei nodded, looked at Long Jingyuan and said, You can lead the troops to investigate the 4 major merchants and the Zhou family of the Southwest merchants. Yes, sir. Long Jingyuan nodded, looked at the guards beside him, and left with everyone. Lord Fengxi. Long Yunhua looked at Fengxi, who had not yet fully reacted. He said, You will take over the position of prefect immediately and ensure the work of Jinbei City is carried out. Arrange for someone to search all the things that Chu Jingyi and Luo Haohai had before, and see if there are any letters between Ronggue and them, and report to Kyoto. So that we in Kyoto can understand the general movements of Rong State. Long Yunhua said. Okay. Fengxi nodded. As for your official position, I will immediately write a letter to the capital to issue an imperial edict to you. Long Yunhua said. Thank you, Princess. Fengxi was delighted. Was he promoted? Congratulations, Lord Feng. Lin Chen congratulated. You're welcome. It's all thanks to you, sir. Fengxi responded. Chapter 53 Great Doctor. Please ask Mr. Lin to help deal with the long insects. As everyone went about their business, Long Yunhua looked at Lin Chen and asked politely. Husband! Just at this moment, Ranner and others appeared at the door. When they saw that Lin Chen was indeed there, they hurried over. It's okay, my clothes are just a little dirty. Husband, I heard that you solved the case. You are worthy of being our husband. My husband, you are amazing. You said you could come out, and you came out. The 4 girls surrounded Lin Chen, looking at him constantly, fearing that something was missing. Long Yunhua stood aside, watching quietly with a smile on her face. Waiting for the chat to finish. Lin Chen turned to look at Long Yunhua and said, We must go home to manage the lobsters. Go home? The 4 girls were extremely surprised when they heard this. Why should they go home? Go home? Long Yunhua was also surprised, but she didn't say much. She nodded and said, Okay, everything is up to you, sir. Sir? However, upon hearing that, he looked at Long Yunhua in confusion. This caused Long Yunhua to smile shyly. If not, sir, what should I call you? Lin Chen was puzzled and said to Long Yunhua, Your Highness, there is no need to call me sir. I am not that powerful. Just call me Lin Chen. Lin Chen said. No. Yu Wei took over and said, Sister should call you husband. Husband? Lin Chen was confused when he heard it. How could he be called husband? Looking at Rowan and Hanyan beside him, he saw the 2 girls nodding at him. My sister was a princess before, and she promised. Rana said, Anyone who can sing 7 songs, surpass the great scholars, and answer the absolute of the previous dynasty will be her husband, otherwise he will never marry. Lin Chen was stunned. This was the 5th one. The previous 4 had already made me numb. One more. You can't watch your sister die alone for the rest of her life. Yu Wei took over the conversation and said, You are right. What if your sister dies alone for the rest of her life and no one takes care of her in the future? Yes. A girl can't take over her father's position as the king, after all, he has a younger brother. Rowan said. Then she will be alone in the future. That's right. Even though she has power and is a princess, you can imagine how lonely she is. Han Yan also responded. It will all be your fault then. Lin Chen was speechless. What the hell, what was going on? How could it be my fault? If I don't agree, then I'll be a sinner? Sister, don't worry about him. Ranair paused and said, I am the eldest. Men are responsible for the outside affairs and women are responsible for the inside affairs. I have the final say on this matter. It's settled, Ranair said in a firm voice. Huh! Long Yunhua paused, stared at Lin Chen and said, Everything is subject to my husband's decision. After saying this, he lowered his head shyly. Lin Chen was stunned. He took a deep breath and felt helpless. What else could he do now? He had no choice but to admit it and looked at Yunhua. He didn't expect that she, who had been arguing with Chu Jingyi so well and was very decisive, would also be shy. He shook his head and said, Let's go back and find a way to solve the crayfish problem. Thank you, my husband, but please deal with the matter of the long insects as soon as possible. Everyone in the entire Jinbei city is in danger now. Yunyi nodded. She might not have dared to make such a request before. But now we are husband and wife, so of course it is possible. Staring at Lin Chen, he continued, Now that my father is gone, the burden of Jinbei city falls on Yunyu's shoulders. Please take good care of Jinbei city in the future, my husband. Yunyu said, looking at him expectantly. Lin Chen was stunned. What? Take care of zenbaking? In other words, whatever happens in Jinbei city in the future, I will have to step in to take care of it. I have a house, a wife, money, and servants. Do I still have to rack my brains to do things? I'm here to lie down, not to manage anything. Okay. Just when Lin Chen was feeling depressed and didn't answer, Ranair, who was standing by, took over the conversation and said firmly, These are all trivial matters to my husband. Lin Chen was stunned, took a deep breath, and felt helpless. Well, let's not go home yet and go to the street to have a look. After he finished speaking, Lin Chen walked first, followed by the 5 women, and Miao Lu and the others looked at each other in surprise. On the street. As they walked along, they could see lobsters crawling on the ground. They were bigger and fatter than they had imagined. After all, no one eats in this world. What the hell, get out of here. Mom, I'm scared, wow. Boss, please help your child. I don't dare either. The surroundings were filled with the sounds of fear and roaring of the people. Only the soldiers pretended to be brave enough to clean up, but they were all holding tools. The 5 women were also afraid. However, Lin Chen looked at it with excitement, drooling, and quickly inspected the surroundings. More than you thought. Suddenly, among the lobsters, an extremely fat lobster appeared, and Lin Chen was slightly startled. He went over, grabbed it, looked at its lively appearance, and smiled faintly. Husband! The 5 girls looked at him excitedly, and were extremely worried. Ran Air even exclaimed, You can't catch it. Can't catch? Lin Chen curled his lips. If you can't catch them, what will you eat? If you don't catch such a fat one now, it may be snatched away by others later, and you won't be able to eat it. He glanced around and asked, Isn't there someone catching someone over there? After saying that, he walked over to Miao Lu and said, Help me catch it and bring it home later. Miao Lu was scared, but didn't dare to say no. He wanted to reach out his hand, but retracted it. He hurriedly took off his clothes and picked up the lobster helplessly. Lin Chen didn't care and looked along with everyone else at the person who grabbed the lobster. Looking closely, it was a woman. She was not very old, but older than Ranner and the others. There is a hint of sadness between her brows, which coupled with her beautiful face makes people linger. But for Lin Chen, it means nothing. Because he doesn't know what beauty is. He is the descendant of the Xue family of doctors, Xue Shiyun, the great Dr. Xue. As the saying goes, a small doctor treats illnesses, a great doctor governs the country. Yunyu saw the other person and obviously recognized him. She said, Now that Jinbei City is in trouble, Dr. Xue has indeed come. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded. It was indeed good. She dared to touch the lobster that even men didn't dare to touch. It's a pity that there are too few descendants of Dr. Xue. Yunyu continued. Now she is the only one left. Isn't it said that Sun Shi's lineage is the best medical family in Jinbei City? Ranner asked doubtfully. She had met the successor of Sun Shi's lineage before. They are from a different lineage than Dr. Xue. Yunyu shook her head and said, Dr. Xue has a strong sense of patriotism and serves his country and his people. Oh. Everyone nodded and looked at him with admiration. Sir? At this moment, Xue Shiyun suddenly walked to Lin Chen. She looked at Lin Chen with a bright smile and said, I saw you caught a relatively large insect just now. Can you give it to me so that I can study it? Hello, Dr. Xue. Yunyu was the first to greet him upon seeing him. Dr. Xue's lineage deserves respect from everyone in the world. Greetings, Dr. Xue. Ranner and others also admired him and followed him. Only Lin Chen was confused by Xue Shiyun's question, What should I eat if you take it away? But after feeling the attitude of the crowd, I gave up. He looked at Miao Lu and said, Miao Lu, give it to her. When Miao Lu heard this, he felt relieved and quickly handed the hot potato to the other party. Thank you. Xue Shijun took the lobster and expressed gratitude. No need. Lin Chen waved his hand and watched him leave. He opened his mouth helplessly and decided to get down to business first. He looked at Yunwei and said, Do you know where these lobsters came from? Chapter 54 Decision-Making. When Yunyu heard the voice, a hint of doubt flashed across her brows. She had heard Lin Chen called him longworm lobster several times. He said, It started to spread from the moat after the second half of last night. Yes. Lin Chen nodded and said, What is the situation of the moat now? I don't know about the river, but the shore is full of them. Yunwei replied. Okay then. Lin Chen nodded and said, Let's go take a look at the moat. After he finished speaking, Lin Chen took the lead and walked towards the city gate. After a while, several people walked through the city gate, and now there were no civilians in front of the city gate. The ground was covered with lobsters, and it was difficult to find a place to land. Lin Chen walked quickly through the city gate. Ranner and the others were afraid, but they still followed him. As husband and wife, they would stay together even in death. When I walked out of the city gate and looked carefully, I saw that both sides of the river were densely packed with lobsters. It was so scary. Ranner and the others grabbed Lin Chen's wrists, shoulders, and leaned on him. This made Lin Chen smile slightly, and 5 different body scents entered his nostrils. Without much hesitation, Lin Chen led the 5 people back and said to Yunyu, Let your people follow Miao Lu. By the spices I mentioned to you last time, Lin Chen looked at Miao Lu. 13 spices is the best. Of course, we can't get them all together now, so we can only make do with it, he said. Buy as much as you can. The more the better. Buy spices? When everyone heard this, they looked at Lin Chen in surprise, especially Ranner and others. What are spices used for? For cooking? Does my husband want to eat these lobsters? No wonder I caught one just now. But is that thing edible? No way. Rowan. Lin Chen ignored the surprised crowd and looked at Rowan and said, have someone prepare and open all the shops of the Li family. Change it into a night snack stall, Lin Chen instructed. Night snack stall? Everyone was surprised. How could they not know about night snack stalls? There were night snack stalls in Jinbei City. Does Lin Chen really intend to eat these lobsters? Husband, are you planning to cook these lobsters? Rana looked at him puzzled. Yes. Lin Chen nodded and said, this thing tastes better than you think. When everyone heard this, they all smiled bitterly. Are you sure? Lin Chen didn't care about the situation of the crowd. He looked around and saw that the people were afraid to go out because of the lobsters. If we want to restore order as soon as possible, we must resolve the issue quickly. We cannot proceed step by step according to the previous plan. Looking at Yunwei, he said, you arrange for someone to set up a stage in the central square of Taiping County, and I will teach you on the spot. Everyone looked at each other, still in disbelief. Husband, do you have confidence? Yunyu asked in confusion. Don't worry, Lin Chen replied. Okay then. Yunyu turned to look at her personal guards and said, you arrange for some people to build the platform. Order people to beat drums and gongs to spread the news that the princess and her husband have killed the lobsters. Invite everyone to come and watch. When Lin Chen heard this, he thought that everyone in the world would know about it. He shook his head bitterly, but did not refute. If you want to make Baixin believe it, a heavyweight must take action. So, Lin Chen looked at Miao Lu and said, you must buy the spices back as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Miao Lu nodded. You arrange a team to cooperate with Miao Lu. Yunyu looked at another personal guard. Yes, sir. The guard nodded. Then everyone left. There is a way to deal with the long worm. Everyone gather in the center of Taiping County and wait for the princess and her husband to take action to deal with it. The sound of gongs and drums and the shouts of soldiers could be heard everywhere in the city. The princess got married. When did it happen? How come I didn't know about it? The princess is so beautiful, but she was married to someone else. Who is it? You are my enemy. Let's go, I want to see if this prince consort has real ability. I don't believe it. Upon hearing the news, the people rushed to the center of Taiping County. Lin Chen and others were also rushing there. Along the way, Lin Chen also found more than a dozen large lobsters, which made the 5 women frightened. A moment. When Lin Chen and others arrived, they saw that the stage had been set up and the people had surrounded the place so tightly that no one could get in or out. I didn't see anyone. It's probably coming soon. Why are there stoves and pots? Everyone was talking about it and looking forward to it. Almost. Lin Chen and others stood on one side of the platform. A soldier came over hurriedly and said, everything is ready. We can start. Okay. Lin Chen nodded and walked out first. Wow. It's Mr. Lin and his 4 wives. They are so beautiful. The princess is with them. Meet the princess. How could the princess be with Mr. Lin? Everyone was talking, and Shirley bowed his head to see Yunyu, constantly making doubtful noises. Today there's an infestation of long insects. In order to eliminate them, this princess husband will personally demonstrate how to eliminate them. Yunhua spoke and Lin Chen walked out. What? Mr. Lin is actually the princess's husband? He already has 4 beautiful wives, how can he marry an equally beautiful princess? That's right. Although I admire Mr. Lin's talent and worship him very much, I can't bear to see so many beauties surrounding him. I don't believe that Mr. Lin can solve the problem of infestation. I absolutely don't believe it. Everyone was talking about it, feeling envious and jealous, and even suspicious. I didn't expect that he would marry the princess. When did it happen? Lin Chen is really popular with women. But now they have announced it publicly and threatened to solve the problem of longworms. How shameless. He's praised so highly. If he can't solve the problem, he will fall to his death and lose his reputation. He will have no face to stay in Jinbei City. Those shops will definitely be sold at a low price. The 4 businessmen stood in front of the crowd, staring at Lin Chen angrily and discussing. Because of the lobster chaos, there are almost no people on the streets today and business is impossible. Although they were the ones who transported the lobsters, they didn't know how to solve the problem and just followed the Zhou family's orders. I didn't expect it to be so serious. So when he heard that the problem needed to be solved, He rushed over in a hurry, but when he saw that it was Lin Chen, he hoped that he would not be able to solve it and would then get the shop from Lin Chen. Lin Chen stood on the stage, glanced at the crowd, and clearly saw the 4 major businessmen, with a curl of his lips. He showed a faint smile. Now that the longworm has arrived, first of all, we have to thank the 4 merchants for staying up all night last night and traveling thousands of miles to send it to my town to dump the moat. Ah? The 4 businessmen's eyes bulged when they heard it. Was it sent by the 4 major merchants? So it was them. I was wondering why so many of them suddenly appeared. I will never buy anything from this damn merchant again. That's right. I'm so pissed off. I'm going to kill his whole family. The people were talking about it, looking at it angrily, and some with bad tempers even started rolling up their sleeves. The 4 businessmen were so scared that they were sweating profusely and shouted angrily. Lin Chen, do you have any evidence? You are just talking nonsense here. Ha ha! Lin Chen did not reply, but said to the people in a serious tone. Now the worm has become inevitable, and getting rid of it is the most urgent task. When the people heard this, they nodded and looked at Lin Chen with their eyes wide open. This long worm actually has a name, it's crayfish. Lin Chen said lightly, his hands constantly operating. He grabbed one and began to clean it, cut off the shrimp head, and picked out the shrimp thread, scaring the people into shrinking. Mr. Lin is so impressive. He actually dares to catch the long worm directly. Didn't you hear Mr. Lin say that thing is called lobster? Lobster, is it related to dragons? And also to shrimps? Could it be that a dragon and a shrimp are the offspring of a dragon? The people were talking about it, and imagining it constantly. Chapter 55 Try Crayfish. Not only were the common people frightened by Lin Chen's actions, but the 5 beauties were also terrified and looked at him in fear. Lin Chen finished cleaning, lit the fire, poured oil, and stir-fried. Gradually, a fragrance appeared. Smells so good? Why does it smell so good? It smells so good, it's simply a delicacy on earth? That's right. Better than the food in those restaurants. Everyone was talking about it. This is called stir-fried crayfish. It's edible. Is anyone interested in trying it? Lin Chen put the crayfish on the plate. Instantly, the delicious crayfish appeared, catching everyone's attention. When they heard that it was edible, they all looked envious, but afraid at the same time. Is it really edible? Will Mr. Lin lie to me? He is a great scholar in Jinbei City and the princess's husband. It shouldn't be possible. Then why don't you try it? I'm not going. Then what did you say? Everyone was talking about it. When the 4 businessmen saw this, they shook their heads. In order to deceive the people, Lin Chen actually said that worms were edible. But I have to say, Lin Chen's cooking skills are pretty good, and the food smells so good. There was a lot of discussion all around, but no one came up. AMU and others looked at everything in front of them. If no one ate, everything today would be in vain. After a pause, AMU looked at the people around him who were afraid. He took a step forward and said, "Let me try." Someone got on. That's from Mr. Lin's house. So what if it's in the mansion? The key is to dare to eat it. Didn't you see that other people didn't dare to eat it? Everyone was talking about it. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled slightly. AMU is a promising talent. Others don't dare to do it, but he does. He picked out a big one and handed it to AMU, who was walking over. He took out another one and said to AMU, "Learn how to eat it from me. Mr. Lin wants to eat too. If something goes wrong, then my Jinbei City will lose a great scholar. Mr. Lin, please don't eat." Among the people, the students kept shouting. However, Lin Chen did not care. He peeled it quietly and motioned AMU to follow him. AMU followed and peeled off. They both stuffed it into their mouths at the same time. The delicious soup and delicate shrimp meat filled their mouths. It was as if they had traveled through the clouds and entered a fairyland. Lin Chen took a deep breath. He hadn't eaten crayfish for a long time, and he really missed it. AMU on the side would make unexpected shouts every time he chewed a bite. Everyone around was extremely nervous. After a while, AMU finished eating the lobster and was shaking with excitement. He looked at everyone in the Lin mansion and said loudly, "It's delicious, super delicious, absolutely delicious." Ah! When the people heard this, some believed it, but some still didn't. After all, AMU was a member of the Lin mansion, and he was the only one who ate it. "If you don't come, it will be gone." Lin Chen finished the first one and started to eat the second one. He looked at AMU and said, "Take more if you like it." "Okay." AMU nodded. When everyone in the Lin residence saw that AMU would definitely not lie, they walked over excitedly, picked up the food, and put it in their mouths. It's delicious, better than anything I've ever eaten. I feel like if I go back to bed now, I can get 100 taels tonight. It's worth dying for. It tastes better than any delicacies from land and sea. It's delicious, really delicious. It's perfect for eating at night. No wonder my husband said he wanted to sell midnight snacks. It's so delicious. Everyone in the Lin residence started eating, and there was not much left. Mr. Lin's 5 wives have all eaten it. It's impossible for Lin Chen to harm his own wife. Yes. The princess is also among them. If something happens, Mr. Lin will be finished. It's over. Didn't you see that Mr. Lin also ate it? He can't possibly harm himself. Is it really that delicious? I want to try it too. The princess and Mr. Lin are not afraid, so why should I be afraid? I'll give it a try. The people were talking about it. A brave man walked forward first under everyone's gaze, looked at Lin Chen nervously and said, Mr. Lin, can you let me have a taste? Okay. Lin Chen nodded, took out one and handed it to the other party. The other party took it nervously, peeled off the shell tremblingly, and imitated Lin Chen to suck and eat. The man's eyes bulged instantly. While chewing, he shouted, It's delicious. I've never eaten anything so delicious before. It's worth it if I die now. The man shouted. Really? Could it be a lie? He is from our village, how could he be a shill? Why don't we try it too? Everyone was talking about it. He walked up to 3 people randomly and looked at Lin Chen, who handed it over. Wow. Delicious. Incredibly delicious. This is absolutely delicious. I didn't expect this lobster to be so delicious. The 3 of them shouted, their faces filled with happy smiles. Really? Still doubtful. That's Tyre, from our village. Let's go and try it. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen people came over and asked Lin Chen for it, followed by sighs that echoed all around. Mr. Lin, can you give me one? Mr. Lin, I want to try it too. Mr. Lin, I want one too. In an instant, the platform was surrounded by the people. Lin Chen kept serving food and even started cooking the second and third pots. Time passed slowly, and hundreds of people on the scene had eaten it, and each of them expressed admiration. Being able to taste the delicious food made by a great scholar is simply the proudest thing in life. Mr. Lin, make another pot. We haven't had it yet. That's right, Mr. Lin. They all ate it. Those who didn't get to eat it all looked at him with envy and longing. There are no more lobsters. Lin Chen looked around at all the people, put down the pots and bowls, and said seriously, Actually, it's very simple to make this thing. Everyone can do it. I will teach you the recipe and production method later. Lin Chen kept shouting. The 4 major businessmen in the crowd had already found their own chefs to let them learn from them. Prepared to make this so-called crayfish at home and make a fortune. When he heard that Lin Chen was going to make it public, he instantly became dissatisfied. This violates industry rules and must not be made public. That's right, if everyone is like this, how can chefs make a living? Yes, if you make it public, you will be condemned by the people of the world. Absolutely not. We are firmly opposed to this. The 4 businessmen kept shouting. When Lin Chen heard this, the corner of his mouth curled up. He was used to bullying those small merchants on a daily basis, so why was he so arrogant? Why should I listen to you? He sneered. You say the people of the world want to condemn? Aren't they right next to you? Who do you think you are? Why can't Mr. Lin go public? 4 damn businessmen, they shipped these crayfish to scare me. Now they dare to stop Mr. Lin from going public. It's really infuriating. The people condemned the 4 businessmen one after another, causing them to shrink back and hide away, realizing that they did not have the final say. Lin Chen didn't care and continued to tell the people. In order to meet various needs, my Lin family's existing shops will also sell these crayfish every night. But because of the spices, my Lin shop also welcomes everyone to come and sell spices if they have any. You are also welcome to help catch lobsters. 1 pound of lobsters can be exchanged for half a pound of fried ones. If you don't want crayfish, you can exchange it for money. Great! Everyone shouted when they heard it. Now, crayfish didn't seem so scary anymore. Chapter 56 Zhou Family Zhou Chao. The same is true for the shops of our 4 major merchants. The 4 major businessmen shouted loudly, realizing that they had to take action. Lin Chen would announce the methods and materials needed later. Now that Lin Chen is here, although we won't make huge profits, we can still make some. As long as all the crayfish in Jinbei City are caught, Lin Chen will have no crayfish to sell. But the 4 of them knew where to find it. At that time, it can still be sold, and Lin Chen's store will open, so the price can also be suppressed. Maybe I can take this opportunity to take over all the shops owned by Lin Chen. Go away, who will buy it for you? That's right, I will never sell it. The 4 great businessmen of garbage. Everyone shouted. Rana and others watched everything happen. They knew that the reason why Lin Chen announced it was to get rid of the lobster. These practices are secret and cannot be spread outside. If the whole city had not taken action, it would have taken forever to deal with these lobsters. Yunhua even looked at Lin Chen with gratitude, knowing that she had not chosen the wrong person. The four businessmen heard the discussions of the crowd, but they didn't care at all and were very proud of themselves. Make delicious food. Who is my sister's husband? At this moment, Long Xingyuan led the soldiers to squeeze through the crowded people and appeared in the crowd. He went to look for the four major businessmen, but didn't find them. Instead, he heard that his sister's husband wanted to deal in lobsters. Who the hell can be better than Lin Chen and get his sister's approval? Moreover, my sister didn't even discuss such a big matter with me. Looking closely at the platform, 5 women were standing there, and Lin Chen was standing in front of the pot. In an instant, Long Xingyuan realized that his sister and Lin Chen were in public. The bride price and nothing else had been negotiated. Long Xingyuan was angry, and sensing the only remaining fragrance in the air, he reacted instantly. He knew how good Lin Chen's craftsmanship was. Glancing sideways, the pot was completely empty. I'm late. Long Xingyuan was depressed. After hearing the words of the four businessmen again, his eyes bulged suddenly and he looked at them with murderous intent. He shouted angrily, I have been looking for you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be here. Your Highness, what do you want to do? The four businessmen were surprised. What are you doing? You are providing assistance to the wrong country's spies. What are you doing? Long Xingyuan was angry. What? Wrong with spy? These damn four businessmen. Could it be that they are in league with Chu Jingyi? The people were talking about it. The four businessmen heard Long Xingyuan's words involving spies. They were so anxious that even if they were given 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to do it. After hesitating for a long time, he said, Your Highness, do you have any evidence? Evidence? Long Xingyuan's eyes narrowed, and he asked, Did you transport the worms here? Yes. The four nodded. That's it. Long Xingyuan spoke, wanting to step forward. But we are just transporting lobsters. The four people were puzzled. Humph. Long Xingyuan snorted coldly. Chu Jingyi has already said that you are transporting the long worms to create chaos so that they can escape. What? The people exclaimed. The four major businessmen and Chu Jingyi had indeed joined forces. What? The four businessmen also exclaimed. Their faces turned pale and they stood there in a daze. Take him away, my prince! Long Xingyuan shouted angrily. Search the house and confiscate everything. The four people woke up after hearing the voice and begged for mercy bitterly. We just heard that the Zhou family sent it here, and they can forgive the debt. The Zhou family? Long Xingyuan was angry. I will go find them later. Xinbei City is still under martial law. They can't leave even if they want to. No need, we're already here. At this moment, a young man's voice sounded in the crowd, with great majesty. The people all looked over. I saw a young man in white clothes walking towards me coldly, followed by dozens of thugs. Is he from the Zhou family? It looks like it should be. I heard that Master Li was killed by them last time. The people were talking about it. Rowan looked at the young man as he appeared, gritted her teeth, stepped forward, and clenched her hands tightly, filled with hatred. Ranner and others walked up to him and comforted him. Humph. The young man felt Rowan's hatred and smiled faintly with disdain on his face. Walking slowly towards the crowd. Young Master Shou Chao, please save us. When the four businessmen saw the young man coming, they rushed over. Don't come near. Before the four men could get close, his personal bodyguard stopped them. This made the four of them extremely angry. Last night they had said they could get closer to each other in the future, but today they were not allowed to get close to each other. After searching for a long time, it is finally found. Long Xingyuan looked at Zhou Chao who appeared, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. He said triumphantly, Come here, capture Zhou Chao for me. Capture him? Zhou Chao curled his lips, and before the soldiers could start to move, he said coldly, Others are afraid of you, the king of Xinbei, but I am not. Do you have evidence to prove that I have any connection with the wrong spy Chu Jingyi? Zhou Chao asked back. Chu Jingyi has already said that it is recorded in our case log. Long Xingyuan said. Do you think we would forge it? Is it recorded in the case file? Zhou Chao smiled faintly and said disdainfully. Of course I don't think you are lying. After all, you are the king. But so what? Zhou Chao smiled faintly and said. Did I take any action? Was it the worm I brought? It was you who arranged the four businessmen. Long Xingyuan's eyes narrowed. I arranged it? Do you have a letter to prove it? Or do you have evidence to prove that I told them to deliver it? Zhou Chao said disdainfully. Humph! Long Xingyuan snorted disdainfully, glanced at the 4 businessmen, and said, "Now is your chance to redeem yourself from your crimes." The 4 were speechless when they heard this. They had a secret code, which was the sound of birds calling. They found the corresponding word based on the frequency of the birds calling, and thus got the message. "It's impossible to prove it. You are so cruel. You want to abandon us." The 4 of them stared at Zhou Chao angrily. "Don't blame us for being rude." Zhou Chao sneered and said nothing. "He conveys information to us through bird calls. Bird calls of different frequencies represent different messages and form a sentence." The 4 of them spoke one after another. "What is there to say now?" Long Jingyuan stared at Zhou Chao. "Can I control the bird?" Zhou Chao asked disdainfully. "Well, even if I can control it, then find the bird and then come catch me." "Bullshit bird." Long Jingyuan was furious. "Bullshit bird, I don't believe anyone can control a bird. You used a human to simulate it." "Then catch that man and come back to me," Zhou Chao said disdainfully. "You." Long Jingyuan was hysterical. "Don't bother with you anymore." Zhou Chao glanced at Long Jingyuan coldly and said, "Show me the evidence and I will cooperate. Don't waste my time before you have evidence." He glanced at the 4 merchants and said, "Give me my shop." "What?" The 4 businessmen were confused and looked at Zhou Chao in confusion. "Have you forgotten?" Zhou Chao smiled faintly and said, "When you were short of money before, you promised to sell all your properties to me." As he spoke, he took out the note and showed it. When the 4 of them saw it, they were stunned for a moment. Didn't they talk about a loan in the first place? How did it become a sales agreement? They were short of money at the time, and coupled with their hatred for the Li family, they didn't even take a close look at Zhou Chao when he appeared. The 4 of them watched with gnashing teeth, wishing they could tear Zhou Chao to pieces. From the beginning to the end, the Zhou family was plotting against them. "I will kill you!" The 4 men rushed to kill angrily, but were stopped by Zhou Chao's guards. "They sold the shop a few days ago." Zhou Chao glanced at Long Jingyuan, looked at the 4 people with disdain, and said, "I hate these traitors the most. But you can't possibly confiscate my assets just because you want to confiscate my property, right?" Chapter 57 Crime. "Oh." The 4 heard the hysterical roar, but were stopped by the Zhou family guards. Lin Chen watched everything quietly. These 4 businessmen were too stupid. Others have come all the way from the southwest, so would they only attack the Li family? Idiot. When Long Jingyuan got closer to the unfolded note, he found that it was indeed the case. He turned his head unwillingly and looked at Yunwei, but he didn't dare to make a decision. Seeing this, Long Yunwei realized that everything the other party did was reasonable and there was no way he could touch them. He nodded silently at Long Jingyuan. "Okay." Long Jingyuan was furious and yelled at Zhou Chao. "Get lost." "Ha!" Zhou Chao was not angry either. He glanced at Li Ruowan playfully and said, "Miss Li, my grandfather is still waiting for you in the southwest." Li Ruowan gritted her teeth. "My lady princess, if you ever change your mind, I will still wait for you." Zhou Chao smiled aggressively. This made Yunwei frown. "As for you," Zhou Chao looked at Lin Chen and said, "Just don't lose too badly. Be careful not to lose your beautiful wives as well." "Ha!" Zhou Chao was ready to leave arrogantly. "How arrogant! How dare you challenge Mr. Lin? The Zhou family is incredible. They are the #1 merchant family in the southwest. There's nothing we can do about it. The economy of the southwest is much better than ours." "Oh, too arrogant, I hate it so much." Everyone was talking about it, but no one dared to stop Zhou Chao. "Wait." Just as Zhou Chao was in high spirits and ready to leave, Lin Chen's voice suddenly rang out. "What?" Zhou Chao heard the voice, smiled evilly, looked at Lin Chen arrogantly and said, "You want to deal with me now?" "Yes," Lin Chen replied. "Ha ha!" Zhou Chao laughed arrogantly, making everyone grit their teeth in anger. "What can you use against me? Are you going to compete with me in literary talent? Sorry, I won't compete." "Ha ha!" Lin Chen smiled faintly and said coldly, "You seem to have forgotten the laws of dying. In order to recuperate and rest, the Empress required adult men to get married, and also stipulated that destroying other people's families is prohibited." Zhou Chao raised his eyebrows, a hint of crisis flashing across his face. "Now Ruowan and Yunwei are both my wives," Lin Chen said to himself. "How dare you say you want to snatch them to my face? This is against the law." Lin Chen shouted loudly, looking around, and asked, "Where is Prefect Fengxi?" "I'm suing," Lin Chen shouted. "Zhou Chao of the Southwest Zhou family and the old man of the Zhou family. Yes, there is a law. No one cared about it before because they were used to it, but there is a rule. In the past, when ordinary people were robbed by rich and powerful people, who would dare to seek justice? Maybe the wife would rather go to the rich and powerful family, but she couldn't sue at all, and was even hated by the rich and powerful family. Sue Zhou Chao and the old man of the Zhou family. The old man of the Zhou family is in the southwest. It's impossible to arrest him. Everyone was talking about it. Here. Feng Shi was already in the crowd. After all, dealing with long insects was such a big matter. It is also his credit that it was handled. Can you not come? He rushed out with dozens of Yamen runners and glared at Zhou Chao. Lin Chen. Zhou Chao's face twisted, and he said angrily, "Business is like a battlefield. I'm comparing big things with you, but you're talking about these trivial things." Trivial? Lin Chen sneered and said, "Do you know how important your wife is? Our parents can't be with us forever, and our children can't be with us forever when they grow up and have their own families, except for our wives. My wife is my other partner. To me, she is the most important thing. Even if you put millions of ounces of gold in front of me and let me choose, I will choose my wife," Lin Chen said in a strong voice. Everyone in the audience was stunned for a moment, especially the women, who were hearing such a statement for the first time. Good! Suddenly, a woman shouted from the crowd. "Mr. Lin, well done, you are my idol. Mr. Lin, you are our savior. If every man has your awareness, women will not suffer. Mr. Lin, thank you for letting me know what a wife is." The crowd shouted. The 5 girls looked at Lin Chen in a daze, and for a moment they felt that they had made the right choice. Zhou Chao was speechless. He realized he was in a panic at this moment. He was sentenced to 1 to 3 years in prison for destroying other people's families. With a panicked look, he looked at Long Yunwei and said, "Long Yunwei, help me. You said you are willing? As long as the other party is willing, it can only be defined as mutual consent." "Humph!" Long Yunwei felt ridiculous and said coldly, "I don't want to." "You, Long Yunwei, I'm going to fight you!" Zhou Chao roared angrily. "Someone, come and capture Zhou Chao for me!" Feng Shi shouted. The Yamen runner beside him had long been fed up with Zhou Chao's arrogance and shouted, "As you command." As soon as he finished speaking, they picked up their machetes and were ready to kill. Zhou Chao's guards were at a loss and wanted to resist. If they dared to resist, they will be killed immediately as traitors. When Long Jingyuan saw this, he couldn't let them go. "In Jinbei City, I am the only one who can be so arrogant. How can there be anyone else like me?" "Yes, sir!" The soldiers roared deafeningly and were ready to go. Zhou Chao's guards were so frightened that they trembled and dared not make any move. "You!" Zhou Chao was completely panicked, seeing that the bailiffs were about to arrive. "Wait!" At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. "Why, someone's coming again. After beating the younger one, here comes the older one? This Zhou family is so funny." Everyone looked over and saw a middle-aged man walking hurriedly with an old servant following him. The 5 girls looked at it cautiously. "The real boss is here." Lin Chen smiled faintly. "I was wondering how the Zhou family could possibly send a playboy to take over the entire Jinbei city's business." "Uncle, save me!" Zhou Chao cried for help, but he had been tied up by the Yamen runners and could not struggle. "Oh!" The man walked out, looked aside, and quickly looked around. Shi bowed and said, "Zhou Bowen of the Zhou family in the southwest pays homage to the princess of Jinbei Prefecture. Your Highness the Crown Prince pays homage to the prefect of Jinbei City." Although Feng Shi was not yet a real prefect, it only showed that Zhou Bowen was sensible. "Get up." Yunyu nodded coldly. "Thank you, Your Highness the Princess, thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince, and thank you, the Prefect." Zhou Bowen took a deep breath and stood up. Glancing at Lin Chen, he said, "Mr. Lin, please consider that my nephew is young and ignorant and let Zhou Chao go. This guy is good. Indeed, he is quite polite. His nephew is far worse than him. It just gives people a refreshing feeling." Everyone was talking about it. Lin Chen did not comment, paused, and said, "You said let me go, so let me go. We are willing to compensate." Zhou Bowen replied humbly. "I just said that 10,000 gold cannot compare to my wife." Lin Chen paused and said, "Then we can withdraw from Jinbei City." Zhou Bowen took a deep breath and said it. "I'm sorry." Lin Chen paused, looked at Zhou Bowen and said, "Although you are very polite and more courageous and resourceful than your nephew, you have already offended me, so I can't do it. Don't you think you have any respect for the Zhou family?" Zhou Bowen shook his head and looked at him bitterly. "Mr. Lin is young and promising. He will definitely travel far and wide in the future, and it is inevitable that he will come into contact with my Zhou family. There's no need to make enemies with my Zhou family because of this matter, although my Zhou family doesn't dare to do anything to you, sir." Zhou Bowen kept showing weakness, but his words were actually full of threats. He said, "But please consider this, sir." Chapter 58, Suing Mr. Zhou. "I'm sorry." Lin Chen heard the voice and replied, This is absolutely not possible. Ah. Zhou Bowen smiled bitterly and said, then it may not be good for the two sides to meet in the future. It's okay. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said to Feng Shi, please take action and arrest him. Take him away. Feng Shi shouted when he heard the voice. The bailiffs arrest the people directly. Seeing this, Long Jingyuan, who was standing by, was extremely happy. He finally got his revenge. Zhou Chao kept struggling and shouting, Lin Chen, you will not die well. My father and grandfather will not let you go. Just wait for me. Wait. Lin Chen realized something was wrong and shouted quickly. Ha! Zhou Chao felt proud instantly when he heard it. Is Lin Chen scared? The people also looked at Lin Chen in confusion, and Long Jingyuan was so angry that he jumped up and down. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Zhou Bowen smiled when he heard it. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen felt threatened, but he still responded in a hypocritical and polite manner. You're welcome. Lin Chen replied, looking at Feng Shi and said, Master Feng Shi, I have also sued the old man of the Zhou family. Please send a letter to the whole country to have him wanted. Ah? Zhou Chao lost all his energy instantly when he heard it. Once he is wanted, Grandpa is likely to be arrested. Even if no one in the Southwest dares to arrest him, Grandpa will never be able to leave the Southwest. Moreover, the Zhou family would lose face and the family might abandon him. Given my grandfather's bloodthirsty personality, they might even kill him. For a moment, Zhou Chao no longer had the spirit he had before. Ha ha! When Long Jingyuan heard this, he laughed happily and cheered continuously. The whole feeling made people feel that they had reached the peak. The people watched with great interest. Don't worry, I will enforce the law impartially. Feng Shi smiled faintly and spoke. This is the first time I have encountered someone who dares to directly sue the old man of a family for such a thing. Wait! Before Feng Shi could finish his words, Zhou Bowen on the side could no longer suppress his calm heart. He said in panic, Sir, when did my old man intend to snatch your wife? That's what he just said. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Chao, then looked around at the people. He said to Zhou Bowen, So many people here have heard it, would I lie? Yes, we heard it with our own ears. He said it himself that his old man had evil intentions towards Mr. Lin's wife Rowan. Haha, an old man wants to steal someone else's young wife. Mr. Lin is probably the first one who dares to sue. Do you think Her Majesty will make an example of him? It's very likely. After all, no one sued before, but now someone has, and we are witnesses. The Empress just killed. Haha. In the north, thousands of miles away, she killed people from the southwest. This is a strange thing. Everyone was talking about it. When Zhou Chao heard Bai Xian's comments and thought of the Empress's personality, he wanted to slap himself a few times. Why did I provoke him? I regret it so much. If Lin Chen sued, regardless of what would happen to the Zhou family, he would be dead. He looked at Lin Chen bitterly and shouted, Lin Chen, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Now I know I'm afraid. You were so arrogant just now. If you had known this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. So don't be too arrogant. Everyone was talking about it. Zhou Bowen listened to the discussions of the crowd, took deep breaths, looked at Lin Chen and said, Mr. Lin, do you really want to do this? Absolutely. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, My wife's father is already dead. Do you think we are absolute? When Li Rowan heard this, a trace of sadness flashed across her brows. Ha! Zhou Bowen closed his eyes and thought, then smiled helplessly and said, Mr. Lin, I hope you can still consider it as much as possible, otherwise. If I agree, won't you guys attack me? Lin Chen asked back. I didn't attack you before, but it seems like you guys have always wanted to attack me. Since you have been thinking about it, is there any problem if I take action in advance? Lin Chen asked back. Zhou Bowen kept his mouth shut. So, Lin Chen smiled faintly and continued. When you are ready to attack others, you must think about their counterattack. After saying that, Lin Chen didn't want to chat with Zhou Bowen anymore, so he said to Feng Shi, Master Feng, thank you for your help. No problem. Feng Shi nodded, looked at the Yamen runner and said, Put Zhou Chao in jail. Yes, sir. The bailiff dragged Zhou Chao away like a dead dog. Mr. Lin, things may change, but we will meet again in the future. Zhou Bowen also realized that the situation was hopeless. He turned around and left, took the agreement signed with the 4 major businessmen from the thugs, looked back at Lin Chen and prepared to leave. Mr. Lin. At this moment, Feng Shi also realized the Zhou family's plan. This is a battle to the death. Now Lin Chen's shops are all open to solve the problem of lobsters. Then they can start. But compared with the 4 major merchants, Lin Chen's shops seemed to be much smaller, and the working capital was not enough. He walked quickly to Lin Chen and took out a piece of rice paper with something densely written on it. he said to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, the Chen family has been confiscated. The letter has been sent to Kyoto, but it has not been restored yet. The closure of so many shops will inevitably affect the orderly development of business in the northern part of our town. So, the Chen family shop also asked Mr. Lin to help operate it. The funds will be temporarily given to Mr. Lin to operate, Feng Shi said. Zhou Bowen raised his eyebrows when he heard the voice. This kind of thing was allowed by the Empress. Letters travel slowly. But if the shops and money are not moved, it will affect the operation of the city. Therefore, the government can entrust the operation to big businessmen temporarily. Will the government help? Zhou Bowen stared at Feng Shi. Since when did your lineage of prime ministers get involved in this? I didn't think of getting involved in anything, Feng Shi said. I just entrusted Mr. Lin to run the business. Maijinbei City Qian family broke the law and was wiped out. The Li family was wiped out by you, and the 4 major families were also robbed of their property by you using despicable means. Now that only Mr. Lin is left, I will definitely give it to him, Feng Shi said. If I don't give it to the local merchants, will I give it to you? Is he considered a local? Zhou Bowen wondered. He was born in Green Willow Village, which is a village in my northern border, Long Jingyuan said. He is also Li Ruowan's husband, my sister's husband, and Jing Hanyan's husband. If he is not from Jinbei City, then where is he from? Could he be from your southwest? Long Jingyuan asked. Ha ha! The people laughed. You guys. Zhou Bowen frowned, then relaxed his brows, not wanting to engage in an argument. He glanced at Lin Chen and said, Then we'll meet again later. Yeah, Lin Chen nodded. After that, everyone watched Zhou Bowen and the others leave in disgrace. Wow! Mr. Lin, that's amazing. Mr. Lin, spread the reputation of our town. Mr. Lin, you are my god. The crowd kept shouting. Are you confident? Yunwei came close to Lin Chen and asked in confusion. The 4 girls also knew the situation. What was about to happen was a thorough business war, so they watched with concern. It's just for the benefit of the common people. Lin Chen smiled slightly, looked at Ruowan, took the note from Feng Shi's hand and handed it to him. All shops are open for business as usual, and crayfish are served at night. Okay. Ruowan nodded. What happened to the Qian family in the end? Rana looked at Feng Shi curiously. They bullied men and women and were sentenced to prison and their homes were confiscated, Feng Shi said. Everyone was stunned. They heard about the situation of the Qian family and Lin Chen. A dog's eye looked down upon others, which directly led to the house being confiscated. Who is that? Chapter 59 Countermeasures. The shops of the 4 major merchants have all been renamed Zhou family. The southwestern Zhou family has completely entered our town's north city. No, you can't buy anything from them, absolutely not. I only buy from Mr. Lin's brand. I ate their crayfish yesterday. It tasted delicious. Hey, I sold all the crayfish I picked up to Mr. Lin's store. I made 300 coins last night, which is more than my monthly salary. Hee, that's for sure. We must support Mr. Lin and defeat the Zhou family. But damn, Zhou's opening event, all prices are halved, it's really tempting. On the streets, people were talking about it. Lin Mansion. Sister, why don't you just move in? That's not good. I'm alone in the palace. Lin Chen was sitting leisurely in the backyard with his eyes closed, when he suddenly heard a voice that sounded worry mixed with endless joy. Open your eyes and look. Rana and the other 4 girls came with Yunwei, followed by a dozen maids, each of them holding Yunyue's belongings in large and small bags. Long Jingyuan followed Yunyu with a look of reluctance on his face, but the smile on his lips betrayed him. Don't be hypocritical in front of me. Yunyu glanced at Long Jingyuan sideways, her brows full of impatience. I've been annoyed by this hypocritical guy all the way. Hey sister, you don't know how to appreciate a good person. Long Jingyuan was extremely helpless. He let his sister leave and go to clean up the room with Rana and the others. Looking at Lin Chen standing aside, he suddenly became extremely happy. Said, Brother-in-law, you are basking in the sun. Lin Chen was too lazy to pay attention to the lazy Long Jingyuan, and asked in confusion. Why haven't I seen Long Wenye in the past few times? Aren't you inseparable? He went back to the northwest, Long Jingyuan said. I heard that there were enemy troops crossing the northwest border, and his father was in Kyoto, and his younger brother at home was not well, so he went back. He left in a hurry. Lin Chen lowered his head and thought. It happens several times every year, Long Jingyuan said. The northwest has always been unstable, with enemy countries, bandits, etc. everywhere. It's very troublesome. I guess it will be difficult to come back next time after we go back this time. Although he doesn't need to arrange the battles, he is the backbone of everyone. Yeah, Lin Chen nodded. At the same time, a former shopkeeper of the Li family hurried into the room, came to Ruowan and whispered. What? Rowan heard it, looked at Lin Chen, leaned closer, and said, Husband, all Zhou family stores are open and have started a 50% discount promotion. After saying this, I was extremely worried. What are you afraid of? Lin Chen smiled and said, If they want to give a discount, then give it. We have already said that this is just for the benefit of the people. But, Rowan said, if we don't take any action, and this continues for a long time, the people will forget what happened yesterday and get used to buying things from the Zhou family, and they will no longer come to us. The 4 girls also came over. Ranair said, If he keeps doing this, no one will buy our goods. Then our goods will expire, and that will be a loss. And if the funds cannot be recovered, the loss will be huge. Yu Wei took over the conversation. Loss? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, shook his head, and said, There will never be a loss. Does he only sell it in Arjunbei City? Lin Chen wondered. Yes, Rowan replied. He has not yet opened up the entire northern trade route. Do we? My husband, what you mean is that we should sell outside the city instead of inside the city? Han Yan was puzzled. That's fine. Yunwen nodded. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded without refutation, and looked at Long Jingyuan beside him and asked, Does Wenye need these things? Are you planning to sell it to the northwest? Long Jingyuan was puzzled, and shook his head randomly, saying, That won't work. There are merchants in the northwest as well. Wouldn't that disrupt the order of others in the northwest? Besides, there is still a war going on over there, so we can't destroy it. No. Lin Chen shook his head and said, We are not selling it to the people in the northwest, but to the people in the war, whether they need food or other items. What do you mean? The 5 girls and Long Jingyuan looked at him in confusion. Didn't I say that the fight between the Zhou family and me would ultimately benefit the people? Lin Chen said. If Wenye and his men need it for war, it would be a good thing for them as well. Let his personal guards here buy it, Lin Chen said. The more we buy, the more they lose. Li Rowan understood instantly. If only the people of Jinbei City buy it, they can afford it. But fighting in the northwest is different. They don't sell, and they broke their promise when they opened. If we sell it, we will suffer a huge loss, Rowan said. Yes. Long Jingyuan raised his eyebrows and said, In a war you need food. Of course you need it. Now all the merchants in the northwest are sending food. I found half-price food and items for that idiot Wenye. I wonder how he will thank me? Actually, Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, The Jinbei army can also store some half-price food. It costs a lot to feed hundreds of thousands of troops every day. Upon hearing the voice, Long Jingyuan raised his eyebrows and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. When my father finds out, he will definitely say that I am an awesome son. Hee. Long Jingyuan nodded and said, I'll notify the army to buy it right away. Having said that, he ran away. We can also go and buy some goods. Lin Chen looked at Rowan again and said, Sell them to the families in the nearby villages. It's not easy for them either. How can there be such a good thing? Half price, just consider it a good deed. Okay. Li Rowan smiled slightly and nodded. I'll arrange for someone to purchase. Yun Yu knew that Li Rowan would definitely be discovered if she went there, and if the other party refused to sell, it would be troublesome. On the street. Zhou's shop has just opened. All items are half price. It will only last for 3 days. We will also deliver to your door, no matter how far away you are. On the street, a waiter stood next to a shop, shouting nonstop. Half price. The Zhou family has invested a lot of money this time. Everything is half price now, including food and charcoal. It's autumn now and winter is coming soon, so we can actually buy some. You dare, we must protect our interests, don't worry, Mr. Lin will definitely take action. Everyone was talking about it. Move aside, move aside. Just at this moment, a group of burly men squeezed through the crowd and walked towards the store. Sir, what do you need to buy? The waiter asked hurriedly when he saw the guest coming. What kind of person is this? He has no sense of honor at all and actually bought the Zhou families. That's right, this person should be despised. Oh, I'm so mad. Everyone was talking about it. The waiter heard people's discussions and became angry. He said, We finally have guests here, and you are talking nonsense here. But now was not the time to get angry. He looked at the sturdy men quietly. He saw that they were looking around and were not affected by the discussions at all. Thinking on his own, he said to the waiter, 100,000 caddies of charcoal, 100,000 caddies of grain, and 50,000 rolls of cloth, do you have any? Ah? The people were stunned when they heard the voice. So much? Do you really want so much? The waiter stammered, extremely excited. He encountered big business as soon as he opened the door. Yes. The sturdy man responded, and took out a silver note with Tianen Money House written on it. It is the largest bank in Kyoto, with 100,000 taels of silver written on it. The waiter swallowed and nodded excitedly, fearing that the other party would go back on his word, and quickly took out an agreement. Then can you sign it? Chapter 60 Strong. Of course. The sturdy man nodded. And, before the sturdy man came over, another sturdy man appeared and said, I want the same amount. Are you responsible for the delivery? As the sturdy man spoke, he also took out a silver note, exactly the same as before. The child was startled and asked, What's going on today? Why are you all here to buy? But when business comes, how can I not sell it? Nodded and said, I will be responsible for the delivery. I will definitely be responsible. That's good. The strong man nodded and said. The waiter was also afraid that the other party would go back on his word, so he took out an agreement and said to the other party, Then please sign it as well. Okay. The other party nodded. What's going on? Suddenly two gangs are buying so much? Like, who has arms that big? It must be a sting. Look at their appearances, they are all similar. They must be stings arranged by the Zhou family. Everyone was talking about it. Humph. The waiter was extremely angry. Is it necessary for my Zhou family to find someone to help? Give me one too, the same number. Just at this moment, a woman in brocade clothes walked out from the crowd. The woman took out a silver note and wanted to hand it to the waiter. You want to buy one too? The waiter was puzzled when he saw this. Yes. The woman nodded and said, But we also need you to deliver the goods, is that okay? Okay. The waiter nodded, feeling like he was living in a dream. He took out the note and said, Then please sign it too. Okay, no problem. The woman nodded and began to sign. What's going on? Who is this woman? I don't know. Is it another delay? That shouldn't be the case. It's obviously two gangs. Yes. Everyone was talking about it. The waiter instantly raised his eyebrows and looked at everyone angrily and said, Now you still say it's a sting? Everyone was speechless. Humph. The waiter snorted coldly. He collected the agreement and the banknotes. How could he sell 300,000 kilograms of food on the first day of business? Informed the shopkeeper immediately. In a yard. Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, shopkeeper. An excited voice sounded in the room. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bowen looked over and saw his old servant rushing over. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? We sold 300,000 kilograms of grain and charcoal, and 150,000 pieces of cloth. The old servant was happy and handed over the agreement. What? Zhou Bowen heard that 300,000 was a bit outrageous. The amount could not be bought by all the people in Jinbei City combined. Zhou Bowen suddenly had a bad feeling. After taking the agreement and the banknote, he took a closer look and instantly felt dizzy and shouted, I never thought that Lin Chen could be so despicable. What's the matter? The old servant asked in confusion. Let's go. Zhou Bowen ignored him and rushed towards the shop angrily. Before the shop. These three people bought so much? No way, someone from my Jinbei City actually dared to buy the Zhou family's shop. Well, who is it? I want to see. More and more people came, attracted by the scene before them. The waiter, however, had a smug look on his face, and wanted to invite the three men into the store to serve them, but the three men refused to go. What's going on? Suddenly Zhou Bowen came to the front of the store, looked anxiously, and stared at the waiter with angry eyes. Why, you're still cursing after selling so much? This is probably just a show for us. We can just watch it, but we won't buy it today. Yes, let's watch the show. Come and watch the show. Everyone was talking. Boss. The waiter was startled when he saw Zhou Bowen's condition. He had followed Alibaba from the southwest. Naturally, I know what Zhou Bowen's status represents. Listening to the discussions of people on the street, Zhou Bowen didn't want to scold the waiter on the spot, so he glanced at the three people. Do you three really want to buy so much? Yes. The three nodded at the same time. Yeah. Zhou Bowen nodded, knowing that he couldn't get over this hurdle today. He took a deep breath and said, I wonder where you three live so we can deliver the goods to your door. After all, there are so many. Guangyuan City in the northwest. One of the sturdy men replied. Northwest Guangyuan City? I heard there's a war going on there now. Yes, the news came a few days ago. I don't know if it's bandits or an enemy country this time. Alas, the northwest needs several planes every year. But to deliver them there, it's thousands of miles away, and we have to go through mountains and ridges. Everyone was talking about how weird the intuition was. Zhou Bowen's face darkened when he heard this. He stared at the other party in confusion and said, Then which company are you from? The Northwest Army's Special Logistics Department under the King of the Northwest. The man replied. This was what Lin Chen taught Long Jingyuan. Joe Bowen was speechless when he heard this. He didn't even have the courage to tear up the agreement. The waiter standing by was also horrified. He didn't expect that they were military personnel. Selling it at half price is already a loss, and delivering it so far away, won't you lose everything? She looked at Joe Bowen with tears in her eyes. Then who are you from? Where do you want it to be delivered? Joe Bowen looked at another sturdy man. Babin City. The sturdy man replied decisively. Jinbei King is under the Jinbei Army Logistics Department. Wow. They are our Jinbei City Army, why would they come to buy it? Isn't Babin City the first city that borders Rome State? Let alone where, the entire northern border is full of bandits. If we send them there, they might die on the way. The goods were robbed, and we have to pay compensation, but we don't want money, we only want food. This is the rule of the Jinbei Army. So in the past, I bought from the store at a high price. I didn't expect it to be so cheap this time. Everyone was discussing that they didn't understand the Southwest, but they must know about the North. Wow, wow, wow. The waiter was about to burst into tears when he heard this. Huh! Joe Bowen was extremely angry and kept taking deep breaths. He looked at the woman again and asked, Who are you again? The Lin family, the woman said. The delivery address is various villages in the Northern Territory. The Lin family, it's the Lin family. Mr. Lin has come to buy it. What's going on? I get it. Their stuff is cheap. The more you buy, the more they lose. And they deliver to your door. It's free to the Northwest, free to Babin City, and now it's free to every village. Can't we sell it to people in those villages then? Can't the delivery people let them sell it? They're delivering Mr. Lin's goods. Yeah, the villagers also got a bargain. Ha! I get it, we should buy it too. My store is short of some goods, I can actually come and get some. Grab the goods. Some people in the crowd reacted and prepared to grab the goods, but when they heard Joe Bowen's words, their faces turned dark. Go away, go away, go away. The waiter rushed to the door, crying and shouting to drive the crowd away. Opening the door for business, chasing away customers, what a joke. That's right. I wonder how long your Zhou family shop can stay open. Get out of Jinbei City right away. No, this isn't the only store. There are so many Zhou family stores. Go grab the cloth, the jewelry, grab them all. Inform the relatives and cousins. This prevented many people from entering the store, and they shouted angrily, then rushed to various places. Don't go. The waiter cried and shouted, watching the people leave helplessly, feeling that he had suffered a great loss. These people will definitely engage in revenge consumption. Joe Bowen wanted to inform them of the situation, but was stopped by the strong man from the Northwest. After all, they were fighting and needed these things urgently. Joe Bowen wanted to get angry, but when he looked at the other person, he was speechless. General, I will definitely deliver the goods, Joe Bowen said bitterly. When should we set off? The war on the front line is urgent. Tomorrow. According to the contract, the goods will be delivered on site, at the latest today. If we miss it and delay the war, the imperial court will destroy the Zhou family. Joe Bowen was speechless and extremely bitter. War has always been the most important thing for the imperial court. Even if we dig out all the stock in Jinbei City today, we won't be able to collect this much. He looked at the Jinbei army standing beside him, intending to discuss something, but was interrupted just as he was about to speak. The other party said coldly, According to the contract, we will extend the deadline to today at most. If you exceed the time, all of you will die in Jinbei City tomorrow. The waiter looked panicked and his face was as pale as death. Joe Bowen glanced at the woman sideways, gritting his teeth in hatred. This was Lin Chen's person. The contract stipulates that the deadline is today at the latest. If it exceeds the time limit, we will meet at the prefectural government office. We will pay the full amount and refund you 3 times the amount, the woman said forcefully. Joe Bowen was completely speechless. He only had 100,000 taels of liquid capital at the moment. Wouldn't that mean he would have to pay for all the shops in the north of the town? I didn't know what to say for a moment. The 3 of them had already left. Joe Bowen looked at the waiter angrily and said, Hurry up and notify all the stores that the event is cancelled. Chapter 61 10 times. In the Lin mansion. Husband! The 5 girls sat in the yard with Lin Chen to bask in the sun, and AMU kept sending messages. Rana looked at Lin Chen in confusion and said, Now the people outside are all rushing to buy the Shou family's things. Although this caused the Shou family to lose money, our goods were not sold. The people are expected to buy all the goods for the entire winter this time. But Air was totally puzzled. Yes. Yu Wei took over and said, It still can't solve our problems. The other 3 women also looked on curiously. Don't worry, Lin Chen said leisurely. What the people are buying now is food, charcoal for the winter, and cloth. They won't come to buy, Lin Chen continued. But someone will come to buy. The 5 girls looked at it in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Rowan, raise the price of these 3 items by more than 3 times, Lin Chen said. I'm not responsible for delivery, but I can deliver the goods tonight. The 5 girls' brows turned worried when they heard this. Will anyone buy this? Rowan nodded and did as she was told. Time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye it was afternoon. Lin Mansion. Lin Chen was still quietly basking in the sun. As the weather turned cooler in autumn, the sun was not as scorching and it was quite comfortable to bask in the sun. The 5 women stood in the distance, each busy with their own things. Young master. Suddenly, Amu's voice rang out loudly outside the mansion, attracting everyone's attention. Amu walked to Lin Chen with an anxious look on his face and said excitedly, Master, just as you expected, someone from the Zhou family came to buy it. When the 5 girls heard this, they were extremely surprised. It turned out that the person Lin Chen was talking about buying was them. Ran Air was puzzled. 3 times they also buy it? Yes. Amu nodded and then said to Lin Chen. But they want to buy 200,000 at a time. The shopkeeper doesn't dare to sell it, so he asked me to come here to inform him. 200,000? Lin Chen smiled faintly. Is he planning not to give me his share? How dare you be so direct? I will let you know what pain is, he said. Tell the shopkeeper that we can only sell 1,000 kilograms at a time, and the price. Still rising? Amu heard Lin Chen's words, made an instant judgment, and was extremely surprised. Among the 3 commodities, the price increase of charcoal and cloth is less serious. But the 3-fold increase in food prices has already broken his cognition. After all, food prices are the foundation of the country. They will only rise slightly at most and will go back down after a while. This is the first time I've seen the price increase so much, and it's still going up. Yes. Lin Chen smiled faintly, planning his strategy, and said, Every time they buy, the price goes up. This? Everyone was shocked. It's going to keep rising? What if they don't buy it? Rowan looked at Lin Chen worriedly. No. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, The Northwest Army and Jinbei Army will need supplies tonight. The total amount of food consumed by everyone in Jinbei City is only about 10 kilograms, the same goes for charcoal, and the maximum amount of cloth is 50,000. The maximum amount of grain they have is 150,000, the same amount of charcoal, and the maximum amount of cloth is 100,000. Now that people have been snatching them away, there probably won't be much left. So many people are buying, how dare they not sell? That would incur public outrage. Don't forget, the people in Jinbei City are different from those in other places. Lin Chen smiled slightly. He sighed. He is a brave warrior. Yeah. Yunyi nodded. Indeed, because Jinbei City was close to the battlefield and there were many bandits nearby, every citizen knew some kung fu. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as brave and good at fighting. The other 4 girls looked at each other. The so-called bravery and fighting skills meant that if they were not satisfied, they might fight for it. How can the government punish those who robbed so many people? So, Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, In order to avoid being robbed, they can only sell it. But the more we sell, the more we are short of deliveries in the evening. With such a huge gap and such a short time, there won't be enough time to go to other places in the north to make acquisitions. People in the southwest can't help him either. After all, distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. Lin Chen smiled faintly, with an expression that showed he had Zhou Bowen in his grasp. Said, So they can only buy it in Jinbei City, but only our family. No matter how high my price goes, they have to buy it. Because they are afraid of delaying the war, of losing their lives, and of implicating the entire Southwest Zhou family. Lin Chen analyzed quietly. Yeah. The 5 girls nodded, and they also felt that what Lin Chen said made sense. You looked at me, I looked at you, and we all remained silent. Then I will arrange it? Amu was also excited when he heard this. He had to say that his young master was amazing. Every time he predicts things to be as good as a god. Okay. Lin Chen nodded, lay down on the rocking chair again, and looked at the sky. If I can get rid of the Zhou family, I can completely calm down and never have to use my brain again. The 5 girls watched Amu leave quietly, waiting silently, hoping for good news. Time passes slowly. Master, the price has increased 4-fold, and they are still buying. Master, the price has increased 5-fold. Just as you expected, they are still buying. Now those people are furious. Master, 6 times, they still want to buy it. Amu's excited voice rang out in the yard, and the 5 girls were extremely surprised. He wants 6 times more, he's terrible. 200,000 supplies usually sell for around 200,000 taels. If you sell them for 6 times the price, that would be 1.2 million taels. This is horrible. But the price increases every 1,000 kilograms, starting from 3 times, which means that the other party is only selling about 3,000 kilograms of supplies now. It seems that the Zhou family is really determined to buy it. Lin Chen smiled faintly, not caring, and continued. I want to see where your bottom line is, and then test it. Okay. Amu nodded and ran away again. 7 times, Master, the other party is still buying. Master, it's 8 times. The other party hesitated. 9 times, Master, the Zhou family is causing trouble in our store. Amu's voice continued to ring out again. The 5 girls were worried that the price was too high and no one could afford it. Will the other party not buy it? Lin Chen frowned. 9 times? It seems that 10 times is the limit. He told Amu. No matter how much they make a fuss, tell them that 10 times is the price. Further increasing? The 5 girls were extremely surprised when they heard this. Still increasing? If you buy it at 10 times the price, it would be rounded to 2 million. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Okay. Amu nodded and ran out frantically. Lin Chen didn't care and continued to stroll around basking in the sun. At the same time. Second Master. In Zhou Bowen's house. The old servant rushed into the hall quickly and looked at Zhou Bowen, who had a dead look on his face. With a sigh, he said, Second Master, the Lin family shop has raised the price again. Ha ha! Zhou Bowen smiled bitterly. He knew that he had fallen into Lin Chen's trap. What can we do now? Listen quietly. Ha! The old servant took a deep breath and continued. They said this is the highest price. Should we continue to buy? Buy. Zhou Bowen frowned when he heard it. 10 times, 200,000 supplies, that would be 2 million taels of silver. He smiled bitterly. Why not buy it? Are you going to die in this Jinbei city? We have pledged everything we have, including our gold, silver, and all our goods. If it's not enough, we will write an IOU. Zhou Bowen guessed Lin Chen's plan. The reason why he sold 1,000 supplies for 1,000 yuan was to find out his bottom line. 10 times is my bottom line. If it exceeds 10 times, I would rather die in this Jinbei city. 2 million taels of silver, the overall business of Noda Town Beiqing is estimated to be worth this much. Lin Chen. Zhou Bowen said calmly with a bitter smile. You colluded with the government, Jinbei Army, and Northwest Army to harm me. I will definitely not let you go. Chapter 62 Fund. Lin Mansion. All the goods and shops together are less than 300,000 taels? Lin Chen listened to Amu's report and looked at the banknotes, land deeds, house deeds, etc. in front of him, especially the final IOU. He pondered. The IOU was for 1.7 million? Zhou Bowen is really bold this time, with an IOU of 1.7 million. The people around were listening, but they didn't realize this problem. They subconsciously believed that the Zhou family would not default on their debt. After all, the Zhou family in the southwest is so big that they can still come up with 200 million silver coins. Everyone kept swallowing their saliva. The total amount was 2 million taels. That's 2 million taels. The total business volume of Jinbei town is probably around this amount, but Lin Chen managed to get so much in just one night. It's so horrible. Especially Long Jingyuan, who arrived at some point, was full of fear and his eyes kept shaking. 2 million taels, De Jing has 2 million taels, probably only those super business families have it. But their money belongs to the family, not to individuals. Now this money belongs to Lin Chen. If Lin Chen is rich, doesn't that mean his sister is rich, and doesn't that mean the Jinbei Palace is rich? Ha ha! Long Jingyuan couldn't help laughing out loud, his eyes full of pride. Come and ask for some romantic fun when you have nothing to do in the future. It should be okay for my brother-in-law to use my brother-in-law's. This damn nephew. But he didn't know that Yunhua was Voldemort, so it was absolutely impossible for him to use her. Long Jingyuan was happy, but Ranner, who was standing beside him, was the first to show a puzzled expression in her brief joy. The Zhou family may have so much money, but will they give it to you? When everyone heard this, they reacted instantly. Yes, will they default on their debt then? Yu Wei took over the conversation. Looking at their condition, I guess they won't even give us our 100,000 grains, 100,000 charcoals, and 50,000 pieces of cloth. Ruowan hesitated. Yes, so it's not just the 1.7 million. I probably won't even get the 400,000 taels I paid as compensation. Han Yen took over the conversation and realized the situation. What? When Long Jingyuan heard this, he realized that there was not only the money he saw, but there was also 400,000 taels over there. Isn't that 2.1 million taels? No, that won't do. If he dares not give it to me, I will kill them. Long Jingyuan roared angrily, tightly gripping the machete in his hand, as if he wanted to attack right now. When they run back to the southwest, how are you going to destroy them? Yunyu looked at the excited Long Jingyuan with disgust on her face. This made Long Jingyuan pause. It seemed that it was true. The person had run back to the southwest. How could he get him back? That's someone else's territory. I was very discouraged for a moment. Money, that's money. 400,000 in compensation, plus an IOU of 1.7 million, a total of 2.1 million. Long Jingyuan wanted to cry but had no tears, as if the money was his. Everyone was speechless. Huh! Lin Chen raised his eyebrows when he saw this. This kid is really good at math. I also know that 4 plus 17 equals 21. He said. Your Highness, are your Jinbei army and Northwest army short of money? Everyone was confused and didn't understand what Lin Chen meant. Of course we need it, Long Jingyuan said as a matter of course. We have to fight every year, and we need money for food, monthly salary, and medical care. It's very expensive. Long Jingyuan took a deep breath and said, Jinbei City can no longer afford to support so many troops. Father wanted to reduce the army a long time ago. Yeah. Yunwei took a deep breath, indeed. Don't underestimate the Jinbei army because it is so powerful. It is extremely difficult to maintain an army. How about I set up a fund to provide money to the Northwest army and the Jinbei army? Just as the two were sighing, Lin Chen suddenly said. This made Long Jingyuan and Yunyu stunned and extremely surprised. What is a fund? Long Jingyuan was confused as he could never find the point. Yunyu rolled her eyes at Long Jingyuan and looked at Lin Chen in confusion. What do you mean? Put the IOU and the compensation money in this so-called fund, and the Zhou family won't dare to owe it anymore. No. Lin Chen paused and said, all the money I earn this time will be given to you. From now on, for every copper coin earned by the Lin family's shop, half of it will be put into the fund for the army. Binding with the army would be beneficial to himself. After all, dying attached great importance to the army. Hiss! Long Jingyuan took a breath and didn't care what a fund was. But this thing is good. If Wen Yi knew about this, he would be so excited that he died. I agree, Long Jingyuan said bluntly. This caused Yunwei to shake her head, asking you to agree. Staring at Lin Chen, she said, I don't know how to thank you. After saying this, he looked around at Ranner and the others and realized that Lin Chen's money belonged to this family. We are one family, so we don't have different opinions. Ranner and others on the side said that there was nothing wrong with giving the money to the military this time. After all, they are not short of money. She is my sister, so who else should I help if not Yunwei with the money I earn? Even though Li Ruowan is a businessman, it doesn't matter. If it were in the past, she would definitely care about it. After all, she is a businessman. But when she was in trouble, the help from Lin Chen, Ranner and others had already changed her. Yes, Li Ruowan said. Anyway, we can't use it all. Let alone 2 million taels, even 10,000 taels is enough for us to be rich for a lifetime. That's right, give it to the army. The Jinbei army and the Northwest army are meant to protect us, Yue said fearlessly. We don't need much. Han Yan shook her head and said, it's just like what Sister Ranner said before. We are a family and we help each other. Thank you. Seeing this, Yunyu still nodded gratefully. Seeing this, Long Jingyuan looked around and saw that it was either Lin Chen's wife, or Lin Chen's servants or confidants. Especially Miao Lu, who seemed to have long forgotten that he was his personal guard. When a family is discussing something, should I leave? It feels redundant. I'll leave this to you. Lin Chen looked at Long Jingyuan and handed the banknote, IOU, and the agreement with the Zhou family to Long Jingyuan. He said, go and make the arrangements. You will be responsible for this fund from now on. I'm responsible? Long Jingyuan was surprised and asked in confusion. Why? You are Yunyue's brother. Lin Chen felt that this boy was being weird, so he said, if I don't do it to you, then I will do it to you again? Lin Chen was stunned. He had wanted to lie down for a long time and absolutely could not cause trouble for himself. Hee. When Long Jingyuan heard this, his previous disappointment disappeared instantly. I am not an outsider. I am his brother-in-law. Isn't it right to hand over my brother-in-law's business to my brother-in-law? Besides, you are the Prince of Jinbei, and you are in the same boat with Wen Ye, Lin Chen said. I can rest assured that I will leave it to you. Okay. Long Jingyuan chuckled, instantly becoming full of energy. He looked at the guards beside him and said, let's go collect the money. Oh no! I don't believe that there is anyone in this world who dares to take the money of my Jinbei army and Northwest army. Long Jingyuan was very pleased and left with his guards. Everyone looked at it, all in shock. Lin Chen smiled faintly, looked at AMU and said, notify the store to release the goods, and then spread the news that something happened to the Zhou family. Now that the military is demanding payment, we must add fuel to the fire and completely destroy the Zhou family so that they will never be able to enter Jinbei City again. Okay. AMU didn't understand Lin Chen's plan, but nodded anyway. Butler Li arranged dinner. Lin Chen stood up and stretched. The Zhou family is doomed for sure. After this is over, I will just lie down and live my own life. Chapter 63 The Miserable Zhou Bowen. Hello, Mr. Lin. After dinner, Lin Chen took the 5 girls out to enjoy the cool air. On the streets, many people were carrying large and small bags and rushing towards their homes. When they saw Lin Chen, they greeted him respectfully. After several incidents, many people in Jinbei City have already known Lin Chen. They looked at Ranner and others with envy and left one after another. Lin Chen nodded and didn't care. He only saw that the streets were crowded with people and cars. All of them were people hired by the Zhou family to transport the supplies. Lin Chen popularized the way to make money, so the people naturally would not miss the opportunity to drain the Zhou family dry. In particular, many desperate criminals in Jinbei City were willing to pay exorbitant prices to transport the goods to the Zhou family. There are too many people to transport 200,000 supplies. The Zhou family had no choice but to accept being slaughtered. Have you heard? Something big happened. Zhouji collapsed. The Zhou family spent too much money on purchasing supplies for Mr. Lin and collapsed. What? The Zhou family collapsed. It happened too quickly. Mr. Lin made over 1 million taels from the Zhou family this time, which made people happy. I also heard that Mr. Lin used the money to set up a foundation and gave all the money to the Northwest Army and the Jinbei Army. Mr. Lin is a righteous man. Now the prince and the Northwest Army guards are rushing to the Zhou family to collect debts. I heard that the Zhou family has written a lot of IOUs. Mr. Lin is selfless. Not only is he capable and knowledgeable, he is also a role model of morality. It is a blessing for us in Jinbei City to have someone like him. But the Zhou family is fucking bankrupt. How can we get paid for transporting supplies? I quit. I'm going to ask for the money. You haven't even started delivering the goods yet, and you're asking for money. No, I have to pay for transporting it from the Lin family's warehouse to here. Doesn't my carriage cost money? Let's go. Let's report it to the police first, or go through the procedures. The men transporting the carriages stopped one after another. Some rushed to Zhou's house, and some went to report to the authorities. It's said that they are desperados. Why would they care about these things? In front of Zhou's shop. Zhou Bowen, come out and pay the IOU. Zhou Bowen, come out and pay our wages. Zhou Bowen, if you don't give it to me, my Jinbei Army and Southwest Army will not let you go. We will destroy you even if we fight to the southwest. Zhou Bowen, if you don't give it to me, you can't leave Jinbei City. Our 7,000 men will kill you directly. In front of Zhou's shop, Long Jingyuan, the transport men, and Feng Shi also arrived. Not only them, but also the people around them rushed over to watch the show. Lin Chen was also among them, watching quietly, only to see Zhou Bowen and a group of shopkeepers brought from the southwest walking out nervously. Looking around, everyone had angry expressions. After traveling far and wide, the Zhou family has never reached such a point. Greetings, Prince, and everyone from the Northwest Army. Zhou Bowen looked at Long Jingyuan and the Northwest Army's personal guards bitterly. We have to deal with these big guys first. Let's not talk too much. Long Jingyuan stared at Zhou Bowen and said, This is the IOU you wrote. I just want to ask, when can I pay you? It's impossible now. Zhou Bowen sighed. He also heard that Lin Chen transferred all the IOUs to the so-called foundation. Bitterly speaking, 2 million is too much to carry with me. Really? Long Jingyuan raised his eyebrows. It was indeed impossible to carry it with him. Didn't my brother-in-law just say that you might not give it to me? After a pause, he said, Are you writing to the Zhou family, or am I writing to the Zhou family? Huh! Zhou Bowen's face turned pale when he heard this. Do you think he was planning not to give it to him? There must be. Even if there isn't, they will find ways to delay it. The Zhou family is rich and powerful. Would they be afraid of Lin Chen, who is far away in the north of the town? But he did not expect that Lin Chen would be willing to give all this money to the military. If it were someone else, who would be willing to do that? If Long Jingyuan wrote the letter, it would mean that the Zhou family would completely fight with the king of Jinbei and the king of Northwest. Even if there is the king of Southwest Guard, can he protect the two princes? These two are the ones who command real large armies. The court will also favor them. Lin Chen, you are so cruel. While thinking, Zhou Bowen looked around the crowd, saw Lin Chen's figure, and remembered Lin Chen deeply in his heart. He took a deep breath and said to Long Jingyuan, I will write a letter to the Zhou family immediately. Yeah! Long Jingyuan's mouth curled up. He was extremely proud. He was about to get 2.1 million. He said, 3 days. I'll give you 3 days. Otherwise, I'll write to the northwest and lead my army to the southwest. When Zhou Bowen heard this, his heart skipped a beat. 3 days? Sending letters by carrier pigeons may work, but it is difficult to raise money. Although the Zhou family is large, 2 million is equivalent to 1/3 of the Zhou family. Where can we get so much liquidity? No need to bargain with me. Long Jingyuan looked at Zhou Bowen's state and realized that he was about to speak. He smiled coldly and said, "There is no room for bargaining." Oh. Zhou Bowen sighed, 2 million, after this incident. I have completely lost my value. In order to prevent Northwest Jinbei from sending troops, my father would definitely give it, but I would be completely finished. Abandoned. I am only the second child, and there are the third, fourth, and fifth children below me. Zhou Bowen was helpless, as if he had aged a lot, and nodded. I'll mention it in the letter. Okay. Long Jingyuan nodded, stepped aside and waited, without saying anything more. Huh! The shopkeepers looked at the scene in front of them. Every child in the Zhou family represents a force, and Zhou Bowen is the second master of the Zhou family. Also called the second shopkeeper. The eldest master is the head of the family, also known as the chief shopkeeper. Zhou Bowen and the patriarch are allies, but now that he has lost 2 million, it would be difficult for the patriarch to keep him. He will definitely be destroyed by the old man of the Zhou family. Naturally, the group of people who followed Zhou Bowen lost their power. Everyone looked at each other, with different expressions and plans. Huh! Zhou Wenbo watched Long Jingyuan retreat. His eyes swept across the crowd and saw Lin Chen again. I saw Lin Chen looking at me with a smile. In an instant, Zhou Bowen was so angry that he was about to collapse and kept retreating. He suppressed his anger, looked at Feng Shi beside him, and said, Master Feng. Let me say it. Feng Shi stared at Zhou Bowen's weak state and smiled faintly. Who told you to mess with Mr. Lin for no reason? No one who messes with Mr. Lin has ever had an easy time. After a pause, he said, Are these men transporting goods for you? Yes. Zhou Bowen did not quibble. That's fine. Feng Shi nodded and continued. They don't want to do it anymore, let's settle the money. My master just did a rough calculation and it's less than 10 taels. As he spoke, Feng Shi handed over a piece of paper and said to Zhou Bowen, Take a look, is this correct? Zhou Bowen took it and looked carefully, and found that it contained the details of each person. Although the unit price was high, it took less than a day to make and each person made a small amount, so the total was more than 8 taels. He looked at the old servant beside him and said, Let's settle the money. But, hearing this, the old servant hesitated and said in embarrassment, All our money has been mortgaged to the Lin family store. I do have some, but it's not enough. It's all my monthly salary from last month. Then let's get together. Zhou Bowen smiled bitterly. He didn't expect to fall to this point. He glanced sideways at the shopkeepers beside him. After the words were spoken, the shopkeepers all lowered their heads and remained silent, without any movement. The people around looked over and realized the situation and didn't want to join in. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. But on second thought, these people are skilled people and they can make a living wherever they go. Even Zhou Bowen has collapsed, and you are still investing? You! Zhou Bowen looked at everyone in disbelief. He also didn't expect that the subordinates who had followed him all the way would abandon him at this critical moment for a few taels of silver. Roll! Zhou Bowen instantly became furious and roared at everyone in grief. When everyone heard this, they didn't feel embarrassed at all. They looked at each other and touched their noses, walking slowly into the distance. No one expected that they would actually leave. It was so cruel. Ha ha! Zhou Bowen laughed loudly, took off his clothes, handed them to Feng Shi, and said, This robe is worth 15 taels. You can sell it and pay them their wages. Chapter 64 Plague. Why? When everyone saw this, they sighed. The once arrogant second shopkeeper of the Zhou family had fallen to such a state. Okay. Feng Shi nodded. It was better to have something than nothing. After paying the workers' wages, no one in Jinbei City would cause trouble. He doesn't care whether Zhou Bowen lives or dies. That. Long Jingyuan didn't care when he saw this. The matter was complete. He continued, Your house is also included in this mortgage. So you go out and find a place to stay by yourself tonight, Long Jingyuan said. Okay. Zhou Bowen closed his eyes, immersed in it for a long time, and then nodded in agreement. The goods have to be delivered tonight, you figure it out yourself, Long Jingyuan said. Okay. Zhou Bowen still didn't open his eyes and nodded in response. Randomly said to the old servant, Pack up your things later and we will leave here. As you wish. The old servant nodded. On the street. This week, Bowen is really pathetic. Pathetic ass. They were the ones who killed Mr. Li, got rid of the 4 big businessmen, and cooperated with Chu Jingyi. They are the ones who bully others and sell out their country. It's pitiful that they were not killed directly. It's lucky for him. That's not what I meant, I just said. On the street, people were talking about it, and Zhou Bowen's situation became another topic of conversation today. Lin Chen walked quietly, feeling extremely happy. If nothing goes wrong, I will be able to lie down soon. Lin Chen brought the 5 girls to a tea shop, where they drank tea and relaxed quietly. This is the life Lin Chen wants most. Drinking tea and looking around every day. Do you think it is comfortable or not? How do you think the Zhou family managed to ship out so much food? Their shopkeeper ran away, leaving only the waiter he brought from the southwest. What else can we do? I heard that the waiters have gone out of town to look for people, but I don't know if they can find one today. As long as the price is high, there will still be people willing to risk their lives for them. When you mentioned this, it suddenly occurred to me that when I was coming back from outside the city some time ago, I encountered bandits on the road. I heard from those bandits that it seemed that the bandits in our northern border would make a big move next. It is said that those big bandits were conquered by a group of people. Isn't that strange? Who the hell has such great ability? I don't know if the Jinbei army knows this news. You should know. There is nothing that the northern guards don't know about the northern territory. Yeah, I worried too much. The tea house was filled with people coming and going, chatting about everything, but not everyone knew Lin Chen. Lin Chen listened to the conversation between several people, but didn't care. These things were none of his business. However, Yunhua on the side showed a look of doubt, because she had not heard what the men were talking about. Is it true that someone is rounding up the bandits in the north? Let's go. After listening for a while, Lin Chen felt it was boring and said to the 5 girls. Then several people walked out of the tea shop. Why don't you listen? Just as Lin Chen walked out, a woman in front of the tea shop suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Chen curiously. Lin Chen was shocked. What does it have to do with you whether I listen or not? When he looked up, he saw a woman with beautiful features, a perfect face, and she was dressed in yellow, looking very similar to the other 5 women. But for someone like Lin Chen who has no idea what beauty is, he has no feelings for her. Instead, it was the temperament between the woman's eyebrows that attracted him. I saw that he exuded a temperament similar to Yue Wei, a heroic spirit. The 5 girls were also attracted by the woman's words. They marveled at her beauty and kept looking around. The woman was alone, wandering around here alone, in a tea house, a place where all kinds of people gathered. Isn't he afraid? Strangeness. Especially Yue Wei looked at her in surprise. I don't want to listen. Lin Chen didn't care and replied simply, thinking that the woman was from the tea shop. Then he took everyone away. After the little episode, Lin Chen returned to the Lin mansion. He didn't need to worry about what happened to the Zhou family afterwards. Long Jingyuan knew how to take care of it. As for the handover between shops, Wanruo, Yunhua and Long Jingyuan will naturally be responsible for it. Life returned to normal, and Lin Chen was tinkering with his delicious food every day, feeling very comfortable. 3 days passed in a flash. Have you heard? Zhou Bowen has completely left Jinbei City. My Jinbei City has completely returned to peace. Those shops are all Lin family shops. From now on, Jinbei's business will be completely arranged by the selfless Mr. Lin, and we don't have to worry about the future. But don't you know? There's a plague in the north, and it spread into the city this morning. Now the Jinbei Palace and the prefectural government are in chaos. All the doctors of Sun Shi's lineage are on their way back. It is said that Dr. Sun Shi is also on his way back. There was constant discussion in Jinbei City. Lin Chen took Miao Lu and others shopping to buy ingredients for making tofu today. Listening to the discussion, his brows furrowed. Is the plague coming? Is it coming in a strange way? No wonder I haven't seen Yunhua in the past 2 days. It turns out that she went to deal with the plague. I just don't know what the plague is. Never mind. With the Sun Shi lineage around, there's nothing to be afraid of. Slowly walked towards the Lin mansion. Master, Madame Ranner is looking for you. As soon as Lin Chen entered the gate, he saw Butler Li, who spoke to Lin Chen anxiously. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Looking for me? Come directly to the hall. I saw Ranner and the 3 girls pacing back and forth in the hall, looking very anxious. Husband. Ranner saw Lin Chen coming and hurried over to ask. Have you heard about the plague? It is said that many people have died. Can you help me? Yunhua is very anxious now. In order to lead by example, she went directly to the epidemic area. Ranner is also full of the sense of responsibility of a lady, and she has to ask about everyone's affairs. She went directly to the epidemic area? Lin Chen frowned. It would be unreasonable for him to say that he would not help his wife. He nodded and said, I'll go over and take a look after breakfast. What breakfast are you having? Yue Wei grabbed a bun from the side and stuffed it into Lin Chen's hand. Pulling Lin Chen up, he said, Let's go take a look first. If anything happens to Yunhua, wouldn't we lose one of our sisters? However many people marry you, that's how many people you'll spend your old age with. Yue Wei was worried. Lin Chen was stunned. It was the first time he saw you two having 3 wives and 4 concubines so harmoniously. I give up. What else can I do? Just go. Lin Chen picked up the bun, stuffed it into his mouth, and said to Yue, lead the way. After saying that, he looked at Han Yen who was standing beside him and said, Han Yen, prepare some scarves. Oh. Han Yen heard Lin Chen agreed. Although she no longer lived in the Lin family, she played there every day. Ranner also prepared a room for her to rest in daily life. She moved some things from home every day, and the room had become almost like a bedroom. After so many days, how could I not be familiar with the Lin mansion? She turned around and left, quickly took out several scarves, and walked away with Lin Chen and others. Chapter 65 Smallpox. Town North City. Countless soldiers separated the northern part of Jinbei City. The people wanted to watch but were driven away by the soldiers. There were constant wailing sounds coming from the city, which were extremely painful and shocking. Meet Mr. Lin. Lin Chen came over with the 4 girls. The soldiers greeted them respectfully and also knew Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded and asked, what's the situation inside? We found them in the city this morning, the soldier said. After checking, we found about 400 people at the north gate, but most of them were residents from outside the city who came into the city to stay with their relatives to avoid the epidemic. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded and then asked, is it serious outside the city? Yes. The soldier nodded, a trace of pity between his brows, and said, mainly in the North City, it is said that more than 10,000 people are sick. Hundreds of villages are involved, and the data is not accurate. It is said that this disease is highly contagious. Some of our soldiers who went into quarantine had problems. The soldier shook his head. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded. Over 10,000 people and hundreds of villages were involved in the 3 days, and all the soldiers who went for quarantine fell ill. This proves that the plague spreads very quickly. After thinking for a while, Lin Chen glanced at the 4 girls and said, wait for me here. I'll go in and take a look first. No. Yue was the first to disagree, saying, as many people as came, we must go back, or we will die together. Lin Chen was speechless. This word was full of heroism, and he felt like he was a comrade in arms. He paused, looked around at the 4 girls, and saw that the 3rd girl also had a determined and helpless look on her face. He said, put on your veils and follow me in. Why do I have to wear a veil? Ranner wondered, and she also understood why Lin Chen asked Han Yen to prepare a veil before. Because. Lin Chen took a deep breath. How can I explain it to you? After a pause, he continued, the plague is mostly spread through the mouth, nose, and droplets. Wearing it can provide some protection. Oh. Ranner and others looked confused and didn't understand. But it feels so profound. Then just wear it. After looking at each other, several people put it on. Mouth and nose? Droplets? When the soldier heard this, he also looked at the people around him. They didn't know Lin Chen's medical skills, but they trusted Lin Chen inexplicably. Several people's eyes kept moving and they covered their mouths and noses unconsciously. You can actually prepare some cloth strips or something like that. Lin Chen looked at the condition of the soldiers. He smiled faintly and said, it's small, just enough to cover your mouth and nose. Burn it after use. Using a new one can reduce the chance of infection. Nonsense. At this moment, an arrogant voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Dao. Medical science is broad and profound, and it emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. The plague is an evil thing. How can a mere mortal like you block it? Hearing the sound, Lin Chen and others turned around curiously and took a closer look. Who else could it be but Zhang He, the one who claimed to be the descendant of Sun Shi's lineage that day? As the saying goes, enemies become jealous of each other when they meet. During this period, Zhang He could hear the legend of Lin Chen every day in Jinbei City. Even the woman around Lin Chen was the only beauty named Ranner. Now he has 5 beauties, and the one he desires, Li Rowan, is among them. There is even Jing Hanyan, the daughter of a great scholar, and even more hateful is Princess Long Yunwei. For a moment, Zhang He was even more envious and jealous. In the past, it was impossible to attack Lin Chen, but today when the plague came, it was the home turf of his Sun Shi lineage. How could I miss this opportunity to show off? Lin Chen, you are misleading people with your lies. Zhang He stared at Lin Chen angrily and shouted. My senior brother Xingbai doesn't even dare to say that there is anything that can stop the plague, but you dare to speak so shamelessly. Xingbai? The direct disciple of the great Dr. Sun Shi. Finally one of them made it back. There is help, there is help. Zhang He spoke very loudly, fearing that people around him would not know, so that people far away could hear it and talk about it. Ha! Xingbai, who was dressed in white and had a proud face, smiled quietly. I really enjoy this feeling. It's this bastard again. Rana gritted her teeth and wanted to teach this guy a lesson that day. Li Rowan also looked at him angrily, thinking that this was a deliberate revenge. Do you know each other? Yu Wei took a look and realized the situation. He asked Rana. Old enemy? So arrogant, do you want me to kill him? Kill him? Are you killing people here? Han Yen opened his mouth wide when he heard it. But in a flash, she said fiercely. Chop off his bones, he dares to be arrogant in front of my husband. Lin Chen was stunned. When did Han Yen, who was like a little white rabbit, become so violent? Realizing that they didn't say anything, the women discussed it and decided that Yu Wei would definitely take action. There's no need. After a pause, he said to Zhang He. You are right, it is unstoppable. When the 4 girls heard this, they were all unwilling. How could their husband speak without a purpose? Why did he speak so softly? When Zhang He heard this, he grimaced in anger. He had already thought of how to attack Lin Chen, but he actually directly agreed with what he said. I'm glad to know. Xingbai, who was standing aside, smiled faintly when he heard it, as if he thought that Lin Chen stopped talking so arrogantly because of his arrival. He said, If you don't understand in the future, don't mislead the students. You must also disobey him and take off your veils. Don't waste them and cover your beauty. Xingbai glanced at Rana and the others, with a mysterious look on his face, as if all the women would bow down to him. This caused the 4 girls to look at him angrily. Xingbai didn't care. He looked at the soldier and said, I'll go in and check the situation. After that, the soldiers let them pass. Xingbai and Zhang He walked in proudly, enjoying this privilege very much. Husband. Rana's face was full of dissatisfaction. She looked at the backs of the 2 men and stomped her feet in anger. Why don't you refute it? Forget it if you don't want to listen. Lin Chen laughed happily and said, It won't be you who will be infected by then. When Rana heard this, he was happy, as if it was indeed the case. He glanced sideways and exchanged glances with the 3 girls. At the same time, I was happy. The soldiers and others on the side frowned and looked at each other. It seemed that adding a piece of cloth would not be a big deal. Everyone was silent, preparing to wear one later. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Chen spoke to the soldier, and the soldier let him pass. In the North City. Ouch. My back hurts. It hurts so much. Lin Chen and others walked towards the depths of the North City. Now all the houses around them had been vacated and no one lived there. The so-called 400 people were isolated in one area. As they got closer, the screams became louder and louder, filling the air like hell. Looking around, there is a spacious square with dozens of small sheds temporarily built to form a huge shed. Inside the shed, there were tables, chairs, benches, and simple wooden beds filled with people wailing in pain. Soldiers were roaming around everywhere, isolating people around the shed to prevent anyone from escaping and causing more infection. Not far away, a soldier could be seen bringing in patients for isolation from time to time. Lin Chen looked at the soldiers' protective measures and was impressed, but he didn't know what to say. I looked around, but I didn't see Yunwei. She walked slowly towards the shed, followed by the 4 girls. They were very scared and covered their veiled mouths and noses with their hands in horror. The scene was so terrifying and the atmosphere was so solemn that they couldn't help but be afraid. Ouch! Lin Chen approached a young man and saw him sitting on the ground, leaning on a chair, constantly touching his back and wailing. His face was red, obviously he had a fever. His body was covered with pustules, which was very scary. Seeing this, Rana and others subconsciously retreated. Sealing smallpox? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and instantly thought of the knowledge he had learned from books. If it's not smallpox, then what is it? The symptoms are completely common, and it spreads so quickly. Mr. Lin. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Chen and greeted him while suppressing his fatigue. You rest first and don't talk, Lin Chen replied. However, before he could finish, an urgent voice suddenly came from not far away. He's dead, Lao Lu is dead. Wow, boss, why did you suddenly abandon the orphans and widows? Daddy. As the sound rang out, the voices of a girl and a boy followed, and it was very tragic. Huh! Lin Chen took a deep breath. The mortality rate of smallpox was too high. Chapter 66 Provocation. Hee. The middle-aged man heard the sound and looked sideways, only to see soldiers rushing over, dragging the corpse and preparing to burn it. It is my honor to meet Mr. Lin before I die. The middle-aged man stared at Lin Chen and said with a wry smile. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? At this moment, a hurried voice suddenly came from the soldiers who were maintaining order on the side. Lin Chen looked over and saw a soldier staggering and then falling to the ground with a thud. When his companions saw him, their faces were filled with pain and reluctance. They waved their hands, and several soldiers around them removed his weapons and armor and dragged him aside. The movements were very skillful, obviously not the first time he had encountered this. This is already the number of soldiers that have come today. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Are you a soldier too? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. Lin Chen nodded and said nothing. Smallpox cannot be cured with current technology. Even in the era before Lin Chen, there was no specific medicine to cure it. The only way is to isolate, replenish nutrition and water, wait for self-healing, and use drugs to suppress it as much as possible. But it can be prevented in advance, and that is vaccines. But how can we get vaccines now? With a frown, Lin Chen wanted to look for Yunwei. With such defensive measures, more and more people would be infected, so he had to strengthen the defense. Don't worry, with our senior brother Xingbai here, this plague will definitely be resolved. Just as Lin Chen was looking around, Yunyu, Xingbai and Zhang He suddenly walked out of a house in the distance, talking and laughing. Long Jingyuan looked at Zhang He with a depressed look on his face. They had known each other for a long time that Zhang He was a quack doctor. But he couldn't do that now, because his senior brother Xingbai was right next to him. Let's go and take a look. Lin Chen walked quickly. He had to find a way to solve the problem of sealing. Otherwise, I would have to flee Jinbei City. You again. As soon as Lin Chen approached, Zhang He felt as if facing a great enemy, and his angry voice rang out. He stared at Lin Chen with hatred on his face and said, Is this a place you can stay in? How did you get in? Get out of here right now. Xingbai on the side was unhappy again. How could this person come in? He said, Those who can come here are either doctors, government officials, or important figures in the Jinbei Palace. What are you doing here? Xingbai said with disdain and arrogance. Oh no! Long Jingyuan, who was standing by, saw that he had the same character as Zhang He. All the members of Sun Shi's lineage were like this. Just looking at it is enough. Just as he was about to curse, Yunwei glared at him. Yunyu looked at Xingbai and said, Mr. Xing, this is my princess's husband, so he can come. Although Yunyu didn't want to offend Xingbai, after all, Xingbai was the first doctor to arrive here. But he still has to protect Lin Chen. The husband of Her Royal Highness the Princess? Xingbai roared angrily upon hearing this and looked at Lin Chen. He looked at Yunwei again and said subconsciously, The princess is so beautiful, only someone like Xingbai can match her. After these words were spoken, Yunwei frowned, and Ranner and the others all looked unhappy. What about them? Xingbai looked around at Ranner and the others. He had seen them outside and thought they were just people watching the fun. Now he actually followed in. We are also the wives of this gentleman, Ranner and others said sharply, having been unhappy with Xingbai for a long time. Very arrogant. What? Xingbai heard the voice, looked around at the 5 women, and felt dazzled. She was furious and said, Such a beautiful woman actually married such a man. God is so unfair. As he spoke, Xingbai staggered back a step. Oh no! Long Jingyuan frowned as he looked at Xingbai's condition. This is Zhang He's character. Xingbai is like this today. There is no one else like him. Too lazy to pay attention, Lin Chen looked at Yunwei and walked away slowly without any protective measures. He took the veil from Han Yan and put it on Yunyu, saying, This will reduce the chance of infection. Can it reduce infection? When Long Jingyuan heard this, his eyes bulged and he also wanted one. However, before he could open his mouth, Xingbai, who was standing by, saw what was happening and gritted his teeth. He was actually being affectionate with his goddess in front of him. He shouted angrily, You are spreading lies here again to confuse the people. Don't think you can talk nonsense just because you are the princess's husband. Do you know what medicine is? That's right, you're a piece of trash. Zhang He on the side quickly caught up and glared at Lin Chen. He said, Medical science is not something you can touch. You don't understand shit. Oh no! Long Jingyuan got angry when he heard it. He is relying on his medical skills and the fact that he needs them right now, so he is being arrogant here. He shouted angrily, This is not the time to talk about this. Saving lives is the most important thing now. Do you know what a doctor's heart is like that of a parent? That's right. Ranner took over the conversation after hearing it. She had been unhappy with the two of them for a long time. If he was really a doctor, he would have started treating him a long time ago. Why is he still shouting and yelling here? Yue Wei became even more venomous. You've been here for a long time. Do you know the symptoms? Have you been to see a doctor? We all went. You didn't see anything and just screamed here. Ruowan took over the conversation. Is this what the so-called Sun Shi lineage of medicine is like? Don't they know the responsibilities of a doctor? Han Yan asked. You. Xingbai was directly confronted by the 4 girls and stammered, not knowing what to say. Hee. Long Jingyuan looked at everything in front of him and was also stunned by the words of the 4 girls. When did you become so sharp-tongued? Why don't we see each other on weekdays? That's right. Long Jingyuan also spoke, nodded in agreement, and smiled strangely. Then he came closer to Han Yen and said, sister-in-law. No, brother-in-law and sister-in-law. No. Well, what should I call you? If I can't think of it, I won't think about it. Said to Han Yen. Can you give me a veil? No. Han Yen shook her head when she heard it. Why? Long Jingyuan was surprised. It was said that it could reduce infection. My sister has it, so why don't I? Am I so unimportant? Because I only brought a few of us, Han Yen said. Long Jingyuan wanted to cry but had no tears. You guys. Xingbai trembled with anger when he heard that Long Jingyuan had followed suit. When he saw again that she also wanted a veil, his eyes were red with anger and he wanted to speak, but he was too excited and couldn't organize his words for a while. Please ask Dr. Xing to help with the treatment as soon as possible. Yunyu also felt very happy. But she was the head of the family, so she couldn't do that and could only speak respectfully. You still want me to treat you? Xingbai raised his eyebrows. This was simply outrageous. She cried out angrily. I will heal you if you take off your veil. If you want me to take action, you can't listen to him. That's right. Zhang He quickly followed suit and shouted angrily. After saying this, Yunyu frowned. This was too much. Ha ha! Lin Chen felt it was ridiculous and sneered. What are you laughing at? Xingbai said angrily. Do you know what disease this is? Lin Chen was puzzled. You let others remove the veil without doing anything. Do you think this is the quality of a doctor? Or is it that your son's Shi lineage does not know how to diagnose diseases? Xingbai was speechless and didn't know what to do. Yes, we not only need it. Long Jingyuan found a piece of cloth from somewhere. He roared at Xingbai. I want our entire Jinbei army to be used. Speaking for her brother-in-law, what else can her sister do to herself? What I want is to vent my anger. You! Xingbai was speechless when he heard this. After all, Long Jingyuan was the prince. I haven't seen it, but we are from the Sun Shi lineage, there's nothing we don't understand. Zhang He on the side did not dare to offend Long Jingyuan. He stared at Lin Chen and shouted angrily. But you, after learning a little bit, are showing off here. Do you know what this is? Zhang He roared. Smallpox. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard it. He didn't want to say any more to the two of them and said coldly. Smallpox? Ha ha! Xingbai laughed when he heard it and said, Do you know what smallpox is? Smallpox has never appeared in the entire north. It has only ever occurred in the south, Xingbai said disdainfully. It has never appeared in the north, only in the south. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. A thought flashed through my mind, and I realized why this smallpox came so suddenly. Chapter 67 Dr. Shui. Just as Xingbai and Zhang He were laughing wantonly, Yunyu looked at Lin Chen in fear, hesitated for a moment, and said, Is it really smallpox? If it's smallpox. Long Jingyuan also put away his usual frivolous attitude and looked at Lin Chen with fear. After hesitating for a while, he said, If it is smallpox, then Jinbei City will be destroyed. Long Jingyuan said this, but then he didn't dare to say anything more. It was obvious that he was very afraid of the existence of smallpox. Long Yunhua looked at each other worriedly. Smallpox has existed for a long time and is the most terrible plague. It has happened countless times in history, and each time tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people died. Not only that, it also happened in the first year of the founding of Dying, when the imperial court directly ordered the closure of a city. Nearly 400,000 people died, and the city became a dead city. This was also something that everyone at the scene had experienced. Long Yunhua and Long Jingyuan were silent. Will Jinbei City become a dead city? No. Zhang He looked at the expressions of Long Jingyuan and Yunyu, and it would be a lie to say that he was not afraid. When smallpox broke out, doctors rushed to the front line, and almost no one came back alive. Our senior brother Xingbai has seen everything, Zhang He said. He will know once he takes a look. Hee hee. Xingbai smiled awkwardly. He had only heard of smallpox but had never seen it. But after seeing Lin Chen's condition, he mustered up the courage and said, I'll go take a look, wait for me. As he spoke, Xingbai pulled Zhang He towards the shed, intending to check. Ask someone to find some clean cloth strips and have the soldiers wear them. Smallpox is mainly spread through droplets and breathing, Lin Chen said to Yunhua when he saw Xingbai leaving. Is it really smallpox? Yunyu still couldn't believe it, and stared at Lin Chen hesitantly. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. There's a 90% chance it's smallpox. Ha ha! As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, Xingbai's laughter rang out from the side. Xingbai and Zhang He came happily. Zhang He said arrogantly. Brother Xingbai checked it out. It's not smallpox, but chickenpox. Don't panic. Xingbai looked at Yunyu, flattering her, trying to please her. Quack. When Rana heard this, how could she believe them? Li Rowan was like that before. When the three girls heard this, they all looked at Xingbai with distrust on their faces. Humph! Xingbai was furious when he heard this. Who do you think you are? How dare you insult this doctor? Your Highness, do you choose to believe in my son's Shi lineage or in them now? If you choose them, I will write a letter to my master, asking him not to rush back. Xingbai shouted angrily. Yunyu was in a dilemma. She believed in Lin Chen's judgment, but she did not dare to offend such a great doctor. Are you sure this is chickenpox? Lin Chen was almost convinced by this idiot, and asked doubtfully. Are you sure what you said is correct? I'm sure I'm right, Xingbai said, but I'm not sure. It's not you who has the final say. Who do you think you are? Then who has the final say? Ronner asked back. Of course there are great doctors who recognize it, such as my master, Xingbai responded. Humph. Rana looked unconvinced. Her husband was so capable, wasn't it just that he didn't have a certified medical doctor? I was full of dissatisfaction, but I didn't know how to refute it. Dr. Shui is here. Just at this moment, a soldier came over and informed Yunwei and Long Jingyuan. Dr. Shui is here? Yunwei was very excited when she heard this. Has Dr. Shui arrived? Said, go and invite him quickly. I forgot that there is a great doctor in Jinbei City. Rana was also happy when he heard it, and said to Xingbai. She is certified, you are convinced. Of course I'm convinced. Zhang He said. Are you so sure that you are right? Xingbai raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. What if Dr. Shui also says it is chickenpox? Rana was speechless. Indeed, what if the great Dr. Shui was also a mediocre doctor? I felt unhappy for a moment and looked in the direction the soldiers left. Lin Chen doesn't care and respects the fate of others. As long as Yunwei protects herself, it doesn't matter to others. The worst that can happen is that I can just leave Jinbei City. Watching quietly, I was also curious about the ability of Dr. Shui. A moment. I saw a beautiful woman trotting over with a medicine box in her hand, led by a soldier. It was the woman Lin Chen had met that day, Shui Shiyun. Rana and others looked over curiously. Shui Shijun did not follow the soldier's instructions to meet Yunwei and others immediately, but rushed directly into the shed. Lin Chen praised this move, which puts patience first. Different from the Zheng Bai Shabi in front of him. Let's go and take a look. When Yunyu saw this, she also followed in the direction of Shui Shijun with concern. Lin Chen and others together. When I walked up to Shui Shijun, I saw that Shui Shijun kept observing the patient, his eyes bulging, getting bigger and bigger, and a hint of fear flashed between his brows. It was as if I had seen some terrifying existence. How? Yunyu asked nervously. Smallpox, smallpox, it's smallpox. Shui Shiyun's hair stood on end. What? Is it really smallpox? Long Jingyuan was horrified. Smallpox? I just came into contact with a patient. Will I get smallpox? Zhang He turned pale with fear. In this era, getting smallpox was equivalent to declaring death. I've touched it too. Xingbai was terrified, but he believed what Dr. Shui said. Because Dr. Shui personally experienced the smallpox outbreak in the south and was the only doctor who survived. I didn't know what to do, so I looked into the distance, wanting to escape. But he was frightened by Yin Yu's fierce look. When smallpox came, doctors must rush to the front line. If they dared to escape, they would be sentenced to death. Just as several people were frightened, Shui Shiyun suddenly took out a veil from the medicine box and covered her mouth and nose. This made Lin Chen raise his eyebrows. She actually knew the basic defense. Shui Shiyun looked around, then glanced at Yunwei and said angrily, You know how to protect yourself, but why don't you protect those soldiers well? Do you want them to go out and infect more people after their shift change? Whenever Shui Shijun thought about the incident in the south where so many people died, her legs began to tremble. Yunyu didn't know how to respond to Shui Shijun's scolding. He is a great doctor, a person whom even his father has to respect, and whom the emperor will receive when he arrives in Kyoto. I just brought it on. Rana came to the rescue and said, My husband brought it from home. Did you bring it with you just now? Shui Shijun was puzzled. Yes. Long Jingyuan spoke, also to explain, fearing that Dr. Shui would be unhappy. Said, Just now my brother-in-law asked me to find the veil and prepare it for the soldiers, but it was too late. Okay then. Shui Shijun nodded, realizing that she had misunderstood Yunwei, and bowed to Yunwei to express her apology. He said, Please forgive me, my lord. It's okay. Yunyu nodded, looked at Long Jingyuan, and said, Go find it quickly. Yeah. Long Jingyuan nodded and left. Zhenbai and Zhang He, who were standing by, saw that Dr. Shui agreed with Lin Chen's method. They searched their bodies but couldn't find any cloth, so they had to cover themselves with their sleeves. Have you seen smallpox? Dr. Shui watched Long Jingyan leave, feeling relieved. He stared at Lin Chen, feeling somewhat familiar, and realized that it was the so-called Mr. Lin. But since they are not in the same field, there is no need for her to be humble or polite. Confused, he asked Lin Chen, "How did you know to cover it with a piece of cloth?" Chapter 68, Promise Yourself. Me? Lin Chen was stunned when he heard it. What did you mean? Did the teacher teach you? He took a deep breath and said, I followed a teacher in my early years, and he told me. Teacher? Shui Shijun frowned when he heard it. Anyone who knows this method must be someone who has surpassed the realm of a great doctor. Could it be that Lin Chen is the disciple of someone who has surpassed the realm of a great doctor? Realizing the situation, he said, Meet Mr. Lin. The word, sir, means that Lin Chen was recognized by Shui Shijun. Everyone around was shocked and showed expressions of disbelief, but Rana looked calm, because her husband was the miracle doctor in the village. He is definitely not inferior to the so-called great doctors. Dr. Shui and my master are of the same generation. Calling Lin Chen Mr. Lin doesn't mean that he is of the same generation as my master. Xingbai was surprised. Do I have to address him respectfully when I see him in the future? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Oh no! Zhang He on the side was even more unconvinced and wanted to speak, but Dr. Shui was here, so it was not his turn to speak. Don't forget that Dr. Shui has always looked down on our Sun Shi lineage. You also know how to use this to cover it up. Lin Chen was also curious why Shui Shijun knew this. Could he be a time traveler as well? That year there was smallpox in the south. Shui Shijun recalled bitterly. My master, fellow apprentices and I rushed over, but we were unable to do anything. My master is dead, my fellow disciples are dead, and I am the only one left. Because I was young I had less contact with them and was not infected. I thought my fellow disciples were dead and I would die too, but I ran into an old man with a cane checking the situation. Teach me this, tell me that maybe I can survive this way. Shui Shiyun shook her head. He said, that man seemed to know how to deal with smallpox, but after the disaster, when I tried to find him, he had already left. Oh? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. So that's it. He thought it was a time traveler. Mr. Lin, do you know how to treat smallpox? Shui Shijun looked at Lin Chen in confusion. When everyone heard this, they thought that Dr. Shui meant that she didn't know how to treat the disease. He didn't know what to do about the top figures in Jinbei's city. Everyone looked at Lin Chen, only to see Lin Chen shook his head and said, It cannot be cured. Incurable? Shui Shijun was shocked, and her whole body seemed to be limp. Everything that happened back then was her inner demon. Coming from a medical family, I was taught from childhood that a doctor is like a parent. But seeing so many people die and being powerless to do anything, how could she not develop a mental disorder? Bitter sigh. Then what should we do? Yunyi looked up. Smallpox, it's really smallpox, Jinbei's city is finished. Looking around, every soldier and sergeant looked hesitant. Are they afraid? They were afraid, but their duty as a soldier prevented them from wavering in the slightest. But I have a way to curb the spread, if there is enough opportunity. Lin Chen thought for a while and said, Maybe the people will never get smallpox again. Lin Chen knew at least 2 ways to contain smallpox. Smallpox vaccination and cowpox vaccination. The smallpox method is to grind the scabs of people with mild smallpox into powder and blow it into the nasal cavity of healthy people to form antibodies. The cowpox rule is because cows can also be infected with a virus that has the same antigens as smallpox. A small blade is dipped into a small amount of cowpox paste, and then a 1 to 2 centimeter long wound is made on the arm to form antibodies. The cowpox method is safer because cowpox has little impact on humans. But it requires chance, that is, finding a cow that happens to be infected with cowpox. Never again get smallpox? Everyone present looked at Lin Chen, extremely excited that there was such a solution. Shui Shijun, in particular, was so excited that she was trembling all over. If she could never get smallpox again, wouldn't that mean smallpox had been eradicated? As expected, Lin Chen is the disciple of someone who has surpassed the realm of great doctors, and only those people know how to contain smallpox. Even his teacher's realm may be higher. After all, if Lin Chen's words are fulfilled, it can be said that smallpox will be eradicated. Is it true that the person who can eradicate smallpox is simply someone who surpasses great doctors? Impossible. But Shui Shiyun didn't care about these. What she cared more about was the inheritance her father left her, that a doctor is like a loving parent. He took a deep breath, puffed, and looked at Lin Chen. Please, Mr. Lin, save Jinbei City and the people of Djingdiangxia. This? Lin Chen took a look and wanted to reach out to help Shiyun up. If Mr. Lin is willing to help, Shiyun is willing to marry him, Shui Shiyun said respectfully. After these words were spoken, everyone took a deep breath. Shui Shijun is the woman that even the king of Jinbei wants to get. It is said that the reason why Sun Shi did not leave Jinbei's city was also for him. Lin Chen was also stunned, and his outstretched arms stopped in midair. There are already 5, no more. Should I take action now or not? If I don't take action, Jinbei's city will be lost and so many people will die. It seems that I am going against my conscience, and I am also going against Yunwei and Long Jingyuan. But if you take action, it is entirely possible as long as the opportunity is sufficient. Wouldn't that mean you will have one more wife? I'm depressed. Please help me to defend Beiqing, my husband. Yunyu saw Lin Chen's condition and spoke hurriedly. Brother-in-law, please save my Jinbei city. Long Jingyuan arrived at some point. I've decided. Rana looked at the scenes, pondered for a moment, and said decisively. My husband will take action. I am the boss and I have the final say. It will be more lively with one more sister, Rana said again. Lin Chen was speechless. Rana, how many do you want to help me collect? Each one is something you agree to. Yes. One more sister will make the house more lively. It's just a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks. That is. The 3 girls also started talking about it, and were very happy that there was one more person in the family. Huh! Lin Chen sighed deeply when he heard it. Please help, Mr. Lin. Shui Shijun looked at Lin Chen, pleading. I will never break my promise. Once I succeed, I will definitely marry you. Okay. Lin Chen sighed. What else can he do now? Don't you agree? I could only nod. Xingbai and Zhang He looked at each other at the same time. Wasn't Dr. Shui already favored by the teacher? Now you actually agreed to Lin Chen? What should I do? Thank you, Mr. Lin. Shui Shijun was delighted, her brows full of hope. I wonder how Mr. Lin plans to curb smallpox in Jinbei City? How can we prevent the people from getting smallpox again? After he finished speaking, everyone around looked at Lin Chen, full of curiosity. Not only the people nearby, but also the soldiers in the distance were looking over excitedly, as Mr. Lin was their only hope. Otherwise they will just die. That is, Lin Chen pondered carefully, recalling the isolation measures when the plague came that he had read in the book before. He was about to speak but was suddenly interrupted. How brave! At this moment, a deep voice sounded in the distance. How dare you claim to stop smallpox? Only those who have surpassed the realm of great doctors may know something about such a unique skill. To make people unable to get smallpox again is simply a pipe dream. Even a great doctor cannot do it? You said you are a disciple who surpasses the great doctor. As the saying goes, the truth is not easily passed on. Who are you to be taught in this way? Chapter 69 Sun Shi. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Looking closely, I saw a middle-aged man walking towards me proudly with 7 or 8 young men in white clothes. I have met Dr. Sunday. Yunwei spoke first and saluted the middle-aged man. The man was none other than Sun Shi, the head of the Sun Shi lineage, also known as Dr. Sun. As the representative of the medical tradition in the Northern Territory, the king of Jinbei would personally meet him whenever he saw him. How could Yunyu not be polite? Hello, Dr. Sunday. Long Jingyuan also walked closer. Lin Chen and the others watched quietly. Shui Shijun did not go over, and there was even a hint of discomfort between her brows. Obviously there is a conflict between the two. The inheritors of Dr. Shui's lineage have died one after another, and now only Shui Shijun is left. It is estimated that Sun Shi used his authority to oppress Dr. Shui. Teacher. When Xingbai saw Sun Shi appear, he hurried over and bowed respectfully. He looked around at the young men and said, Hello, senior brothers. Teacher. Zhang He followed after hearing that. He was not Sun Shi's apprentice at all, but he still followed and called out. After all, Sun Shi's lineage likes to do this kind of thing. No matter what, they recruit disciples everywhere and expand their reputation. He looked around at everyone and said, Hello, fellow brothers. Yeah. Sun Shi nodded, not caring about it. He was just a small figure. He glanced at Lin Chen, then looked at Yun Yu and Long Jinyuan, and said, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness, Princess. Don't be fooled by some people's tricks. There is no one in the world who can stop smallpox. Because of some promises, I married this kind of person. Sun Shi frowned. With endless sarcasm, she said, You might as well marry my eldest disciple, Sangu. He can also represent Sun Shi's lineage and unite with the Jinbei Palace to stabilize the north. Sun Shi said arrogantly. Yun Yu frowned when she heard this. If it were someone else, they would have gotten angry, but the person in front of her was Sun Shi. I don't mind. The young man on Sun Shi's left heard the voice and replied lightly. He said, If the princess is willing, I am still willing to reluctantly unite with the Jinbei Palace to help the people in the north. Damn it! When Long Jinyuan heard this, he felt angry. But when he saw Sun Shi, he didn't dare to say more. If we offend Sun Shi's lineage now and they all leave, how can we save the people? I'll deal with you when this is over. Hee hee. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Arrogance is passed down from generation to generation. Zhang He is like this, Xingbai is like this, and now this Sengu is like this. Isn't what Sun Shi said just now also correct? When the weather is crazy, it will rain. When people are crazy, there will be disaster. There are also some people. Sun Shi looked at Xue Shiyun, who was standing beside him, and said, some people have experienced the disaster and have developed demonic barriers. As a great doctor, you have simply lost your mind and are blindly following one side of the story. Humph! Dr. Xue frowned when he heard this, stared at Sun Shi and said, then do you have any way to save Jinbei City? Save? What can we save? Sun Shi frowned and said, smallpox appears, so we can only give up Jinbei City. Give up Jinbei City? Yunyu didn't say anything else when she heard it, but she couldn't do this. How many people are there in Jinbei City? More than 400,000 people. They just gave up. No! Long Jingyuan was unwilling to hear that. Jinbei City was their foundation, how could they give up? Just give up? Have we given up on Jinbei City, which we have defended for so many years? I won't give up. The soldiers not far away also started talking. A doctor is like a parent. Ranair frowned when he heard this and said, just give up. Don't you even have the courage to save people? Are you still a great doctor? The three girls were unwilling to do so when they heard this. Except for Rana and Yue, who were not from Jinbei City, the others were not. They were born and raised here, how could they give up? Moreover, Rana and Yue had already regarded Jinbei City as their home and were unwilling to give it up. Who do you think you are? Sun Shi frowned and glared at Rana when he heard it. What he said makes sense. Lin Chen saw that Sun Shi dared to attack Rana. Speaking directly, you are a representative of the medical school, it is inappropriate for you to just say you give up. A wise choice. Sun Shi glared at Lin Chen. A knowing choice? Lin Chen said disdainfully. What about those doctors who died in the plague? Yes. Xue Shijun suddenly thought of his father and senior brothers when he heard it. Dao. Doctors are the representatives of retrograde movement. They are the only hope for patients when illness strikes. Ha ha! Sun Shi laughed disdainfully. She didn't know Xue Shijun's situation. Only when you are alive can you have a future. When you die, you have nothing. If you insist on doing it your own way, I, the Sun Shi clan, will not play with you anymore. After saying this, he looked around, looked at the doctor in the shed not far away, and shouted, all those who belong to my Sun Shi lineage, follow me. What's wrong? Dr. Sun won't save us anymore? What should I do? No. When the patients heard this, they were all excited. The doctors also put down what they were doing, looked at Sun Shi, sighed, and walked towards Sun Shi. At one moment, all the doctors in the tent disappeared. Almost everything about doctors in Jinbei City is related to Sun Shi. Dr. Sun. Yunyu looked at the scene in front of him with an extremely gloomy expression. Princess, don't blame me, the Sun Shi family, for being unkind. What if we unite? Sun Shi said lightly, glancing at the three people beside him. I saw three smug smiles. He continued, my Sun Shi lineage can stay and help you stabilize the people, but we definitely won't do that now. Don't you have Dr. Xue? Don't you have your pretentious husband? Let them take action. I'd like to see what tricks they can come up with. Sun Shi laughed proudly. He turned around and left with everyone. Two idiots, I want to see how to save the 400,000 people in Jinbei City. Sun Shi was proud. Shouted, there's not even a doctor to help. As Sun Shi spoke, he became more and more proud, and the students around him did the same, laughing proudly. I want to kill him. Long Jingyuan shouted angrily, but was stopped by Yunyu. If Sun Shi is touched, it will definitely alarm the world and be remembered by the medical community. Who will dare to come to the territory of King Jinbei in the future? She turned around and looked at Lin Chen, saying, Husband, are you confident? After that, everyone looked at Lin Chen. It's not that we don't have confidence, Lin Chen said lightly, causing everyone to frown in joy. Lin Chen never does anything without a purpose. But we are short of people now, Xue Shijun said, looking at Yunwei and said, is there any way to invite the army's doctors? We can't help it. The army's doctors can't move, Yunyu said. There's a war going on in the northwest right now, and the enemy in the north is also eyeing us covetously. The army is ready to go at any time. Oh. Dr. Xue heard this and realized that he couldn't lose sight of the big picture. It's not that there is no solution. Lin Chen paused and said, most people in Green Willow Village know something about medicine. Lin Chen smiled faintly. He had taught them the people from Green Willow Village before, and even wrote a book for them when he left. There aren't many people, Lin Chen continued. But there are probably about 200 people. Yes. Rana was delighted. She could see the old village chief again. Chapter 70 Arrangement. Recently I often hear about the search for the Empress. Long Jingyuan said in surprise, then suddenly shut up, realizing that he had said the wrong thing. He hurriedly said, "The patrol troops came back and said that the people of Green Willow Village were practicing medicine everywhere and saved many people." Oh? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the people in Green Willow Village have already carried forward their medical skills. Green Willow Village? Shui Shijun had never heard of it. But he still said, "Everyone in the village knows medical skills. If we ask them to come, will they come?" "Yes," Long Jingyuan said. "Their medical skills were taught by my brother-in-law." "Ah?" Shui Shiyun looked at Lin Chen in surprise. He started preaching at such a young age? Even though he has been awarded the title of a great doctor, he still does not dare to preach. "I didn't expect that. I will invite them to Jinbei City now," Long Jingyuan said excitedly. "Hurry up and send the army. Bandits have been appearing frequently in the north recently." Yunyu shook her head and felt a headache. The war in the northwest during this period caused the northern border to be on thin ice as well. Not only that, bandits were everywhere again, and there were rumors that someone had annexed several big bandits. Now this happens again. It's all thanks to my own busyness. If Long Jingyuan doesn't behave properly for a day, there will be nothing he can do. Okay. Long Jingyuan nodded and was about to leave. Wait. Lin Chen took a deep breath and recalled what he had written at the beginning, which included simple protection against the epidemic, such as Isatis root and the like. We must act now, Lin Chen thought. But we must plan well. Yeah. Everyone nodded. They had no idea where to start, so they could only listen to Lin Chen. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Since Jinbei City is now the main place for the epidemic, then we will isolate the entire Jinbei City. However, because the North City is located inside the city and the population inside the city is dense, we must move the location to reduce the danger as much as possible. The first step is to build a temporary medical center outside the city. Yunwei, you are the princess and can mobilize troops. You are responsible for this. There must be progress within 3 days. It must consist of 2 parts. One is the observation area, the other is the isolation area. The observation area is mainly to observe people who have had contact with the patient to determine whether they are likely to be ill. The quarantine area is mainly for those who are sick to live and receive medical treatment, Lin Chen said lightly. Shui Shiyun looked at Lin Chen in surprise. He was so organized. From this alone, it seemed as if Lin Chen had really participated in the treatment of smallpox. After a closer look, there was nothing much to say. Okay, no problem. Yunyu nodded and said, "Arrange people to start immediately. It won't take 3 days. Make sure a part of it is built today to accommodate the existing patients." Yunyu was also anxious. The sooner the danger was eliminated, the more at ease she would be. The second step. Lin Chen nodded, not caring. He could understand Yunyu's feelings. After a pause, he said, "Viruses are usually spread through the air, so we must do a good job of disinfecting places where patients have appeared." Disinfection? Everyone was surprised. And what was that virus? Especially Shui Shiyun looked at Lin Chen with sharp eyes. At one point, he suspected that Lin Chen was the disciple of the great doctor. Otherwise, how could he have so many words that he had never heard of? "Ranner, you are responsible for buying a kind of medicinal material called Atractylodes Lancea, Zhu, from our Lin family's medicine shop and other major medicine shops in the city for fumigation. Let the smoke and dust fill the entire Jinbei City and the surrounding area," Lin Chen said. "Pave the ground with lime." As he spoke, Lin Chen looked around, but did not see Feng Shi, not from beginning to end. Such a big thing happened in Jinbei City, and he, the prefect, didn't show up? Did this old guy run away? But not people like this. Puzzled. Where is Lord Feng Shi? He went to comfort the residents, Yunyu said. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded. He also understood that the people should be the most panicked now. Then there is no need to arrange the order of the city by oneself, he said. Yunwei, you arrange for someone to cooperate with Ranner to do the disinfection work. Ranner, you are responsible for ensuring the disinfection supplies and communicating with Lord Feng Shi. Okay. Yunyu nodded. There were many people in their Jinbei palace. No problem. Ranner also nodded. These were all small matters. Shui Shiyun, who was standing by, kept Lin Chen's arrangement in mind, thinking it was worth learning. Now he no longer doubts Lin Chen's ability, which should be said to be too organized. The purchase must be completed today. Lin Chen continued to instruct Ranner, saying, "Some of them will be of great use by then." Okay. Ranner nodded. It was available in the Lin family's pharmacy, and it was not difficult to purchase. Rowan. Lin Chen frowned and looked at Rowan and said, Jinbei City may be closed for a while. So you have to ensure the supply of materials for the entire Jinbei City. Medicine is one aspect. Daily supplies are another aspect. You can check the inventory later to ensure that all the people can purchase them. Huh! Yunyu heard it. Indeed, people's livelihood must be guaranteed. Could it be that Lin Chen really dealt with a smallpox epidemic? For a moment, Yunwei seemed to see hope. Huh! Shui Shijun took a deep breath, took note of it silently, and became more convinced of Lin Chen's ability. Yue. Lin Chen thought for a moment, looked at Yue, and continued. You will be responsible for the safety and order of the outer isolation area and observation area after they are built. People ask Yunwei for it, and they must ensure that the family members and patients do not cause trouble or run around randomly. No problem. Yue heard this and thought it was suitable for her. What about me? Han Yen looked at everyone and saw that everyone had made arrangements except herself. You are responsible for contacting the college and students from all sides. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said, Stabilize the people's hearts and minds. Don't let those with ulterior motives cause chaos inside. AMU and the others cooperate with you to write articles every day to promote epidemic prevention knowledge and control public opinion. Okay. Han Yen nodded. This was also what she was good at. Huh. When Yunyu heard this, she thought of everything. Now that the situation has become urgent, it is amazing that he has been able to think so comprehensively and arrange things so appropriately. Even my own father might not be able to do it. Perhaps it would be better if Jinbei City was managed by Lin Chen. What about me? Dr. Shui frowned and looked at Lin Chen in confusion. He came here just to treat smallpox. It's impossible to just stand by and watch. You are responsible for the situation in the observation area. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said, And during this period, keep telling your story to Han Yen, write it down, and stabilize the people's hearts. Promote epidemic prevention knowledge, especially the veil protection, as many people are not used to wearing it. Lin Chen said. So we need someone with prestige to come forward, and that person is naturally you, one of the only 2 great doctors in Jinbei City. As Lin Chen spoke, he looked at Yunyu and said, Jinbei Palace and the prefect also need to publicize it. These things have to be done immediately. The army and city defense must wear it first. Lin Chen said. No problem. Shui Shijun nodded after hearing this. Okay. Yunwei also nodded. The arrangements are complete. Long Jinyuan looked at the fact that everything was almost arranged. He said hurriedly, Then I went to Green Willow Village? Chapter 71 begins action. Wait. Lin Chen hurriedly stopped him and said, It is very important for you to go to Laya Village to invite someone. This is related to everything that will happen next. Everyone was stunned when they heard the voice and looked carefully. Long Jinyuan also looked at it carefully. When you go to Laya Village this time, bring as many people as you can, as many as possible. Lin Chen said. Long Jinyuan nodded silently. There were just too many people in the Jinbei Palace. And bring the disinfectant products that Rana purchased. Lin Chen took a deep breath and continued. After arriving at Laya Village, find the village chief and bring back 100 people. Jinbei City must have a doctor, otherwise the people will be unstable. Lin Chen said. We don't have anyone available either. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Lin Chen's words, but they were also confused. Wasn't it said that there were about 200 people in Green Willow Village? Why not bring them all back? The remaining villagers of Green Willow Village. Lin Chen continued to make arrangements and said to Long Jingyuan, Divide your troops into as many groups as there are villagers who can be treated. Each group will take 1 person to each village to check the situation. If smallpox is found, the entire village will be immediately taken to the north of the town outside the city for quarantine and observation. If not, let the villagers of Laya Village organize a disinfection, and then give them disinfection supplies and let them disinfect regularly. Huh! Yunyu took a deep breath. She seemed to have forgotten the village in the north, but Lin Chen still remembered it. It seems that the observation area and isolation area must be built as large as possible. Shui Shiyun standing by also had a frown on her face. After suffering from smallpox once, she often inquired about the situation of smallpox in various places. No matter where they are, they only save the city, not the villagers. It's not that they don't want to save them, it's that they simply don't know how to save them. He looked at Lin Chen with sharp eyes, filled with an unknown emotion. Not only that. Lin Chen continued to look at Long Jingyuan and said, Before the smallpox is over, your people must regularly visit the villages to check on the situation, deliver disinfectants, and observe at all times. I understand. Long Jingyuan took a deep breath and intuitively felt that Lin Chen was really doing something big. Guarantee smallpox throughout the north. If this smallpox had not affected the north, it would have been a legendary event. I am creating a legend. At the same time, Lin Chen looked at Yun Yu and said, "After the villagers of Green Willow Village arrive, you and the prefect should also send people to cooperate with the villagers to inspect all the people in Jinbei City. If someone is found to have smallpox, his family and anyone who has come into contact with him must enter the observation area." "Yeah," Yunwen nodded. "Han Yen, you also need to make good preparations for this publicity." Lin Chen looked at Han Yen and said, "Prevent the people from not cooperating by then." "Okay," Han Yen nodded. "Huh." When everyone heard this, they realized that the regulations were so clear and perfect. "Husband, what about you?" Rana looked at Lin Chen in confusion. "As for me?" Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, "That's the quarantine area." "This?" Everyone was speechless. This was the most dangerous place. "I am also the chief commander of this incident. All your information will be reported to me," Lin Chen continued. "Then I will make further arrangements based on the situation. Yun Yu, your personal guard is responsible for delivering the message." "Okay." Yunwen nodded and had no objection. Everyone else thought the same thing. Who else could take on the role except Lin Chen? "All right." Lin Chen took a deep breath and said, "There is another very important thing, which is to find the cow." "Cow?" Everyone was puzzled. "Yes." Lin Chen took a deep breath and said, "And I want a patient with sores on the abdomen, similar to the patient now." "Okay." Everyone felt strange, but still agreed. "Okay then." Lin Chen paused, looked around at everyone, and said, "Let's start the action immediately. Your Highness, you must send those 100 people there as soon as possible." "No problem." Long Jingyuan nodded. He also understood that without these 100 people, the subsequent work would be difficult to carry out. 800 miles for express delivery, arrives in 2 days. I'll use this specification. Besides, we are less than 800 miles away, so people must be sent here tonight. Long Jingyuan curled his lips and spoke confidently. After that, everyone started to get busy. After Long Jingyuan put the cloth strips he found on the soldiers, he left. Yunwei handed over the existing isolation area to Lin Chen and Shui Shiyun to arrange. After all, there is no unified division at present. "Mr. Lin, these patients cannot leave now. How should we treat them?" Shui Shiyun looked around at the screaming patients and asked Lin Chen. "The first step is to separate those who are asymptomatic from those who have symptoms." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and made arrangements. "The second step is to separate those with mild symptoms and those with severe symptoms. Step 3, after row 1 confirms, you go to row 1 to ask for supplies. The patient's nutrition must be guaranteed." "Yeah." Shui Shiyun nodded frequently, with good reasons. "Huh." At the same time, Lin Chen took a deep breath and was about to use his magic weapon. He said, "All patients must be hydrated. Ask the soldiers to boil water for them." "Boiling water?" Shui Shijun was puzzled. "What was that?" "Just use a pot or kettle to heat the water to boiling, and then wait until it cools down enough to swallow before consuming it." Lin Chen took a deep breath. "Okay." Shui Shijun nodded. "Isn't this just like making tea without adding tea leaves, or boiling medicine without adding herbs? Randomly leave. Have you heard? It's confirmed to be smallpox. It's smallpox. This outbreak is smallpox. What should we do? Will we die in Jinbei City like those people? Escape? It is said that Dr. Sun Shi has evacuated all the doctors in the Sun Shi lineage. If they escape, they will be beheaded once the news spreads. Why did smallpox suddenly appear? It's so infuriating. What should we do? What should we do? Why do we have to do this? Master Feng Shi, do you know it is smallpox? Do you know that? Master Sun Shi is gone, do you know that?" Countless people wandered the streets, surrounded the city defense soldiers, looked at Feng Shi in the distance, and kept shouting and crying. The voices gathered together, as if the end of the world had come. Feng Shi shook his head bitterly. He also didn't know what to do. "Jinbei King's order, smallpox is coming. The epidemic is ruthless, but people are kind. Dr. Shui and Mr. Lin from Jinbei City have come forward and have made plans for the current situation. Everyone should not panic and go home. The Jinbei Palace and the prefectural government will live and die with you and will never retreat." Suddenly a soldier appeared, shouting and reading the note written by Yunwei. "Dr. Shui is still here. But we don't have a doctor. How can we treat so many people? Is it all up to Dr. Shui alone? Mr. Lin came forward, but why did he come forward? Will it be useful? This is not the way of literature, nor the way of business, but the way of medicine. Is what you said true? The Jinbei Palace and the prefectural government will live and die with us?" The people looked at the soldiers in confusion. "Good news, good news, good news." At this moment, a group of beggars appeared, holding a piece of paper and shouting, "There's news from the academy. Mr. Lin is the disciple of the great doctor who surpassed him, and he has participated in the treatment of smallpox. Dr. Shui is also assisting Mr. Lin this time. The beggar shouted loudly. Dr. Shui admitted it himself. What? Mr. Lin is a disciple who surpasses the great doctor? He also participated in the treatment of smallpox. Doesn't that mean we are saved? Did Dr. Shui admit it himself? How come Mr. Lin knows everything? It is our blessing to have Mr. Lin in Jinbei City. But Sun Shi's lineage is gone. Can we rely on Mr. Lin and Dr. Shui alone? Everyone is excited, but still has concerns and doubts. Chapter 72. The doctor arrives. Don't worry. The beggar picked up the note and showed it to everyone even though he couldn't read. He said, "It is said that before Mr. Lin entered Jinbei City, he taught medicine in a village called Alaya. There were more than 200 people in the village, all of whom were doctors." What? So many? There are only a few dozen people from the Sun Shi lineage in Jinbei City, but there are actually 200 more. Why does Green Willow Village sound so familiar? It seems that some time ago there were many traveling doctors claiming to be from Green Willow Village. It is said that their medical skills are amazing. I didn't expect that it was Mr. Lin's medical skills. Mr. Lin is so amazing. He has preached to more than 200 people and directly preached to an entire village. I just want to know if there is anything Mr. Lin can't do. The people were talking about it. Prince Long Jinyuan has already gone to invite him. It is said that he will arrive tonight. The beggar said happily again. Yes. Everyone nodded. The presence of a doctor at least made them feel more at ease. Mr. Lin, please go home. The beggar said. Everyone has rushed to buy supplies recently, so there is no problem with food and clothing. And the Lin family shop will provide you with more food to choose from. The beggar said. So you don't have to worry about your living needs in the future. All sick people are isolated outside the city, so there is no need to worry about being infected. As soon as the doctor arrives tonight, we will begin screening the entire city and isolate the sick outside the city. Then the entire Jinbei city was disinfected. The treatment will be provided by Mr. Lin. And free food and drink. The beggar smiled and said, the Lin family is responsible for it. In order to ensure the patient's nutrition, the patient's food is still the best. Dishes similar to those in Lin's restaurant. The beggar shouted. Lin Chen has come up with so many novel and delicious dishes during this period, so naturally, Ranner and the others learned from him and put them in the Lin family restaurant. It has long been famous in Jinbei City. Lin's restaurant is not expensive, but it is said to be booked until next year. Disinfection? What is that? I've never heard of it. It should be to get rid of evil spirits or something like that. But the key is that if you get sick, you can eat the dishes at the Lin family restaurant for free. This makes me so conflicted. I want to get sick too. Being sick? Being sick means death. But didn't Mr. Lin provide medical technology? Can Mr. Lin cure it? I don't know either. Everyone was talking about it. The specific information will be sent to each household in the form of flyers later, and then everyone will know all the arrangements. The beggar shouted loudly. Okay, let's go home. With Mr. Lin here, everything feels so smooth. Luckily, Mr. Lin is here, otherwise it would have been a mess by now. It is said that something happened in the south that year. In less than a day, the whole city was in chaos. Everyone talked about it and went home. Huh! Feng Shi looked at the scene in front of him and let out a long sigh. He was still frightened, but also grateful for Lin Chen's existence. In the south that year, it was said that as soon as something happened, the prefect was killed by the people because too many officials abandoned the people and left. Please follow the above instructions and protect the soldiers. Suddenly, a personal guard from the Jinbei Palace came over and handed a note to Feng Shi. The personal guards were Yunyu's personal guards, responsible for delivering information everywhere according to Lin Chen's arrangements. Feng Shi looked carefully and found that the arrangements were so well organized. His brows furrowed, but his heart felt at ease again, thinking that maybe he could really survive this smallpox incident. He turned sideways and prepared to make arrangements. Take good precautions. The virus is transmitted through what? Air? Droplets? What? What? Just let you listen, don't worry about it. This is arranged by Mr. Lin. Go, come and help me pull the cloth. Pile it up thicker, it should be more secure. Event arrangement, supplies will be distributed in the evening. We will buy them at cost price. I don't know what they have. It's cheaper this time. I can buy something I couldn't eat before. Looking for a cow? What are you looking for a cow for? Wife, do you have a cow at home? After everyone returned home, some people started receiving flyers. In order to print flyers, Shirtu and others were almost exhausted. Yunwei and Wanruo worked together to purchase a large number of printing plates, cut them, and started printing non-stop. Oh my god! He actually stabilized the situation. Isolation, what the hell? To say that he is a disciple who surpasses the great doctor is ridiculous. But he actually preached, and someone came tonight. How is that possible? Nearly dozens of people from Sun Shi's lineage gathered in a small house outside the east gate of Jinbei City. The reason why they didn't leave was because they were waiting for the Jinbei Palace to invite them. They just wanted to tell the Jinbei Palace that the medical knowledge in the northern border is still under the control of their Sun Shi lineage. But unexpectedly, I received this news. Everyone looked at the arrogant Sun Shi in surprise, only to see that Sun Shi was not afraid at all and asked, "Surpassing the great doctor's apprentice? I am so powerful, but I cannot become their disciple. How can Lin Chen become their disciple? Ha! You are so arrogant. I have never heard of the measures he mentioned when I was a disciple of a person who has surpassed the realm of great medicine. It's all just his bragging. 200 descendants? Ha ha! Sun Shi sneered and said, I only have a few dozen so far. The maximum level of surpassing a great doctor is 150. Could it be that Lin Chen has already crossed over to a realm beyond the great doctor? He's just a kid, Sun Shi said disdainfully. Just wait until things get out of control. That's when my Sun Shi lineage will emerge. Sun Shi smiled proudly. Since ancient times, no doctor has been able to recover from smallpox. And I am going to be the first person. As long as I run fast, there will be no problem at all. Ha ha! Sun Shi became more and more proud as he thought about it, and waited patiently. Time passed slowly, night passed. People bought cheap vegetables, and everyone knew that Lin Chen was really doing what he said in his flyers. But now that smallpox has just appeared, everyone is so nervous that they have not fallen asleep until now. Ding! The doctor has arrived. Everyone get ready and accept the doctor's examination. The doctor has arrived. Healer. In the city, the sounds of beggars, soldiers, gongs and drums continue to ring out, announcing the arrival of truly good news. Here you are. Get ready for inspection. Wife, wake the child up and make sure to check him. Don't harm the child. When will it be our turn? Time passed slowly and people looked out the window. As soon as the people from Green Willow Village arrived, they started to move without any time to rest. Under the escort of 2 soldiers, they went into the homes of the people one by one. Village chief, let's start with his family. The soldier, with his head covered tightly, took an elderly man into a family's house. The old man was the village chief of Green Willow Village. As the village chief, he naturally led by example. The soldiers didn't know how to address him, so they had to follow Mr. Lin and call him the village chief. Looking around the room, there were 3 people in the family. Ceiling check. The 3 of them understood what was going on when they saw it, and they hurried over and were the first to push their children out. The first check must be a child. The village chief didn't say much, but just stared at the child's body. Chapter 73. Everything is going smoothly. How is it? The child's father looked at the village chief worriedly. It's okay. After carefully examining him, the village chief said, There are no symptoms. Huh! The parents breathed a sigh of relief. The village chief then began to examine the 2 adults, and they held their breath, fearing that they might have the disease. If you have the disease, then your children will definitely have it too. No problem. After some observation, the village chief spoke. Ha ha! The couple looked at each other, and were very happy. Have you had any contact with people from the north of the city recently? Asked the village chief. No. The family of 3 shook their heads. Okay then. Keep an eye on each other. If anyone has a fever or body aches, shout outside the window. There will be a soldier on guard every 100 meters. The village chief looked at the 3 people and said, Seeking medical treatment in time can prevent the condition from getting worse. Food must be cooked thoroughly, not eaten raw or cold. Don't drink raw water, you must boil it, okay? Okay. The 3 nodded, full of respect for the village chief. Here. The soldier took out a medicine bag and said to the 3 people, This is the medicine bag. We are in contact with many people. After we leave, you should immediately fumigate and disinfect them. Okay. The man took it and nodded. Also, after the screening is completed tonight, the entire Jinbei city will be disinfected, so don't make a fuss then. Okay. The man nodded. Okay, we won't bother you anymore. The soldier said, took the village chief away, and went to the next house, repeating what he had just said. For a while, thick smoke gradually filled the whole city as every household was disinfecting themselves. Outside the East City. Although there are not many houses, they still belong to Jinbei City, so they will naturally be screened. Submit inspection. The soldier pushed open a big door and walked in with the village chief. Looking closely, he saw dozens of people gathered. They stared at the 3 people one by one, with unkindness in their brows. This made the soldiers startled and they looked carefully, only to see that the person in the center was the great Dr. Sun Shi. Greetings, Dr. Sunday. The 2 soldiers bowed quickly after hearing the voice. They originally thought that he had left, but they didn't expect that he was hiding here. Sun Shi. The village chief also heard it, and his face was full of respect. After all, Sun Shi was famous. I want to bow and say hello. Is this the quack doctor you hired? Sun Shi looked at the village chief with disdain, without waiting for him to speak. Then he looked at the soldier and said, Do you think the quack you hired is qualified to examine me? Dr. Sunday. The village chief didn't care. He paused and replied, It's good to check it out, just as a precaution. Get out. Who do you think you are? Sun Shi spoke directly and glared at the village chief, leaving him speechless. He continued, When I was treating a patient, you didn't even know where you were? You were checking me out. What a joke. If you want to check, let King Jinbei come. Sun Shi was disdainful. He was the one who had a conversation with King Jinbei, so he was naturally arrogant. Ha! The two soldiers heard the sound, glanced at the village chief, and the three nodded silently. Sun Shi is a great doctor, and this group of people are all doctors, so they should be able to make the judgment. Puzzled, he took out the disinfectant bag and said, Then what about this? No. Get out. Sun Shi shouted angrily. Okay, we'll take our leave now, said the village chief. 3 random people retreated. Let us examine him. What is he? I didn't expect that Lin Chen actually brought in a doctor. Just a bunch of quacks. As the 3 men left, everyone from Sun Shi's lineage shouted in disdain. It's the middle of the night, and many people can't sleep tonight. Old Manly, is there anything wrong with anyone in your family? No, I heard that something happened at a restaurant in the east of the city, but it's okay, don't panic at all. Go to the observation area and quarantine area to have a free meal. I heard that they have already been repaired. No, it is said that the city defense and soldiers were temporarily transferred here to build it. Now there is a war in the northwest, and we in the north may have problems at any time. It is good that they can be temporarily transferred here. I have to say that the soldiers are fast. Today I asked the beggars who passed on information, and they said that there was nothing wrong with the observation area. After confirming that there were no problems, we could come back, but the isolation area was full of patients. Several voices came from different houses. No one opened the window and chatted at the top of their voices. Then one voice joined in, and then another voice appeared inexplicably. Disinfected! People were chatting excitedly when suddenly soldiers started beating gongs and drums. At the same time, thick smoke filled the streets. Wife, open the window, wake up the child, and put on protection. What are you doing? Then the thick smoke came in and we disinfected it again, so we disinfected it one more time than others. The people were very cooperative, and even wished to be disinfected all the time. After all, they were very afraid of smallpox. Everyone, please remember to inform us if you have cattle that look like the ones described in the brochure. Mr. Lin said that this cow is the key to surviving smallpox this time. Everyone must cooperate. The soldiers' voices kept ringing in the thick smoke. Now everyone must know about it, and they must speed up the search for the cows. When the people heard the news, they all wrote down the incident, and some even squatted in their own cow sheds to watch. This thick smoke made me think Jinbei City was on fire. Fool Lin Chen actually wanted to use this method to dispel his so-called virus. Haha, you mean looking for a cow? Are you kidding me? In the house of Sun Shi's family, everyone was talking about it with disdain. Snort! Sun Shi snorted coldly and said disdainfully, I want to see what tricks this Lin Chen can come up with. What an idiot. Indeed an idiot. Sun Shi's clan and others echoed this. Observation area. Dr. Shui, am I okay? Dr. Shui, when can we leave? Dr. Shui, I don't have a fever. Can I leave now? A group of people came to the quarantine area and looked at Shui Shijun, who was observing with a doctor in the distance. Everyone follow Mr. Lin's instructions. Remember, do not get close to each other and protect yourself. Smallpox has an incubation period. Symptoms may appear suddenly, and you have no idea whether someone around you has already contracted smallpox. Dr. Shui reminded everyone. Does that mean we might have it? The people exclaimed. Don't worry. It can be controlled in the early stages, Shui Shijun said. These theories were taught to him by Lin Chen. He said to everyone, as long as everyone pays attention to daily monitoring, we have prepared medicines such as Qingma powder, Baihu decoction, and Zikao powder for everyone to take. As long as you eat it, it can be controlled, so everyone must pay attention. The prescription was also provided by Lin Chen. Shui Shiyun organized everyone to arrange it, and according to the doctor's instructions based on the patient's condition, the patient could take the medicine. Thinking back to the time when the smallpox outbreak occurred, it was so chaotic. Comparing it to now, Shui Shiyun felt like there was a world of difference. She even felt that she might be able to survive the smallpox disaster this time. Dr. Shui, the army has sent back the first batch, and we need you to make arrangements immediately. Suddenly one of Yunyu's personal guards came running over. Okay. When Dr. Shui heard this, he didn't expect that all the people in the village would be sent here so quickly. This time it was so orderly. He looked at the people around him and said, "Everyone return to your beds and do not walk around. The doctors from Group 1 will stay here and monitor the situation at any time." Shui Shiyun arranged. Lin Chen also arranged the groups, with 3 people in each group, for a total of 33 groups. 20 groups are being screened outside, 7 groups are in the isolation area, and 6 groups are in the observation area. After the screening group is finished, you can go to sleep and wait for the shift change tomorrow. He continued, Group 5 will cooperate with Group 1 to distribute medicine. Groups 2, 3, 4 follow me. Group 6 will prepare the medicine depending on the situation. After he finished speaking, Shui Shiyun was the first to act, and the others followed suit. Chapter 74. 7 days passed. In quarantine area. Ouch, it hurts, Mr. Lin. Is there still hope for us? Oh my god, why is our family in such a mess? It's so painful, Mr. Lin, you must save us. One by one, people selected from the city were sent to the quarantine area, and there were more than 4,000 people in total. Tens of thousands of people gathered in the observation area. Such a number is shocking. Just as Lin Chen and others finished their work, another group of people were sent in from outside the city. There weren't many people in the first batch, just a dozen or so. Lin Chen was fully armed and brought a group of doctors with him. He checked one by one, confirmed the situation, wrote out medicine, and looked around at the people who were sighing and anxious. Don't panic. The situation is not as difficult as you think. After all, we discovered it early and started isolating and treating it right away. So, each of you must maintain a good attitude. This is the first priority. If you are all afraid, then the virus in your body, Lin Chen said and paused. They don't understand viruses, he said. The evil spirits will naturally corrode your body. If you are not afraid and have a good attitude, they will also be afraid. Lin Chen started to comfort people directly. He continued, We have prepared a lot of prescriptions this time. You don't have to worry about the medicine. If this prescription doesn't work for you, the doctor will change it to another one based on your condition. As for why one prescription can't be used, it's because each person's situation is different, so it has to be changed. Remember to take your medicine on time, Lin Chen instructed and said. Also, everyone should try to eat well every time and ensure your body's nutrition. Otherwise, the evil energy will completely erode your body and you won't be able to bear it. Okay. Everyone nodded, looked at Lin Chen and others with gratitude, and kept thanking them. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Lin Chen didn't care. He looked around and saw the soldiers who were still building in the distance, as well as Yun Yu and others who were supervising on site. According to previous news, there are about 10,000 sick people outside the city. This is only the first batch. I believe that a large number of people will come tomorrow during the day. We should be able to get the shed up tonight. Next is the periphery. Take it one step at a time and just avoid getting wet in the rain. Looking at Jinbei City not far away, thick smoke was billowing, rising up and then blown away by the wind. Time passes slowly. First day. Long Jingyuan and others started the action last night, quickly screening out people near Jinbei City, bringing back 8,000 patients, and nearly 20,000 people entered the observation area. Then everyone started to move again. The second day. The scope has expanded and the number has decreased to about 3,000 people, and the number of people who need to be observed is less than 5,000. Lin Chen made a strange discovery that the closer he got to Jinbei City, the more there were. Day 3. The search area was expanded again, and the number was reduced again, to about 1,000 people, with less than 3,000 people needing observation. Day 4. The search area was expanded again, but many teams returned empty-handed, bringing back less than a few hundred people, leaving about 1,500 people who needed to be observed. Time passes slowly. 7 days passed in a flash. From that day on, no one from the village returned, but the search was still ongoing to prevent any further incidents. Lin Chen frowned as he looked at the patients. It was said before that there were about 10,000 patients, but he didn't expect that the actual number sent here was over 20,000. It has to be said that smallpox spreads very quickly. Although there are fewer people sent here now, we cannot relax and must remain vigilant at all times. After all, smallpox also has an incubation period. Ox. For 7 days, the prefect's city defense, the soldiers from the Jinbei Palace who were out, and the people were all searching for him. But when can we find it? Only after vaccination against smallpox can everything be truly over. In the north city of Jin. We have been screening for 7 consecutive days. Except for the first 2 days, there have been no cases in Jinbei City. Don't be too idealistic. Didn't Mr. Lin say that the incubation period of smallpox is 7 to 14 days? At least we made it through the first 7 days. There's still another 7 days left. Well, I have to say that Mr. Lin is really capable. Do you know what happened to the city in the south on the 7th day? It was almost an empty city. Look at us. We are doing fine. We haven't heard of many deaths. Those who died in the quarantine area were all elderly people. Mr. Lin said that fighting smallpox depends not only on drugs but also on the body. Smallpox. This is smallpox, a disease that many people cannot cure, but Mr. Lin cured it so easily, and even saved a city. I once suspected that Mr. Lin was sent by the gods in heaven to protect us, otherwise how could he know everything? Amiba, Mr. Lin, may the smallpox pass quickly. Have you heard that the great Dr. Sun Shi and his disciples are hiding in a house outside the East City? They want to come into the city to check the situation. They also said they want to come in to help, but the city defense won't let them in. Now they are making a fuss at the city gate. What have you been doing? The Sun Shi clan usually makes money from us, but they run away when something goes wrong. We are determined not to let them in. What a waste. Everyone is looking for the cow now. Mr. Lin said that finding the cow will mean victory. The people now have a little more vitality, without the dullness of chatting in the past. No, I am a doctor from the Sun Shi lineage. I order you to open the city gate immediately and let me in. Xingbai glared at the soldiers on the city wall whose faces were covered and who were fully armed, and shouted. 7 days have passed, and there has not been a collective smallpox outbreak in Jinbei City. This makes Sun Shi and others puzzled. If there was no outbreak of mass smallpox, he would not be able to run away, and there would be no point in running away. We still have to go into the city, and by then we can say that Sun Shi's lineage has cured the smallpox. However, the soldiers ignored them, as they had long been dissatisfied with Sun Shi's lineage. Fuck you! Xingbei shouted angrily. I am Sun Shi. Seeing that Xingbei's words were useless, Sun Shi glared at the gatekeeper and said, Open the door for me. Humph. The soldier heard this. You ran away when smallpox broke out, and now you want to get in? No way. He said. There is an order from above that outsiders must go to the observation area to observe and enter from the north gate. Is there an order from above? Whose order? Sun Shi was extremely angry when he saw the soldier's attitude. He shouted angrily. Even the king of Jinbei is polite when he sees me. You have to open the door immediately, otherwise I will report to King Jinbei and punish you. I don't belong to the Jinbei palace. I'm under the prefect. The soldier rolled his eyes at Sun Shi and said, Please distinguish between the two. Then go tell Feng Shi that I went in to help with the treatment. Sun Shi shouted angrily. Help with treatment? The soldier said disdainfully. If you want treatment you won't leave. He said. All the doctors in the city are at the north gate. If you need help with treatment you can go there. What? Zhang He was instantly furious when he heard it. It went without saying how dangerous the north gate was right now. The people at the north gate are either quarantined or under observation. He said. Are you asking us to die? Ha ha! The soldier shook his head when he heard this, thinking he was a coward. He said disdainfully, Jinbei Palace, Mr. Lin's wives, Dr. Shui, and Mr. Lin's descendants, which one of them is not there? Isn't the city defense also on the front line? Are you still doctors with a heart of parent? The soldier frowned and didn't want to talk to them at all. You! Sun Shi got angry and glared when he heard it. Chapter 75 Buying a Cow. I found the cows. Just at this moment, an old farmer with his head wrapped appeared in the distance, leading a few cows towards the city gate. He shouted loudly, I found the cow that Mr. Lin wanted. Ah? When the soldier heard this, his hair stood on end. Mr. Lin said that once he found the cow he needed, victory would begin. One of them dived towards the city gate and shouted to his teammates, Open the city gate, someone has found the cow. Click! The door was quickly opened, and a group of soldiers with their heads wrapped appeared and lined up on both sides. When Sun Shi saw this, he was furious. He called for the door but it didn't open, but they actually opened the door for a cow. Am I not even as good as a cow? However, before he could say anything, the old man led the cow to the city gate and said excitedly, I found it, I found it. Several soldiers were also excited. One of them, the soldier who had just talked to Sun Shi, said, Wait a moment, the doctor will come over to check it out. It will be fine after confirmation. Okay, the old man nodded. Immediately afterwards, an old man appeared. It was the village chief, who was now considered a responsible person. Lin Chen also trusts the village chief. This is my cow. The farmer also saw the village chief coming. They lived outside the East City, and the village chief came to their house to screen cows these days. So I know you, he said proudly. My cattle meet Mr. Lin's standards. Okay. The village chief nodded and leaned over to observe one of the cows. He saw that it was full of pustules. He heaved a sigh of relief and said with joy, "Sure, take your cow into the city." Cows recognize people and cannot be controlled by ordinary people. If Lin Chen wants to do something, farmers will definitely need to tie up the cows. Okay. The farmer was very happy and excited. This was a big thing he had done. One man and one cow saved a city, and now they have something to brag about. Wait. Sun Shi, who was standing by, glared at the village chief. Hello, Dr. Sunday. The village chief was still polite. Humph. Sun Shi looked at the village chief with disdain. The soldiers on both sides looked at Sun Shi unkindly, and they were very dissatisfied with this. So what if you, Sun Shi, are famous, but when smallpox came, did you do anything? Not only did he do nothing, he also looked down on the village chief who had done a lot. It's so infuriating. The village chief didn't care and just looked at Sun Shi quietly. Sun Shi said angrily, "Does it mean we can enter if we have a cow? That cow must meet the standards." The village chief did not comment. Humph! Sun Shi didn't bother to pay attention to the village chief. He looked at the farmer and said, "Old man, sell me one of your cows." Sell it to you? The farmer was unwilling when he heard it, and felt very uncomfortable with Sun Shi's arrogance. He said, "No, I'm going to give it to Mr. Lin." Humph! Sun Shi glared at him and said, "Bullshit, Mr. Lin. What did you say?" The soldier was unwilling to hear it. "What else can you do to me?" Sun Shi glared at them. "I am a certified doctor from Tianxia Medical Pavilion. The king of Jinbei has to be polite when he sees me. He doesn't even need to kneel when he enters Kyoto to meet his majesty. What do you guys want to do?" Humph. The soldier was speechless and looked unconvinced, but he didn't dare to say more. "Old man, your cow is worth at most 5 taels. Sun Shi looked around and locked on to the strongest cow. He said, "Sell this cow to me, and I'll give you 1,000 taels." 1,000 taels? Everyone was shocked and surprised to the extreme, feeling that Sun Shi was crazy. The old man took a deep breath. 1,000 taels was really too much. It's simply an astronomical figure. Puzzled. "Give me money now?" "No." Sun Shi shook his head and said, "I'll give you the money when I enter Jinbei City. I don't have enough money on me." "Forget it then." The old man was unwilling. "You." Sun Shi was so angry that he gritted his teeth and glared at the old man. It was obvious that the old man didn't care about him at all. The rustic peasants have no idea what their identity is and how important it is. He looked around at his disciples and said, "Everyone come together." "Oh." Everyone nodded when they heard it. They couldn't understand why the teacher gave such a high price at one time. For a cow weighing 5 taels, 10 taels at most will be enough. One after another, they reluctantly took out their banknotes, kept collecting money, and dug out all their savings. Who would carry so much money on them for no reason? "I have 10 taels. I have 20 taels. I have 47 taels." Everyone took out their money and after a long time, they still couldn't get enough. "Here are 876 taels. Sun Shi took them and handed them to the old man, saying, "I'll give you the rest after we get into the city." The old man hesitated, but this was still a sky-high price. The huge amount of money was right in front of him, so how could he refuse it? He took a deep breath, took the silver, and then handed the reins of the cow to Sun Shi. "Hand over the goods and pay at the same time." "Sir, can I come in?" the old man asked the village chief politely. "Okay." The village chief nodded and said, "Take your cow in." After saying this, the old man led 7 or 8 cows and slowly walked into the city gate. Sun Shi and other disciples followed the old man, intending to enter. "Wait a moment." The village chief paused and said, "I need to check it. Do I need to inspect the cows I bought from him?" Sun Shi was angry. "Follow the rules." The village chief was not afraid at all and said, "This is the rules set by the Jinbei Palace, Mr. Lin, and the prefectural government. It cannot be broken." Good, good, good. Sun Shi was trembling with anger when he heard it, and said, "What a great Jinbei Palace, what a great Mr. Lin, what a great prefectural government office. Wait, there will be a time when you will beg me for help." Sun Shi muttered through gritted teeth. "That?" The village chief checked on his own and said to Sun Shi in confusion, "Your cow does not meet the standards." "It doesn't meet the standards?" Sun Shi was surprised and said, "What standards are needed? It's just a cow, right?" "We need sick cows," replied the village chief. "What? We need a sick cow." Sun Shi was unwilling to accept it. How could such a weird thing happen? In fact, he would have known it if he had just taken a look at the flyer, but he just didn't read it. "Yes," replied the village chief. "What happened to that old man's cow?" Sun Shi looked at the old man angrily and glared at the village chief. "All his other cows are sick," the village chief replied. Even if only one cow is sick, I will let it go for the sake of that cow. What? All of them are sick, but I, the cow, am the only one that is not sick? Sun Shi was hysterical. Yes. The village chief nodded and added, this cow is too strong and it is difficult for it to get sick. Old man. Sun Shi stared at the old man angrily and said, change it for me. You chose it yourself. You can't change it. You can only buy it. The old man was not afraid at all. You. Sun Shi heard that. How could he have the money? The money we just collected was collected, but it's still not enough. Intend to rush through the door. Don't come in. The soldiers quickly surrounded them. You. Sun Shi blushed and pointed at the soldiers. Knowing that these soldiers will not back down in performing their military duties. He stared at the old man and said, why didn't you explain it clearly just now? You clearly knew I wanted to go into the city. You want to go into the city? The old man smiled wickedly and said, don't think I don't know who you are. I've seen your people for medical treatment before. But he thought the money I gave him was too little and refused to show it to me. The old man's brows were filled with anger. He continued, you ran away as soon as the smallpox appeared. You still want me to explain it to you clearly? You are dreaming. As he spoke, the old man tapped his pipe. Chapter 76 Cowpox. Just wait for me. Sun Shi was furious and wanted to curse the old man. But the city gate had been closed by a group of soldiers. You are outrageous. Sun Shi stood there in a daze, and then he heard the soldiers' laughter coming from inside the door. Instantly he was enraged again. Teacher, what should we do next? Zinbai took a deep breath and said, we don't know how to cook. We bought the meals sent by the Lin family a few days ago. In order to meet the needs of different people, Rowan mainly targets students. Many students who come to Jinbei City to study do not know how to cook. So we specially prepared hot dishes, of course at cost price. Now that we have no money, how are we going to eat? Zenbai said bitterly. Everyone realized the situation. Then do it yourself. Sun Shi was furious when he heard that. But buying vegetables also costs money. Zenbai replied bitterly. Can't you think of a solution yourself? Sun Shi didn't have the mind to ask these questions now. He spoke angrily, leaving Zenbai and others speechless. Sun Shi stared at the gate, furious, and said, Lin Chen, I want to see what tricks you can come up with. You want to cure smallpox with a cow, what a joke. In Jinbei City, the prefectural government office. Niu was taken directly to the prefectural government office. At such a critical moment, the prefect would not care about these things. Lin Chen and others got the news and rushed over. In a short while, dozens of people gathered in the small yamen. Hello, Mr. Lin. The old man was extremely excited when he saw Lin Chen appear. He had met Mr. Lin when he was strolling in the city. This is also a great asset for him to brag about in the village. What's more, he was even more excited because he was now helping Mr. Lin do something earth-shattering. Hello, old man. Lin Chen replied politely. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. The old man was extremely excited when he saw Lin Chen respected him so much. I wonder if anyone will believe this bragging after it is spread out. He looked at Lin Chen and said, Mr. Lin, take a look at this cow, is it okay? Okay. Lin Chen looked down and saw everyone staring and praying. Great, it's cowpox. Lin Chen stood up, extremely excited. Cowpox? What is that? Have no idea. With this, can we defeat smallpox? Mr. Lin will never be wrong. Everyone was confused and had no idea what smallpox was, but they still looked at the old man and the cow happily and excitedly. The old man felt everyone's gaze, and as he became excited, a smile kept appearing on his face. He was even a little shy. After all, there were so many people, all of whom he had never been able to reach. Village Chief. Lin Chen looked at the village chief and said, Gather people immediately and prepare to plant the vaccine. Vaccine? Everyone was confused again. Huh! Lin Chen felt everyone's gaze, paused, and said, Cowpox and smallpox have the same origin, but it only grows on cows and is almost harmless to humans. As long as we can find a way to implant cowpox serum into the human body, it will be equivalent to a case of smallpox. There is something in your body that can resist smallpox, so you will never get smallpox again. Lin Chen thought about it and tried his best to explain it in words that everyone could understand. This is why some people who survive smallpox will never get it again. Lin Chen continued. So that's how it is. Everyone nodded when they heard it. Many people know that people who have had smallpox cannot get it again, but the mortality rate of smallpox is too high. Very rarely. I instantly understood what Lin Chen meant. If this method can really prevent everyone from suffering from smallpox, then Lin Chen's achievement will be earth-shaking. No matter whether he is a great doctor, or one who surpasses the great doctor, or even one who surpasses the great doctor, no one can compare to him. Did I underestimate Mr. Lin's master? Shui Shiryun looked at Lin Chen with sharp eyes. There was confusion and admiration between his brows. Mr. Lin is so awesome. Then let's start planting right away. Yunyu was very anxious when she heard this. After all, it involved the safety of Jinbei City. No. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said, we must do a good job of ideological work among the people in advance. So, Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, the army and doctors will plant first. Only when the people see the results can they feel at ease. Yes. Everyone nodded. Since this involved hundreds of thousands of civilians, they had to be cautious. But how do we do it? Shui Shijun asked doubtfully. Divide into two sides, Lin Chen said, looking at the old man opposite and said, Old man, these cows, we need to buy. No need. Without waiting for Lin Chen to finish speaking, the old man shook his head. This is the foundation of your survival, Rana said. After you buy it, when this is over, you can buy a new one. Hee hee. The old man chuckled and said, I used the cow to cheat Sun Shi's gang out of nearly 1,000 taels, so there's no need for that. What? Tricking Sun Shi? Dr. Sun? How is that possible? Everyone was surprised. Lin Chen was puzzled. Sun Shi was actually cheated by the old man? As my eyes moved, I saw the village chief nodding continuously. Ha! Lin Chen smiled admiringly, stared at the old man, and said, I admire you, old sir. Hee hee. The old man smiled proudly, very happy. Today, he not only helped Mr. Lin do a big thing, but also tricked the legendary great doctor. Now he is even praised by Lin Chen. I guess few people would believe this bragging. Okay then. Lin Chen was not polite and thought for a moment. He said, I may need your help during this period. We need to collect pus from the cow. I'm afraid the cow will feel pain and hurt our people. Lin Chen asked the old man. No problem. The old man was unwilling to hear that. He said, I'll call my 3 bastards and my wife to help later. I'll send someone to invite him. Feng Shi took over the conversation. There was no need to ask the old man to go. That's fine too. The old man was happy again when he heard it. If he went to invite someone, wouldn't the whole village be able to see it? Proud. In that case, Lin Chen continued, then Dr. Shui will lead the doctors to collect cowpox, and the old man will cooperate. The first step is to plant it for the healer. As he spoke, Lin Chen looked at Yunyu on the side, and Feng Shi opposite him. He said, Yunwei, you coordinate the guards of Jinbei Palace. Lord Feng, you coordinate the city defense and start planting. Okay. Shui Shiryun, the old man, Feng Shi, and Yunyu all nodded in response. The location is chosen here. Lin Chen took a deep breath. The prefectural government represented the imperial court. If the people see this, it can also strengthen their inner peace. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Han Yan. Lin Chen looked at Han Yan and said, You will work with me later to write an article to promote the cowpox vaccination. Okay. Han Yan replied. Okay. Go get busy. Lin Chen spoke, and then all parties started to get busy. Lin Chen provided on-site guidance on cowpox cultivation, then left with Han Yan and began writing. Chapter 77 Vaccine Planting. Time passes slowly. Good news, good news, good news, the cow has been found, the cow has been found. The gongs and drums continued to sound, and the beggars and the prefectural governor kept promoting the city defense. What? The cow was found. Great, that's a sign of imminent victory. That's great, Mr. Sharon, bless you. The people were excited and prayed continuously. Everyone get ready. Next, we will start to plant the cowpox vaccine. Cowpox and Tianyuan have the same origin. After planting, you will not get smallpox. The voices of beggars and city defenses rang out again. Vaccination? What is cowpox? From a cow? No way. That's from a beast. The people are still discussing it. The first to be planted are the army and doctors. The voices of beggars and city defense sounded again. Shouted. The leaflets will be sent out in the afternoon. It contains information about the vaccine and arrangements for implantation. Don't worry, it's very safe. When everyone heard this, although they had some doubts, they decided to wait and see. Although not everyone can read. But one family might have one. Even if there isn't one, there might be one among your neighbors. Even if many families combined don't have it, Han Yan will send students to go around and help chant. Night. Is this cowpox really so miraculous? If we plant it, we won't get it again in the future, and we in Jinbei City won't have to worry about smallpox anymore. They said they would start planting ours tomorrow. Today, the ones planted at the prefectural government office are all from the city defense, Jinbei Palace, and doctors. If they dare to plant them, why shouldn't we? Their lives are much more precious than ours. That's right. I'm just afraid of a bunch of things. Smallpox kills people anyway. If we plant the virus, maybe there's a chance that they can survive. The people had nothing to do, so they started talking again. East of the city. Haha! Lin Chen actually used a cow to save lives. This is a huge joke, a huge joke. Son, she looked at the flyer in his hand and laughed triumphantly, feeling that this was a huge joke. Even doctors who have surpassed the realm of great doctors have not thought of how to prevent smallpox. Does Lin Chen have a way? Joke. Looking around, the disciples who had been hungry all day didn't care at all. He said, "Just wait, when my son Shi lineage returns as the king, you will all enjoy endless wealth and glory." Sun Shi was already prepared for the moment when Lin Chen failed and he was invited to Jinbei's city. At that moment, he would make the Jinbei palace pay the price in blood. Hee. Lin Chen is just a fool who only knows how to brag. Using a cow to save someone, what a joke! When I get in, I will definitely trample him under my feet and let him know what heights he can never reach. Medicine is not as simple as Lin Chen imagined. It is profound. The Northern Territory belongs to my son Shi lineage. Let all the people from Green Willow Village get out of the Northern Territory. They all suppressed their hunger and looked forward to Lin Chen's defeat. Time passes slowly. As the Jinbei Palace, doctors, and the army found no problems in planting, the common people also began to plant. It's not just simple planting. In order to attract people, all those who planted the crops were given a shopping voucher for the Lin family store, worth 300 won. Whether during this period or after everything is over, it can be used to purchase items from the Lin family store. I have to say that this method is very effective. Wherever you go, people will actively cooperate. All the doctors were extremely surprised and admired Lin Chen's wisdom. After receiving the shopping coupons, people spent them directly. Although the Lin family shop sells food at cost price, other goods remain at the original price. But everything is unstable right now, and we may not see the sun tomorrow, so of course we have to enjoy ourselves. Time passes slowly. Another 7 days passed, and Lin Chen was also busy for 7 days. The vaccination has been completed. Another observation area, called Observation Area 2, was built in the north of the city for people to enter after they recovered from the quarantine area. In the original observation area, also called Observation Area 1, people have been returning home one after another. As the people in Observation Area 1 returned home, Jinbei City, which had been dead silent for 14 days, finally saw the dawn of hope. Good news, good news, good news. Those confirmed to be normal in Area 1 will all return after 14 days of observation. In the quarantine area, 2,000 people recovered yesterday and have entered Observation Area 2 for secondary observation. Little beggars, soldiers, etc. kept beating drums and gongs to promote their work. What? Someone's back. That's great. Someone's finally back. The people in Observation Zone 1 are those who were previously around someone infected, and it appears that they are not infected. The people in Observation Zone 2 are the ones who have been cured. I heard that there were more than 20,000 people in the quarantine area this time, but less than 4,000 people died. It's a miracle. It's all thanks to Lin Xiqing's good measures. He provided timely treatment and stabilized the patients. I heard that the food in the quarantine area is simply delicious. Many people are trying to stay alive just to get food. Fortunately, we have Mr. Lin in Jinbei City, otherwise we would be doomed. This time it is simply a miracle. They are already stable and have been vaccinated, but the doctors still come to screen them every day. It's strange. Isn't this for us? Those doctors are all from Green Willow Village. They were from the same village as Mr. Lin, so Mr. Lin taught them medical skills. I don't know if Mr. Lin still accepts apprentices. I let my son go to learn from him. Mr. Lin wants to be a disciple. You're dreaming. What kind of person is Mr. Lin? He's like a god. If he hadn't blessed us, Jinbei City would be doomed this time. You might as well go find a doctor from Alaya village to be your disciple. People were talking about it, and were full of hope. East of the city. Do you grow vaccines? The entire Jinbei City and even the nearby villages in the true north have been planted, and even the entire northern border has begun planting. Everyone in the Northern Territory was extremely cooperative, and the news of Jinbei City had already reached them long ago. They could all see the efforts made by the Jinbei Palace, Mr. Lin, and the Green Willow Doctor during this period. Whenever something happened, we would either abandon the outside of the city and protect the inside, but this time, we had to protect the entire northern border. For a time, people in the entire northern border worshipped Lin Chen as a godlike figure. It can be said that the people in the village were even more fanatical than those in Jinbei City. After all, people in the city are always exposed to more things, and the most they can say is worship and deep belief. But the people outside have reached a point of madness. If Lin Chen said something about rebellion, they would immediately pick up their hose and follow him. However, only Sun Shi and his men in the east of the city refused to cooperate. The soldier looked at the dozens of skinny people in front of him, who obviously hadn't eaten enough for several days, and asked angrily. Originally, the city defense soldiers could give them some alms, but who would have thought that this group of people would curse Mr. Lin every day? I won't give them one by one. If it wasn't for the mission, they would not want to ask these people. Chapter 78 Entering the City. Vaccine? What the hell? Sun Shi was the first to be disdainful, and said coldly. Humans are the leaders of all things, how can they rely on animals? Lin Chen is just a swindler. The reason why the epidemic hasn't broken out yet is just luck, otherwise it wouldn't have happened until now. Sun Shi shouted disdainfully. Oh! The soldier shook his head and sighed. He was so hungry, and yet he was still bragging. He was too lazy to pay attention and walked away, preparing to report to the prefect to see if he could stop asking this great Dr. Sun Shi. I come to ask every day and get scolded. Depressed. Time passes slowly. First day. Good news, good news. 8,000 people returned to Observation Zone 1 today. 4,000 people recovered in the quarantine zone today. The next day. Good news, good news. 7,000 people were confirmed healthy in Observation Zone 1 today, and 5,000 people were cured in the quarantine zone today. Day 3. Good news, 6,000 people left the observation area and 7,000 people left the quarantine area. Day 7. Good news. Observation Zone 1. 345 people left today. 521 people left the quarantine zone. There aren't many left. Now there are only a few people left in Observation Zone 2, but the first group has been under observation for 7 days and can go home in another 7 days. All personnel will be screened again today, and once confirmed to be normal, everyone will return to normal life tomorrow, and the quarantine and observation areas will continue. There will be flyers for the next quarantine area and so on that will be distributed to everyone later. Please read the details for yourself. Beggars and guards kept shouting, spreading the good news. Wow, wow, wow. It's almost over. It will be over once today is over. We have defeated smallpox. We no longer have to worry about smallpox. We have developed a vaccine. Haha, Jinbei City is the #1 city in dying, and Mr. Lin is the #1 person in dying. Everyone shouted that they didn't know and cooperated very well with today's inspection. Sun Shi and others naturally also heard the news. Okay, we can go into the city tomorrow. I've been hungry for 7 days. I've been eating grass everywhere. I'm really starving to death. I mortgaged all my clothes to the Lin family shop in exchange for a few steamed buns. The clothes I had were the uniform white clothes of the Sun Shi lineage. They were priceless. You are going too far. The people from Sun Shi's lineage kept shouting and looking forward to it. But Sun Shi's face was full of anger. The opening of the city gate meant that Lin Chen had completely defeated smallpox. It is absolutely impossible that Lin Chen has had smallpox. He doesn't believe it. The second day. Open the city gates and restore order. Many people did not sleep that night, all waiting for this voice. In an instant, countless people rushed out of their homes, one after another to congratulate. Congratulations, you're still alive. Alive, you are still alive too, look at my vaccination marks. I have too. During this time, I, an illiterate person, have learned to read. Ha! The people talked about everything, but didn't engage in idle chat because they had more important things to do. That is what the flyer said, that today Mr. Lin will also return to the city. The isolation area and the observation area were completely controlled by the Green Willow lineage doctors, and they all wanted to see Lin Chen. In front of the East City Gate. Everyone has gone to see Mr. Lin, but we have to guard the city gate. Who arranged the shifts? I'll kill him. Who else? The lieutenant. He just gave himself a leave. I was so angry. The key is that the prefect actually